After 27 years of mediocrity, Li Luo, upon proposing to his girlfriend, faced immediate rejection. Unexpectedly, he awakened to a five-star system. As the name suggests, if passengers provide five-star reviews and accumulate 10 in a day, a lottery can be entered. What? As long as enough positive reviews are gathered, the system can also be upgraded. After the upgrade, will new functionalities be unlocked? Various rare items, insight abilities, and affinity features, perhaps? What else can be enhanced through upgrades? After enduring over 20 years of hardship, Li Luo finally embraced the dawn of his own destiny. Chapter 1. A breakup from the start. Li Luo, please don't. That place is not for licking. It's filthy. A woman clad in a JK uniform, her legs adorned with black, semi-transparent stockings and possessing reasonably delicate features, emitted a sharp scream from the living room. Observing her inebriated boyfriend fervently licking the table, Shun Lin felt utterly speechless. She could not fathom her boyfriend's erratic behavior, insisting on proposing to her that very night. Does he not possess any self-awareness? Can he truly afford a betrothal gift of 380,000? How dare he propose? After work tonight, her boyfriend called her dine at the apartment he rented. Typically abstinent, he insisted on having a bit of alcohol to lift the spirits. And now here they are, seizing the moment under the influence to propose. If only she hadn't had to work overtime, causing her to arrive a bit late. On her way home, a drunken man followed and harassed her, claiming he would take her for an injection. Coincidentally, Li Luo was driving a rideshare nearby. He shouted at the drunkard, causing him to flee in panic, abandoning his pants. Grateful for his intervention, she exchanged contact information, suggesting she would treat him to a meal next time they met. Upon arriving home, she regretted it. A mere thank you would have sufficed. What meal could justify such unnecessary expenditure? Through subsequent conversations, she learned that Li Luo was single. Perhaps she truly felt grateful to him at that moment. Thus, through their interactions, they became a couple. However, she only intended to date Li Luo, never contemplating marriage. Although Li Luo cared for her meticulously, such kindness cannot substitute for material needs. She was aware of Li Luo's circumstances. He was an orphan raised in a welfare institution, and his stature was modest, lacking conventional good looks. Most crucially, he was devoid of wealth. How could he provide the life she desired? At that moment, Li Luo, exhausted from licking the table, lay sprawled with drool pooling on its surface. Glancing at the nearly invisible diamond engagement ring on the table, Shun Lin hesitated before ultimately retrieving it from her handbag. It is likely that I could still sell a few trinkets for some pocket money. Observing him in such a state, it is evident that he cannot rise again. Even more repulsive is the puddle of saliva pooling at the corner of his mouth. Shun Lin gazed on, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. It would be commendable to engage in a good deed. Since I have taken a ring from him, I should at least show some consideration. I could only drag him from the chair to the sofa, ensuring he lay comfortably and covering him with a blanket before departing. The following day, at 8 o'clock, the alarm clock rang punctually. Li Luo, still bleary-eyed, rubbed his eyes. His alcohol-laden brain was still somewhat foggy. Sitting up from the sofa, he hurriedly made his way to the bathroom, the pressing urge to urinate nearly causing his bladder to burst. As he relieved himself, a sudden shiver coursed through his entire body. "What a relief!" he exclaimed after finishing in the restroom and washing his hands. Li Luo rubbed his still dizzy head and looked at his reflection in the mirror. No wonder Shun Lin often insisted on telling him that one must possess at least one of wealth or beauty. Without either, Li Luo was merely a lowly individual. At times, Li Luo felt a sense of inferiority, especially with a beautiful girlfriend like Shun Lin, whom he treated with utmost care. He remembered how he had specifically bought a box of incense from the supermarket, returning home to light it as an offering, fearing that Shun Lin would one day despise him for his poverty and cast him aside. He had been with Shun Lin for nearly a year, so he planned to take decisive action and propose. If only Shun Lin were to accept, reflecting on it now seems overly naive. He recalled her words echoing in his mind after his proposal the previous night. "Li Luo, we are both adults now. Let us be realistic. A love devoid of material support is like a pile of sand, easily scattered by the wind." He remembered that he had replied with something along the lines of, "If I mix in some cement, it won't scatter." Little did he know, he could not escape the inevitable. She handed him a card. Li Luo, you are a good person. Let us part ways. Li Luo could hardly recall what he had said in that moment. Last night, in preparation for proposing to Shenlin, he had scrimped and saved for several months, accumulating over 5,000 just for a modest diamond ring, hoping to provide a home for Shenlin. Yet, now, not only had he lost the prospect of a home, but she had also left him. He remembered urging her not to regret her decision. Now, pondering over it, he was uncertain whether Shenlin felt regret. However, Li Luo found himself feeling a twinge of regret, wishing he had never proposed. At least he would still have a girlfriend to comfort him. Now, he was left with nothing. Wait a moment, I was with Shenlin, and I also relied on my hands. The number of times Li Luo had touched her could be counted on one hand. He casually wiped his face and surveyed his rented apartment. It seems I must find a time to terminate the lease. The reason he had chosen this small apartment was because of Shenlin. Although she did not live with him, he remembered Shenlin advising him to find a better place to live, which had touched him deeply at the time. In retrospect, what a fool I was. She did not contribute financially. If it were in accordance with Li Luo's character, he would have long since found a roommate. Although it was somewhat inconvenient, the price was reasonable. Money does not come easily in this society. After dressing, he grabbed his car keys and descended the stairs. Currently, Li Luo was driving for a ride-hailing service in Jiangning, often working late hours to earn a bit more. He toiled tirelessly to ensure a better life for Shenlin, but in her eyes, no matter how hard he worked, he could not afford even a single LV bag. He glanced at his second-hand BYD electric car, which he had purchased with the modest savings he had accumulated since leaving school after middle school. Since he began driving for the ride-hailing service, he had managed to save a little more, but dating had proven to be an expensive endeavor, especially yesterday when he had spent his entire 5,000 on that small diamond ring, leaving him with merely a few hundred for meals. I must hurry and accept a ride request, or I won't even be able to pay next month's rent. He had signed a 1.5-year lease with the landlord, and the time had yet to elapse. If Li Luo were to suddenly terminate the lease, he would undoubtedly forfeit his deposit. Landlords are all the same. Collecting rent is akin to a cat encountering fish, while returning a deposit is like a cat encountering a dog. Damn it, he suddenly recalled. My ring. Li Luo quickly rummaged through his pockets. How could it be missing? Covering his head, he thought back to last night after dinner. I remember placing the ring on the table after my proposal when Shenlin did not accept. I did not see it at home either. Could it be that Shenlin took it? Damn it. If you didn't accept, why take my ring? He picked up his phone to send her a message, but it indicated verification was required. Did she delete me so quickly? Damn it. I hope I don't encounter her again. He opened the ride-hailing app to begin accepting requests, uncertain how long this existence would continue. Ding. A request came through, instructing him to pick up a passenger on Macho Road. Noticing the request, Li Luo finally started his car and exited the community, casually purchasing 2 steamed buns at the entrance. 10 minutes later, Li Luo arrived at his destination. He beheld 2 slender and captivating figures approaching him side by side, appearing quite youthful as they engaged in conversation. Li Luo sighed. How wonderful it is to be young. So hot, so hot, so hot. Once the two settled into the car, Li Luo began to scrutinize the 2 young ladies before him, his gaze sweeping over the girl on the left. Chapter 2. The Arrival of the System. Before me stood a young lady, adorned in a delicate lavender short-sleeve top paired with snug-fitting denim shorts. Her face, adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, accentuated her exquisite features, and her slightly smiling visage radiated a sweetness that was utterly captivating. Are you the passenger with the number ending in 5523? Heading to Jiangning University of Finance and Economics, correct? Yes, that's right, driver. Upon confirming the license plate number, Li Luo ignited the engine. In the back seat, 2 beautiful young women chattered incessantly, their graceful appearances matched only by their gentle and refined manner of speech. Li Luo couldn't help but indulge in a moment of contemplation, wondering if he would ever have the chance to savor such youthful beauty in his lifetime. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the university's entrance. We've arrived. Please be careful getting out from the right side, Li Luo advised. Thank you, driver. You are so attentive. I'll make sure to leave you a 5-star review. I appreciate it. Goodbye. Goodbye, driver. As they exited the vehicle, Li Luo continued to accept new rides. Within 3 minutes of driving away, his phone buzzed with an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Who could this be? Li Luo pondered. As he had few acquaintances in Jiangning, his social circle was limited to his rideshare endeavors and Shenlin. Hello, who is this? Is this the driver who just dropped off a passenger at the university? A soft, melodious voice inquired. Ah, yes. May I ask who this is? I'm the student who just got out of your car. I left my bag inside. Could you please return it? I'm willing to offer you extra payment for your trouble. Through the rearview mirror, Li Luo spotted a small, pink handbag. What color is the bag? I need to confirm, he asked. It's a pink bag, she replied. Please wait a moment. I'll make a U-turn and bring it back to you. Thank you so much. I'll wait where I got out. Not a problem. Just hold on for a bit. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Li Luo turned at the next traffic light and drove a few minutes forward. He soon spotted the student clad in lavender, her outfit now catching his attention. Her long, fair legs appeared to be adorned with nude stockings, accentuating their elegance, and she wore charming white flats that complemented her appearance beautifully. She stood there, glancing around. Seemingly alone as her companion had likely departed, Li Luo parked beside her and handed over the bag. The student beamed with delight. Thank you, driver. You've been a great help. The bag may not be valuable, but it contains important documents, and losing it would be quite troublesome. Let me send you 50 via WeChat. I really appreciate your effort. There's no need for that. A 5-star review would suffice, he replied modestly. Oh, I can't let you do that. I'll send you something. It wouldn't be fair for you to make a trip for nothing. Really, it's unnecessary. My car is electric. I'm not burning fuel. Otherwise, I would certainly ask for compensation. You're such a nice person. How about we exchange contact info? I often go to the off-campus library with my friends and will need rides. I'd love to support your business. That sounds great. Thank you for your support. Li Luo responded with a smile. Let me scan your QR code. Sure. As he opened the QR code, he noticed her WeChat name was Jixia. Is your name Jixia? I'm Li Luo. Just call me by my name. Driver sounds a bit odd, and I'm only 27. Jixia smiled, her lips curling slightly. All right then. I'll head back now. I'll message you in advance when I need a ride. That is fine. If I'm busy, I'll let you know via WeChat. Okay, I'll be on my way now. Goodbye, Li Luo. She waved. Goodbye. Li Luo resumed accepting ride requests and checked his app, where a 5-star review had just come in. This young lady is quite commendable. Ding. A new ride request came through, prompting him to head to Jinying Plaza to pick up a passenger. As he drove, Li Luo sighed, feeling a sense of uncertainty about his future. Each day seemed to blend into the next, a monotonous cycle that surely mirrored the lives of many. Ding. As these thoughts lingered, a synthesized electronic voice echoed in his mind. Suddenly, before Li Luo could process this, another electronic voice chimed in. Binding 5-star review system, 1030700100. Binding successful. The system has detected that the host is an orphan, leading a pitiful life, having suffered a breakup with his ex-girlfriend. At 27, he possesses a mere 452 Huaxia coins and is deemed a failure. Thus the system has selected the host. Li Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Having spent countless hours immersed in novels on Tomato, the notion of a system was all too familiar. Could it be that my dismal existence has finally attracted the attention of a system? He mused. But must you be so blunt in your assessment? Growing up in an orphanage, Li Luo had only managed to complete middle school thanks to the generous donations of kind-hearted individuals. The name Li Luo was given to him by the elderly headmaster. If the host is dissatisfied, you may disengage from this system at any time. This system will bind automatically. I am compliant. Just let me earn some money. Li Luo called out to the system. Please speak, host. You can communicate by merely thinking of the system. Verbalizing it may lead to misunderstandings. Oh, I see. The system is currently in its initial state. Once the host accumulates enough 5-star reviews, the system can be upgraded. Upon reaching level 2, the chances of winning the lottery increase, offering a reward of 100 million Huaxia coins and unlocking the ability to view insights into the opposite sex. Upon activating the affection system, rewards will be given randomly when affection reaches a specified threshold, with rare items available. The level 3 functions remain locked until the host achieves level 2. Though this is a nascent system, if the host accumulates 10 5-star reviews in a day, rewards can be drawn from the system, with chances of winning prizes. Completing random tasks will unlock these rewards. What are these chances? I hope they aren't as deceptive as some games, where a supposed 95% success rate still results in failure, Li Luo inwardly critiqued. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of excitement as the prospect of upgrading the system lingered. Chapter 3. The Journey to Wealth. Did the system just say that reaching level 2 grants 100 million Huaxia coins? Li Luo was momentarily distracted from other functionalities as his focus sharpened solely on the allure of wealth. The system can assist the host by providing a cashback of 100 times the original amount for each successful order. What do you mean by cashback? Are you serious? If a ride costs 20 Huaxia coins, wouldn't that mean I could earn a minimum of 20 and a maximum of 2,000? Your understanding is correct, host. Li Luo was overwhelmed with exhilaration. If anyone were in the car with him at that moment, they would surely notice the broad grin threatening to split his face. Remember, this system operates on a 5-star basis. Should any passenger express dissatisfaction, the system will deduct half of the total earnings for that day as a penalty. Li Luo stood there, utterly bewildered. Was there truly such a pitfall? It was akin to being penalized for delivering a meal poorly. This system is rather unrefined. He mentally scoffed. How petty. The system host need not express discontent internally. The system is fully aware of your thoughts, it responded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Li Luo scratched his nose. The system advises the host to maintain a positive and enthusiastic attitude while serving passengers. Naturally, they will respond with a 5-star rating. However, should an occasional discerning customer leave a poor review, the system will handle it accordingly. For a brighter tomorrow, strive forth, dear youth. Li Luo interjected, System. I have one final query. Please proceed, host. Do passengers who call for a ride directly via my phone still count as 5-star ratings? Since they Haven T placed an order through the app? He sought clarification. Indeed, they do count, the system confirmed. That is reassuring. It seems that the junior from the elementary school, Ji Xia, deserves my utmost care. She is indeed a significant client. Upon arriving at Golden Eagle Plaza, a couple entered the vehicle. Hello, are you the customer with the last 4 digits, 3261? Yes, that's us. Please fasten your seatbelts. We shall be on our way. 15 minutes later. Hello, please exit from the right side of the vehicle. Do exercise caution and watch for oncoming traffic. The man glanced at me. Driver, you are remarkably attentive. There are not many drivers as considerate as you these days. Li Luo smiled. If you feel satisfied with the service, please consider giving a 5-star rating. Absolutely, I will certainly give you a 5-star review. Goodbye, take care on the road. After a brief wait, seeing the platform display a 5-star review, Li Luo felt a surge of joy. His very first order had been a resounding success. Ding! He picked up his phone, and a message caught his eye. Your account 7320 has been credited with 935 Huaxia coins at 1018, with a usable balance of 387 Huaxia coins. 935? Just earned 17 Huaxia coins from that last order. Is that a 55-fold increase? Although aware that the system offered cashback, Li Luo remained somewhat skeptical until now. Witnessing the transaction firsthand, an exhilarating feeling erupted within him. Goodness, if fortune continues to smile upon me today, I could easily earn over 10,000 in a single day. 3 million in a month, and ISNT that 300 million in a year? Wait, something feels off. Never mind. No need to dwell on it. I'm merely a rideshare driver. How could I possibly earn billions in a year? This is without even the system being upgraded. Just imagine what would happen if it were. Quickly, he sought new orders, aiming to secure 10 5-star ratings. Perhaps he might just stumble upon a delightful surprise. To fulfill a real-time order, please proceed to Confucius Temple Road to pick up the passenger. A new order has come in. Time to get to work. On the road, he queried. Are you there, system? Please, proceed, host. Li Luo hastily asked, if I happen to forget how many 5-star reviews I've received. Could you remind me later? Host's personal information will be displayed. Suddenly, a dazzling blue holographic screen manifested before him, showcasing detailed personal information. Name, Li Luo, age, 27, height, 175 centimeters, weight, 75 kilograms, attractiveness, 65, assessed by 100% mechanism. Strength, 8, spirit, 7, stamina, 7, constitution, 9, note, standard for a healthy adult is 10, values below May 5th significantly heighten the risk of health issues. Assets, 1, 387 Huaxia coins, 5-star reviews, 1 out of 10 system upgrade. Today as completion, 1 out of 10. Gazing at the exquisite holographic panel, Li Luo exclaimed, goodness gracious. All ratings deemed unsatisfactory? Only a 65 for attractiveness? Am I truly so unappealing? Never mind. With the system, looks are no longer paramount. Completing my daily objectives takes precedence. Please exit with caution, mind your safety. If satisfied, kindly leave a 5-star review. After dropping off the previous passenger, Li Luo smiled at a middle-aged woman before him. She picked up her belongings and departed, seemingly ignoring his request for feedback. It appeared the 5-star review was in jeopardy. Nonetheless, as long as she didn't leave a poor rating, he would be grateful. Settling back into the car, he glanced at his phone and noted a text. The last order earned 31 coins, although the cashback was not as promising. Your account 7320 has been credited with 248 Huaxia coins at 1220, with a usable balance of 635 Huaxia coins. It was noon. Time to whip up a few simple dishes to celebrate the arrival of this system that promised to help elevate his humble life towards affluence. Li Luo drove into a slightly narrow alley, arriving at Huji Fried Dishes, a place introduced to him by Shen Lin. Despite its modest appearance, the food was truly delightful. After parking the car, he called out, "Is the owner in? I'd like to order a few dishes." "Coming, coming. How many are we today, handsome?" A middle-aged man in a black apron, appearing to be in his 40s, approached. "Just me," the owner inquired. "What dishes would you like to order?" Li Luo perused the freezer for a moment. "I'll have the snow vegetable and pork intestine, dry pot cabbage, and loofah egg soup. Just those three, please." "All right, handsome. Please take a seat for a moment." With that, the owner turned and began gathering ingredients from the freezer. Preparing to head to the kitchen, Li Luo stole another glance at the freezer and spotted a plump Christian carp. "Hey, boss." "Yes, handsome." The owner responded, puzzled. "Is this Christian carp fresh?" "Of course it's fresh. If it isn't, you 1T pay a dime." "Why does it feel like there's a hidden meaning there?" "Then I'll take a Christian carp as well." "Great, great." The owner happily retrieved the fish. Clearly pleased with the extra order, Li Luo observed that in such small establishments, the owner often played multiple roles, both server and chef. Occasionally, the owner's wife would assist during busy periods. While awaiting his meal, Li Luo contemplated his future plans. Now that he had a system, the next step was to amass wealth. Ultimately, this was a world driven by money. A man's confidence stems from his financial standing. Everything else, including love, is mere frivolity, constructed upon a foundation of wealth. Money is a man's courage. In this era where riches reign supreme, there is little he cannot achieve. Not enough, you say? Then let us add more. Chapter 4, Guyuqing. Soon, the dishes arrived at the table, their enticing aroma making Li Luo's mouth water. "Handsome. The rice is in the electric cooker on the left. Take as much as you like, just don't waste any." "All right, boss." Li Luo, having barely eaten that morning, scooped a bowl of rice and dug in. Before long, he had nearly demolished several dishes. "I'm full. It's been ages since I've eaten this well," he thought, having finished 3 bowls of rice in no time. The truth was, he hadn't eaten much yesterday or this morning, so he resolved to treat himself better moving forward. With the system in place, financial success was merely a matter of time. There was no need to be stingy with himself. Grabbing a toothpick from the table, he began to pick his teeth while mentally reciting the command to view his personal information. Name, Li Luo. Age, 27. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Attractiveness, 65. Assessed by 100% mechanism. Strength 8, Spirit 7, Endurance 7, Constitution 9. Note: the standard for an average adult is 10. A score below 5 significantly increases the risk of developing health issues. Assets, 1635 Huaxia coins. Positive reviews, 100. Today, I have completed 1 out of 10. Indeed, I did not give a 5-star rating just moments ago. Never mind, such matters cannot be forced. The boss pays the bill. After settling the meal cost, I checked the system, and my balance has reached 1526 Huaxia coins. I spent 109 Huaxia coins on the meal, which isn't too expensive. Upon stepping outside and getting into the car, I opened the back end to continue accepting orders. Today, I will persist until I achieve 10 5-star ratings. It seems that having money would allow me to purchase a better vehicle, specifically for running DD rides, which would yield faster earnings. As Li Luo pondered this, the sound of his phone brought him back to reality. "You have received a real-time order. Please proceed to Tianjing Mountain Community to pick up the passenger." Excellent. A new order has arrived. 13 minutes later, Li Luo arrived at Tianjing Mountain Community and spotted a woman at the stand, who must be the passenger, waving while beside a suitcase. However, this woman seemed surprisingly familiar, as though he had seen her somewhere before. He turned on his right indicator and came to a gentle stop. "Miss, may I assist you with your luggage into the trunk?" "Oh, yes, thank you, driver." "You're welcome." Observing her closely, Li Luo was somewhat dazzled. It could be said that among all the women he had encountered over the years, she would undoubtedly rank in the top 5. She was a stunning beauty, easily scoring a solid 90. She wore a loose-fitting t-shirt paired with ripped jeans and white sneakers. Though her exquisite features bore no makeup, she radiated a captivating glow, and the baseball cap atop her head only enhanced her vitality. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback. She was undeniably a sporty beauty. Regaining his composure, he said, "Miss, please fasten your seatbelt. We are ready to depart." "All right, driver." Her voice was as melodious as a songbird, leaving him momentarily entranced. Beautiful looks were one thing, but her charming voice was equally striking. Wasn't it a bit unfair how favored she seemed by the goddess Nuwa when she created humanity? Some people excel in one aspect, yet she seemed to possess them all. "Are you heading to the airport, miss?" "Driver, could you please be a bit quicker? I have a flight to catch." "No problem, just leave a 5-star review." Li Luo smiled as he replied. Asking for 5-star ratings felt somewhat awkward, but it was necessary. Few would offer them without prompting. "All right, no problem." Noticing the driver stealing glances at her, Guyuqing felt a bit exasperated. "Driver, have you had your fill of looking? Can you focus on driving now?" Li Luo responded nonchalantly, I wasn't looking. I just thought you seemed familiar, as if I've seen you somewhere before. Gu Yuqing chuckled lightly. Really? You won't tell me you knew me from before, will you? Is that an old pickup line you're using? I just thought you looked familiar, he quickly added. Miss, did you perhaps attend school in Juqing? Upon hearing the driver's words, Gu Yuqing became slightly tense, her guard rising. Driver, who told you that? Li Luo found it amusing. Who else could it be? I know you. You studied at Taoyuan Middle School, didn't you? Looking at the girl before him, he felt a wave of nostalgia. She had changed so much over the years. The saying that a girl transforms greatly as she matures was no exaggeration. He could still discern faint traces of the girl he once knew. After all, she was his deskmate. It's you, Li Luo. I thought you were just an old classmate who had faded from memory, Gu Yuqing exclaimed, her cheeks flushing, making her appear even more radiant. She hadn't expected to run into her former deskmate while hailing a cab. Are you leaving Jiangning? Li Luo inquired curiously. Not at all. I work in Jiangning. I'm just going out of town for a business trip, Gu Yuqing replied with a smile. She then added, there's a troublesome issue at the company over there that I need to address. Oh wow, doing quite well for yourself, Li Luo remarked in surprise. Gu Yuqing sighed. Not really. It's all just to make a living. There's no other choice. After that, she swiftly changed the topic. So, your current job is driving for Didi? Yes. Everyone in class knows I'm an orphan. How could I afford high school? Plus, my studies weren't great, so I couldn't waste societal resources. The donations from kind-hearted individuals could help more people, right? Li Luo casually stated. Gu Yuqing felt a bit awkward. I'm sorry. I was just making conversation without any other intentions. It's fine. After all these years, I've grown accustomed to it. Being on my own isn't so bad, he replied, adding. But don't forget to give me a 5-star review afterward. Of course. As an old classmate, you will definitely get 5 stars. She said nonchalantly. Thank you very much. There's no need to thank me. It doesn't cost anything. Just a simple tap. She rolled her eyes at him. Suddenly, Li Luo thought of something and quickly asked. Do you often take taxis, miss? Gu Yuqing looked puzzled. Yes, I usually take them about 3 or 4 times a week in Jiangning. I'm a bit lazy and always want to snooze for 5 more minutes in the morning. But when I open my eyes, half an hour has passed. And there's no choice but to take a taxi. As she spoke, she playfully remarked, we're old classmates, so just call me by my name. No need for formalities. All right then, Gu Yuqing, may we exchange contact information? If you need a ride in the morning, just reach out to me, and I can pick you up. Li Luo stated directly. Huh. Gu Yuqing paused, quickly regaining her composure. She thought to herself, has Li Luo really reached that level? I need to be at the office by 8 every morning. Li Luo hurriedly replied, that's fine. I'm an early riser. Just send me a message when you wake up, and I'll be waiting for you downstairs once you're ready. Though he said this, internally, he was grumbling about what a terrible company it was to require such early hours. If it weren't for the 5-star review being from a big client, he wouldn't have bothered at all. Chapter 5. Is this what you call a chance? However, Gu Yuqing contemplated that his eagerness might indicate he was indeed in financial need. Observing the indecision on her face, Li Luo decided to sweeten the deal. How about I help an old classmate earn a little extra cash? It's not easy to make money these days, but I could give you a discount. Oh, offering discounts too? It seemed genuinely that he was in a tight spot. But I'm low on funds as well. Please don't ask me for a loan. Thus, he thought, it would be best to just help her out with a taxi. All right then, that's all I can do for you. Li Luo quickly took out his phone. Okay, let me scan your code. Let us do that after we get out. Just focus on driving safely for now. Besides, do you really have so few DD orders? This ride isn't particularly lucrative, she noted, somewhat perplexed. Li Luo chuckled at her response. There really aren't many these days. Plus, my car is electric, which is different from gas vehicles, so I can still earn a bit. Let us agree on this. I'll give you a discount, rounding up the fare to save you a few bucks for breakfast. Upon hearing his words, Gu Yuqing found it difficult to decline any further. Very well then. However, you must come when I message you. We are clocking in for work. If you arrive late, it will result in a deduction from your wages. No problem. I assure you I will arrive on time. As they continued their journey, the two engaged in delightful conversations about amusing school anecdotes. Before long, they arrived at Luqua Airport, where Li Luo parked the car steadily by the roadside, retrieved the suitcase, and placed it at her feet. I shall take my leave now, old classmate. Until next time. After Gu Yuqing finished speaking, she grasped her suitcase and made her way toward the airport. Wait a moment. Do add me on contact. Oh, I almost forgot. Let me scan your QR code. Gu Yuqing replied as she took out her phone and opened WeChat. Ding. Done. Just accept it, and I shall be on my way. Goodbye. All right, goodbye. Remember to give me a 5-star rating. Li Luo shouted at her departing figure, fearing she might not hear him. This caused the majority of nearby travelers to fix their gazes upon him, leaving Li Luo feeling quite embarrassed. Got it, came Gu Yuqing's voice from a distance. Li Luo had no choice, as this ride was arranged through Didi. If he failed to receive a good rating and the system did not acknowledge it, that would spell disaster. Next time, we will be familiar faces, so no need for such formalities. Just as Li Luo was basking in his satisfaction, the system abruptly interrupted, shattering his daydream. System warning. The hostess' poor service attitude has unsettled a familiar customer, leading to a refusal of a 5-star rating. No wonder this system is not well known. It has too many rules. Li Luo hastily shut the trunk, quickly hopped into the car, and checked his bank account balance. Your construction bank account 7320 has received a deposit of 4,200 huaxia coins at 11:33 a.m. Available balance is 5,726 huaxia coins. Wow, full cashback. The buffs are stacked high? Li Luo grinned mischievously. Not only did he have money, but he also had good ratings. Was it possible that the system had a fondness for beautiful women? Did it grant full ratings simply for their allure, or was Gu Yuqing inherently exceptional? If only more customers of such quality frequented, the system would upgrade in no time. Goodness, that would be a soaring success. With this thought, Li Luo felt invigorated and continued on. After leaving the airport, he pressed on to the next ride, time slipping away in the interim. Before he knew it, it was 11 o'clock at night, and he had finally accumulated 10 5-star ratings. Eagerly, he drove back to his community, exited the vehicle, and secured the door. He connected to the charging station to replenish the car's energy. After washing his hands, using a special soap that claimed to wash away 99 of bad luck, he rubbed his hands together with a hint of excitement and settled onto the sofa, saying, System lottery. System, host goals for today have been achieved. Commencing lottery draw. System draw failed. Host should strive harder. What? Is that it? After a few seconds of disbelief, he realized he had wasted an entire evening in vain. System, what are the odds? The system refuses to answer that question. The rewards are randomly drawn. Fine. If not today, then tomorrow. This lottery was a gift from the system. If there were none, then there were none. Who was he to argue? The immediate priority was to upgrade the system. Compared to that, the lottery was insignificant. The system began reviewing personal information. Name, Li Luo. Age, 27. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Appearance, 65, 100% mechanism. Strength, 8. Spirit, 7. Endurance, 7. Constitution, 9. Note, the standard for a normal adult is 10. A score below 5 increases the risk of health issues. Assets, 9,766 huaxia coins. Good ratings, 10, 100. Today's completion, 10, 10, to be drawn at midnight. Upon seeing the balance, Li Luo couldn't help but smile. He was on the verge of breaking 10,000. Aside from the buff from Gu Yuqing, the afternoon had mostly yielded low multiples. However, it was still decent. It seemed prudent to prioritize driving DD rides. At this rate, within half a month, he could afford a car valued between 300,000 to 400,000. Once he sold his current vehicle and combined it with his earnings from the past month, it should suffice. With a higher fare for DD rides, the money would come even faster. The system upgrade needed to keep pace as well. For now, this was the plan. As this period passed, it would also be time for a personal transformation. With money in hand, he could afford to hit the gym, buy some high-end clothing, a watch, and even a house. He had deprived himself for 27 years. It was high time to treat himself better. Perhaps he would even find a few girlfriends. With a system in place, who needed to play the long game, he could simply throw money at them. As the saying goes, good girls should not be overlooked, and bad girls should not be wasted. Lost in thought, Li Luo's daydreams were interrupted as he finished his shower and lay down on his bed. Everything that had transpired that day felt surreal, as if he were dreaming. Is the system there? System, the host is listening. Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to check if this is a dream. System. Good night, system. Good night, host. Sweet dreams. The night passed without incident. At 8 o'clock the next morning, the alarm rang on time. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he ventured to the kitchen to fry an egg and prepare a bowl of plain noodles, finishing off with a glass of milk. At 8:40, he departed punctually, unplugged the charging cable, and opened the app to start accepting orders. After a few minutes, he received a real-time order. You are heading to the right side. Please exit the car, and remember to give a 5-star rating. Chapter 6. The Doll-Faced Beauty, Pan Xingyue. Today was fortuitous. By midday, he had completed 4 rides. He had accepted a total of 8 orders, yet only 4 customers had left good reviews. He couldn't understand these people. It took a mere moment to click a button, and it cost them nothing. Complaining aside, had he ever left a good review for a food delivery? He checked his balance and found it had reached 13,776 huaxia coins. Not too shabby, considering the average fare was typically in the 10s or 20s, and he had made about 4,000. Glancing at the time, it was already 11:30. He decided to take one more order before lunch. You are heading to Xinbai Shopping Mall to pick up this passenger. 10 minutes later, the Xinbai Shopping Mall came into view. As one of Jiangning's iconic shopping centers, it sprawled over an area of 13,000 square meters. Inside, there was a plethora of goods, catering to all aspects of life. The vehicle came to a gentle stop at the pickup point, but there was no sight of the passenger. After waiting for about 2 minutes, the back door opened. While engrossed in checking the order on his phone, he casually remarked, "Is this the car ending in 8223? Are you Li Luo?" Hearing his name called, Li Luo was taken aback and quickly turned to look. Pan Xingyue, what a surprise. Are you shopping here? The girl smiled and replied, "Not at all, I work here. It's lunchtime now, and I get a 2-hour break. I was just about to go out for a bite. I'm tired of eating around here every day." She then added, "Are you still driving for the ride-hailing service?" Li Luo teased in response. What else can one do besides driving for ride-hailing services? Engaging in traditional employment is utterly out of the question for me. I could never bring myself to do that in this lifetime. I lack the acumen for business, so my only means of sustaining myself is through driving for ride-hailing services. Pan Xingyue found herself at a loss for words. I merely inquired casually, why the elaborate explanation? Coincidentally, I was about to complete my current ride and head out for a meal, so why not eat at the place where you're being picked up? Pan Xingyue was a friend of her ex-girlfriend, Shen Lin, and had crossed paths with her a couple of times during their relationship. Pan Xingyue already possessed a striking figure, one that would undoubtedly captivate anyone's attention, especially in her sleek black uniform that accentuated her curves, presenting a perfect silhouette. Her body was alluringly voluptuous, with a delicate, slightly cherubic visage that created a striking contrast. She exuded no hint of the naivete typical of younger girls. Instead, she resembled a ripe peach, eagerly awaiting the right person to discover her. The first time he laid eyes on her, he was taken aback by her beauty. But witnessing her in uniform was even more astonishing. Li Luo found it difficult to divert his gaze. Just the other day, he had no thoughts about women like her. He was simply grateful to have a girlfriend like Shen Lin, who was also quite attractive. Women of such exceptional caliber seemed utterly unattainable, yet now, things had changed. With the system assisting him, financial prosperity was merely a matter of time. Such women no longer felt out of reach. "Do you find me attractive?" Pan Xingyue asked, a playful smile dancing on her lips. "Absolutely stunning. Extraordinarily beautiful," he replied. This left Pan Xingyue somewhat taken aback. They had only met twice before, and in her recollection, Li Luo had always been rather shy, sneaking glances at her. Today, however, he was openly gazing at her with an intensity that seemed almost fiery, just having broken up. And he was already behaving like this. Typical men, always the same, not one good apple among them. His gaze made her feel a bit uneasy. "Stop staring, let us go. My stomach is growling, and I still have to work this afternoon. All right, let us eat." Though she had called him out, it still made Li Luo blush slightly. After all, his confidence wasn't quite formidable enough. He started the car and headed toward their destination while asking, "What do you plan to eat?" The girl pondered for a moment. "I don't know. Let's south see which place looks busy and eat there." "Oh, in that case, I'll treat you today." Pan Xingyue looked surprised. "Why are you treating me? Have you struck it rich, or do you have something you need from me?" "Not at all. I just need to eat as well, so it's convenient to go together," Li Luo responded casually. "I heard you broke up with Shen Lin. Are you hoping I could say something nice about you in front of her?" Li Luo rolled his eyes. How could that be? A good horse doesn't turn back to graze on old grass. Seeing his reaction piqued her curiosity. "You seem to be doing quite well for someone who just broke up. Aren't people supposed to wallow in despair for a few days after a breakup? You seem a bit heartless." Li Luo retorted. "Heartless? Are you kidding me?" "She asked the one who dumped me. I'm the injured party here. I've just come to terms with it. Your insistence won't change anything. What is meant to be will be." "Ah, quoting philosophy now? But you don't need to treat me. Let us go Dutch." "Go Dutch? Nonsense. I insist on treating you. I can still afford a simple meal," Li Luo declared. As they spoke, he added, "Speaking of favors, I do have a small request. Go ahead, but just so you know, I'm not lending you any money." "As I'm broke too," Pan Xingyue said, raising her hands in mock surrender. "It's nothing too grand. Just after we finish paying for the ride. I'd appreciate it if you could give me a 5-star rating," he said. The girl looked bewildered. "Is that it? If you wanted to treat me to a meal, you could just said so. Why use such an excuse? Are you trying to vent about your ex-girlfriend?" "Of course not. I merely desire a good review." Fine. I'll give you a good review. You seem a bit obsessed with them," Pan Xingyue teased. "Seriously, you must get told you're a good person quite often." Li Luo thought to himself, grumbling inwardly. "Once we get out of the car, I'll pay you and give you the review. It's not a big deal." "That's good," Li Luo replied happily. "I feel like giving you a good review brings me more joy than treating you to a meal. I suggest you visit a doctor, honestly." "What do you mean by that?" Li Luo asked, a bit confused. "Perhaps a neurologist?" "Come on, I'm not sick. Why would I need to see a neurologist? You're the one who should. Look, you're getting anxious. Are you sure you're not feeling unwell?" "Generally, those who are ill deny it," she teased. "I'm perfectly fine." You have to believe me, he insisted, feeling the need to reassure her. All right, calm down. You're not ill, she thought, realizing that Li Luo might genuinely be troubled. She decided not to provoke him further. After all, what if he became upset and took it out on her? I'll give you a good review after we get out of the car. Just don't get too worked up. Li Luo was left feeling perplexed. Why would I be worked up? What do you want to eat? Anything is fine. You're treating, so you can decide, she replied nonchalantly. Li Luo considered it. How about barbecue? A bit too greasy. What about hot pot? That could cause breakouts. Then let us go for stir-fried dishes. They're not too heavy and one tea cause breakouts. But I had stir-fried dishes just yesterday. Then what do you want to eat? Anything. Seriously? Li Luo exclaimed, feeling a bit overwhelmed. How about seafood? That should be acceptable. He felt a surge of urgency. If she said anything else, he might just drop her off. He was about to seek professional help. Seafood can be quite pricey, so don't come crying to me later if you think I'm taking advantage of you, she warned, preemptively. She had previously heard Shenlin complain that Li Luo had proposed with a small diamond ring. She wasn't one to gossip, and it wasn't her business anyway. So she didn't see the need to worry about it. Having navigated society for years, she understood that it was best to avoid unnecessary conflict. It seemed likely that Li Luo didn't have much money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have settled for a small ring, nor would he have broken up. Let's south head to Daiji Square. There's bound to be seafood there. Li Luo, feeling a bit exasperated, decided he'd rather not engage further. He wanted to live a few more years. Li Luo, can we just grab something simple? Seafood feels a bit extravagant, she suggested kindly. Don't worry, we're having seafood. Let the notion of anything goes die. After 20 minutes, they arrived at the underground parking of Daiji Square and parked the car. Once they got out, they walked toward the elevator. While waiting for the elevator, Li Luo turned to her and asked, "What floor are we eating on?" The girl looked a bit surprised. "Have you never been here before?" "I have, but only briefly on the first floor." Indeed, Li Luo had visited once, merely to broaden his horizons, yet he had never dared to indulge in any purchases, for he simply could not afford it. Were it not for the system now, the mere 10,000 or so he possessed would have rendered such luxuries unattainable. Moreover, with Pan Xinhua having recently paid for a ride and left a glowing review, the system rewarded him with a staggering 62 times cashback. His balance had now swelled to 15,760 huaxia coins. Pan Xinhua pondered. A visit to this place sufficed for a fleeting glimpse. Ordinary individuals truly could not afford to spend here, at least in her estimation. Li Luo was not among those who could. "I believe dining is on the 7th floor, she remarked. "Then let us proceed to the 7th floor." Just as the elevator arrived, the two stepped inside, and Li Luo pressed the button for their destination as the elevator ascended slowly. Ding! Truly, this was a realm of affluence. Despite having only visited once, Li Luo remained utterly astounded. The glass dome, reminiscent of a crystal palace, the imported fossil tiles from abroad, and high-end stone materials, all contributed to an unparalleled opulence that defined Daiji Plaza. Observing the wealthy ladies, some nestled against balding gentlemen. He couldn't quite discern the nature of their relationships. Yet, one could only assume they were being addressed as daddy by the girls, who strolled in and out of various boutiques, laden with shopping bags. Li Luo murmured to himself, "Soon enough, when I return, I too shall be addressed as Manager Li." Pan Xinhua glanced at him. "What's this? Are you feeling envious?" "You know, I am quite envious as well, but alas, some things are predetermined. Others are born at the finish line, while we toil for a lifetime, uncertain if we can even touch their starting point." Li Luo looked at her in surprise. "With your circumstances, it should be quite effortless for you." Pan Xinhua's gaze fell upon the women fawning over the balding men, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. "If I desired such a life, I would have long since left my job. There are plenty of men willing to pamper me." Hearing this, Li Luo found no reason to disagree. Had he not noticed the gazes of numerous men fixated on Pan Xinhua? She tugged at his sleeve. "Come on. There's no point in lingering here." With that, she turned and walked ahead, prompting Li Luo to hastily follow. "Is the seafood over there?" Pan Xinhua pointed. "Look, we've arrived." Li Luo glanced over. "Is it a buffet?" "Yes, I believe it's between 200 to 300 per person. We can afford that. It seems to be the most economical option." "Well, I specifically came for a good meal. One should pursue quality. I'm merely trying to save you some money." Pan Xinhua retorted, somewhat exasperated. "Then do as you wish. Whatever you choose, I shall follow. Let's south go to that place called Crab Dowley." With that, Li Luo headed in that direction. Pan Xinhua, seeing that he wouldn't listen, resigned herself to following him. Upon their approach, a server handing out flyers quickly inquired, "Are you two dining with us?" "We do have availability." "Great. Please, come inside." Entering the restaurant, two well-built servers at the entrance bowed and welcomed them. "Welcome to Crab Dowley, handsome and beautiful. Please come in. Do you have any seats by the window?" "Yes, indeed. Please follow me." The server led them to a window-side table, where they were seated and presented with menus. Our establishment is a buffet with various pricing tiers. Please choose, miss. You decide for him. I'm fine with anything. And you, sir, what would you like? Li Luo took the menu, scanning it briefly. Noting the lowest tier for two at 800 for snow crab, and a higher tier at 4,005 for king crab. He had seen others on Douyin rave about how sweet the king crab was and had long wished to try it, a luxury he could only dream of before. I'll have the king crab set for 4,005, he declared. Just then, he felt a nudge at his foot. Looking up, he caught Pan Xinyue's disapproving glare. Why order something so expensive? We could just have a casual meal. It's no bother. I've never had it before, and I might as well indulge a little. Life is but 30,000 days. We ought to enjoy it, Li Luo replied. Pan Xinyue was momentarily speechless. Enjoy? That requires money. Who wouldn't want to eat well? Wear fine clothes, live in luxury, and drive fancy cars? Honestly, did you win the lottery or something to afford such extravagance? This meal could consume half a month's salary. Li Luo chuckled softly. This is nothing. In the future, such things will become my everyday fare. Pan Xinyue rolled her eyes at him. Keep dreaming. You boast without a care. Do you doubt me? Pan Xinyue fell silent, muttering to herself that arguing was futile. He'd only get carried away. What are you mumbling about? I wasn't saying anything. Seeing she had no intentions of elaborating, Li Luo chose to let it be. Suddenly struck by an idea, he proposed, how about a bet? If I frequently bring you here to dine, you will agree to two things for me. Li Luo, you're breaking the mold. Isn't it typical in dramas to only agree to one thing? Li Luo found her reaction amusing. You know that it's just a drama, right? Now, what are the two things you wish to propose? I want to engage in anything illegal. You're overthinking it. I merely wish to enjoy life a little longer. It's quite simple. She smiled. Go ahead. I'm listening. Is the system available? I have a question. System, please speak. Li Luo, piqued with curiosity, inquired. If these regulars take my ride without payment, does that count as a 5-star review? System, after you finish your meal, you may leave without paying. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback. Are you jesting with me? System, you were the one joking first. For crying out loud, Li Luo learned to be cautious. He couldn't afford to direct any ire towards it. Had he ever encountered a system that mocked its host? It could have simply stated that payment was required. System, as long as the host understands, please think carefully before posing such nonsensical questions in the future. You're quite something, aren't you? System, the host does not seem to appreciate it. I am quite impressed. Chapter 8, The Bet. Once Li Luo grasped the situation, he turned to the young woman before him. The first condition is that if you ever need a ride, you will notify me in advance so I can pick you up and earn some pocket money. As for the second condition, if you lose, you must become my woman. Pan Xinyue chuckled at his words. You want me to be your woman? Li Luo, you truly have the audacity. She added, you remind me of a certain animal. Li Luo was taken aback. An animal? What animal do I resemble? This animal is very obedient to its owner and has a penchant for bones, especially when drinking water. It only needs. What are you even talking about? Bones. Drinking water? What is your point? She looked exasperated. Never mind that. Let us return to your earlier question. Upon finishing her words, Pan Xinyue slowly leaned back in her chair, accentuating her already ample figure. Li Luo stole a glance, feeling his breath quicken. A few minutes later, noticing Pan Xinyue's silence, he grew somewhat impatient. No problem. If it comes to that, I would gladly be your lover. As for the first matter, that is even less of an issue, she stated with utmost seriousness. Li Luo was taken aback by her straightforwardness. Is it really that simple? He thought. Observing his expression, Pan Xinyue seemed to discern his doubts. Why do you find it hard to believe? It's not disbelief. I'm just a bit bewildered. What do you mean by lover? With a nonchalant tone, she replied, is that difficult to comprehend? As you said, in such a casual scenario. Would you really be short on funds? How could I possibly trust that a wealthy man like you wouldn't stray or indulge in frivolities? After a brief pause, she continued, as the saying goes, a man is most settled when buried in the earth. As long as you can occasionally keep me company in the future, that suffices. Of course, a basic allowance is essential. If you're too occupied, I can always travel with my girlfriends to unwind. Such a life wouldn't be too bad. Wouldn't you agree? After speaking, Pan Xinyue regarded him. Are you thinking that I could easily find a wealthy man to meet these conditions? Li Luo nodded, acknowledging that this thought had indeed crossed his mind. This woman is incredibly astute. Pan Xinyue reflected for a moment before adding, your perspective isn't wrong. Many men wish to support me, but they either tend to be too old or already have families. I'm not interested in an older man. And I certainly don't wish to become a mistress, risking exposure to the wrath of a scorned spouse. After taking a sip from her glass, she continued, as for the second-generation wealthy, it's even more disheartening. They might have some money, but not much. And the real wealth is typically in the hands of the older generation. Most of them view relationships as mere playthings, discarding them once they tire. Pausing briefly, she went on, when it comes to marriage, they generally seek someone of equal standing. I am quite aware of my own worth. If things don't go well, I'd gain nothing but trouble. I refuse to marry someone just to become a housewife, endlessly squabbling over trivial matters. Once she finished, she casually glanced at him. Do you have any further questions? Li Luo was astonished by how not only was she beautiful, but also remarkably intelligent, with her future meticulously planned. It's not just about having a large chest, cough cough. Before he could finish his thought, a beautiful waitress arrived, wheeling in a cart. Gentlemen and ladies, it's time to serve your dishes. Excellent, he replied, looking at the exquisite spread of king crab sashimi, salmon sashimi, cheese salmon rolls, and crab roe rice porridge. Turning to Pan Xingyue, he suggested, let us eat while we talk. Once the table was fully set, the waitress cheerfully added, if you need anything, feel free to call me. Enjoy your meal. Li Luo appreciated her attentive service. Indeed, a higher-end restaurant was distinctly different. Not only were the staff pleasant to look at, but their service was impeccable. Thank you, I appreciate it, he responded. The waitress smiled, you're too kind, it's our duty. After she departed, Li Luo turned to Pan Xingyue. What are you staring at? Eat up, there's no need to be polite. As he prepared to dig in, she quickly interrupted him. Wait a moment, I need to take a few pictures. Taking out her phone, she snapped several shots before cheerfully announcing, all right, let us eat. Li Luo noticed that women seemed to have an affinity for photography, often posting on social media, flaunting their vibrant lives. He recalled that Shen Lin was the same. It seemed that women shared this common trait, reveling in the envious gazes of others. Men were similar, though perhaps less overtly so. He casually picked up a piece of king crab leg, dipped it in horseradish, and popped it into his mouth. To his delight, the flavor was indeed exquisite, sweet, and fresh. Pan Xingyue followed suit, nodding in agreement. As they savored their meal, she casually inquired, Li Luo, what were you about to say earlier? Ah, he stammered, momentarily caught off guard. I wanted to ask why I would be suitable. Pan Xingyue regarded him thoughtfully, taking a bite of salmon before replying nonchalantly. Because you're quite fitting. There are 3 reasons. Would you like to hear them? Intrigued, Li Luo urged, please, enlighten me. First, I heard from Shen Lin that you are an orphan, which saves you from all the family chaos. Second, at your age, there are very few who are particularly wealthy. The third point is crucial. You aren't married. As she spoke, she fixed her gaze on him. If my judgment is correct, the chance of you marrying is slim. If you were that wealthy, you wouldn't be stuck in one place. Besides, you have no parents pressuring you into marriage. So you must want to enjoy life to the fullest. Li Luo found himself agreeing with her second and third points, but the first left him puzzled. I've never heard that being an orphan is a good thing. Yet, Pan Xingyue's words struck a chord with him. Before the system, he had intended to marry and lead a stable life with his ex-girlfriend, Shen Lin. Now, with the system, his ambitions had broadened. In the future, his wealth would only multiply. He could simply provide for those women without becoming emotionally entangled. After all, money was a potent drug that few could resist. And those who could were often lacking. All right, I understand now. Just wait for me to clean up, he concluded. Pan Xingyue rolled her eyes. Humph, let us see if you'll be able to afford it. Regarding his earlier comment, she expressed curiosity. If you were that wealthy, why would you still drive for a ride-hailing service? Li Luo shrugged casually. It's a personal hobby. One must find something to occupy their time. And by the way, rides come at a cost. Don't expect to ride for free. I rely on you for charging my car. Loyal customers get a discounted rate of 10 yuan each time. No exceptions. Got it. That explains why you're not wealthy. If you were, you wouldn't bother with a few measly bucks from ride-hailing, she remarked, somewhat incredulous. This is about a sense of ritual, you understand? He retorted, eager to shift the conversation to mundane matters. The two continued to eat and chat for about an hour. Pan Xingyue, patting her full belly, exclaimed, I'm stuffed. Li Luo was fine. Several dishes hadn't been particularly appealing, and the sashimi didn't take up much space. Though he had enjoyed the crab roe rice porridge considerably. Shall we head out? Time to settle the bill, he suggested. The previous waitress promptly approached. Sir, please follow me to settle your bill. Following her to the front desk, the cashier handed him a receipt. Sir, your total is 500 huaxia coins. How would you like to pay? Via WeChat, Li Luo replied, retrieving his phone. After a moment's thought, he said to the waitress, charge me 700. The additional 200 is a tip for this lovely waitress. The cashier blinked in surprise. All right, I'll adjust the amount. Upon hearing about the generous tip, Pan Xingyue beamed and quickly bowed. Thank you, sir. Chapter 9. The rewards have finally arrived. Not at all. Your service is exemplary. Beside him, Pan Xingyue rolled her eyes, muttering something under her breath. As they exited the restaurant under the enthusiastic gaze of the waitress, Pan Xingyue teased, You are quite generous. Do you really earn 200 from chatting all day? Li Luo chuckled in response. I was merely performing a good deed. Did you not see how happy that waitress was? Life is already filled with hardships. We ought to make it a little sweeter for her. I dare say that waitress will be exhilarated for the entire day. Pan Xingyue retorted, if you gave me money, I would be ecstatic all day too. Li Luo smirked. Soon, your time will come. Confused, Pan Xingyue asked, what do you mean? Nothing, he replied, dismissing her curiosity. She presumed he was joking about their earlier bet. And Li Luo decided to remain silent, opting to let results speak for themselves. After all, mere words hold little weight without action. As they headed towards the elevator, they observed others carrying an array of luxurious shopping bags. Pan Xingyue's envy was palpable. Which woman could resist such allure? Once inside the elevator, they descended to the underground parking lot. Li Luo took a moment to glance at the day's positive reviews. With Pan Xingyue's commendation, they totaled 5. Delivering her back would earn him another, leaving him just 4 short. If he worked diligently that afternoon, he was confident he could achieve his goal. With a smile creeping onto his face, he was met with Pan Xingyue's playful inquiry, why the cheerful demeanor? Did you find money? Li Luo shot her a look. What do you mean, did I find money? They settled into the car, and as Li Luo started the engine and slowly drove out of the underground garage, he turned to her and said, oh, by the way, I forgot to ask, what do you sell at the Newbuy Mall? Pan Xingyue glanced at him. You don't know? How can I? You never told me, he replied, feigning ignorance. I thought Shenlin mentioned it to you. I sell watches. Ah, selling watches. Li Luo suddenly understood. No wonder she claimed so many men were eager to pamper her, while the impoverished toy with cars, the affluent indulge in timepieces. And there must be no shortage of wealthy patrons seeking to purchase watches. They continued their light-hearted banter until they arrived at the Newbuy Mall. Suddenly, Pan Xingyue announced, I need to head to work now. I'll transfer you the fare later. From now on, if I need to take a taxi, I'll message you in advance. If I have to wait too long, I want to call you next time. Understood, I'll be punctual. Now go on to work. It was only a little past 2, and Li Luo was contemplating making a few more runs. I'm off then. 10 yuan, right? I won't hold back, she declared eagerly, relishing the discount. Yes, just 10 yuan will suffice. I only need to cover breakfast, he confirmed. All right, let us exchange contact information so I can transfer you the fare later. As she pulled out her phone, she said, let me scan you. Sure, Li Luo unlocked his phone and opened the QR code for WeChat. Ding, all set. Just accept the request, and I'll be on my way. With that, she exited the car and headed towards the mall. Clicking accept, Pan Xingyue's WeChat name was Summer Breeze. Indeed, it was quite summery. He noted her name and also updated Gu Yuqing's contact, reflecting on how, in just 2 days, he had added 3 remarkable women to his contacts. Li Luo felt a surge of joy. It was no wonder the elderly often claimed that the secret to longevity is to frequently admire beautiful women. It truly brightened one's spirits. He opened his ride-hailing app, determined to secure those 4 5-star reviews. Just as he was about to set off, a notification buzzed. Your account at CCB has received a deposit of 500 Huaxia coins at 2:36 p.m. Your available balance is now 11,560 Huaxia coins. Not too shabby, he thought, spurred on by the prospect of inching closer to the life he had always dreamed of. Time flew, and soon it was past 9 in the evening. Finally, it was over. Li Luo stretched his neck, reflecting on how every profession comes with its own set of challenges. For instance, driving a ride-hailing vehicle can lead to chronic back pain. Clearly, he needed to incorporate daily exercise into his routine. After all, who could endure such a lifestyle long-term? His better days had yet to commence. It was time to set a small goal, to wake up an hour earlier. Ideally for a morning run of at least half an hour. In the evenings, he should retire early to cultivate a healthy lifestyle. If life does not show us love, we must learn to love ourselves. Once his finances were more stable, he could consider getting a gym membership to undertake comprehensive workouts and even hire a personal trainer. It would surely be more effective than fumbling through it alone. With ample funds, he could afford to reduce his ride-hailing hours. With a decisive tap on the steering wheel, he headed home. At 9:20 p.m., Li Luo arrived at his apartment complex, parked the car, and as per usual, plugged it in for charging. Dragging his weary body back to his rented apartment, he tossed the car keys onto the coffee table. Sinking into the sofa felt heavenly. He reclined and closed his eyes for a brief moment. Realizing he hadn't eaten yet, he decided to quickly whip up a bowl of noodles. In the kitchen, he boiled water and prepared a bowl of egg noodles, retrieving some pickled vegetables from the fridge to accompany his meal. Soon enough, he devoured the entire bowl of noodles. Hunger made anything taste divine. After washing the bowl, he felt slightly less fatigued. His mind drifted to the day's lottery task. Yesterday, he had been busy all day, showering and washing his hands without any reward. It appeared that rumors could be misleading. Settling onto a stool in the living room, he thought, system, please be generous today. If I win, I could run for an hour and then come back. System lottery commencing. Instantly, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Congratulations. The host has won a beginner's car package. The package will be stored in the system warehouse, and you may open it upon completing the task. Wow. Li Luo leaped from his chair. Did I really win? I was just contemplating changing cars today, and now you reward me with a vehicle. The system opened the warehouse. Chapter 10, Neo ES6. Suddenly, a row of empty slots appeared before Li Luo, reminiscent of the mailboxes lined up in his neighborhood, albeit without lids. At the topmost slot, a dazzling golden box gleamed enticingly. Wow, is it really that extravagant? After regaining his composure, he prepared to unveil his prize. The system currently does not meet the unlocking conditions. Please complete the system task first. Oh, there's a task? Li Luo had momentarily forgotten in his excitement. Let me check the task. The system has triggered a challenge task. As the host, maintaining a healthy body is essential. Running for 1 hour is required to unlock the package. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had just expressed his intent to run for an hour. And now the challenge was laid before him. Before he could fully process it, a prompt brought him back to reality. Due to the host's previous promise, an additional hour has been added. Upon completing 2 hours of running, the package will be unlocked. Is this some kind of prank? I was merely speaking casually. Li Luo lamented, on the verge of tears. The system, embodying a man, reflects upon the words he has uttered, asserting that one must take responsibility for their actions and strive to be a person of integrity and honesty. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledges that having someone to supervise him provides greater motivation. Moreover, the car from the warehouse still hangs in anticipation. Gazing at the car gift package, Li Luo feels an irresistible urge within him. If he does not unveil it tonight, he doubts he will find peace in slumber. Resolutely, he springs into action, donning a summery sports outfit, seizing the keys, and closing the door behind him. Descending the stairs, he embarks on a jog around the community. Glancing at the time, it is 10:10 p.m., and he intends to run until 12:10 a.m. The late-night community is enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the sound of Li Luo's increasingly labored breaths accompanying his stride. As he continues to exert himself, his legs begin to tremble, his body gradually bending, and his speed diminishing. Gritting his teeth, he perseveres for a while longer until he collapses onto a stone bench, his face flushed and hot, gasping for breath. Checking his phone, he realizes he has only run for 20 minutes. This is somewhat expected, considering his prolonged lack of exercise. He is satisfied to have managed even that much. After a 5-minute respite, Li Luo drags his weary body to resume his run around the community, allowing himself brief rests whenever fatigue sets in. Finally, the clock strikes 12:30 a.m. In the last minute of his run, he collapses to the ground, inhaling deeply, utterly exhausted, as if his body has come apart at the seams. He anticipates that tomorrow he will surely be unable to summon a rideshare vehicle. Those who rarely exercise invariably suffer aches and pains upon sudden exertion. Once his heartbeat begins to stabilize, Li Luo rises from the ground, drenched in sweat, and makes his way back to the apartment. Upon returning home, he gathers a change of clothes and steps into the bathroom for a warm shower. After cleansing himself, he flops onto the bed, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. Li Luo experiences a serene emptiness, free from any worries. He reflects on the fact that his physical condition is woefully inadequate. Even the points he observed on the system panel seem to fall short of the norm. He calls out mentally, "System." The system is at your service, it replies. What is the value of this beginner's car package? The system advises the host to open the package for details. Ah, I see. Since it is a beginner's package, there will surely be intermediate and advanced ones in the future. System, please open the warehouse and inspect the beginner's package. Li Luo observes the package displaying a range of 100,000 to 500,000 Chinese yuan. If the beginner package caps at 500,000, then the intermediate must be at least 1,000,000, and the advanced could reach 5,000,000. Naturally, this is merely Li Luo's conjecture. The figures may well exceed his assumptions. However, he knows that one must tread the path step by step and savor each bite of food. It is far more pragmatic to focus on living well in the present. He hastily rises from the bed, wiping the sweat from his palms on the blanket. System, open the beginner car package. The system is unlocking the beginner car package. The vehicle is being secured. Please hold on. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Neo ES6 luxury model. Please bring your identification to any Neo 4S store in Jiangning to collect your vehicle. My word, I've struck gold. What incredible luck! Li Luo exclaims, springing from the bed in exhilaration. He had feared being assigned a vehicle worth merely over 100,000. But the system has generously bestowed upon him a car valued at nearly 400,000. In Li Luo's eyes, a car of this caliber is indeed a luxury. Considering that an average white-collar worker earns about 10,000 a month, totaling nearly 120,000 annually after various expenses, it would take at least 4 years to afford such a vehicle. In his previous life, after marriage, the household expenditures would have likely left him unable to purchase it for a lifetime. Furthermore, how many individuals earn above 10,000 nowadays? They are indeed a minority. With the lights off, he retires for the night, anticipating the promise of another beautiful day ahead. At 8 a.m., the curtains are abruptly drawn open. Li Luo prepares to stretch luxuriously, only to recoil in pain. He recalls the grueling hour of running he endured the previous night. The discomfort is all too real. Exiting his room, he proceeds to wash up in the bathroom. Afterward, he heads to the kitchen for a glass of cool water to cleanse his stomach. He decides against jogging today, as he has 2 significant tasks to accomplish. First, to pick up his car, and second, to sell the BYD at the second-hand market. Since he will no longer need it, it is more practical to exchange it for some cash. If this trend continues, his collection of cars will only grow. He could even gift some to the women in his life. Today, he opts out of breakfast, preferring to eat out, too fatigued to prepare anything. Upon stepping outside, he inhales deeply, feeling invigorated by the crisp morning air. Arriving at the nearby breakfast shop, he orders 1 bowl of porridge, 2 eggs, and a cup of soy milk. Please. Sure thing, handsome. Please find a seat. It will be right out, the proprietor replies warmly. Being an older neighborhood, this is the only breakfast establishment nearby, frequented by many elderly patrons, while the younger crowd is notably sparse, as late nights have become the norm for them. The proprietor soon brings his order. Here you go. Handsome. This porridge is freshly made, so it's a bit hot. Take your time. Understood. Thank you, Li Luo replies with a smile. After finishing his breakfast, he glances at the time, 9 a.m., and settles the bill. He then walks towards the parking area, intent on picking up his car, noting that the dealership might also accept trade-ins for second-hand vehicles. Checking the navigation, he finds that the nearest Neo 4S store is less than 20 minutes away. However, what was supposed to be a 20-minute journey stretches to half an hour due to morning traffic. Upon arriving at the designated location, he spots the Neo logo from a distance. He parks his car at the dealership and steps out to approach the 4S store. A lovely saleswoman at the entrance greets him warmly. Welcome to Neo 4S store. In any reputable establishment, employees undergo uniform training to ensure that no embarrassing moments arise. After all, this is merely a mid-range brand, and generally, one can afford it with a down payment and loan. Chapter 11. Automobile Sales and Yixian. The charming saleswoman approaches Li Luo. Are you here to look at cars? And Yixian observes the man before her, dressed simply and appearing rather ordinary. However, her professionalism compels her to extend basic courtesy. After all, who would strike someone without reason? I previously ordered a car. Could you assist me in checking the status? Li Luo hands over his identification. Upon learning that he has already placed an order, and Yixian loses interest, as the commission would not pertain to her. Nonetheless, she politely accepts his ID, recognizing that there are no other customers present, and guiding him through the process will not consume much time. She glances at the ID. So, your surname is Li? I shall address you as Mr. Li. Li Luo is indifferent to the formality. You may simply call me by my name. It is more polite to refer to you as Mr. Li. I am in Yixian. You may call me Xian as well. I will assist you at the front desk to check your order. Please follow me. With that, they proceed to the front desk. Nana, this Mr. Li says he has ordered a car here previously. Could you help check? The receptionist, named Nana, cast a glance at Li Luo before speaking. All right. Please hold on a moment while I check this for you. She reached out to take Li Luo's identification card and began to operate the computer. Mr. Li, I have found that you have ordered a fully equipped Neo ES6, which has been paid in full. May I ask if you are here to collect the vehicle today? Li Luo nodded in affirmation. Yes. May I inquire if there is a vehicle available? Indeed, there is. Please wait a moment while I inform the sales manager and arrange a vehicle handover ceremony for you. Would that be acceptable? Anya Xian, who stood nearby, expressed slight surprise. While there were many customers purchasing Neo vehicles, most typically opted for financing. She was aware that the fully equipped Neo ES6 was priced close to 400,000 Chinese yuan. Dressed so modestly, this man appeared quite unassuming. Li Luo had only seen vehicle handover ceremonies on Douyin before and thought they seemed rather prestigious. After all, this was his first car, and he felt it would be nice to partake in the ceremony, if only for the novelty of the experience. With this thought in mind, he smiled at the young woman. That sounds good. Then, Xian, please escort Mr. Li to the lounge area to wait. I have already contacted the sales manager, and he will soon prepare for the handover ceremony. Additionally, Mr. Li, please keep your identification card safe. As Li Luo accepted his ID, Anya Xian softly said, Mr. Li, please follow me. Let us go and relax for a bit. No need. I have some matters to attend to. I will come directly for the handover later. Li Luo paused before asking, Xian, do you happen to know if there is a place nearby that buys secondhand cars? I need to sell the one I parked outside. Anya Xian, having seen Li Luo's BYD at the entrance, thought for a moment and replied, our dealership collaborates with a secondhand car trading market. If you require assistance, I can help you get in touch with them. It would be quite convenient. As for the buyback price, it should not differ significantly from the market rate. If you find it agreeable, I can arrange for them to come and inspect your vehicle, which would save you some hassle. Li Luo considered this, realizing it would indeed be a bother to run around. Please assist me with that. It would be easier than searching on my own. Li Luo was not knowledgeable about the intricacies of the secondhand car market, only aware of its complexities. As long as the price was not excessively different, he would not mind even if it were a few thousand yuan cheaper than elsewhere. His main concern was convenience. The car he intended to sell was a secondhand vehicle he had purchased for 80,000 yuan 3 years prior. Mr. Li, please follow me to the lounge for a moment while I consult them for you. Once seated in the lounge, Anya Xian inquired, Mr. Li, would you prefer a beverage or mineral water? Just mineral water, please. Thank you. Not a problem. Please wait a moment. Li Luo noticed that Anya Xian was indeed commendable. He understood that she earned commissions through car sales, and since his vehicle was a system product, it had no bearing on her. Yet, she remained diligent and attentive. Li Luo decided that once he sold the secondhand car, he would give her a little something for her efforts. He couldn't let her work for nothing. After a brief interval, Li Luo received the mineral water, and Anya Xian cheerfully remarked, Mr. Li, please sit tight while I go arrange the sale of your vehicle. There are fruits and dried snacks on the coffee table. Feel free to help yourself. Thank you, I appreciate it. No problem, Mr. Li. Please take a moment to relax. With that, Anya Xian walked towards the main hall, presumably to assist Li Luo with the secondhand car arrangements. Watching her gradually recede, Li Luo noted that although she wore a uniform and her establishment was not as grand as Panxing US, her figure and features were still quite attractive. In his mind, she easily rated above an 80. Shaking off these thoughts, Li Luo casually picked up an apple from the coffee table and began to nibble on it while scrolling through Douyin on his phone. Approximately half an hour later, Anya Xian re-entered the room. Mr. Li, the person here to collect your vehicle has arrived. Li Luo stood and followed Anya Xian outside. Upon reaching the main hall, they encountered a middle-aged man, likely in his 40s, who stood upon seeing Li Luo approach. Hello, Mr. Li. My surname is Zhou. You may call me Old Zhou. As he extended his hand, Li Luo reciprocated the gesture, and they shared a brief handshake. Li Luo then sized up Boss Zhou, who appeared simple and honest. However, one shouldn't expect to gain an advantage from such individuals in business. After all, those who lack shrewdness often find themselves working for the astute. Boss Zhou, could you assess how much my vehicle outside could sell for? Haha, no need for such formality. We'll get to know each other as we go along. Old Zhou chuckled. Mr. Li, please unlock the car so I can start it and inspect the interior. Li Luo complied, unlocking the vehicle, and Boss Zhou proceeded to enter and examine it. After his inspection, he asked, would you like to take it for a test drive? No need. We can ascertain its condition just by looking. The two then engaged in a discussion regarding the price. Following some back-and-forth negotiation, along with Anya Xian's supportive remarks, they settled on a price of 25,000 yuan. Before departing, Boss Zhou chuckled wryly. Mr. Li, I barely made a profit from this purchase. Though you bought it only 3 years ago, the mileage is quite high. Let us just consider this a gesture of friendship. Remember me if you have any good vehicles in the future. Li Luo smiled and replied, of course, certainly. Well then, I shall take my leave. With that, he accepted the car keys from Li Luo. After Boss Zhou departed, Li Luo tidied up the various items he had removed from the car, discarding unnecessary things into the trash bin. Following their negotiation, Anya Xian proactively helped Li Luo retrieve the items from inside the vehicle. Once Li Luo had finished organizing, he glanced at Anya Xian. I truly appreciate your help this time. Mr. Li, you're too kind. It's fortunate that the shop isn't busy, and I haven't really done much to assist. There's no need for formalities. Should you wish to purchase any other vehicles in the future, including luxury models, feel free to reach out to me. I have friends in the car sales business who can recommend you. If you buy, I can earn a little commission. Anya Xian said playfully. All right, let us exchange contact information. I plan to buy a few more high-end vehicles soon. Sure, sounds good. Anya Xian casually mentioned this, not thinking much of it when he expressed an interest in purchasing more expensive cars. Though unsure if he was boasting, she felt that whether he bought or not, there was no loss on her part. It was merely a preliminary investment of her labor. She noted that Li Luo had just purchased a 400,000 yuan vehicle outright, which suggested he had some potential, prompting her offhand remark. Let me scan your QR code. That way, if you have any questions about using the vehicle, you can ask me anytime. All right. After adding each other on WeChat, Li Luo casually transferred 2,000 yuan to Anya Xian. After all, she had been quite helpful. and he intended to entrust her with the transfer of ownership. This would save him a great deal of trouble. Moreover, knowing that his vehicle was ordered through a system and that she would not receive a commission, Li Luo felt it was only fair to offer her something. Just as Anya Xian placed her phone into her pocket, it buzzed softly. Upon checking it, she appeared somewhat surprised. "Mr. Li, may I inquire as to the reason behind your monetary transfer? This is a token of appreciation for your diligent efforts. You have been tirelessly assisting me, saving me considerable trouble. Moreover, I will need your assistance for the transfer as well," and Yashuan replied courteously. "Thank you, Mr. Li. You can leave the subsequent matters to me," she added. Upon receiving the 2,000 yuan from Li Luo, and Yashuan felt a surge of joy, viewing it as an unexpected windfall. It appears that Mr. Li possesses commendable qualities in his dealings. "Mr. Li, let us first transport these items to the store. After the vehicle handover ceremony is completed, we shall proceed to load them into the car." She glanced at the bag in her hand, which contained several documents and a thin blanket. During a previous period, he had been occupied with work while dating Shenlin, taking on numerous orders outside. This blanket was a gift from Shenlin, who had expressed concern for his well-being during his busy outings. "It's quite unnecessary. There isn't much to carry. I can manage it," he replied, turning to Yashuan. "Shall we head back? The vehicle handover ceremony should be ready by now. Please hold on a moment, Mr. Li. I will inquire," she said, dashing back into the store. A minute later, and Yashuan returned. "Mr. Li, let us proceed. Our sales manager and other staff are already awaiting you." She led Li Luo towards the side of the 4S dealership. Upon arrival at the vehicle collection point, a middle-aged gentleman dressed in a well-tailored suit approached them. "Good day, Mr. Li. My surname is Hai. Thank you for choosing our Neo brand," he said. "Manager Hai, you are too kind. I appreciate your efforts in arranging such a grand occasion," Li Luo replied, noting the elaborate decorations of flowers, balloons, and ribbons that displayed a considerable effort on their part. "It is our duty. Your satisfaction is what matters most," Manager Hai responded. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Luo followed him to the vehicle handover center. In the spacious hall, a car draped in black cloth awaited. Li Luo recognized it as an SUV, though its color remained a mystery. Surrounding the vehicle were numerous decorative flowers and red balloons. And a sign displaying Li Luo's name along with a few congratulatory phrases stood prominently to one side. Other staff members chimed in. "Congratulations, Mr. Li, on acquiring your new vehicle." "Thank you," he replied as Manager Hai continued. "Mr. Li, please unveil the black cloth. Would you like us to take a photograph to commemorate the moment?" Li Luo nodded. "Yes, please." He handed over his phone, and after a gesture from Manager Hai, he pulled away the black cloth. Before him stood the SUV, resplendent in a star gray hue, exuding both elegance and power. Its signature double-dash headlights, along with the open lines at the rear, enhanced its visual grandeur. The vehicle radiated a singular impression, coolness. "Mr. Li," Manager Hai said, returning the phone. "The invoice and registration certificate are in the glove compartment. Since you made a full payment, we have also arranged the license plate as per your request. If it meets your approval, we can have it delivered to your home tomorrow. Just provide a contact number and address." Li Luo mused on the system's thoughtfulness. "That works. I will send the address to Yashuan shortly, as we have already exchanged contact information." Manager Hai chuckled. "Excellent. Should you consider purchasing another Neo vehicle in the future, we would be grateful for your patronage. And if any friends express interest in buying a car, do share our name." Li Luo smiled. "Of course." He then turned to Yashuan. "Once the vehicle transfer is finalized, please contact me for my identification." "Understood, Mr. Li," she replied. Li Luo addressed Manager Hai once more. "I shall take my leave now. Thank you all for your hard work." He opened the car door, settled inside, and placed the documents in the passenger seat. The vehicle, worth 400,000, offered a level of comfort far superior to his previous car, promising a more pleasant experience while driving for rideshare services. With thoughts of the day's accomplishments and the recent deposit of 25,000 Huaxia coins in mind, alongside the 2,000 sent to Yashuan, his balance now stood at 34,560 Huaxia coins. Quite satisfactory. Yet, he reminded himself that these were merely small sums, with future system upgrades. His life was only just beginning. Clearing his mind, Li Luo casually remarked, "System, display personal information. Name, Li Luo. Age, 27. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Appearance, 65. Fully automated. Strength, 8. Spirit, 7. Endurance, 7. Constitution, 9. Note. Normal standards for adults are 10. Values below May 5th increase the likelihood of health issues. Assets, 34. 560 Huaxia coins. Reputation, 20. 100 system upgrades. 0 completed today, 10 pending." After reviewing the information, he decided to indulge in some Chinese cuisine before returning home to register for the rideshare service. ready to commence work the following day. Parking near a fast food restaurant, he quickly grabbed a bite. Upon returning to his apartment, he parked in his designated space and set about finalizing the rideshare app, followed by a refreshing shower. Feeling somewhat weary despite the improvement from before, he recognized the importance of rest. Otherwise, he would suffer the next day. Chapter 13. The Aloof Sumingja. With these thoughts, Li Luo drifted into a light slumber. When he finally opened his eyes, it was nearly 7 in the evening. Noticing that darkness had begun to fall, he opted to stay indoors. He ordered a few stir-fried dishes, aware that constant noodle consumption lacked variety. In earlier times, he could have survived on noodles for a month without complaint, but now, with more than 30,000 in his pocket, he found himself less constrained. The system's impending upgrade would soon grant him a semblance of financial freedom. Half an hour later, the sound of knocking drew him from his reverie. It was the delivery. He rose to answer the door, gratefully accepting the food from the delivery person. "Thank you," he said. "You're welcome. Enjoy your meal." The delivery person replied before hastily departing for their next order. Once inside, Li Luo placed the food on the dining table. As he opened the containers, the delightful aroma wafted up, confirming the high ratings of the restaurant. He eagerly dug in, reclining comfortably with one foot propped on a chair, relishing the freedom of his current lifestyle. After finishing his meal, he rubbed his slightly distended belly and flopped onto the sofa, pulling out his phone to scroll through Douyin, which had become his greatest source of relaxation aside from driving for rideshare. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 9 o'clock. Time to wash up and head to bed, he thought. He resolved to continue driving the next morning, albeit at a slower pace if necessary, as the fresh morning air would surely be more invigorating than the evenings. With that, he moved to the sink to wash his face and brush his teeth before retreating to his room, falling into a deep, dreamless sleep. The following day, at precisely 7 a.m., Li Luo rose from his slumber to engage in his morning exercise. Upon arriving at the base of his apartment complex, he noted that while it was an apartment building, it had aged considerably, with the exterior walls showing signs of wear and tear. Li Luo had initially chosen to reside here due to the affordability of the rent, which, even so, amounted to a hefty 200 yuan per month. Indeed, housing in Jiangning was notoriously expensive. He aspired to accumulate 100 favorable reviews swiftly, so he could upgrade the system and purchase a home of his own. Panting heavily after a mere 10 minutes of running, Li Luo bent over, resting his hands on his thighs to catch his breath, his heart racing from the exertion. His gaze fell upon a stone bench ahead, and he sauntered over to sit, gasping for air as he allowed himself a moment to recover. After regaining his composure, he completed another 10 minutes of running. After jogging for half an hour around the complex, he took the opportunity to buy breakfast at the entrance before returning home. Following his meal, Li Luo took a refreshing shower and changed into a comfortable outfit before grabbing his keys and heading downstairs. Despite having just finished a run, he felt that his body was less sore compared to the previous day. He anticipated that in a few days, his body would fully adapt. As he looked at the brand new gray Neo parked below, its gleaming body exuding elegance and sophistication, he got into the car and drove out of the complex, ready to accept orders. After a few minutes of waiting without receiving any requests, he noted that the demand for ride-hailing in Jiangning seemed somewhat lackluster, despite the bustling nature of the area. Ding. To receive a luxury ride-hailing order, please proceed to Jinmao Mansion to pick up the passenger. Jinmao Mansion. Li Luo was familiar with this upscale community, where property prices could reach as high as 60,000 to 70,000 yuan per square meter, with even the smallest units costing around 7 to 8 million yuan. Li Luo occasionally browsed property prices in Jiangning, as he had intentions of buying a home there in the near future. After all, having wandered for so long, he believed he ought to settle down. Without the system, his life would likely have remained arduous. Concerned about the strong odor of a new car, which could compromise the passenger experience, Li Luo had thoughtfully purchased an air freshener on his way home the previous day. Today, the car was imbued with a subtle fragrance of jasmine, refreshing and pleasant, which brought him satisfaction. Upon arriving at Jinmao Mansion, Li Luo exited the vehicle and opened the back door. "Is this passenger 3264? Please, step inside." He beheld a woman clad in a polished and professional outfit. She appeared to be of a similar age to him, with a delicate oval face adorned with minimal makeup. Her lips painted a vibrant red, enhancing her luminous complexion. However, her expression was stern, projecting an aura of coldness that made Li Luo feel uneasy. Yet, he discerned a slight furrow in her brow, hinting at some underlying distress. Li Luo dreaded encountering such individuals, despite having offended her in no way. He feared that her pent-up frustration might unwittingly be directed at him. In the service industry, such encounters were particularly vexing. Thus, he harbored no hopes for a favorable review from this icy woman, merely wishing to expedite her journey to her destination. Throughout the drive, he refrained from speaking, apprehensive that a misplaced comment might ignite her ire. Su Mingjie had been plagued by company-related issues for several days, resulting in a string of sleepless nights. Recently, her company faced a crisis concerning its financial chain, leading to heated disputes among the shareholders. Two shareholders were even clamoring to withdraw their investments. After graduating from university, Su Mingjie had partnered with several like-minded seniors and juniors to establish this clothing company, with an initial registered capital of 5 million yuan. Originally, they had agreed to each contribute 1 million yuan. However, one senior withdrew midway, having been offered a job by his family. Consequently, only 4 remained, with the other 3 informing her that their families could only afford 1 million each. Faced with this predicament, she had to reach out to her family again. Although they supported her entrepreneurial ambitions, they lacked the additional funds required. Her family's financial situation was decent enough to raise the initial million, but the sudden need for an extra million was untenable. She vividly recalled her father quietly sitting in the hallway, smoking countless cigarettes to cope with the pressure, especially given that they had a younger brother in university and impending family obligations. Su Mingjie understood their burden all too well. Yet, she was resolute in her desire to succeed, painting a picture for her parents of a future with a grand home, luxury cars, and dedicated household help. Ultimately, her mother agreed to support her after Su Mingjie had persuaded them. Subsequently, her parents began to urge her to act more decisively, expressing concern over her perceived indecisiveness. That very day, they borrowed 500,000 yuan from friends and relatives and mortgaged their home to secure an additional loan of 500,000 yuan, miraculously gathering the required funds. This rapid turnaround astonished Su Mingjie. Her parents were genuinely fearful of poverty, and she felt a deep sense of gratitude. Chapter 14. Su Mingjie's Past. Armed with ambition and the hopes of her family, Su Mingjie set forth from her home, only to be met with the harsh realities of society, which left her feeling utterly inadequate. No longer did she dare boast before her parents. She resolved to return home and gently counsel them on the importance of being grounded and not aiming too high. In the ensuing years, she not only divorced her husband, but also witnessed her business spiral into chaos, with 2 shareholders now eager to withdraw their investments. One of those shareholders was her ex-husband, who had pursued her since their university days, culminating in their joint venture to establish the company. Their close working relationship had fostered a bond, and the care he had shown her had led her to accept his proposal. On one hand, she sought a supportive partner. On the other, she believed that the company's controlling stake would remain within their grasp. They promptly informed their families, though Su Mingjie's mother initially opposed the match, deeming him unworthy of marriage. Ultimately, after much persuasion on Su Mingjie's part, her mother relented, and the couple wed in the presence of both families. Little did she know that just over a year into their marriage, her husband would frequently concoct excuses, citing company matters as the reason for his late returns. Their roles were clearly defined, and she had no cause for suspicion. However, as time passed, he began coming home later and often inebriated. She naively inquired about his tardiness and drunkenness, to which he explained that he was working diligently to secure a significant contract, needing to entertain clients. His dedication had initially touched her, as she recalled the challenges they faced while building their business together. She felt fortunate to have married someone so committed. However, one fateful night, he returned home intoxicated, bearing a conspicuous lipstick mark on his neck. From that moment on, she sensed something was amiss. Although married, she was no fool. After all, she had pursued a degree in business administration. Otherwise, it would not be conceivable for her to aspire to embark on her own entrepreneurial journey and establish a successful career. Of course, that night, she was blissfully unaware of the underlying truths and even took the initiative to help him remove the lipstick stain. Subsequently, she continued her daily routine of commuting to the company, while her husband maintained that he was occupied with business affairs. In secrecy, she began her own investigation. As fate would have it, her diligence bore fruit, and she uncovered a clue. One day, while she was using the restroom, she overheard 2 employees engaged in gossip about the company. Their conversation soon veered towards her husband and another shareholder, the alluring Xiao Meyer. Employee A, have you heard? It seems that the business director Zhao Dong often goes out with the sales manager Xiao Meyer. They appear quite intimate, don't you think? Employee B, is that true? ISNT director Zhao married to our general manager Su Mingjie? Who told you this? Such matters should not be spoken of lightly. Employee A, I don't know who mentioned it. I merely overheard it at the office. Just think, if there were no whispers of truth, would rumors arise? Employee B, that is a valid point. Our general manager is such a stunning woman. What could Zhao Dong possibly be thinking? Employee A, what else could he think? Don't men always desire what they cannot have? There's a saying, the flowers at home cannot compete with the wildflowers. And as for manager Xiao, while she may not be as beautiful as our general manager, She certainly knows how to present herself. Her fashion sense is quite revealing. How can any man resist? Employee B. Indeed, I wouldn't dare to dress like that at home, let alone in public. Employee A. Let us not dwell on this. It's none of our business. If someone catches us gossiping, we want farewell. After their conversation, the two exited the restroom. Once they were out of earshot, Su Mingjie emerged from her hiding place. She was aware of Xiao Meyer's past flirtations with her husband during their university days. The allure of Zhao Dong, with his height of 6 feet and charming demeanor, had always captivated many, resembling a delicate little puppy, a so-called kept man. Zhao Dong had pursued Su Mingjie throughout university, which deterred Xiao Meyer from being overly persistent. After graduation, upon hearing of their plans to start a business, Xiao Meyer had eagerly joined their endeavor. At that time, Su Mingjie had not consented to a romantic relationship with Zhao Dong, so it was inconsequential who else joined the venture. Had they truly become involved? Su Mingjie would not jump to conclusions without tangible evidence. After all, seeing is believing, and she decided to approach the gossip with skepticism. Regarding Xiao Meyer's attire, she had privately advised her numerous times to maintain a professional image as part of the management team. After each discussion, Xiao Meyer would indeed tone down her appearance for a few days, but it never lasted long, and Su Mingjie grew weary of the effort. After all, Xiao Meyer was a shareholder. Excessive criticism could backfire. Thus, life continued in a semblance of stability for a week. One day, feeling unwell, she left work early. After taking some medication and resting, she felt slightly better, but suddenly remembered an important document she needed to submit to a partner. After searching her home in vain, she realized she might have left it at the office and hurried back. Upon entering the darkened office, she noticed a faint light in the sales manager's office. Thinking it was merely a forgotten light, she intended to collect her document and turn it off afterward. As she approached the door to Xiao Meyer's office, she heard faint voices within. Straining to listen, she was struck by the unmistakable sounds of heavy breathing. The realization hit her like a thunderbolt. How am I? Not bad, right? So what about your Su Mingjie? Doesn't she satisfy you? She is always so cold, and I want it. But she doesn't give me anything, no emotional value at all. She even says my pet is too small. It drives me mad. Well, she isn't wrong. It is indeed small. Can't you be more tactful? Forget her. Are you coming or not? If not, I'm leaving. Come on, why not? Let me rest for a few minutes. Then I'll make you cry. Su Mingjie, in a daze, slowly returned home after hearing the recorded conversation on her phone. Although she had long harbored suspicions about Zhao Dong, confronting the truth was an entirely different matter. After graduating, she had devoted herself entirely to the company. She wasn't as cold as Zhao Dong claimed. She was merely focused on the early stages of their business development. Furthermore, Zhao Dong often dismissed her concerns about having a child, insisting that after the fact, a pill would suffice. Su Mingjie was no fool. She knew such things couldn't be taken lightly. A couple of times might be harmless, but overindulgence could lead to serious health issues. Since then, she had developed a strong aversion to the situation. Chapter 15. Su Mingjie's Dilemma at 11 o'clock at night, when Zhao Dong returned. Su Mingjie said nothing and immediately pulled out her phone to play the recording. Zhao Dong paused for a moment in silence. Since you've discovered everything, there is nothing more for me to say. What do you want to do? Su Mingjie replied with an impassive expression, nothing much. I don't want to make a scene. I know how to maintain our dignity. Let us just divorce amicably so we can both retain some semblance of respect. Fine. Contact me when you're ready to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. With that, Zhao Dong grabbed his belongings and left. The next day, while video chatting with her parents, Su Mingjie broached the subject of her divorce. Her father, Su Dongjian, said little, but she could clearly see the displeasure etched on his face. Her mother, Wang Guifeng, scolded her for a long time, expressing her disapproval of her marriage to Zhao Dong from the start, deeming him unreliable. As the conversation progressed, Wang Guifeng's tone softened, advising her to think carefully. After comforting her mother, Su Mingjie ended the call and later went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize her divorce with Zhao Dong. To her astonishment, immediately after their divorce, Zhao Dong began openly dating Xiao Meyer at the company, and of course, she had no right to voice any objections. Su Mingjie had initially held a combined 60 stake with Zhao Dong, but now, without him, she possessed only 40. While 40 was still substantial, Zhao Dong and Xiao Meyer together also held 40, and they frequently interfered with her decisions. Recently, she found herself exhausted as they consistently opposed her proposals. Having seemingly secured some incentive from another shareholder, she could only blame herself for rushing into the business venture and, given their shared alumni status, for hastily drafting the contracts without due diligence. Additionally, a recent order placed with a partner had been accompanied by a signed contract, but when the payment was made, the goods had yet to arrive. Previously, they had always ordered from Zhao Dong's connections, and delivery was consistently punctual. However, it had always been Zhao Dong who was in charge. Now, With this sudden turn of events, she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something amiss. Later, Su Mingjie sought legal counsel to file a lawsuit against them, but they evaded responsibility, claiming there had been some recent issues and assuring her that the goods would arrive soon, only to disappear without a trace. They were a small company to begin with a fragile financial backbone. This predicament threatened their very existence. Moreover, the other 3 shareholders had recently shown a blatant disregard for the company's welfare, leaving her to shoulder all the burdens alone. She felt utterly exhausted. Just the day before, she had called her father to discuss the matter, specifically urging him not to mention it to her mother, knowing full well her mother's temper would flare at the slightest provocation. Her father's suggestion was for her to sell her shares and return home to find a stable job. At that moment, Su Mingjie was indeed tempted and even convened a shareholders' meeting to broach the subject. However, their repulsiveness knew no bounds. They offered her a mere 1 million Huaxia dollars for her shares. Alternatively, they suggested she could buy them out for the same paltry sum. Su Mingjie was acutely aware that Zhao Dong was privy to her financial situation, evidently colluding with the others, knowing she lacked the necessary funds to counter their offer. Over the past few years, she had come to terms with the harsh realities of life. Alumni connections meant little once one entered the workforce. Everything revolved around self-interest. She had previously conversed with another senior shareholder, only to find that he wanted her to spend a month with him before he would consider supporting her. The very thought left her feeling repulsed, and without a second thought, she turned on her heel and walked away. Reflecting on the past few years, she realized that not only had she failed to make any profit, but she had also poured her entire salary into the venture. She felt an overwhelming sense of shame in front of her parents, compounded by the looming bank loans and debts owed to family and friends. Last night, she contemplated for a long time before finally deciding to reach out to her affluent alumni, hoping to find someone who could assist her in navigating this dire situation. However, upon hearing her request for a loan, they responded with vague allusions. A few inquired about the amount she needed, but upon learning it was in the hundreds of thousands, they neither agreed nor outright refused. Instead, they obliquely suggested she spend some time with them for a few days. She was no naive girl. She understood the implications. Yet, she also recognized the reality. Why should anyone lend her money? Ultimately, this society was unyielding. To gain something, one must be willing to give something in return. Despite her anger, she declared that she would sever ties with them. Their only response was a derisive laugh. "Su School Bell, do you think this is still school? Do you not comprehend the ways of the world? We have been out of school for years. Do you need me to enlighten you on social experiences?" With that, they hung up the phone. Indeed, it had been years since graduation. She had divorced Zhao Dong over a year ago, and even her former husband had changed. What could she expect from those distant alumni? After addressing some company matters, Su Mingjie returned home, her body weighed down by fatigue. Previously, she had been leasing a vehicle worth over 200,000, but due to financial strain, she had opted not to renew the lease. During this time, she had been taking public transport to work, but today she had woken up late and had no choice but to take a taxi. Oddly enough, the taxi app showed her as waiting, so she had to resort to a ride-hailing service. She was running low on cash. She was acutely aware that if the company did not resolve its issues by next month, they would be unable to pay employee salaries. As the major shareholder, she would bear the brunt of the blame, and the other 3 shareholders would undoubtedly exert pressure on her, leaving her with little choice but to acquiesce. Contemplating this, tears of grievance began to flow unbidden from the corners of her eyes. Meanwhile, Li Luo, who had been driving quietly, noticed her silence since she entered the car. He occasionally glanced at her through the rearview mirror and observed her fluctuating expression. Now, as tears streamed down her face, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Why on earth is she crying? He thought, reaching for a tissue and handing it to her. "Here, miss, take this. Don't cry. Everyone has their struggles. Sometimes, letting it out can bring a sense of relief. But life must go on. Tomorrow is a brand new day." Though Li Luo was unaware of the specifics of her distress, he surmised it likely stemmed from matters of marriage, family, or work. Su Mingjie took the tissue gratefully. "Thank you, driver. I apologize for my outburst. I just recalled some sad events, and I must have made you uncomfortable. It's nothing. Everyone encounters difficulties. Life presents challenges that can be surmounted. It often involves letting go of certain things. I hope your future shines brightly," he replied. Su Mingjie managed to smile at his words. "Thank you, driver. Hearing that makes me feel much better. I didn't expect you to be so insightful." "Well, it's not really about insight. It's just the way things are. You envy others, while others envy you. We're all in the same boat." Just then, Su Mingjie was about to respond when her phone displayed an incoming call from her mother, Wang Guifang. After a moment's hesitation, she answered. Before she could utter a word, her mother's voice came through. "Xiao Jie, I heard your company is in trouble." Su Mingjie's tone turned icy. "Who told you that? That is not important. Just tell me, is it true?" Su Mingjie found herself at a loss for words. She had reached a point of desperation and knew she couldn't keep it hidden for much longer. With a hint of sadness, she admitted, "Yes, Mom. I was foolish and fell victim to their deception. I'm so sorry. I've let you and Dad down." Already feeling miserable, she could no longer contain her sorrow in front of her family and began to weep. Wang Guifang had initially intended to reprimand her daughter, but upon hearing her cry so heartbreakingly, the words died in her throat. After all, she was her own flesh and blood. Since her daughter divorced that scoundrel, she had been living alone in an unfamiliar city. Certainly not an easy feat. In a few days, your brother will be on break. We'll come over to stay with you for a few days and take care of you. Chapter 16. Helping Su Mingjie through her difficulties. I encountered that Zhao family member on the street today. They were being quite sarcastic, saying, "Your daughter's company is in trouble. Those ingrates." During your wedding, the Zhao family claimed they would invest money, leaving us to cover the wedding expenses. Not to mention the betrothal gifts. I warned you back then that that scoundrel was no good. Today, I was so furious I nearly lost my mind. I wanted to throw something at her to rid myself of the bad luck. How infuriating. Mom, could you please stop? All right, I won't say anything more. Just recover what you can from them. As for the rest of the debts, we'll figure it out as a family. It's not the end of the world. We can always work a few more years. Hearing her mother speak this way only deepened Su Mingjie's sorrow. Her father had injured his back due to hard labor in his youth, and now he suffered greatly whenever it rained. Her mother also had mobility issues. Mom, don't worry. I'll find a way to manage this. You don't need to concern yourself. Okay, regardless, life must go on. Please don't do anything reckless. In a few days, I'll come with your father and brother to see you. Your brother has been saying he hasn't seen you in ages and wants to visit. All right, Mom. With that, Su Mingjie ended the call. Suddenly struck by an idea, she sent her father 500 yuan. Note, Dad, Happy Father's Day. May you enjoy good health. With that, Su Mingjie finally set down her phone, her spirits lifting. No matter her circumstances, her parents would always serve as a refuge for their children. Buzz. Su Mingjie glanced at her phone. It was a message from her father. Su Dongjian, I received your kind intentions. I will return the money. Make sure to eat and drink well over there. If you run short, just tell your dad. In a few days, I'll come over with your mother and your younger brother to stay with you for a few days and take care of you. And don't hold a grudge against your mother. She has a sharp tongue but a tender heart. She has always been worried about you, constantly mentioning that she wants to visit you. After reading the message, Su Mingjie replied, Dad, I understand. I don't blame Mom. It's my own shortcomings. All right. I won't dwell on it. I still have work to do. Take care over there, and when we come, we can have a good chat. Okay, Dad. You take care. Li Luo, who had been listening intently, grasped the situation. It seemed there were issues at the company, and her mother had mentioned something about a kept man in a wedding. It appeared there was a plan to marry this kept man, but her parents disapproved. Li Luo thought there was nothing wrong with liking a kept man. Just like men, they would always be fond of 18-year-old girls. As long as one held the reins, things would be manageable. Of course, if one found themselves completely ensnared by someone else, it was their own fault. She was a living example of that. However, she vaguely heard something about needing money to start a company, and suddenly, the dowry was gone. It must be a small business. If one had the funds to start a company, how much could the dowry possibly amount to? Su Mingjie had just finished wiping her tears and was now touching up her makeup in front of the mirror. After all, she was heading to the office soon, and maintaining a good image in front of employees was crucial. Li Luo pondered for a moment. Is your company facing issues? Su Mingjie looked slightly confused. How do you know I own a company? You were just speaking loudly on the phone with your mother. I'm not deaf. Didn't you mention being betrayed by your partner? Initially, Su Mingjie had no intention of discussing her company, but this mentor seemed quite amiable. Moreover, she might not even be at this company much longer, so there was little harm in sharing. Realizing this, she conceded, yes. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I'm about to be kicked out of the company. Li Luo was taken aback. Is it really that serious? From the tone I heard on the phone, you must be one of the founders of the company, right? If you're a founder, you should have shares. Haven't you consulted a lawyer? Su Mingjie fell silent for a moment before responding, You don't understand. We graduated together and established this company with the hope of making it strong and successful, without any ulterior motives. Who knew it would turn out like this in the real world? Li Luo understood. Society was a melting pot, and everyone who entered would inevitably be stained by its colors, to varying degrees. He could only smile and offer consolation. In this society, it's all about interests. Even brothers keep accounts clear. As the saying goes, don't be fooled by the closeness of siblings, try borrowing money from them. And you'll find that help in times of need is scarce, while those who add fuel to the fire are plentiful. After her parents learned of this situation, Su Mingjie felt entirely at ease. Hearing this, she playfully remarked, I've learned a lot from you, master. Your words are worth 10 years of study. After a brief pause, she continued, I've made up my mind. I'll sell my shares, return to my hometown, find a good job, and peacefully work. Spending time with my parents on my days off would be quite nice. Returning to your hometown? Li Luo inquired, somewhat puzzled. Are you planning to sell the house in Jinmafu? Jinmafu? Su Mingjie shot him an incredulous look. How could I afford a house there? I'm renting. Li Luo gazed at her in surprise. Renting such a nice place while claiming to be broke? Su Mingjie felt a bit embarrassed as she explained. That apartment was rented as a marital home when I married my ex-husband. Even though I'm starting a company, I couldn't be too frugal when getting married. Could I? However, the lease is about to expire. There's only a month left. Ex-husband? Is he the kept man your mother just berated? Li Luo asked, puzzled. Yes. My mother was against our marriage from the start. Now that we're divorced, she says I didn't listen to her and insisted on going my own way. From what you imply, your husband also invested money into starting a business and partnered with you. Yes, we divorced due to conflicts that arose later. It's unnecessary to delve into family matters, especially in front of outsiders. Su Mingjie primarily saw this mentor as a decent person. She merely wanted someone to vent to share her frustrations. Most of what she shared pertained to her company. Since she was about to leave the company, it didn't matter much. Why discuss her family matters with an outsider? Li Luo nodded in understanding before curiously asking, what does your company focus on? Fashion, Su Mingjie replied. Why? How is the annual revenue? It's decent. Our company primarily deals in mid-range brands, focusing on volume, so the profits are acceptable. I see. Li Luo had initially planned to keep the conversation light. This small company likely wouldn't yield much profit, perhaps even less than what he earned driving a rideshare. Upon hearing she was married before, he had dismissed any notions he had. Now, suddenly learning that she was divorced and single again stirred up his thoughts. On one hand, this small company wouldn't cost much. Additionally, he was not in dire need of money. However, a woman like Su Mingjie, who was not only beautiful but also nurturing, was a rare find. Noticing his sudden silence, Su Mingjie didn't dwell on it. They had discussed quite a bit already, and while she planned to sell her shares, she still hoped for other opportunities. Chapter 17, Jianhua Building. Li Luo decided to get straight to the point. How much does your company need? Huh, master, why are you asking that? I'm considering investing in your company, hoping to make some pocket money. Don't look down on my ride-sharing job. Just to be clear, I'm only investing. I won't interfere. Just send me my dividends each year. Su Mingjie hadn't expected this casual conversation would lead to her mentor offering to invest in her company. Were wealthy people now this low-key? Or was he merely toying with her? After pondering, she replied, I need 1,500,000 to buy out their shares. She believed that once the partner realized the company was under her control, they wouldn't dare to delay further. After all, when a small factory faced such issues, word would spread, and other small companies would be wary of getting involved. However, once she received the goods, she would definitely change partners. 2 million Huaxia dollars, then. This price was already her bottom line. The 1,500,000 was for the shares she was acquiring, leaving an additional 500,000 as a reserve. Li Luo initially thought the amount would be substantial. Indeed, the company was quite small. Noticing Su Mingjie's silence, he quickly clarified, that's the lowest I can go. As the 1,500,000 is for the shares I'm helping you acquire, and the remaining 500,000 is kept as a backup. Su Mingjie snapped back to reality. Certainly, I shall invest 2 million. Noticing her silence, Li Luo cast a glance in her direction. Hey, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Nothing at all, Su Mingjie replied, still somewhat bewildered, primarily due to the unexpected delight. She had intended to return to Hong City. But little did she anticipate that this master not only offered her solace, but also extended a helping hand to navigate her current predicament. She suddenly realized how commendable this man was, and, as such thoughts coursed through her mind, a blush crept upon her face, enhancing her charm in concert with her exquisite features. As long as that is settled, add me to your contacts. Send me your bank details, and I will transfer the funds next week. My money is still tied up in the stock market and won't be available until then. Upon hearing that the funds wouldn't be available today, Su Mingjie immediately regained her composure. Setting aside whether this master truly possessed 2 million, even if he did, it could merely be a spur-of-the-moment decision. After some reflection, she felt reluctant to dismiss the offer. After all, what could one not do with 2 million? Master, you are not jesting, are you? Do you think I am trying to deceive you? I assure you, I am not like other men who fall for women's tricks. Moreover, I lack the leisure to engage in such frivolities. Rest assured, when I promise you 2 million, you shall receive it. So, will you add me or not? Yes, yes. Master, I will scan your code, she said, taking out her phone to add Li Luo's contact information. No need to keep calling me master. Just call me Li Luo. I should be around your age. Then I shall call you Li Luo. I am Su Mingjie. It would be disingenuous to say she wasn't touched. After all, should she leave the company, she would be forced to tread the path of labor to repay her debts. Although she still had 100,000 in shares, that money was sacrosanct, reserved for her brother's future marriage and home. The thought of failing in another investment was daunting, and she was hesitant to try again. Su Mingjie hesitated before asking, "Li Luo, why are you helping me?" She found it hard to believe that a stranger, just moments ago, would assist her without ulterior motives. Years in society had not made her naive. Li Luo saw no reason to conceal his intentions. "Actually, I find you quite intriguing." Hearing him express interest in her made Su Mingjie feel that this investment bore some semblance of credibility. After all, such fortuitous circumstances seemed too good to be true otherwise. Feeling somewhat awkward, she responded, "But I am already married. Aren't you divorced? I have no interest in married women. Furthermore, you need not worry. I won't use this investment to coerce you. My feelings stem partly from sympathy, but predominantly from genuine interest. After all, it would be self-deception to claim I have no thoughts on the matter." Su Mingjie felt a surge of joy upon hearing that he would not leverage the investment against her. Despite Li Luo's bluntness, she appreciated his straightforwardness. At least he spoke candidly without any pretense, acknowledging that they were both adults. This was certainly a breath of fresh air compared to her former peers, who had been far more demanding. "You need not respond immediately. Take your time to ponder. I am unlikely to marry, but I assure you, should you choose to accompany me, financial concerns will be the least of your worries. I am not a man who abandons his commitments. I have no intention of letting my partner go unless she chooses to leave. However, I must insist that if you decide to be with me, you must maintain distance from other men. That is non-negotiable." Su Mingjie cast a complex glance at Li Luo. "Very well, I shall consider it carefully. No rush. I will transfer the money next week, or we can meet, and I will give it to you in person. A week should suffice for your contemplation. We have arrived at Jianhua Building. You may proceed to work, and do remember to leave a 5-star review." "Oh, all right. I shall take my leave." Watching Li Luo's car recede into the distance, Su Mingjie felt as if she were in a dream. Were it not for the contact details on her phone, she might have believed it a mere daydream. The dilemma that had plagued her for so long, was it truly resolved? Had she merely hailed a ride and encountered a wealthy benefactor? Were the affluent of today so devalued that they resorted to driving for ride-sharing services, perhaps to experience life from a different perspective? She remained uncertain about Li Luo's true financial status, only aware that the wealthy often preferred to remain understated. For instance, one might see someone in oversized shorts and flip-flops, yet they could be the owner of 2 buildings. At the very least, she felt elated. A pressing concern that had weighed heavily on her mind was alleviated. As for whether to accept his proposal of companionship, she had a week to deliberate. Moreover, having a financially stable man to lean on did not seem like a bad prospect. After all, he appeared to be younger than her, albeit somewhat ordinary in appearance. Lost in her thoughts, she was jolted back to reality. "Hey, what is the general manager doing at the bottom of the building, still in a daze?" Upon hearing this, Su Mingjie immediately recognized the voice and turned to assess the speaker. Dressed in a trendy off-shoulder top that displayed her appealing collarbone and navel, paired with exceedingly short shorts, it could only be Xiao Meyer. Su Mingjie chose not to engage and turned towards the elevator. Observing Su Mingjie's haughty demeanor, Xiao Meyer felt a surge of indignation. Since university, Su Mingjie had overshadowed her. Now, in the business realm, she continued to do so. Yet, what did it matter? She had not only secured Su Mingjie's husband, but in a few days, Su Mingjie would be leaving the company. With a sardonic tone, Xiao Meyer remarked, "General Manager, your arrogance is quite impressive. I wonder how long you can maintain it." Hearing this, Su Mingjie halted. "Xiao Meyer, do not be so smug. The victor is yet to be determined. We shall see." With that, she stepped into the elevator, and as the doors closed, Xiao Meyer muttered under her breath, "Still putting on a brave face, but you'll have your moment of sorrow." She too pressed the elevator button. Ding. "Your construction bank account 7320 has received a deposit of 3,710 Huaxia coins at 10:15. The available balance is 38,184 Huaxia coins." Chapter 18. Jixia is heading to the library. The mobile notification revealed a recent order worth 53 yuan, significantly more lucrative than typical fares. Indeed, with higher rates, the earnings accumulate swiftly. Last night, she had spent 86 yuan on takeout and hardly felt it mattered. Nevertheless, monetary concerns were secondary. Her immediate priority was to accumulate positive reviews. "Buzz, Jixia, Li Luo, could you pick me up at 9 a.m. tomorrow at Finance University? I'm going to the library with some classmates. Is that convenient for you?" Upon seeing the message, Li Luo recalled Jixia, the girl whose review had activated the system. He promptly replied with a voice message, "No problem, I shall arrive punctually." "Great, Li Luo." Li Luo felt a wave of gratitude towards this student. After all, it was her favorable review that had summoned the system to him. Had the review come later, it might have benefited another fortunate soul. He resolved to repay this young lady in due course. Setting his phone down, he glanced at the incoming orders and proceeded towards the destination. After completing several rides, Li Luo decided to finish this order before stopping for a meal. As his stomach had begun to protest, opening the rear door with a smile, he said, "Please drive safely. Have a safe journey. If you're satisfied, do leave a 5-star review." After bidding farewell to this passenger, Li Luo found a suitable spot to park his vehicle, noticing a rustic eatery across the street. He thought it would be a fine place to dine. 40 minutes later, he paid via QR code and departed. Returning to his car, he resumed accepting orders. Time flies swiftly. Li Luo had just dropped off a customer. Upon returning to his vehicle, he glanced at the time. It was already 8:16 p.m., marking the end of the day. 20 minutes later, he parked in the designated space downstairs. Once home, Li Luo ordered takeout before heading for a shower. After finishing his bath, the takeout arrived, and after consuming it, he brushed his teeth at the sink. Lying on his bed, he reflected on the day's earnings. His balance had reached 42,548 Huaxia coins, a profit of over 10,000 for the day. The system promptly announced the current count of positive reviews. System, positive reviews 33,100. 13 completed today, 10 available for lottery. It appeared that most customers had left favorable reviews, and Li Luo recognized that his service attitude greatly influenced this outcome. Since acquiring the system, he had treated passengers with an unparalleled level of care, even more so than he would for his own mother, despite not having one. The system initiated a lottery. System lottery commencing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a basic property, which has been added to the system warehouse. It can be accessed upon completion of a task. Li Luo was taken aback. Had he really won property? Though it was just basic, it should suffice for his future partner. The system opened the warehouse, revealing a shimmering golden box. He checked the task. As the system owner, the host should maintain a good image. Please take care to present yourself well. It seemed he would need to find some time to groom himself properly. Turning off the lights, he retired for the night, anticipating a new day ahead. At 8 a.m. the following morning, the alarm rang punctually. Li Luo rubbed his bleary eyes and scrolled through Douyin for a few minutes until he felt fully awake. He then rose to wash his face and brush his teeth. Afterward, he donned his sportswear and descended to run for half an hour, returning for a shower before slipping into casual attire. At 9 a.m., he needed to hurry to the finance university to pick up Ji Xia and her classmate for a trip to the library. Glancing at the clock, which read 8:40, he hurriedly drove to the community entrance to grab 2 steamed buns to quell his hunger before racing toward the university. At the entrance of the finance university, he found himself impatiently waiting. Why aren't they here yet? It's already 9:06. Does Ji Xia's chosen driver have no sense of time? Standing beside Ji Xia were 2 beautiful girls. One, with light makeup and delicate features, donned a JK uniform, her transparent stockings accentuating her long, fair legs. The other, dressed in sporty attire with her long hair tied in a high ponytail and clad in white sneakers, exuded vitality. The girl in sportswear was Ding Mengting, the same one who had accompanied Ji Xia previously, while the girl in the JK uniform was Ling Jing. Ji Xia today opted for a more casual look, mirroring Li Luo's relaxed style. Ding Mengting had been complaining to Ji Xia about the wait, while Ling Jing remained quietly poised, embodying her name. Since it was a holiday and they shared a dormitory, they had previously decided to venture out together to purchase some books and enjoy a bit of shopping. We don't have much on our agenda today, just a quick trip to the library and then a visit to that place you've been longing to go, Deji. It won't take long, and I just messaged him. He said he'd arrive shortly after one traffic light. Ji Xia reassured her. And you, Ding Mengting, why are you so eager to go to Deji? Is it a place we can afford as college students? Ji Xia retorted. If we can't afford it, can't we at least window shop? I'm just worried you might see something you like, but can't buy, Ding Mengting countered. Ji Xia, uninterested, glanced at the time, hoping they would arrive soon. Li Luo felt somewhat embarrassed. He had initially promised to arrive by 9. Now it was already 9:10, and he resolved to wake up earlier next time. Having just passed the traffic light, he spotted 3 girls waiting at the school entrance. As he approached, he noticed that, apart from Ji Xia, the other 2 beauties were strikingly attractive. One of them was the pretty girl he recognized from the previous ride with Ji Xia, while the other was a new face. He quickly parked beside them. Ji Xia, upon seeing the new car, couldn't help but admire it, thinking the starry gray color was quite fashionable and elegant. After all, it was the university entrance. Perhaps it was also meant for picking someone up. Recognizing Li Luo's vehicle, she paid no further mind until he rolled down the window and called out, Ji Xia, get in along with your 2 beautiful friends. Ji Xia froze, wondering if Li Luo had changed cars. The 3 girls entered one by one, the air conditioning inside the vehicle reviving them instantly. Ding Mengting complained, Uncle, why were you so late? Don't you know time is precious? Li Luo felt a bit awkward, apologizing, I'm truly sorry. It's my first time picking you up, and I miscalculated the time. I won't make the same mistake again. Let today be on me, no charge. Really? Thank you, Uncle. Ding Mingting's demeanor softened upon hearing there would be no charge. Uncle, did you get a new car? It's much more comfortable than the last one, she remarked, surveying the luxurious interior. Yes, I saved up a bit and decided to upgrade. I sold the old one. Li Luo explained. Oh, I see. So, you all are heading to the library, right? Yes, uncle, they replied in unison. Li Luo, slightly frustrated, interjected. Could you refrain from calling me uncle? I'm only 27. 27 isn't that young. Our oldest is just 19. If we don't call you uncle, what should we call you? Ding Mingting teased. Call me Li Luo. Uncle just doesn't sound right, he insisted. All right, Mingting. Tone it down a bit and let Li Luo focus on driving. Jixia interjected, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Got it. By the way, what are we having for lunch? I'm craving hot pot. It's been ages since I last had it. Watching the lively chatter in the back seat, Li Luo couldn't help but think how university life was indeed a nurturing experience, explaining the common notion of supporting college students. He opened the navigation app, noting that the nearest library was close to Daiji, where he had been previously. Jixia, is the library near Daiji acceptable? Yes. That's exactly where we plan to go. With that, Li Luo drove towards their destination without further ado. After a brief conversation among the three girls, Jixia asked, Li Luo, this car feels quite nice. It's much more comfortable than your previous one. Li Luo smiled. Of course, this is an SUV with ample space. Unlike the previous compact sedan. Moreover, the price difference is significant. Curious, Jixia inquired, how much does this car cost? It's around 400,000, he replied. Jixia gasped, having initially thought it was only about 200,000. Ding Mingting interjected, Uncle, your car costs 400,000. Yes, it's approximately 399,000, Li Luo clarified. Ding Mingting was left speechless. That has quite a difference. I do need to drive for many days as a ride-hailing driver to earn that much. Uncle, I suspect you're showing off, but I have no proof. Li Luo chuckled and shook his head. In this era of advanced technology, a simple inquiry on Baidu would suffice to ascertain whether I am merely boasting. Indeed. Let me check and simultaneously review the online evaluations of this vehicle. 2 minutes later, I discovered that the gentleman is quite genuine. He has not deceived me. The online appraisals are also fairly commendable. You see, I have never been one to deceive. I plan to purchase 2 sports cars next week. And I shall take you for a ride, my dear. Li Luo felt a slight sense of pride, tainted by a hint of vanity. Even Ling Jing, who had been relatively quiet, chimed in, is the gentleman really buying sports cars next week? Yes, next week I intend to acquire a Ferrari and a Lamborghini. I have already decided on the models, a Ferrari SF90 and a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. Supercars are every man's dream, and Li Luo is no exception. Given his current trajectory, it won't be long before the system upgrades, and with a fortune of 100 million at his disposal, purchasing 2 cars would be quite reasonable. As for the details of the purchase, I shall inquire with Yashuan later. Didn't she mention knowing someone who sells luxury cars? Ding Mingting scoffed at this. Dear sir, it is time to wake up from your dream. While I may not know the prices of those 2 vehicles, I am certainly aware of the brands, Ferrari and Lamborghini. Furthermore, we are not children who would be swayed by flattery after being deceived. If you don't believe it, then so be it. Ling Jing, however, had a different perspective. If this man could afford those cars, it would indicate he is financially stable and might be of assistance to her. She remarked with a hint of significance. Are you really buying them next week? Would you take me for a ride? Ling Jing, do you genuinely believe he can afford them? Ding Mingting looked at her roommate with a bemused expression. If he could afford them, wouldn't he be driving a ride-sharing vehicle? Is he simply bored with too much money? Coughing lightly, Jixia interjected softly. Ding Mingting, please mind your words. What are you afraid of? Sir, please do not pretend to impress Ling Jing. She is still quite innocent. Upon hearing this, Ling Jing sweetly introduced herself. Hello, my name is Ling Jing. At that moment, a soft and melodious voice resonated, undeniably sweet, validating Ding Mingting's earlier description of her as naive. Hello, I am Li Luo. You may simply call me by my name. Li Luo cast a glance at Ding Mingting and commented, look at your classmate. Not only is she beautiful, but her voice is also delightful. Now, take a look at yourself. With a haughty scoff, Ding Mingting retorted, what are your standards, dear sir? Do you believe yourself to be remarkably handsome? Moreover, why should I speak to you nicely? As the tension escalated, Jixia quickly intervened. Enough, you two. Is this a mutual roast session? It was she who started it. Can you not speak properly? Honestly, you are a grown man. Li Luo was left speechless. He realized that he had been too harsh. Critiquing a young girl on her appearance, especially in front of her classmates, was indeed humiliating for her. I apologize. It was my fault for using inappropriate language. You all are quite attractive. Humph, did we need you to say that? Is it really necessary for you to be so dramatic? Li Luo, after a moment of reflection, chose to remain silent and focus on driving. Suddenly, Jixia interjected, Li Luo, you aren't truly buying 2 sports cars, are you? As Li Luo opened his mouth to respond, Ding Mingting preemptively stated, Jixia, do you also believe he can purchase sports cars? Fearing that revealing the truth might hurt Li Luo's pride, Jixia gently replied, I was merely curious, that's all. Ah, I see. Who would believe that a ride-sharing driver could buy sports cars? Only Ling Jing would buy into that. Li Luo felt a wave of frustration. While he could understand other skepticism, he found it intolerable that they continued to mock him. Thus, he coldly remarked, if you do not believe me, what will you say if I actually do buy them? If you genuinely purchase them, I shall consider you my boyfriend, Ding Mingting declared without hesitation. Who would want you as a girlfriend? What a ridiculous proposition. Li Luo mocked. You. Ding Mingting's cheeks flushed as she retorted, I am merely not fully developed yet. Who knows what the future holds? Li Luo maintained a dismissive expression. At present, I have no interest in you. Let us not speak of girlfriends. When we meet again, you shall address me as husband. Call you husband? Ding Mingting's eyes widened. The previous mention of being a girlfriend had merely been a tease, but now this man was making such bold claims with confidence, causing her to reconsider. Seeing her hesitation, Li Luo sneered, if you are afraid, then just admit it. You were the one who kept speaking harshly. Otherwise, I would not even bother to engage with you. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Ding Mingting angrily exclaimed, am I afraid of you? How utterly ridiculous. I agree to the terms. At that moment, Jixia leaned closer to Ding Mingting and whispered, Mingting, remain calm. Did you not notice that Li Luo is intentionally provoking you? Hearing her friend's words, Ding Mingting managed to regain her composure. Ling Jing chimed in, Mingting, there is no need for such a reaction. Since he has said this, he must have some confidence. Do not let yourself be taken advantage of. Upon hearing both of her friends express concern, Ding Mingting was about to respond when Li Luo interjected. You might want to heed your classmates' advice. It would save you from unnecessary complaints. There is no need to always speak with barbed words. This remark made Ding Mingting discard her friend's opinions and retort angrily. What gives you the right to lecture me? Enough of your nonsense. I agree. But let us be clear. What happens if you do not purchase them? If I do not, you may call for a ride anytime, and I shall come without charge until your university graduation. Of course, the same goes for how you address me. After graduation, it will no longer hold value. If that is not acceptable, then consider it a fair exchange to have a driver during your university years without any advantage taken. Ding Mingting's interest was piqued. The prospect of saving on transportation costs for several years while having a driver available was enticing. Moreover, she did not believe Li Luo could afford it. I agree. Then it is settled. You still have 1 week to call me uncle. Humph, who cannot boast? Let us see if you can actually deliver. Jixia quietly asked her friend. Are you serious about Li Luo? Of course. There is no doubt. I just looked up the prices of those 2 supercars online. They are not less than 20 million. But close enough, Ding Mingting replied softly. Jixia and Ling Jing were taken aback by the figure. Is it really that expensive? Of course. If it weren't, would I be challenging him? I am not foolish. You should stick with me when you go out. Ling Jing hesitated. But what if you lose? Will you really follow through? Chapter 20, An Unexpected Encounter. Before Ding Mingting could finish her thought, Li Luo announced loudly, We have arrived at the library. You may disembark. Please notify me in advance of when you plan to return to school. I will come to pick you up if I have the time. Ding Mingting, Ling Jing. Let us exchange contact information. Very well, let's do this. After exchanging contact information, the 3 women finally alighted from the vehicle and strolled towards the library. On the way, Ling Jing inquired, You still haven't answered the question I posed earlier. What question? Ling Jing was momentarily taken aback, rubbing her forehead. The one about the bed if you lose. Oh, that one. It's of no consequence, really. Besides, how could I possibly lose? It's absolutely impossible. But what if you do? Ding Mingting pondered for a moment. If by some chance I actually lose, so be it. I won't mind, considering we won't see each other that often. No matter how you calculate it, I won't be at a loss. Upon hearing this, the other 2 nodded in agreement, and since the matter was settled, they chose not to dwell further on it. After the 3 women departed, Li Luo glanced at the time. It was 9:35 a.m. He planned to accept orders until noon, then head to Deji Plaza for a meal and perhaps buy an outfit. Additionally, he intended to activate his property, and if time allowed, get a haircut as well. It had indeed been a long time since he purchased new clothes. Ever since he began dating Shenlen, men understand the sentiment. It's all tears. Just as he was about to embark on his tasks, his phone buzzed. An unexpected Tinyuan taxi red envelope from Jixia. Hadn't she said she wouldn't send anything? That little girl. Li Luo hesitated but ultimately accepted it. Money was trivial, but positive reviews were paramount. Yesterday, he mentioned the system upgrade would take a week, and there were still 6 days remaining. He couldn't be untrustworthy. He would have to find an opportunity to repay Jixia later. With that thought, he no longer felt awkward and replied, Thank you. Beautiful Ji Xia, before setting his phone aside and entering order acceptance mode. Over the next few hours, Li Luo fervently accepted rides until he delivered the last passenger. Checking the time. It was past noon, and he decided to stop accepting orders. Initially in a rush, he had only eaten 2 buns to tide him over. And now he truly felt hungry. He accessed his personal information in the system. Name, Li Luo. Age, 27. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Appearance, 66. 100 mechanism. Strength, 8. Spirit, 8. Endurance, 8. Constitution, 10. Note, normal adult standards are 10. Scores below May 5th significantly increase the risk of bodily ailments. Assets, 53, 561 Huaxia coins. Positive reviews, 38, 100. Today completed 5, 10, uncompleted, will auto-refresh at midnight. Warehouse, basic property gift pack, task incomplete. Glancing at his personal information, he noticed that in just a few days, not only had he lost weight, but his appearance and various physical attributes had also improved slightly. It seemed that his recent regimen of running and adhering to an early sleep schedule was yielding positive results. Previously, Li Luo would often find himself scrolling through his phone until the early hours of the morning. However, that was in the past. Now, life was of utmost importance. Li Luo recognized he had a peculiar affinity for the airport. The last time he dropped off his classmate, Gu Yuqing, he achieved a full-blown critical hit. And the passenger he had just delivered was also headed to the airport. Speaking of Gu Yuqing, she should be returning soon. As it had already been 3 days, her business trip must be concluding. If he had a knack for the airport, perhaps he should consider befriending someone working there to improve his luck. First, he should grab a bite to eat. He still needed to buy clothes, and later, gather positive reviews. Arriving once again at Deji, Li Luo felt significantly more self-assured than before. In just a few days, he would be a wealthy individual, ready to purchase a house and a car, with several million left over, sufficient for a while. If the secondary system rewards 100 million, wouldn't the third level grant at least 500 million? First stop, lunch, and he proceeded to the 7th floor. Contemplating what to eat, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Is that you, Li Luo? Turning around, he indeed found Ji Xia, along with Ling Jing and Ding Mengting. Aren't you all supposed to be at the library? We just want to buy a few books and are strolling around before heading back. If you have something to attend to, we can take a taxi ourselves. That's for later. Have you eaten yet? Not yet, uncle. Are you inviting us to lunch? Ding Mengting promptly interjected. It's already past 1 in the afternoon, and you haven't eaten? We lost track of time while shopping. We were about to go out for a meal, but this place is too pricey for us. We are just university students with limited monthly allowances. What brings you here? Isn't it noon? I planned to come here for lunch. You came here to eat. Yes. Is that a problem? The 3 women exchanged bemused glances, and it was Ding Mengting who spoke up. Uncle, can you earn back your meal costs after a day of driving? It's none of your business. Are you eating or not? If you want to join me, and I'll treat you, but with conditions. After lunch, you must help me choose an outfit. Your taste as beautiful women should be impeccable. Upon hearing the offer of a free meal in exchange for helping him choose clothes, Ding Mengting eagerly raised her hand. No problem. Deal. Then let us go together. Is there anything you particularly want to eat? We were thinking about hot pot, but since you're treating, we're open to anything, right? Ji Xia Ling Jing. The 2 girls exchanged glances with their excited friend and decided not to dampen her enthusiasm. Besides, they were also curious to see how the food here compared to elsewhere. They could always be diligent in helping him choose clothes later. After a brief exchange of glances, they agreed. Yes, Li Luo, you can arrange it, Ji Xia chimed in. I am fine with anything, just don't overspend. It's not easy for you to earn money. Li Luo genuinely appreciated Ji Xia, not only for her beauty, but also for her considerate nature. It's alright. I'm hungry too, and it won't cost much. Follow me, he said, turning to lead the way. Ling Jing gently tugged Ji Xia's hand and whispered, Are we really going to eat with Li Luo? Let us go, he invited us. We can just order inexpensive dishes. And if we're still hungry later, we can grab something at the school cafeteria. Hearing Ji Xia's words, Ling Jing fell silent. Ding Mengting, however, was too impatient to ponder such matters and grabbed one girl by each hand, racing ahead. Noticing the 3 following him, Li Luo suggested, How about we have barbecue? We're good with that. You decide, Li Luo. Great. I remember seeing a barbecue place up ahead last time I was here. Uncle, what were you doing here last time? Eating too. Indeed. Ding Mengting chimed in. Uncle, you're truly a unique character among ride-hailing drivers. What makes me unique? Can't a ride-hailing driver eat here? That's not the point. We're not judging you. We're merely noting that your income doesn't seem to correlate with your spending. I am aware of that. I have it under control. Now, Ding, are you eating or not? I am. But stop calling me Ding. My name is Ding Mengting. She replied, slightly annoyed. Is that so? Then you must indeed be surnamed Ding. Chapter 21. Dining with Beauties at the Barbecue. Ding Mingting blushed and remarked, let us discuss it after you've won. Anyone can boast. What is worrisome is when someone fails miserably. Li Luo chose not to engage in banter with her. The four of them entered a Japanese barbecue restaurant. Welcome. Are you four gentlemen? The server inquired. Yes, please arrange a table by the window, Li Luo responded. Certainly. Please follow me, the server replied, leading them to a window-side table. May I take your orders now? Yes, please, Li Luo said. I'll fetch the menu for you. Please hold on, the server replied. Once the server had walked away, Jixia quietly asked, Li Luo, just order something casual. It seems the prices here are rather steep. Ling Jing and Ding Mingting surveyed the surroundings, and notably, Ding Mingting did not contradict her friend this time. It's fine. How much can a meal cost? Just eat heartily later, Jixia reassured them. At this moment, the server returned with the menu and handed it to Li Luo. Upon glancing at the prices, Li Luo noted that they were indeed extravagant. The cheapest option for a buffet was 500 per person, and many dishes were excluded from that price. Flipping to the back, he spotted a premium package, the 8888 Supreme Barbecue, featuring A5 Wagyu beef. Having never tried it before, he decided to indulge. He had seen online reviews praising its intricate marbling and exquisite flavor. I'll take this package, he declared, pointing at the 8888 Supreme Barbecue. Very well, sir. Are you certain about the 8888 Supreme Barbecue? Yes, that one. All right. Please wait a moment while I prepare your order. The server then went to the front desk to place the order. Jixia, Ding Mingting, and Ling Jing were taken aback by the steep price of 8,888. Li Luo, why order something so expensive? We could just have a casual meal. Jixia exclaimed. I've never tried it before. I want to see what it tastes like. That kind of tasting could cost more than what many earn in a month. Really, it's unnecessary. I'll go to the front desk and change the order. Jixia stated, rising to her feet. There's no need. The order is already placed. Just sit down and enjoy your meal. Fine then, Li Luo. You must have other sources of income, right? It's unreasonable to spend like this solely from driving for ride-hailing unless your family is wealthy. You're not really a rich second generation, are you? Just driving for fun, Jixia teased. I am not a rich second generation. I am an entrepreneur. I do have other sources of income, so you can eat to your heart's content, Li Luo reassured them. I knew it. Eating like this just from driving. You'll soon deplete your earnings. At this point, Ding Mingting whispered, Hey, you can't actually afford those 2 sports cars, can you? Li Luo shot her a glance. Are you having second thoughts? You can back out now. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Ding Mingting, feigning bravado, replied, I was just asking. Since the wager has been made, backing out would be utterly embarrassing. I, Ding Mingting, cannot afford to lose face. Ah, I didn't realize you valued integrity. Quite commendable. Of course, once my words are spoken, they are as irretrievable as spilled water. I must maintain some credibility. Otherwise, how could I navigate this society? Excellent. You are indeed a strong woman. I admire you. Just prepare to lose. Make sure to practice in the coming days. Don't find yourself at a loss for words when it matters. Ding Mingting retorted playfully. Oh, I'm so scared. Let us just see if you really buy it. Jixia interjected with a light laugh. Li Luo, after we help you pick out clothes, do you have any other plans? If you don't, could you take us back? Sure. After we finish shopping, I'll take you back, Li Luo confirmed. Ling Jing suddenly asked, Li Luo, are you planning to buy clothes here? Yes, just one outfit to save us from running around, he replied. Ding Mingting interjected. But most of the items here are luxury goods. Clothes 1T come cheap. What does it matter? We've already spent so much on food. Can I splurge a little on clothes? Besides, I 1T buy anything too extravagant. A reasonably priced outfit 1T cost more than the meal, he argued. The 3 girls considered this. They had already spent nearly 9,000 on the meal. As long as he didn't opt for anything too high-end, the clothing prices would likely be less than the meal. Thus, they ceased their objections. At that moment, the server arrived with the grill and various ingredients. Sir, madams, be cautious as the grill is quite hot. You could get burned. Here is your A5 Wagyu beef. Let me assist you with the grilling. This type of beef requires precise timing. Overcooking it ruins the flavor. You can grill the other dishes yourselves. Thank you for your help, Li Luo said. Not at all. How would you like your beef cooked? I prefer it well done. My stomach is sensitive. We would also like it well done, the girls chimed in. Very well. Please wait a moment. Once the server finished grilling the meat and left, the 4 began grilling the remaining items themselves. To their delight, the Wagyu beef tasted exquisite. More flavorful than other types of beef, it was no wonder it came at such a premium. Li Luo now understood the allure of the affluent, who seemed to live in a world of luxury and privilege. As they enjoyed their barbecue, the 3 girls did most of the grilling, serving Li Luo while dividing the rest among themselves. The meal was indeed enjoyable, living up to its price. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Li Luo led the three girls to a nearby men's clothing store. Upon entering the establishment, Li Luo was greeted by a resounding logo overhead. "Welcome to Louis Vuitton. How may I assist you today?" The sales associate greeted them with a warm smile. Li Luo noted the unexpected politeness of the sales staff, contrasting with the portrayals he had seen on television, where such workers looked down on customers clad in ordinary attire. In reality, employees at high-end luxury stores undergo rigorous training, and the disdainful treatment of customers is virtually unheard of. They might gossip privately, but would never express such sentiments openly. Seeing the staff's cordiality, Li Luo said, "I intend to purchase an outfit, something casual. Could you guide us?" The sales associate's smile became more genuine. "Certainly. Please follow me. Our casual styles are over here. Would you like assistance in choosing, or would you prefer to let your companions assist you?" "I'll let them help me. No need to trouble you," he replied. "All right. I'll be nearby if you have any questions." Though Li Luo was not particularly striking, the beauty accompanying him was stunning. The three girls selected 3 tops, 3 pairs of pants, and 3 pairs of shoes based on Li Luo's height and build, encouraging him to try on each outfit to see which suited him best. After trying on the 3 outfits, all 4, Li Luo and the sales associate included, agreed that the second outfit was the most flattering. "That will suffice. Please settle the bill." Moments ago, in the fitting room, Li Luo scrutinized the price tags. The shoes were rather expensive at 3,300, while the trousers and top were both over 2,000, aligning with Li Luo's estimations. It appears the 3 young ladies were also aware of the costs, ensuring they did not select anything overly extravagant for him. Chapter 22. A stroll at Louis Vuitton. Observing the swift completion of the transaction, the sales assistant felt quite pleased. As her involvement was minimal, it was predominantly the 3 girls who were selecting the styles. This commission felt akin to being handed to her directly. She mused about how delightful it would be to encounter such customers daily. "Sir, if you would please follow me to the checkout." Accompanying the sales assistant to the cash register, she stated, "For 1 shirt, 1 pair of trousers, and 1 pair of shoes. The total comes to 8,655. Would you prefer to pay via mobile or card?" "Mobile payment, please." "Very well, sir. Kindly open the QR code for me to scan." Beep. Upon seeing the confirmation of payment, Li Luo's system activated within his mind. System task completed. You may now open the primary real estate gift pack in the system warehouse. The primary real estate gift pack is valued between 1 million and 5 million. Randomly selecting a property. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Luo noted it was roughly in line with his expectations regarding the price. After all, properties below 1 million in a city like Jiangning were hardly appealing. Perhaps a relocation house might be a possibility. Surely the system wouldn't bestow such a property upon him. Li Luo felt no urgency to open it just yet. He could explore it further upon his return. "Sir, would you like to wear these now, or would you prefer them to be packaged?" "I'll wear them directly. Please cut off the tags for me." "Very well. Let me package this outfit for you." "No need. You can simply discard it in the trash." The sales assistant was momentarily taken aback. "Understood, sir. Once you've changed, just leave your old clothes in the fitting room, and I'll dispose of them for you." Li Luo nodded. "Thank you for your help. You're too kind." Once Li Luo had changed and exited Louis Vuitton with the 3 young ladies, the sales assistant cheerfully called out, "We look forward to your next visit." Seeing Li Luo adorned in Louis Vuitton, the 3 girls felt he appeared significantly more refined, though they noted his hair was somewhat unkempt due to its length. "Li Luo, are you planning to tie up your hair?" "No need to scold me. I intended to get a haircut today. Are you in a hurry?" "If not, I'll just pop into that barbershop nearby." "Go ahead. Even if you're in a rush, it won't hurt to take a moment for a haircut." The 4 of them then entered the barbershop, where Li Luo was introduced to a design director. After a wash, he settled into the chair. "Hello, handsome. Do you have any particular ideas in mind?" "Nothing specific, just something fresh and tidy will suffice." "Very well, await the final result." Li Luo understood that a haircut might appear unattractive for a few days, as it often took time to adjust. However, he anticipated it would soon feel more comfortable. Indeed, after the stylist, Tony, finished, Li Luo observed himself and found it quite satisfactory. Though he still felt slightly out of sorts, it was merely a transitional phase. Upon exiting the barbershop, the 3 girls nodded in approval. "Not bad. The haircut looks good, albeit a bit pricey, but it does justify the cost." Li Luo had opted for the design director's service, which was indeed 158 yuan, not inexpensive. Ding Mingting added, "The uncle now looks quite presentable." "He is certainly more handsome." Ling Jing softly remarked, "He does look good. It makes him appear younger." At only 27, Li Luo had simply neglected to groom himself, which made him seem older than his peers. Previously, he hadn't given much thought to such matters, but with the system now in play, it was time for him to embrace some changes. One cannot always dwell in the past. It was time to live a different life for the future self. As the saying goes, Buddha relies on gold adornments. and people rely on their attire. With a wardrobe of luxury brands, Li Luo had begun to embody his true self. And this was the allure of wealth. Uncle looks truly handsome now. The transformation is remarkable. Indeed, Knowledge Xia and Ling Jing nodded in agreement. All right, please refrain from teasing me. Weren't we supposed to head back? Let us go. I'll drop you off, as I still need to earn some more. Make sure to earn a bit more, and treat us again next time. Today's meal was quite delightful, Ding Mingting remarked, smacking her lips. Absolutely. After dropping the three girls off at the school gate, Li Luo turned to Ding Mingting and said, "Don't forget our agreement." Seeing Ding Mingting's cheeks flush instantaneously, Li Luo chuckled. "You all head back, I'm off. Until next time." As he watched Li Luo's vehicle disappear into the distance, Knowledge Xia softly remarked, "I have a feeling Li Luo can genuinely afford it. Through this second interaction, he doesn't seem like one to boast." "Mingting, will you really call him that?" Observing her silent friend, Ling Jing spoke gently, shouting, "Don't take it too seriously. Li Luo was merely joking with you." Ding Mingting finally lifted her gaze to her two close friends, responding haughtily, "I'm not the type to back down. If he wants to call me that, let him. It's not like I'm losing anything. Besides, if he can truly afford those two cars, he must be quite wealthy. Even if I were to date him, I wouldn't be at a loss. Just think of how many years I could save myself from struggling. Although he only fulfills one criterion of being tall, rich, and handsome, it is undoubtedly the most crucial one." Knowledge Xia and Ling Jing exchanged glances, shouting, "You can't be serious. Li Luo is 8 years older than you." "What is 8 years? Have you forgotten about Wang Yin from our class?" She is being supported by a nearly 50-year-old balding man outside of school, flaunting designer brands, and carrying expensive bags every day. Despite everyone knowing that man is already settled down and could easily be her father, she still brags about it. I don't understand how she can even speak of it. I once saw that balding man outside of school. He was there to pick up Wang Yin. With his gaudy gold chains and watch, driving a Mercedes, he strutted around as if everyone should know he was wealthy. Li Luo doesn't exhibit any of those bad traits. He is not only discreet, but also easy to get along with. You two need to worry. If Li Luo turns out to be particularly affluent, I promise I won't be ungrateful. I'll definitely bring my good friends along to prosper." As Ding Mingting rambled on, Knowledge Xia playfully tapped her on the head. "Stop daydreaming. Let us head back. I'm exhausted from shopping all day and need a nap." "Then let us go." With that, the three girls entered the university, laughing and chatting, observing the trio of campus beauties. The surrounding students couldn't help but fantasize about winning the affection of even one of them, believing it would be worth years of life. Li Luo, noticing the 10 yuan deposit in his account, commenced his afternoon of accepting orders. As the clock swiftly approached 8 in the evening, having completed his last delivery, Li Luo closed the DD app, concluding a day of work. Each time he dedicated himself to a task, time seemed to fly by. He hadn't even realized it was already 8 o'clock. After parking nearby, he casually sought a restaurant along the roadside for a quick meal. Once finished, feeling somewhat exhilarated, he settled into his car, eager to review the day's earnings. System, please check personal information. Name, Li Luo. Age, 27. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Attractiveness, 70. A purely mechanized score. Strength, 8. Spirit, 8. Endurance, 8. Constitution, 10. With a standard of 10 for normal adults. Scores below May 5th significantly increase susceptibility to health issues. Assets, 42. 882 Huaxia coins. Positive reviews, 50 out of 100. Today, 17 completed, 10 completed, with an automatic refresh at midnight. Warehouse, unopened primary property gift package. Reflecting on today's accomplishments, Li Luo noted that he had primarily received 5-star ratings. Today, he had a sudden urge to purchase a supercar, striving for a higher rating in the process. In the afternoon, he treated each passenger with meticulous care, almost to the point of offering massages, resulting in nearly all giving positive feedback. Financially, he earned over 10,000 today, while spending approximately 17,000, leaving a negligible difference. Li Luo merely cast a cursory glance at his finances. His focus was firmly on the ratings. The money held little significance for him. Once the system upgraded, he would consider himself a modestly wealthy individual. Indifferent to the trifles of the present, he decided to try his luck with a lottery draw. Rubbing his hands together, he initiated the system lottery. System lottery in progress. Please hold. Each lottery draw filled Li Luo with tension, akin to opening a blind box, exhilarating yet nerve-wracking. System lottery failed. Host, do keep trying. Cursing softly, he acknowledged the low probability but couldn't help but grumble. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had drawn 4 times, winning twice, a 50% success rate. The system opened the primary property gift package. Chapter 23, Inyuan Community. Opening the primary property gift package. Please hold. System is drawing. Randomly locating property. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a property of 13,333 square meters in Jiangning Ingyuan community, valued at 4.9 million, already partially furnished. Please bring your ID to the community to complete the property transfer. Goodness, 4.9 million? The cap is only 5 million. The system is truly generous. Li Luo had no immediate plans to claim this property. He awaited a system upgrade before purchasing a more spacious one. He intended to leave this property for Pan Xingyue, as he wished to support her. Housing and a car were certainly essential. After all, her looks and figure were exquisite. He couldn't possibly shortchange her. As for Su Mingjie, if she agreed to be his woman, he would let her stay when her rent expired in a month, as the system might have more properties by then. And regarding his long-desired supercar, he decided to consult Yashuan. Promptly, Li Luo sent a message to Yashuan. Li Luo, Yashuan, are you asleep? Yashuan, no. Mr. Li, what is the matter? Noticing her almost instantaneous reply, he was certain she was on her phone. In this generation, people worked like oxen during the day, only to find their private space at night, while lying in bed scrolling through their devices. Li Luo, didn't you mention you know someone who sells luxury cars? Yashuan, yes, Mr. Li. Are you planning to buy a car soon? Li Luo, indeed, I'm looking to purchase a Ferrari SF90 and a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. Could you check if they're available, preferably in stock? Yashuan, all right, I'll inquire for you. Please hold on a moment. In a somewhat aged apartment building in Xuanwu district, Yashuan lay on her bed clad in a black silk camisole, the smooth fabric accentuating her alluring curves, igniting inner stirrings in anyone who beheld her. Beside her, her friend Ai Shanshan observed her staring at her phone, puzzled. What has you so entranced? I've called you several times with no response. Coming back to reality, Yashuan replied, Shanshan, do you remember I told you about receiving 2,000 in tips the other day? Yes, didn't you say you sold a car for someone, and they rewarded you? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be that he wants his money back? That would be so low. No way, how could that be? He simply wants to ask you out. I mean, 2,000 is hardly a fair assessment of our Yashuan's worth. It should be at least 20,000. Seeing her friend stifling a laugh, Yashuan recognized the teasing. All right, seriously, he wants to buy a car from me, and it's not just any car. Another car? What do you mean by that? A Mercedes, BMW, Porsche, or a supercar? Not telling you. Ai Shanshan suddenly stood up, feigning a threat. You'd better spill it. Not telling. Last chance. Are you going to tell me or not? Not telling. Then don't blame me. What do you plan to do? Nothing. Just want you to experience my prowess. With that, Ai Shanshan lunged at her, declaring, Mount Tai presses down. The monkey picks peaches, fishing for the moon in the sea. No, okay, I'll tell you. Just let me go. Have you learned your lesson? I have. Hurry and get off me. I need to wash up. This is all your fault. Blaming me? You're just too easily flustered. It's obvious you want a man. Get lost. I'll show you. Go ahead. Who's afraid? Come on. Forget it. I just remembered I have something else to do. Next time, I'll let you have it. Now go wash up and tell me when you're done. Cut it out. I'm afraid, right? After saying that, Yashuan headed to the bathroom. A few minutes later, Yashuan lay back on her bed, stating, Are you listening? If you don't, I won't say anything else. I'm telling you. If this works out, you'll hit the jackpot. What does that have to do with me? Isn't he looking to buy a car from you? He wants to buy a supercar. Good guess. I casually mentioned it last time, saying I had connections for other models, just trying to bring you some business. Hearing her friend say this, Ai Shanshan became more serious. What brand of supercar does he want? Did he mention it? He did. He wants a Ferrari SF90 and a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, and he wants them in stock. 2 cars? Yes. That's why I said if this works out, you'll hit the jackpot. Ai Shanshan gasped in astonishment. Is this for real? He said so on WeChat. It's unlikely to be a joke. Besides, he directly asked me if I had those 2 models. He didn't mention anything else. And I've interacted with that man before. He doesn't seem like the type to waste time. Don't you think? Regardless, I'll ask around. It's not a big deal. She had previously worked in Jiangning's luxury car market for a while. Even though she had resigned, she could still earn a significant commission by referring clients to purchase luxury cars. Though Ai Shanshan was only 25, she exuded the allure and charm of a mature woman rather than the naivete of youth. Coupled with her exceptional eloquence, she quickly amassed a clientele. After leaving her job, she continued to enjoy a comfortable lifestyle due to her existing contacts. However, the pleasant days did not last long. Recently, she had not sold a single car for quite some time. Many of those who sought her assistance in purchasing a vehicle were eager to invite her out for leisure activities, yet she consistently conjured various excuses to politely decline. She was not naive. She was well aware of the implications of their invitations. Due to her continual refusals, her reputation plummeted, and her clientele dwindled to almost nothing. Otherwise, She would not have sought refuge with her dear friend, Yashuan. She had already resolved to return to her original profession, aiming to find a position in luxury goods sales, leveraging her exceptional beauty and poise, which would undoubtedly facilitate her job search. Nevertheless, with business opportunities presenting themselves and the prospect of substantial benefits, she could not help but feel elated. If she successfully closed a deal, she could indulge in a period of carefree enjoyment. She envisioned acquiring a Ferrari SF90 and a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ with an immediate availability of stock. For someone like Aishanshan, who had previously worked in luxury car sales, the prices of these extravagant supercars were well within her comprehension. Initially, she assumed they would be in the realm of 1 to 2 million. To her astonishment, the potential buyer was referring directly to the Ferrari SF90 and the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. Each of these high-end vehicles was priced at around 6 to 7 million, with the latter exceeding 10 million. As her friend had mentioned, he was merely 27 years old. Who could this scion of a wealthy family be? And Yashuan observed her friend's excitement, oblivious to the fact that her nightgown strap had slipped, revealing her impressive assets. And Yashuan felt a pang of envy. Although she was not without her own allure, the contrast with her friend was stark. Unable to resist, she playfully pinched Aishanshan, who quickly recoiled, startled. "Hey, what was that for?" Aishanshan exclaimed, swatting her friend's mischievous hand away, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. "Stop it. If I end up alone, you'll have to support me." And Yashuan teased. "Sure, I'll take care of you. What's wrong with that? Just earlier, you were lamenting about all those wealthy bosses pursuing you, and now you want me to be your benefactor. They may be wealthy, but they're far too old for my taste. I simply cannot bring myself to entertain the idea." Aishanshan replied as she continued to chat with her friend while simultaneously messaging the sales managers at Lamborghini and Ferrari about the models in question. "Lily, it seems Aishanshan has reeled in another diamond bachelor. Hold on, I'll check for you," Lily responded. Meanwhile, the Lamborghini manager, Lan, replied succinctly with a simple acknowledgement. As they awaited further information, Aishanshan casually inquired, "Is this man truly 27? "Indeed, his ID is still in my bag," and Yashuan replied. "Bring it to me. I want to see it. Why don't you believe me? Hurry up," Aishanshan urged. All right, I'll show you. It's not like I've never seen a man before." Amidst Yashuan's teasing, Aishanshan felt nonchalant. They had shared a dormitory since university, and their bond was deeper than that of most sisters. Upon receiving the ID from her friend, she confirmed he was indeed 27. Though he had an innocent demeanor that suggested he was a genuinely good person, an attribute she could accept. She then inquired, "Is he married?" And Yashuan replied with a playful smirk, "What? Are you thinking of making a move? I'm not concerned about his marital status, if he is indeed that wealthy. His mindset is likely not so simplistic, if you catch my drift," Aishanshan retorted. "I'm not limiting his options for companionship. You know well the nature of the wealthy. They can be quite extravagant. Had it not been for you, I wouldn't have made it home that night. My primary concern is his relatively young age and the fact that he previously purchased a car priced over 40,000. And did you notice? His registered address is a welfare institution. This suggests he may have come from humble beginnings, possibly abandoned by his parents at birth or placed there due to family misfortunes. Regardless, it appears he has struck it rich. Your imagination knows no bounds. Why not suggest he is the illegitimate son of a tycoon or a self-made magnate?" And Yashuan quipped, "You dare mock me? It seems the recent events haven't taught you anything. Watch out. Buzz. Enough of that. We have news." Aishanshan finally relented, acknowledging her friend's drenched state, as money remained the priority. "Lily just informed me that an SF90 will arrive in 3 days, in white." Aishanshan understood. "I'll relay the information and we'll reach out if all goes well." "Lily, sounds good." At that moment, Lan's voice message arrived. "Currently, there's no stock for that model. It requires advance reservation. If he can't wait, there's one available in another city that can be transferred." Aishanshan, "Got it. I'll inform him." Lan, "Good. Just let me know if he is interested." Aishanshan understood. After receiving the replies, she turned to her friend. "You should respond to him. The SF90 has one arriving in 3 days. As for the Lamborghini, there's none available locally, but one can be brought over from out of town." Liluo, upon reading the messages, thought, "A white one? With that emblem, it's like a Prince Charming in a fairy tale. It seems I am destined to play the role of a wealthy benefactor, though I only wish to possess the demon-slaying abilities, not any other functions." He pondered the color of the car in another city. If it did not meet his standards, he would simply place an order, as he could always drive a temporary vehicle in the meantime. "And Yashuan, I'll have my friend who assists with car purchases connect with you. You can communicate directly with her regarding your future vehicle acquisitions." Liluo, "That works. Just have her add me." Watching Liluo's response, she turned to her friend in a mock irritation. He agreed to the connection, "Yet you keep calling out. I think you're truly infatuated. Let me check if you're still in good shape. Get out of here." If I get to close a deal, what benefits do I get as your old friend? Once the rewards come in, I assure you, I shall not neglect you, my dear friend. As Li Luo accepted the incoming contact request, labeled I Shanshan, she promptly messaged him. I Shanshan to Li Luo. Please feel free to contact me directly when you're ready to purchase a vehicle. Thank you for your support. Li Luo understood. As the time drew near, Li Luo set his phone down, preparing to retire for the night. Buzz. Buzz. So late, who could it be? Gu Yuqing to Li Luo. Please pick me up from the airport at 1:30 p.m. tomorrow. I'll have a friend accompanying me. Li Luo. I've taken care of matters out of town. Gu Yuqing. Yes, it's all done. These past few days have been exhausting. I can finally rest for a few days. Li Luo. That's good. I'll be there on time. Gu Yuqing. All right. See you tomorrow, old classmate. Li Luo. See you tomorrow. Now, it seemed he could finally settle in for a peaceful night's sleep. After turning off the lights, Li Luo lay in bed and gradually drifted into slumber, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. At 8 in the morning, Li Luo awoke promptly, and everything proceeded as usual. A morning run downstairs, a quick breakfast purchase, and then a warm shower at home. As the day commenced, the urgency of the impending system upgrade drove Li Luo to exert himself even more fervently. After a morning filled with activities, he glanced at the time. Only an hour remained until 1:30. He decided to grab a quick lunch by the roadside before heading to the airport. Half an hour later, upon arriving at the airport and parking in the waiting area, Li Luo casually sent a message to inform that he had arrived. After a short wait, he received a reply. Gu Yuqing, I just disembarked from the plane. Please hold on a moment. Li Luo, no problem. I'll be in the waiting area. Just come over directly. Gu Yuqing, all right, I'll wait a bit. After sending the message, Li Luo idly scrolled through his phone for a while, only putting it away after about 10 minutes. He then lifted his gaze towards the exit. And a few minutes later, two remarkably attractive young women emerged. One of them was Gu Yuqing, whom Li Luo recognized, while the other, donning sunglasses and pulling a suitcase, was clad in a flight attendant uniform. The details of her appearance were obscured by the sunglasses, but her appealing figure suggested she was likely quite stunning. Gu Yuqing surveyed the area upon reaching the exit, but failed to spot Li Luo's vehicle. What's wrong, Yuqing? Can't find your classmate's car? Not yet. He told me he'd be in the waiting area. Wei, please hold on a moment. I'll call him. With that, Gu Yuqing took out her phone to ring Li Luo. Yuqing, I'm here. Li Luo suddenly recalled that Gu Yuqing was unaware he had switched cars. No wonder she appeared to be scanning the surroundings, standing still in confusion. As Gu Yuqing's gaze fell upon Li Luo, she remarked, Where's your car? I looked around but couldn't find it. I changed cars. I just remembered you didn't know, so I came down to pick you up. Impressive, Li Luo. You've been doing quite well in Jiangning, haven't you? It's only been a few days, and you've already switched cars. Not really. Just managing to make ends meet. Oh, still being modest. Let me introduce you to my best friend, Su Wei, a bona fide flight attendant. Isn't she lovely? Hello. Su Wei, I'm Li Luo, an old classmate of Yuqing. Su Wei hesitated for a moment before extending her hand for a brief shake. I'm Su Wei. Let us head out. It's quite warm outside. Su Wei, do you need help with your suitcase? No, thank you. Li Luo merely asked out of courtesy. If she preferred to handle it herself, he was more than willing to oblige. Where's your car? Isn't this it? Li Luo said, patting the front of the vehicle. Li Luo, this car must be quite expensive. Gu Yuqing exclaimed, eyeing the somewhat upscale model before her. It's all right. Let us get in first and chat more comfortably. Once inside, Gu Yuqing examined the interior. Li Luo, this interior looks rather impressive. How much did it cost? This model, the Neo ES6, starts at over 300,000. So pricey? Oh, Su Wei, you recognize this car? Gu Yuqing noted that Su Wei was familiar with various vehicles, but had never seen this particular logo before. A colleague's husband often drives this car to pick her up, so I know a little about it. I see. No wonder. Gu Yuqing swiftly turned her attention back to Li Luo. Old classmate, have you struck it rich? Buying a car worth over 300,000. What riches are you talking about? If I were wealthy, would I be driving a ride-hailing car? Where are you headed? I'm not borrowing money from you. Why so modest? Just take me to Ingyuan community. You live at Ingyuan? I bought a place there. Li Luo was somewhat taken aback. What a coincidence. How could that be? Do I look like someone who can afford a house? I'm renting. What did you say about coincidence? I meant that I have a property there that hasn't been handed over yet. I was surprised to hear you say you live at Ingyuan. You have a property at Ingyuan. Gu Yuqing was genuinely astonished. She knew the prices there started at over 4 million. Even Su Wei cast a few more glances at Li Luo. I didn't expect my old classmate to be a little tycoon. Which building did you buy? I honestly forgot. It's been a while since I purchased it, and I keep forgetting to collect the keys. Do you have any other properties outside? Why not take possession of this one? No, just that one for now. I'm still renting elsewhere. You have a property but choose to rent? Are you flush with cash? I only bought that place after my previous investments finally yielded returns. Since my rental contract isn't up yet, if I terminate it, I'll lose my deposit. A penny saved is a penny earned. Understood. Gu Yuqing hesitated before asking, so Li Luo, are you planning to rent out your property at Yuan? Li Luo glanced at her through the rearview mirror, somewhat surprised by the inquiry. Why do you ask? I don't plan on renting it out. Is there a reason? Is your friend's lease ending? Not really. I'm asking for my best friend. She wants to rent a place there. She's been transferred to Jiangning and doesn't know many people, so she wishes to live in the same community as me. Then why not let her stay with you? Aren't you best friends? I suggested that, but she's used to living alone and insists on renting her own place. Gu Yuqing fell silent for a moment. Li Luo, is the property you mentioned still unoccupied? Is it a bare shell or semi-furnished? It's semi-furnished. Are you suggesting I rent it to your friend? Gu Yuqing felt a bit awkward. That's the idea, but if it's for your future marital residence, then forget I said anything. Li Luo was indifferent. He didn't plan on moving in any way. He intended to reserve that place for Pan Xingyue. Perhaps he could rent it to her first. If the system later unlocked more properties, he could then keep it for Pan Xingyue. If any other middle school classmates had asked Li Luo about this, he would have refused without hesitation. After all, it had been over a decade. And what kind of classmate relationship was that? However, Gu Yuqing was different. As long as she wasn't married, Li Luo kept her on his girlfriend list, which made it difficult for him to outright reject her modest request. You know me, what is the point of a marriage? No one else rushing me. And being free is wonderful. So you don't plan on getting married? Not at the moment. I'll think about it later. Li Luo glanced at Gu Yuqing once more. What did your friend say? Gu Yuqing promptly nudged Su Wei. Wei, they're asking about you. Oh, I'm fine with it. Wei is very tidy. She only stays here a few days during her days off. Otherwise she's not in Jiangning. In truth, Gu Yuqing felt somewhat helpless. She couldn't assist her friend much, only trying her best to help. Gu Yuqing continued, when you decide to move in, I'll have my friend search for a new place. Li Luo assessed the still sunglassed woman in the rearview mirror. Do you truly wish to rent? Noticing Li Luo addressing her, Su Wei finally removed her sunglasses. Beneath them, a pair of captivating eyes emerged, framed by long eyelashes, perfectly complementing her delicate features. Li Luo mused internally, wondering if beautiful women had become so commonplace. I'm open to it. Handsome, if you're renting, I'd be interested. Very well then. Since it's on my way, I'll go pick up the keys to the apartment. The system has already processed everything, so it should be quite swift, Su Wei said softly. Is it alright if I transfer the rent to you once I receive my salary? As she spoke, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. It seemed rather unconventional to rent a place before paying for it. No worries, just move in. You can pay me later. You're a friend of my classmate, so feel free to stay, Li Luo replied. He wasn't lacking in funds at the moment, yet he wasn't one to overlook financial matters simply because someone was attractive. He wasn't a fool. Gu Yuqing, witnessing Li Luo's generosity, couldn't help but express her delight by giving her friend a light tap. What do you think? My old classmate is quite a decent person, isn't he? Indeed, he is, Su Wei replied. You don't need to worry about providing me with honey. I'm not one to refuse rent. So, handsome, how much do you intend to charge for the rent? Li Luo responded. Since you will be living here less frequently, you can simply pay half of what Gu Yuqing owes me. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Thank you so much, I truly appreciate it. She knew that Li Luo was essentially allowing her to stay rent-free, particularly since it was a new apartment, which might even serve as a future marital home. The fact that he was letting her stay before even moving in himself was already quite generous, and she felt it was all for her friend's sake. The truth was, she was currently in dire financial straits. Her father had passed away years ago, leaving her mother to raise both her and her brother alone through hard labor. Due to the physical toll of her mother's work over the years, she had recently encountered serious health issues. Last month, while helping her employer with cleaning, her mother had fallen down the stairs and sustained injuries. Now, she lay in the hospital, with doctors indicating the presence of a blood clot in her brain that might require surgery, along with a fractured leg. The subsequent costs of care and rehabilitation were weighing heavily on Su Wei, pushing her to the brink of despair. The doctors had warned her that if the blood clot did not dissipate soon, surgery would be imperative, and the longer they waited, the graver the situation could become. Her brother was at home caring for their mother and was currently unemployed, leaving the financial burden solely on her shoulders. She had even contemplated moving in with her friend to save on rent. After much consideration, she had resolved to agree to the proposal from a passenger she had met on a flight. The moment he laid eyes on her, he had expressed a desire to support her financially, though she had initially declined. However, during a recent encounter on another flight, he urged her to reconsider and even requested her contact information. Although she intended to refuse, she hesitated at the thought of her family's predicament and ultimately provided him with her details. This seemed to be her only viable option at the moment. and she planned to negotiate a one-time sum of 300,000 yuan, which would cover a year of support. As the man had previously promised to provide her with 30,000 monthly, she hoped to secure the full amount up front since the hospital did not offer payment plans. And she was willing to accept a lower figure if necessary. With her savings over the years, this sum might just suffice. If he agreed, it was likely he would be living with her, making it inconvenient to share a space with her friend. She had already discussed this with Gu Yuqing. So when Gu Yuqing mentioned her discomfort with living alone, it was also to spare Su Wei any embarrassment. As for the rent to Li Luo, if the situation became urgent, she could borrow from her friend to settle it. After coming to terms with her thoughts, Su Wei felt a wave of relief wash over her. The three of them continued their journey, exchanging various anecdotes and gossip, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Before long, they arrived at the Ingyuan community, with Li Luo driving directly to the sales office. The trio exited the vehicle and made their way inside. A saleswoman, having noticed their approach, came over, her gaze lingering on the two stunning women accompanying Li Luo, while discreetly glancing at the car he drove. It was evident that he possessed considerable financial means, leaving her curious as to what two such beauties saw in him. Out of professional courtesy, she inquired, "Sir, are you here to view a property? I have purchased an apartment here. Could you assist me in checking the details?" Li Luo began to retrieve his ID, only to realize with embarrassment that he had left it within Yashuan. "Is a photo of my ID sufficient? I didn't bring the physical copy, but I've made a full payment, so it should be easy to verify." The two women beside him gasped in surprise upon hearing he had paid in full, as they had assumed he had taken out a loan. Given that the minimum price for properties here was around 4 million yuan, and considering his vehicle, it suggested that Li Luo possessed at least 10 million in assets. Only Su Wei observed him thoughtfully, her mind racing. "Please hold on a moment. I'll check that for you. If it's a full payment, you'll just need to sign once verified." Li Luo opened his phone's photo gallery to find the ID photo. After the saleswoman confirmed the details at the front desk, she returned with a smile. "Sir, I found that you have ordered room 702 in Unit 1 of Building 7, with a total area of 133 square meters, categorized as a simple furnished apartment, valued at 4.9 million yuan, which has been fully paid. The paperwork is complete. You just need to sign here, and I'll retrieve the purchase contract, property deed, and keys for you, allowing you to move in today." Shortly thereafter, the sales representative handed him a folder, saying, "Mr. Li, all the documents are inside. Feel free to take a look." After confirming the contents of the folder, Li Luo signed the necessary paperwork and took the documents, reflecting on how considerate the system had been in managing everything so efficiently. Chapter 26. Is Gu Yuqing also in the fashion business? Would you like us to arrange for someone to guide you there? No need. My friend lives here, so I can manage on my own. Thank you for your assistance. It's no trouble at all. We are honored that Mr. Li chose Ingyuan. We wish you all the best. After leaving the sales office, Li Luo was about to drive when he noticed the two women walking ahead. "Aren't you driving over?" Gu Yuqing shook her head. "It's just a short distance, and I want to show you around the community." "All right then." As Li Luo caught up with her, Gu Yuqing asked, "You drive for a ride-hailing service just to pass the time, right?" "Not quite. As you can see, my primary occupation is driving for a ride-hailing service, while my side venture is investing," he replied. Curiously, Gu Yuqing inquired, "What does your side venture entail?" "Earning that much must mean you can afford to buy a 5 million yuan apartment outright. Your net worth must be over 10 million now, right? Tell me about your side business." Li Luo rolled his eyes at her. "Are you a parrot? You speak without a pause. And why are you asking so many questions? Are you interested in pursuing me? Even though you're my old classmate, I still need to think it over. Get lost. Who would be interested in you, you rogue?" Gu Yuqing blushed at Li Luo's blunt response. "Forget it, you're impossible. It's nothing much, just some minor investments I've made outside, earning me a bit of money." Li Luo quickly changed the subject. "Lead the way. You mentioned room 702 in Unit 1 of Building 7, and I haven't been here before. All right, follow me." As they walked, Li Luo took in the surroundings of the community, noting the pleasant environment and abundant greenery, justifying the price. Upon reaching Building 7, based on Gu Yuqing's earlier description, he learned that each building had 14 floors, and his 7th floor unit was considered a prime location. Entering Building 7, he observed the gleaming marble floors in the lobby. While waiting for the elevator, he noticed that the complex was still relatively sparsely populated, likely due to recent completion. It made sense that the environment and amenities appeared new, as they had not yet been extensively utilized. In such a densely populated residential community, Li Luo was well aware that as the number of inhabitants increased, the environment and hygiene standards would inevitably deteriorate. The chaos of parked vehicles and the casual littering of trash became commonplace. "Yuqing, how did you come to rent a place here? Is your company nearby?" he inquired. "Indeed," she replied. "The first reason is its proximity to my workplace, and secondly, I opted for a simply furnished apartment, which is rather economical. I haven't asked yet. What do you do in Jiangning?" I am currently employed as a fashion designer at a small company. However, it has been rather unstable lately. It seems that a portion of our supplies is perpetually delayed. We've had numerous heated discussions and meetings regarding this issue. Nonetheless, it doesn't directly concern us employees. It's the shareholders who should be worried. As long as we receive our salaries on time, we can focus on our work. If it becomes unbearable, I can always seek employment elsewhere. Being at a smaller firm alleviates some pressure. Besides, I am rather accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle. I cannot withstand excessive stress. As long as I can make ends meet, I'm content. The current societal climate is indeed quite competitive. Li Luo found her words to resonate with truth. Capitalism relentlessly exploits the average individual. However, the predicament she described bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Mingjia's company. Are you working at Jianhua Building? He asked. Yuking looked at him, surprised. How did you know? Li Luo fabricated an excuse. One day, I dropped someone off there. And someone who looked remarkably like you entered that building. Now that you mention it, it must have been you. Realization dawned on Gu Yuqing. Oh, I see. Li Luo now understood that the small company Gu Yuqing mentioned must indeed be Su Mingjia's firm. What a coincidence. He mused that he could surprise her one day by unexpectedly arriving as the boss. The trio ascended to the 7th floor, and Li Luo opened the door. Stepping inside first, he surveyed the room. Aside from some appliances, a bed, and a sofa, there were no valuables, but the overall decor was quite satisfactory. Turning to Su Wei, he suggested, it's still early. Let me accompany you to purchase a bed. You can select any other small items on your own. I will reimburse you for all essentials required for this apartment. After all, since she was moving in today, a bed was a necessity. All right, Su Wei replied. Though Li Luo noticed her demeanor had shifted, she had seemed perfectly fine just moments before in the car, yet now appeared somewhat distracted since leaving the sales office. Are you coming along? He asked Gu Yuqing. You two go ahead, I'll pass. I've been exhausted from my recent business trip and need to catch up on some sleep. Very well, let us go downstairs together. I'd like to know which building you reside in, so I can visit you in the future. Gu Yuqing teased, if you come to visit. Remember to bring some snacks. I have nothing extravagant to offer you, millionaire. Li Luo chuckled. I'm easily pleased. A simple dish of wood ear mushrooms will suffice. You enjoy wood ear mushrooms? No problem. I promise you'll have your fill. How generous. Just don't be stingy when the time comes. Stingy over a dish of wood ear mushrooms? Are you implying something? Li Luo laughed and shook his head. Not at all. First, let us get you home. The trio descended to the ground floor, heading towards the 9th building, as Gu Yuqing had indicated. I've arrived, Li Luo announced, glancing at the building number. You live on the 13th floor, apartment 1301. Such a height. Will it be sweltering in the summer? It won't be too hot. I'll just use the air conditioning. Unfortunately, conditions don't permit me to live as comfortably as you do. What luxury do I possess? All right, you should head back to rest. I need to take your friend to buy a bed. Okay, I'll head back now. Li Luo. Send me a message the next time you come over. I'll be out grocery shopping. You can cook? Of course. I generally prepare my own meals at home. It saves money and is more hygienic. Impressive. If I can't find a girlfriend in the future, I might just pursue you. Dream on. Gu Yuqing rolled her eyes. Then turned to Su Wei. Wei, feel free to drop by any time. I'll cook for you so you won't have to order takeout on your days off. Gu Yuqing genuinely cared for her friend, and Su Wei felt touched. Thank you. Ching, I appreciate it. Please get some good rest. All right, I'll take my leave now. She turned toward the elevator and reminded them as she left. Li Luo, send me a message next time you come. If I'm not home, you'll have wasted a trip. After this parting remark, Gu Yuqing sashayed towards the elevator. Let us go as well, Li Luo said, leading Su Wei back to the parking lot of the sales office. Once in the car, they followed the navigation to a nearby furniture store, where Li Luo purchased a bed, a mattress, and a few small stools, totaling just over 5,000 yuan. He intended to buy a sofa as well, but Su Wei insisted it wasn't necessary since she would mostly just be using the bed. As for bathing, she mentioned she would temporarily use Gu Yuqing's facilities, as she wouldn't be staying here long, just a few days at most. Li Luo also mentioned that during her next trip out of town, he could install the air conditioning as well. Since he was renting it out, the basic amenities needed to be addressed. He felt it was only right to ensure a young woman was looked after while living alone in a different city. Su Wei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, suggested, let me treat you to a meal. You've worked hard this afternoon. No need. I'll just grab something quick on my own. You've had a long day as well, so you should rest early. Don't be so polite. This meal is a way to thank you for renting the apartment to me. Otherwise, it could have taken me several more days to find a suitable place. Plus, I need to eat as well. Look, it's already past 5. Hearing her reasoning, Li Luo relented. All right, I noticed a small eatery outside the community. Let us just order a few dishes there. That works, let us go. Upon arriving at the small eatery, they walked in. Hello, handsome and beautiful. What would you like? The menu is on the wall. Please help yourselves, The owner greeted them enthusiastically, eager for business, noting the relatively few diners given the newness of the area. Li Luo ordered a stir-fried pork dish, a vegetable stir-fry, and a silk gourd and egg soup, along with 2 bowls of rice. Great. Please take a seat. Your order will be ready shortly, the owner replied. After finding a spot inside, Li Luo observed Su Wei, who seemed to be lost in thought. Is everything all right? You've seemed preoccupied all afternoon, he inquired. Su Wei's expression shifted at his question. She hesitated, wanting to say something, but holding back. Li Luo quickly reassured her. I'm just asking out of concern. If you don't wish to share, that's perfectly fine. I merely want to ensure you're not bottling up any discomfort. Xu Wei found herself at a loss for words. Upon hearing her best friend mention that he was a millionaire, she contemplated borrowing some money from Li Luo. With that thought in mind, Xu Wei resolved to approach him. Li Luo, I need to tell you something, but you mustn't judge me. Li Luo, somewhat perplexed, wondered why he would criticize her without cause, yet his curiosity was piqued. Go ahead, I'm listening. In a hushed tone, Xu Wei suddenly asked, would you be able to lend me 300,000? Li Luo was taken aback. Why do you need such a substantial amount? Xu Wei recounted the troubles her family was facing, assuring him, I'm not deceiving you. You can confirm with Gu Yuqing. I will repay you gradually. I have no other choice. Listening to her plight, Li Luo felt a twinge of sympathy. For a young woman to encounter such adversity was akin to having the sky fall upon her. What were you planning to do before you met me? Before meeting you? Someone offered to support me financially, promising 36,000 a year, but he is 18 years my senior, and I have been hesitant, she confessed. I have been contemplating my options these past few days, and if it comes to it, I might have to accept his offer. I never expected to run into you today. As she spoke, Xu Wei could no longer contain her tears, her face resembling a delicate flower glistening with rain. Li Luo began to comprehend her situation. I wondered why she was struggling to pay rent, yet still wished to live independently. Perhaps there were other men involved. How about this? Instead of seeking support from that person, just come to me. Consider this an arrangement where I support you. I'll even add an extra 50,000, making it 410,000 for the year. What do you think? Wait, you want to support me? Xu Wei exclaimed. Why not? After all, I am certainly a better option than that older man. You would be better off with me. Having said this, Li Luo cast a few glances her way. Xu Wei was momentarily stunned. His directness sounded rather crass, yet it was refreshing compared to the insincerity of others. He was right. Why settle for an older man when she could choose someone younger, allowing her to reconcile her feelings? Realizing this, she shyly inquired, when will you be able to provide me with the money? I'm in urgent need. Li Luo understood that she had agreed. His mood lifted instantly. The prospect of having such a beautiful woman in his life was something he had never dared to dream of. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, my funds are currently tied up in the stock market and will take a few days to access. If you need it urgently, I can transfer you 30,000 now, and the rest in 3 or 4 days. Li Luo had just checked his balance and found he had over 40,000. Having spent some on meals and a new bed recently, Xu Wei listened intently as he explained the situation, and when he mentioned transferring 30,000, she thought it would suffice for now. She could send the money to the hospital, and they would likely respond positively upon seeing the funds deposited. Feeling a sense of relief, she replied, all right, I'll transfer it to you after dinner. How many days do you plan to stay here? With a weight lifted off her shoulders, Xu Wei felt more at ease. She initially intended to stay for 3 days to discuss matters with that man before returning to see her mother. However, since Li Luo was willing to assist her, she decided she no longer needed to keep his contact information. She deleted the man's contact right in front of Li Luo. After finishing, she added, I plan to return tomorrow. Li Luo, intrigued, asked, does that man live in Jiangning as well? I'm not sure. He mentioned contacting me once I arrive in Jiangning. While Li Luo didn't care much for the man's contact, he felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Xu Wei sever ties with him right in front of him. How about this? In a few days, I'll accompany you back to see your mother. Since you are now my woman, it's only right that I meet your family. Xu Wei was touched by his words. Thank you, Li Luo. I'll stay here for a few more days. Li Luo teased, since you are my woman, I must treat you well. Xu Wei's face flushed crimson, leaving her speechless. At that moment, the waiter brought several dishes to their table. As they chatted about mundane topics, Xu Wei diligently served Li Luo, hardly eating herself. Li Luo, bemused, remarked, I'm not some pampered prince. Eat as you please. I'm not that delicate. Upon hearing this, Xu Wei finally began to eat, seemingly having put her worries aside. She managed to finish 2 bowls of rice, although most of the dishes were consumed by Li Luo. He intended to order more, but Xu Wei insisted it was sufficient, so he refrained from pressing the issue. After their meal, it was nearly 6:30. Li Luo decided against working as a ride-hailing driver that day, opting instead to rest. Chapter 28. Xu Wei's shift in perspective. Are you full? Li Luo inquired, looking at Xu Wei. Let us take a stroll in the park to aid digestion. she suggested with a smile. Sounds good. I was just thinking the same, he replied. As they meandered through the nearby park, their bodies brushed against each other occasionally. Li Luo took the initiative to hold Xue's hand, relishing the warmth that radiated from their entwined fingers. Xue stiffened, a blush creeping across her cheeks, reaching her ears. She chose not to resist, attempting to remain composed as she allowed him to lead her. Having made her decision, she hoped Li Luo would treat her well. Once she calmed down, Xue reciprocated by holding Li Luo's hand and softly asked, "What do you prefer I call you? Darling, husband, or brother?" Li Luo chuckled. "I'd like you to call me whatever you wish." Xue felt a surge of embarrassment and retorted, "You're such a pervert. Choose another." "Haha, I was just joking. Call me whatever you want." "All right, I'll call you husband then. Don't men prefer to be addressed that way? I'm indifferent. Just say it once so I can hear it." Xue shot him a knowing glance. He had previously claimed indifference, yet now he seemed eager for her to call him that. Feeling shy, she softly uttered, "Husband." "Speak up," he urged. "Husband, husband, husband. Is that good enough?" she exclaimed. "I knew you men are insincere." Very good, very good. Consider that a reward. You can stay in that house," Li Luo said, transferring the promised 30,000 to her. As she absorbed his words and the transfer notification on her phone, Xue felt a surge of joy. She had saved on rent. "Thank you, husband," she said genuinely. "It's only right to support my own woman. Rest assured, you won't suffer while you're with me." Xue clung to Li Luo, her tone sweet. "Husband, rest assured, I'm very clean. During our arrangement, I will treat you well, and if you don't mind after a year, I might even follow you. But you must cover my living expenses." Li Luo chose not to respond to that topic for now, planning to discuss it further once the funds were available. He certainly did not wish to part with such a beautiful woman. Since she has become his woman, how could he possibly let her go? The men strolling in the nearby park, upon witnessing such a stunningly delicate woman playfully clinging to an ordinary-looking man dressed in plain attire, were consumed by jealousy and envy. Feeling the myriad gazes surrounding them, Li Luo's vanity was momentarily satiated. After a leisurely stroll, the couple purchased some toiletries at a nearby supermarket and decided to head back, as they were both quite fatigued from the day's events. After escorting Su Wei to her home, Li Luo exchanged a brief greeting before preparing to leave. Just as he approached the elevator, Su Wei languidly suggested, "Why not stay here tonight? It would save us the rush back." Taken aback, Li Luo momentarily paused, said nothing, and turned to close the door behind him. They were both adults, and there was no need to articulate what was understood between them. Seeing Li Luo enter and shut the door, it would be disingenuous to say Su Wei wasn't nervous. "Darling, please take a seat while I prepare the bed linens," she said. "Go ahead, I'll tidy up the items we just bought," he replied. They each took on their respective tasks, arranging the house with simplicity. Once the sheets were laid, Su Wei felt her anxiety begin to dissipate a bit. As she settled down, their eyes met, and Li Luo's intense gaze made her quickly lower her head. "Honey, I'm going to take a shower. I'll join you shortly," she stammered. Lacking hot water, Su Wei planned to refresh herself with a quick cold rinse. "There's no point in showering without hot water. We can wash up elsewhere later," he agreed. The ensuing silence was somewhat awkward. After all, they had only known each other for a day. "How about I order some barbecue and beer, and we can chat while eating?" Li Luo proposed. "Oh, that sounds good," Su Wei replied, pleasantly surprised that he had already considered this. A little alcohol would indeed add some charm and ease the awkwardness between them. Seeing Su Wei's lack of objections, Li Luo ordered a variety of barbecue dishes and a case of beer, reasoning that they could always save leftovers for later. "Come sit here, Wei Wei." He gestured to a chair, and she obediently complied. To break the tension, Li Luo initiated a conversation. "Wei Wei, where's your hometown?" Su Wei felt her spirits lift as he engaged her in conversation. "My family is from Guangling City, specifically a place called Baoying County. Have you heard of it?" she inquired. "I haven't, but I know Guangling," Li Luo replied candidly. With a hint of pride, Su Wei remarked, "I knew you wouldn't know. If I told you I'm from a rural area in Baoying County, you definitely wouldn't have heard of it." Li Luo, somewhat bemused, thought about how vast the world was and how he longed to explore it. He intended to travel once he got settled. Su Wei's laughter at his bewilderment made him feel a mix of annoyance and amusement. Just as he was about to ask another question, a knock at the door interrupted him, signaling that the delivery had arrived. He got up to answer, handing the takeout to Su Wei while bringing the remaining case of beer inside. They soon found their initial awkwardness fading as they enjoyed the barbecue and beer together. Halfway through, Li Luo noticed Su Wei's cheeks flushed from the drink and her slightly tipsy demeanor, which stirred something within him. As she animatedly spoke, she suddenly noticed Li Luo's silence and regarded him with curiosity. Captivated by her innocent gaze, Li Luo lost his remaining restraint and pulled her into a kiss. Su Wei was taken aback, her body stiffening in surprise, responding somewhat awkwardly. But as the scent of his masculine essence mixed with the alcohol enveloped her, she gradually relaxed. After a moment, as she noticed a trace of drool at the corner of his mouth, she playfully scolded, "You were quite rude just now." Li Luo swept her up and headed toward the bedroom. "Darling, let me wash up first," she exclaimed. Noticing his silence, she refrained from further persuasion. "I should probably get some feminine wash tomorrow," she thought, fully aware that Li Luo had indulged in too much alcohol. After placing Su Wei gently on the bed, he settled beside her. "Could you please turn off the light?" Su Wei shyly requested. Li Luo complied, turning off the bedside lamp. "At our age, still so bashful." "Here I come," he teased. The moments that followed were indescribably delightful. The next morning, Li Luo felt someone gently patting his face. After a few moments of grogginess, he rubbed his eyes open to see Su Wei softly whispering, "Darling, you should wash up quickly. You smell like alcohol." Fully awake now, he noticed the faint traces of red on the sheets, reminding him of the previous night's wildness. "You rest a bit. I'll take care of it," he said tenderly. Su Wei, sensing the affection in his words, playfully replied, "I'm fine, just a bit uncomfortable walking." Li Luo got up, helping her sit on the bed. "You rest. I've got this." He pulled the sheets off the bed, along with the empty beer bottles, and disposed of them in a trash bag, then headed downstairs to throw them away. He also bought 6 sets of disposable bed linens from the community supermarket, returning to make the bed anew. Chapter 29, Gu Yuqing's Astonishment. Watching Li Luo scurry about, Su Wei felt a wave of emotion wash over her. To her, their relationship seemed merely transactional. Yet his care made her feel as if they were genuinely in love. It seemed her decision to entrust herself to him last night was not in vain. Although their connection was based on transaction, Su Wei had initially harbored some reservations. Once Li Luo finished his tasks and took a cold shower, Su Wei gently dried his body with a towel. Li Luo glanced at her, then turned and pulled her into a kiss. "Delicious," he murmured after a long moment. Su Wei's cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "You're starting early with the teasing." Li Luo chuckled, tenderly stroking her hair and inhaling the fragrant scent of her locks. Nestled in his embrace, she said softly, "Darling, if you treat me this well, what will I do if I become dependent on you?" Li Luo smiled knowingly. "That's a good thing. By the way, I forgot to ask, you're not planning to shower with cold water again this morning, are you?" "That won't do. I'll call to have the gas turned on so we can have hot water." "No, I boiled some water in the kettle we bought yesterday," Su Wei replied, omitting the detail that she had also purchased a bottle of feminine wash, believing it to be healthier. "That's good. Call them to set it up. And I'll transfer 5,000 to you shortly. You can use that for now, and when you go back to your hometown, I've got a surprise in store for you." "Darling, isn't your money tied up? You should keep that 5,000 for yourself," Su Wei protested, though she felt a spark of anticipation at the mention of a surprise. "Use your money to help your mother first. I'm not too concerned about a few thousand," he reassured her. "All right then, I'll call to have the gas connected. That's my good girl. Take it easy at home for the next few days. If you feel bored, go out for a stroll. Besides, isn't Yuqing on break? You could visit her too. I won't be coming over for the next few nights. I have some matters to attend to. Once everything is settled, I'll accompany you to see your aunt." "Okay, darling." Listening to Li Luo's endless stream of caring words, Su Wei felt a profound happiness swelling within her. As Li Luo prepared to leave, he opened the door and approached the elevator, pressing the button. "Darling," he heard a soft voice. As he turned, he was suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace from Su Wei. He quickly turned around, opening his arms to hold her close. Lowering his head, he inhaled the delightful fragrance that emanated from her. In a gentle whisper near her ear, he asked, "What's the matter? Can't bear to part with me?" "Yes, I can't bear it," Su Wei replied, lifting her head to plant a kiss on his lips. After a prolonged moment, she pulled away, slightly breathless, and softly said, "Darling, I'll be waiting for you at home." Hearing this, Li Luo's heart softened once more, and he embraced her again. After a few minutes, when Su Wei finally left his arms, her cheeks were flushed. She playfully chided, "What are you doing with your hands?" In response, Li Luo innocently sniffed his fingers and remarked, "Just a natural reaction." Su Wei, noticing his teasing, became even more embarrassed, hastily retreating into the house. Yet, her voice floated back through the slightly ajar door, "Drive carefully and come back early." Li Luo called out in reply, "Got it." Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he grabbed a quick bite. He checked the system for his commendations, 56 thus far, with 44 more to go, aiming to complete everything within 3 days. The car and house were almost within reach. He intended to visit Panxing US soon, hoping to resolve their previous wager swiftly to avoid any complications. He couldn't let an opportunity slip away. Meanwhile, Su Wei returned home and boiled a kettle of water. After a refreshing shower, she changed into a new pair of underwear. Picking up the old pair, she noticed the stains and felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. That rascal Li Luo. After washing her soiled underwear and hanging it on the balcony, her phone buzzed. It was a call from her best friend, Gu Yuqing. "Hey, what is up? Why did it take you so long to answer?" Su Wei asked. I was doing laundry. What is going on? Gu Yuqing replied. Why don't you come over for lunch? I bought some crayfish, and it's been a while since we had a good catch-up. Sure, I'll come over as soon as I finish washing up, Su Wei said. Great. I'll start washing the vegetables and cleaning the crayfish. It's delicious, but quite a hassle to clean, Gu Yuqing responded. All right, I'll be there shortly. Don't start without me, Su Wei urged. After hanging up, Su Wei quickly selected a cute dress from her wardrobe and stepped out. 8 minutes later, she arrived at Gu Yuqing's door. Knock, knock. Coming, Gu Yuqing called, opening the door while wearing a playful apron adorned with bunny ears, giving her a charmingly adorable appearance. You surprise me. Not only is Yuqing beautiful, but her apron also has that kawaii style. Su Wei laughed. Are you mocking me? Hurry inside. I've got another apron for you. We need to avoid getting our clothes smelling fishy, Gu Yuqing replied. Once Su Wei donned the apron, featuring cute cat ears, they ventured into the kitchen and began scrubbing the crayfish. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Yuqing spoke, adjusting her tone. Wei, I have about 100,000 saved up from my years of work. You can take it for now. We'll figure out other solutions together. Gu Yuqing couldn't bear to see her friend suffer at the hands of a man 18 years her senior. Su Wei felt incredibly fortunate to have such a supportive friend in university. In this day and age, a friend willing to lend you money is truly a treasure. Thank you, but I've found a solution. I won't have to accompany that older man anymore. You don't need to worry, Su Wei reassured her. What? You've resolved it already? Gu Yuqing exclaimed in surprise. Just yesterday, you were at a loss, and now it's all sorted? She quickly pressed for details. How did you manage that? Please don't do anything reckless. Su Wei chuckled at her friend's concern. What could I possibly do? I'm not done living yet. Then share how you resolved it, Gu Yuqing insisted. Su Wei had no intention of keeping secrets from her best friend, especially after Gu Yuqing had offered to lend her money. Li Luo and I are together now. He has already sent me 35,000. And he mentioned the rest would follow in a couple of days, Su Wei explained. What did you say? Gu Yuqing gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. You're not serious, are you? You just got together yesterday. Su Wei shrugged. It feels surreal, but perhaps it's just fate. Unbelievable. Li Luo seems so unassuming. Yet he has swiftly taken one of the 3 beauties from Nanang. Gu Yuqing reflected. Tell me, he isn't threatening you, is he? No, why would he? He treats me well, Su Wei replied. And have you kissed? Su Wei blushed. Wow, you two are moving quickly. Gu Yuqing teased, suddenly widening her eyes. You haven't done that, have you? That? What do you mean? Su Wei stammered, feeling shy. Just tell me. Gu Yuqing pressed, her curiosity piqued. Reluctantly, Su Wei admitted, yes, okay. Are you satisfied now? Gu Yuqing was stunned, but she admired Li Luo's speed. In just one day, he had captured Su Wei's heart. But I genuinely wish you happiness. From what I've seen of Li Luo, he seems like a good person. He hasn't shown any bad habits, and his financial situation appears solid. With that, Gu Yuqing felt reassured that her friend had found a suitable partner. Though she understood that Su Wei was primarily attracted to Li Luo for his wealth and the potential aid he could provide to her family, Gu Yuqing still wished her friend well. After all, there was little she could do to change the situation. Grasping Su Wei's hand, Gu Yuqing softly spoke. Since you have reached this juncture, as your longtime friend, I have nothing further to say. I have known Li Luo for quite some time, and he is truly a remarkable person. Cherish him well. I wish you both happiness. Su Wei, touched by her words, replied, I will, Yuqing. Thank you for your blessings. I will treasure this. She then added, all right, enough talk. Let us finish up quickly and enjoy a feast today. The previous troubles have been resolved, and I also wish for my friend to find her ideal match. Double happiness awaits. With that, they exchanged a glance and erupted into laughter. Time flew, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At 1 p.m., Li Luo had just dropped off his last passenger and, as usual, reminded them to leave a 5-star rating. After finishing, he returned to his car and saw the 99 glowing reviews from his previous trip, his heart racing with excitement. Ding! The system has met the upgrade criteria. Would you like to upgrade? Friendly reminder. After the system upgrade, the daily limit of 10 5-star reviews will reset. Please remember to draw prizes promptly. Upon hearing this, Li Luo felt it was the most melodious sound in the world. Suppressing his excitement, he parked the car by the roadside, intending to thoroughly explore the upgraded system. System, initiate the lottery. Li Luo recalled the previous warm reminder. Otherwise, he would miss out. The system has completed today's tasks. Would you like to confirm the lottery? Confirm. Lottery initiation is underway. Congratulations, the host has obtained a level 1 cashback card. The cashback multiplier is a random 110 times and has been stored in the warehouse. The host can access it upon task completion. Note, the maximum cashback is capped at 100,000 and cannot be stacked for use. Upon hearing this, Li Luo realized it was indeed a valuable item. Good fortune could translate to a windfall of millions. The following moments were poised to be the most thrilling of the day. Li Luo, without hesitation, initiated the system upgrade. Does the host confirm the upgrade? Confirm. System upgrade in progress, deducting 100 5-star reviews. System loading 1030600100. Congratulations, host. The system upgrade is complete. Rewards are being distributed. Completion confirmed. Please check your warehouse for details. As Li Luo opened the warehouse, he discovered 2 items within. The first, the largest, gleamed enticingly, certainly the upgrade gift pack. The second was the recently drawn level 1 cashback card. However, he decided to set aside the cashback task for now, planning to complete recent obligations first. His gaze fixated on the grand gift pack, he silently urged, open. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 100 million Huaxia coins, now being distributed. Note, all funds distributed by the system are legal and compliant. The host may use them with confidence. Note, the host need not worry about the large sum attracting scrutiny, as the system has already resolved this concern. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the insight skill. Note, the insight skill may only be applied to individuals of the opposite gender with a beauty score of 80 or above. Note, scores below 80 will elicit no response from the system. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the favorability function. When the beauty score of the opposite gender reaches 80 or above, the host may choose to bind. Note, favorability reaching 100 allows for unbinding. The current binding capacity for the host is 10 individuals. Favorability introduction, 149 friends. 5079, in a relationship, confession possible. 8099, married, proposal possible. 100, everlasting loyalty to the host. Note, the higher the favorability level, the deeper the affection towards the host. Upon binding, as the favorability reaches 50, 80, and 100, the host will receive a random reward each time. Note, only bound individuals will receive favorability notifications. Congratulations, host. The daily lottery chance has increased. The next system upgrade requires 1000. Upon reaching level 3, the daily lottery chance will significantly increase, rewarding 1 billion Huaxia coins and unlocking the system mall. Note, the mall will refresh 2 rare items weekly, exchangeable with the number of reviews. Further details will be disclosed when the system reaches level 3. Chapter 31, Assets Surpassing 1 billion. As Li Luo listened to the series of prompts from the system, the corners of his mouth curled into an ever-widening smile. For someone who had only a few days prior been an inconspicuous young man, he felt immensely satisfied. His trifecta of insignificance, housing, savings, girlfriend. Although the system had minor flaws, such as the ambiguity surrounding the increase in lottery chances, he could surmise that the higher the level, the more challenging the upgrade. He had not anticipated that the requirements would multiply tenfold. For now, Li Luo chose not to dwell on such matters. After all, the system had just advanced to level 2 and had already unveiled so many features. That was ample for him to explore at a leisurely pace. Observing the balance in his account, he noted, your construction bank account 7320 received a deposit of 100,000,000 Huaxia coins on June 24th at 2:35 p.m., with an available balance of 100,067,528 Huaxia coins. Having initially worried that the substantial amount might attract unwarranted attention, he was relieved to discover the system had preemptively managed any potential inquiries. Thus, he felt unburdened moving forward. His assets had finally surpassed the billion mark. Exhaling deeply to calm his racing heart, he mused, I, Li Luo, can finally be considered a wealthy man. Next on his agenda was purchasing a house and a car. He planned to buy the house after returning from Su Wei's hometown. First, he would secure a vehicle and perhaps pay a visit to Pan Xingyue to buy a watch. There were matters to be resolved today, and he intended to meet Su Mingjie shortly to address the previous promise. With determination, Li Luo realized he had quite a few tasks ahead. He pulled out his phone and messaged the 3 women. Li Luo, are you there? Minutes later, he received a response. AI Shanshan, Mr. Li, is there something you need? Li Luo, didn't I mention the car purchase last time? AI Shanshan, yes, I remember, Mr. Li. Are you planning to buy a car soon? Li Luo, not soon. I plan to finalize everything today. I'll take the Ferrari today. You mentioned the Lamborghini is still out of town. I'll pay and have them bring it over. AI Shanshan, do you have time right now? Li Luo, yes, I do. Where are you? I can pick you up. AI Shanshan, no need for you to come. I just finished my errands and am on my way to meet you. Send me your address, and we can swing by Neo. My ID is still with your friend, and I need to retrieve it. AI Shanshan, I'm at Deji Plaza with my friend. Just come directly. We'll wait for you at the entrance. Li Luo, all right. Deji Plaza. At the Chanel boutique, AI Shanshan, trying on lipstick, glanced at her phone and, upon reading the chat history, let out an excited squeal. Drawing curious glances from nearby staff and customers, Ignoring the stares, AI Shanshan quickly grabbed her friend's arm and dashed outside, fearing she might miss the opportunity to impress Li Luo, the affluent gentleman. After all, the commission from the 2 cars amounted to several $100,000 in her hands. Anya Xian had just applied her lipstick when her best friend suddenly tugged at her, leaving her bewildered. Glancing at her friend, whose demeanor seemed a bit off, she quickly inquired, Shanshan, are you all right? What has gotten into you? If it weren't for the fact that she noticed her friend's other hand was empty, she might have suspected that Shanshan had swiped something and was trying to skip out on the bill. Disregarding her friend's peculiar behavior for the moment, AI Shanshan pulled Anya Xian swiftly to the entrance of the mall. She sent a message to Li Luo, informing him of their location, and felt a sense of relief when he replied with a simple acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Li Luo had just finished responding to AI Shanshan's message. Su Mingjie, is there something you need from Li Luo? Li Luo, do you have some free time tonight? Let us find a place to sit and discuss. Su Mingjie, I have a mountain of work at the company and will be working overtime tonight. Li Luo, do you still want the investment? Don't pretend I never mentioned it. Jianhua Building, a hub for various companies, housed several smaller firms sharing a floor, as well as some more robust corporations occupying entire floors. Su Mingjie's Dream Apparel was among the smaller enterprises. They had chosen this name with the hope of persevering through storms and tirelessly pursuing their shared aspirations. Little did they know that before they could make any progress, they would be cast adrift. In the general manager's office, though it was more akin to a cramped storage space, there was just enough room for a desk and a chair. This modest desk was now cluttered with an array of documents. Su Mingjie sat in the chair, engrossed in her phone, with a contract she intended to review laid out before her. As she read Li Luo's message, she became momentarily lost in thought. Indeed, during her time in Li Luo's car, she had felt a thrill at his mention of investment. However, upon returning to the company, that excitement gradually faded as reality set in. She doubted the feasibility of such a proposition. After all, who would invest such a sum in a woman like her? A divorcee? It was only when she received Li Luo's recent message that she recalled him, initially assuming he was inviting her out for dinner. Although her confidence in his investment proposal was waning, she felt it unwise to offend him, just in case he was serious. Yet, she was genuinely busy. For the past few days, she had been managing every facet of the company. She longed to relax, but seeing her once thriving business in such a state was disheartening. Deep down, she believed that if she worked a day, she owed it to herself and the company to deliver results. At the very least, in retrospect, she could say she had tried her best and had no regrets. Focusing intently on Li Luo's reply, Su Mingjie reread it several times, fearful of missing any crucial information. Is he looking to discuss investment with me? She thought, excitement coursing through her as she hastily typed a response. Su Mingjie, would it be possible to meet a little later? I have a pile of documents under review. After sending the message, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Her gaze remained fixed on her phone, dreading the possibility of missing any updates. Li Luo understood. Upon receiving this affirmation, Su Mingjie felt a surge of exhilaration, nearly bursting into cheers, but managing to restrain herself at the last moment, mindful that she was at work. She quickly replied, Su Mingjie, I will send you my location in advance so you can come directly. Li Luo, okay. With this confirmation, Su Mingjie finally set her phone down, lost in thought. Suddenly, her face flushed with warmth as she realized it was time to respond to him. Shaking her head slightly, she returned her focus to her work. Li Luo noted that both women had replied, leaving only Pan Xingyue unresponsive. He paid it no mind, assuming she was busy, perhaps purchasing the car before joining them and later reconvening with Su Mingjie. As for Su Wei, he planned to visit her the following day without any fuss. Chapter 32, The Function of Insight. With that, Li Luo steered towards Deji Plaza. At the main entrance of Deji Plaza, 2 fashionably dressed women stood at the mall's entrance, their exquisite features and S-shaped figures creating a captivating sight that drew the attention of passers-by. Anya Xian, incredulous, exclaimed to AI Shanshan, did you just say that Li Luo wants to buy cars from you today, and he has purchasing 2 at once? Indeed. Otherwise, why would I be so excited? I mentioned to him that Jiangning currently does not have the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ model, but there is one in Modu. He said he would pay for it and have it transferred to Jiangning, while he plans to drive off with the Ferrari SF90 today. Goodness, that is quite extravagant. Is Li Luo really that low-key? I can't say for certain, but I do know that truly wealthy individuals tend to be very discreet. Unlike those on certain platforms flaunting their wealth, the genuinely affluent are but a few. I tell you, those who boast the most often have the least, while true wealth is often accompanied by humility. With this, she disdainfully regarded a balding man who had just passed by, who seemed keen to display his ostentatious gold chains and watches, as if to ensure everyone knew of his affluence. AI Shanshan felt a wave of nausea at the sight. What can we do? The world is vast, and there will always be those who revel in showing off. But let me ask you, Shanshan, if today's deal goes through, how much will you earn? Upon hearing her best friend's inquiry, AI Shanshan leaned in and whispered a figure in her ear. What? Is it that much? Anya Xian exclaimed in shock. Of course. Just look at the total price. It's nothing like the cars you sold before. Observing her friend's excitement, Anya Xian teased. So, how will you show your gratitude to me? AI Shanshan, pulling her close, declared grandly. I'll cover a year's worth of rent for you and treat you to a lavish meal. That's more like it. But I don't want just one meal. I want 10. AI Shanshan gritted her teeth. Fine, 10 it is. The two then watched the passing cars, sharing amusing anecdotes about their lives. Occasionally, AI Shanshan would check her phone for any messages from Li Luo. After waiting for approximately 8 more minutes, they finally heard the notification sound of Li Luo's message. Upon seeing the location he sent, they proceeded in that direction. Upon spotting the Neo parked by the roadside, they confirmed it was their ride and casually opened the doors. Li Luo turned to see the two women chatting and laughing together. So, you two share such a close bond. I initially thought you were merely acquaintances. It seems like you are best friends. How fortunate that I'm buying a car and passing the commission to your friend. Truly a case of keeping the fortune within the family. Observing Li Luo's teasing expression, Anya Xian playfully replied, earning money for others is still earning, but ensuring my best friend benefits is even better. You wouldn't be stingy, would you, young masterly? At this, Li Luo scrutinized AI Shanshan more closely, momentarily captivated. She was clad in a tasteful yellow dress, complemented by radiant yellow high-heeled sandals. Her delicate features enhanced by her hair cascading casually over her shoulders, an enchanting sight indeed. Especially impressive was her bosom. Li Luo felt that Pan Xingyue was somewhat lacking in comparison. As Li Luo appraised her, AI Shanshan was also scrutinizing Li Luo. This was their first encounter. Although AI Shanshan had seen Li Luo's ID, there remained some discrepancies in person. One could only describe the initial impression as rather ordinary, and the more one looked, the more mundane it appeared. Subsequently, AI Shanshan extended her hand for a formal introduction. I am AI Shanshan. Noticing her gesture, Li Luo reciprocated with his own hand. I am Li Luo. They shared a brief handshake, yet in that fleeting moment, Li Luo felt a stirring within. The softness of her hand was almost ethereal, possessing an exquisite smoothness. Unable to resist, Li Luo employed his insight technique. Name, AI Shanshan. Age, 26. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 90. Privacy, 100. Status, normal. Intimacy, 20. Is the system bound? Of course, it is bound. Name, and Yashuan. Age, 27. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 86. Privacy, 99. Status, normal. Intimacy, 30. Is the system bound? This one is also quite acceptable. I shall bind it. Since acquiring the system, Li Luo felt somewhat adrift. His ex-girlfriend, Xin Lin, though not as stunning as AI Shanshan, seemed comparable to an Yashuan in beauty. Reflecting on it now, having once dated someone as beautiful as Xin Lin felt like a stroke of fortune. He wondered if Xin Lin still worked at the same place. After that night of drinking, he remembered dozing off on the table, only to awaken on the sofa, covered with a blanket. One could easily guess who had done that. If he had the opportunity in the future, he might inquire why she had no objection to taking his ring. That ring had represented all his savings at that time, and Li Luo had always felt a lingering regret about it. For now, he chose to set such thoughts aside. Even if they were to meet again, he was no longer the same Li Luo as before. Interrupting his musings, Li Luo found himself puzzled by the privacy information regarding the two women. System. What does this privacy mean? The system has a history of romantic involvement, which has led to some friction. Understood. He simply hadn't anticipated encountering one with full attributes. While the other was deemed normal, considering she was 27 years of age, a woman at that age is certainly not young. Li Luo decided to refrain from dwelling on this matter and prioritized purchasing a vehicle instead. Please navigate. We shall head there now. Upon hearing this, AI Shanshan took out her phone and activated the navigation, with Li Luo following the directions to their destination. He also sent a message to Lily and Lon Lon, inquiring if they were at the store as they were on their way. After receiving replies, he felt reassured. This was not their first collaboration. Following the navigation prompts, Li Luo arrived at the Jiangning Ferrari dealership, parking his car in the designated space. Awaiting them at the entrance was sales manager Gong Li, who observed a man dressed quite ordinarily, yet with a kind demeanor, approaching alongside two exceptionally attractive women. One of them was, of course, her old friend AI Shanshan. Gong Li took a moment to appraise Li Luo. He did not strike her as someone who could afford such luxury vehicles. After all, the individuals AI Shanshan had previously brought were generally older. A young man like Li Luo seemingly not yet 30, was a rarity. Gong Li mused that he might simply be here to indulge his curiosity, especially since the Ferrari AI Shanshan had mentioned recently was not a trivial sum. Chapter 33. Purchasing a car. AI Shanshan had previously inquired about various vehicles, yet not all brought along would end up making a purchase. Some would come only to find excuses, citing dissatisfaction with the color or lower specifications, among other complaints. Despite these thoughts, as a luxury car sales manager, maintaining a polished demeanor was essential, otherwise, her position would have long been usurped by someone else. The automatic doors slowly opened, sunlight glistening upon the iconic prancing horse emblem of Ferrari, shimmering brilliantly. "Good day, sir. Welcome to Ferrari." A soft yet assertive voice emerged from beside him. Li Luo turned to see a woman with a warm smile, clad in a sleek black suit, her neatly tied hair exuding professionalism, approaching him. Truly, she embodied the elegance expected of a luxury car salesperson, her figure and beauty striking. Catching a glimpse of her name tag, he noted it read Sales Manager Gong Li. Unable to resist, Li Luo activated his insight once more. Name: Gong Li. Age: 29. Height: 167 centimeters. Weight: 56 kilograms. Overall attractiveness: 81. Privacy: 76. Intimacy: 10. Status: married. No children. Is the system bound? Oh. Li Luo was somewhat taken aback. Although he had heard some rumors online, seeing the system's evaluation was still surprising. It was clear she was indeed a proficient sales manager. He hadn't expected to glean information about her marital status as well. However, the subsequent query from the system left him bemused. Was there any need for that? Of course, it would not be bound. Is the system bound? Hearing the continuous prompts from the system, Li Luo could only roll his eyes in response. Not bound. Good day, sir. May I ask your surname? My surname is Li. Hello, Mr. Li. The Ferrari model SF90 you previously inquired about has just arrived. Please follow me. Li Luo surveyed the showroom and noticed it was empty, save for himself as the sole customer. A few saleswomen were gathered, chatting amongst themselves. His attention was instantly captivated by the 3 different models of Ferrari displayed in the center of the showroom, arranged like exquisite artworks on rotating pedestals. The spotlight illuminated them, accentuating the power in every curve of their bodies. Among them was the very model Li Luo had seen online, the white SF90 supercar. Following Gong Li toward the exhibit. Once they arrived beside the Ferrari SF90, Gong Li began her introduction. The Ferrari SF90 model is equipped with a 3.9T V8 twin-turbocharged engine, boasting a maximum power output of 780 horsepower, with a combined maximum output reaching 1,000 horsepower. It accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.5 seconds, and can achieve a top speed of 340 km/h. Additionally, the rear gurney flap, in conjunction with the front splitter and diffuser, significantly enhances the vehicle's stability during high-speed cornering. Li Luo listened intently as Gong Li eloquently detailed the car's specifications. Indeed, she was a sales manager with a remarkable capacity to recall such intricate details. Mr. Li, would you like to sit inside and experience it? Certainly. As the door swung open, Li Luo settled into the carbon fiber seat, instantly enveloped by its embrace. The aesthetic beauty surrounding him was explosive. Gripping the carbon fiber steering wheel, exhilaration surged within him, though he noted the confined space. No wonder it was said that while luxury cars were visually stunning, they might not always offer comfort in driving. However, this model of the car surprisingly does not feature scissor doors. At this moment, Gong Li squatted beside the car door, continuing her introduction. Mr. Li, this SF90 is predominantly composed of carbon fiber, and its specifications are top tier. If you find this configuration unsatisfactory, you may opt for a different one, but that would delay the delivery. AI Shanshan approached, inquiring, Mr. Li, what do you think? Should we choose a different configuration? Li Luo, lacking knowledge about luxury car configurations, thought that if Gong Li claimed it was top-notch, why bother switching? He intended to drive it away today. And who knows how long it would take for a new configuration to arrive. Let's go with this one. What is the price? Upon hearing this, the 3 women were momentarily taken aback. Was he serious? Did he think this was as simple as buying groceries? Noticing their silence, Li Luo directed his question at Gong Li. What are you dawdling for? What is the price of this car? Oh, right, Gong Li, who was undoubtedly a seasoned sales manager, quickly responded. This limited edition SF90 has a total price of 8.2 million Chinese yuan, inclusive of all taxes. The premium configuration contributes to the elevated price. Upon hearing the figure of 8.2 million, Li Luo acknowledged it was indeed steep. Is there any discount? He wasn't about to be taken advantage of. If there was a discount, he would seize it. Unlike those extravagant rich men who whip out their cards without a second thought, he wasn't one to throw money around carelessly. I can at most waive the small change from Mr. Li. All right then, let's go with this one. Where do we handle the paperwork? Li Luo interjected. And you may address me as Li Luo, not Mr. Li. Gong Li's eyes widened in surprise, not just the other salespeople who had gathered to watch. But even Gong Li, the sales manager, seemed momentarily stunned by his decisiveness. AI Shanshan quickly stepped forward and asked, Li Luo, aren't you going to take it for a test drive? Li Luo glanced at Gong Li. Is there something wrong with this car? Not at all. No issues. It's just that Shanshan meant for you to experience it a bit. That won't be necessary. Once I purchase it, I'll have ample time to enjoy it. Let us proceed with the purchase. With that, Li Luo produced a construction bank card. As Gong Li took the card from him, she looked puzzled. Shouldn't it be a platinum or gold card? Could this card even handle such a transaction? Li Luo, noticing her confusion, understood her doubts. Before arriving, he had inquired with the system about any spending limits, and it assured him that there would be no such constraints. Then I shall call you young Master Li. Will you be paying in full or financing? Whichever you prefer, there's no need for financing. I'll be paying in full, so feel free to process it. Seeing his confidence, Gong Li said nothing further and led Li Luo to the cashier. The other saleswomen nearby were astonished that this gentleman, who had been there for merely a few minutes, was purchasing an 8 million yuan Ferrari outright. Their gazes were filled with fervor, almost as if they wished to devour him. Did he really just buy it? Wasn't he here for just 5 minutes? My mother would take longer at the market to compare prices. No wonder your family is broke. If only I could be his mistress, who needs to attend class. And a mistress? Have you not seen the 2 stunning women beside him? Do you really think you stand a chance? What if those 2 women are just the beginning? A man with such wealth is unlikely to have only 2 women by his side. Who knows how many more are in line? A jealous saleswoman remarked. Chapter 34. Li Luo smells divine. Honestly, I wouldn't care about the rank. Even if I were 8th or 9th, I would happily accompany him. Just a little pocket money each month would suffice for my indulgence. All right, enough talk. Let us follow them and see if the manager catches us gossiping. It won't end well for any of us. At this, the group fell silent and followed Gong Li to the front desk. Not far from them, the 2 women observed the sales staff's discussions with a complex expression as they gazed at Li Luo. Was this the allure of wealth? No words were necessary. Opportunities presented themselves effortlessly. Upon reaching the front desk, Gong Li expertly utilized the POS machine, inserting the card and entering the amount. Young Master Li, please enter your PIN. Li Luo took the POS machine, inputted his PIN, and returned it to Gong Li. The women all watched with anticipation, eager to see if the transaction would go through, as it would reveal whether this man was genuinely affluent or merely toying with them. Gong Li, AI Shanshan, and Yashuan were particularly anxious, for they stood to gain directly from the outcome. Who would dare to oppose money? Ding! As the receipt printed out, the 3 women simultaneously exhaled in relief. AI Shanshan's favorability 20, current favorability 40, and Yashuan's favorability 10, current favorability 40. Oh, and Yashuan could understand her increased favorability towards Li Luo, having known him previously. But AI Shanshan's sudden spike was puzzling. Was it simply because she bought a car from her? Can it be true? This seemingly common individual, with a look that could pass for street merchandise, is buying an 8 million yuan car without hesitation? Meanwhile, those who appeared genuinely wealthy were scrutinizing the car meticulously. After a moment of thought, Gong Li respectfully asked, Young Master Li, would you like to rest in the VIP room while I prepare the contract? How could she not show respect to someone capable of casually spending 8 million? This young man, seemingly even younger than herself, must possess immense wealth. If she weren't married, she might have considered pursuing him. While conversing with AI Shanshan, she had heard he was also planning to purchase a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. A car even more extravagant than this SF90, truly a supercar worth over 10 million. His net worth must be in the billions. No need. Just handle the arrangements for me. I'll sign the documents when I return. At this moment, Li Luo turned to Yashuan. Isn't your ID with you? Please give it to AI Shanshan, and let her handle the remaining paperwork. Once everything is settled, just return my ID. I'm buying 2 cars from you. This small matter shouldn't pose a problem, right? AI Shanshan took the ID from Yashuan and promptly assured Li Luo, rest assured. I'll take care of all the subsequent procedures, including the registration. Once the license plate is ready, I'll bring it to you. For now, you can use a temporary plate. Great. Remember to get me a nice license plate with consecutive numbers. How much will that cost? I'll transfer the money to you later. Upon hearing Li Luo's willingness to spend on a license plate, AI Shanshan confidently replied, no problem. If it were in those super first-tier cities, it might be challenging, but Jiangning has plenty of good plates available. Li Luo then turned to Gong Li and said, thank you for your help. I'm off to buy that Lamborghini now and will return to sign the paperwork. You're too kind, young Master Li. I'll handle everything here, just come back to sign. With that, Li Luo departed with the 2 women. Upon hearing that Li Luo was also purchasing a Lamborghini, the sales staff could no longer contain their curiosity. A daring female salesperson, blushing, approached Li Luo. Mr. Li, may I ask if I could have your contact information? Seeing the saleswoman standing before him, Li Luo couldn't help but smile. Was this the allure of wealth? He had just inquired with the system, but it hadn't responded. Yet, he felt this salesperson was at least a solid 70 out of 100, easily the belle of her class. Unaware of the pride she once possessed, she has now been humbled by the harsh realities of society, compelled to adopt a deferential demeanor in the presence of the affluent. Observing Li Luo's silence, the salesperson's complexion gradually paled. At that moment, Gong Li also sensed the awkwardness and quickly rebuked, "Qing, what are you doing? Hurry and step aside." It was only then that Li Luo regained his focus, noticing the female salesperson named Qing, whose eyes were brimming with tears. He smiled gently and replied, "It's all right. I was just contemplating something. Please, feel free to scan my QR code." Qing was momentarily taken aback, but hastily took out her phone to scan it. Then promptly stepped aside, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Li." Seeing Li Luo's amiable demeanor, the other female salespeople approached him to request his contact information, to which he readily acquiesced, adding them all without hesitation. There were merely 4 in addition to Qing. Once all the connections were made, Li Luo turned to Gong Li and inquired, "Would you like to add me as well? If not, I shall take my leave." Previously, she had hesitated to ask, feeling a bit awkward since someone had already brought Li Luo to purchase a car without needing her assistance. After the exchanges, Li Luo addressed Gong Li, saying, "In the near future, I intend to purchase a LaFerrari. Please keep an eye out for me." Gong Li was taken aback. "A LaFerrari? Mr. Li, in order to qualify for the purchase of a LaFerrari, you must also acquire either a limited edition Ferrari or possess 5 models from their lineup." This was news to Li Luo. "Such requirements exist? Very well. Please check if there are any limited editions available and liaise with AI Shanshan regarding that." "Understood, Mr. Li. Just so you know, the fastest delivery time for a LaFerrari is usually around 6 months, possibly extending to a year." This timeline suited Li Luo perfectly, as it provided him with ample time to gather his funds. "I see, just keep me informed." "Very well. I shall keep a vigilant eye on it and notify you once there are updates." With that, Li Luo announced, "I shall take my leave now. Please prepare the contract." After concluding, he turned to exit the premises. As the group heard Li Luo's intention to purchase a LaFerrari, a hypercar worth several million, their respect for him grew exponentially, particularly AI Shanshan, who, upon hearing of Li Luo's plans, felt her heart race. He seemed so unassuming, yet his words carried an undeniable weight. At that moment, Li Luo's voice interrupted her thoughts. "AI Shanshan, when it comes to the vehicle, coordinate with manager Gong Li. Once everything is confirmed, you may contact me. Do not say I have deprived you of an opportunity to earn." "Ah, understood. Rest assured, I will assist you in selecting the best options." AI Shanshan was ecstatic. A LaFerrari, a top-tier hypercar worth 40 to 50 million. Furthermore, the stipulations for acquiring the LaFerrari indicated that Li Luo would also need to purchase a limited edition Ferrari. She felt overwhelmed by the prospects, her mind racing at the thought of the fortune involved. He truly was irresistible, and she resolved to capture his attention. AI Shanshan's affection level, 9, current affection level, 49. Previously, she had thought Li Luo's worth was merely in the hundreds of millions, but now she estimated it to be at least in the tens of billions. After Li Luo exited, Gong Li turned to her colleagues, teasingly saying, "You little vixens, have you already begun plotting to follow him? But do remember to maintain a respectable image. We are in a store, and should you provoke his discontent, I would find myself in quite the predicament. Be cautious next time. You may continue your chat, but keep your voices down. I shall prepare the contracts." Chapter 35, Acquired. The Ferrari SF90. The girls chorused, "Understood, manager." Once the manager had distanced herself, a salesperson named Qian remarked, "Qing, you were incredibly bold just now." When Mr. Li remained silent, we all thought he was displeased. Qing, patting her ample chest, replied with pride, "If one does not possess courage, how can one seize opportunities? In this society, those unashamed will always advance ahead of others." The other 3 nodded in agreement. "We have learned from you. However, I must say, you all only secured his contact due to my influence. Shouldn't there be some form of appreciation?" Qian boldly suggested. "Absolutely. I shall treat you all to a lavish meal." One of the others chimed in. "Count me in as well," the last girl added. That seemed more agreeable. Meanwhile, on Li Luo's side, AI Shanshan sought out the sales manager, Lu Lan. Lu Lan appeared slightly older than Gong Li, causing Li Luo to lose interest in her information, estimating her score to be below 80. After some negotiations, they finalized the transaction at a total of 11 million Huaxia coins. Li Luo promptly completed the payment via card, and they exchanged contact information. Lu Lan informed him that the vehicle would arrive in approximately a week and promised to notify him once it was delivered. Once everything was settled, the 3 returned to Ferrari to complete the necessary procedures and signed the contracts. Li Luo took several photos with the beautiful saleswomen before accepting the Ferrari keys and contract documents from Gongli. After a moment of contemplation, he handed the keys to his Neo vehicle to AI Shanshan, instructing her to follow him in the car. The two women readily agreed. Planning to drive the car to Li Luo's residence before taking a taxi back, Gong Li inquired whether a delivery ceremony was necessary. Li Luo dismissed the idea, stating it was merely a formality, and Gong Li did not press further. Once seated in the Ferrari, Li Luo started the engine, the exhilarating roar igniting a rush of adrenaline within him. Just as he was about to set off, the store's sound system announced, "Congratulations, Mr. Li, on becoming a distinguished Ferrari owner. May the prancing horse accompany you on your journeys and bring you success." What a splendid emotional high. In the envious gazes of the women, Li Luo drove away, leaving them in awe. In the Neo vehicle, and Yashuan was at the wheel, with AI Shanshan in the passenger seat. They gazed at the striking Ferrari ahead. I never imagined Li Luo would actually purchase two cars. It feels surreal. Like a game of pretend. 19 million. Will I ever earn 9 million in my lifetime? AI Shanshan thought, reflecting on how quickly he had spent such a fortune. And Yashuan, hearing her friend's musings, teased, "You're drooling. Wipe your mouth. Your eyes are practically glowing green." Rolling her eyes at her friend, AI Shanshan replied, "You're the one with the glowing eyes. It's true I want him. He is simply irresistible." And Yashuan placed a hand on her forehead, exasperated. "You are beyond saving. Please try to control yourself. The night is still young." However, I must admit, he looked incredibly handsome when he swiped his card. You should have seen the looks from the saleswomen in those stores. They were practically ready to devour him. You simply do not understand. For them, this is a pathway to success. Who wouldn't he want that? Although he may not fit conventional standards, it seems that Nuwa is fair after all. Alright, enough of the daydreaming. I need to pick up the pace. Li Luo has vanished from sight. This traffic light is taking forever. I'm doomed. All my skincare efforts have gone to waste. A girl on the back of an electric bike complained to her boyfriend at a red light. "Relax. I'm saving up for a vehicle. Soon. I'll buy a luxurious Benz and take you for rides every day," her boyfriend replied cheerfully. "Sure, keep dreaming. At this rate, I'll be grateful if you can purchase a Volkswagen," she retorted, her patience wearing thin. If her boyfriend hadn't been so obedient, she might have kicked him to the curb by now. Her boyfriend merely smiled and remained silent. At that moment, the roar of an engine drew near. He turned his head to look. "Wow, a supercar. And it's brand new." The man exclaimed in astonishment. His girlfriend also glanced over, her excitement palpable. "It's a Ferrari SF90. I've seen it online. I absolutely adore this model. It's stunning beyond belief." Passers-by nearby turned their heads in curiosity. Through the car window, a young man was seen at the wheel. His girlfriend, captivated by the Ferrari parked a short distance away, hurriedly took out her phone to snap a few pictures, imagining how envious many girls would be if she could sit in the passenger seat. Moments later, the traffic light turned green, and with a roar of the engine, the vehicle sped away. "So cool. I wonder when I'll ever own one," he mused. Hearing her boyfriend's daydreaming, the girl impatiently called out, "Let us go. You driving a Ferrari? You'd still be late to dinner. I must have made a grave mistake finding you as my boyfriend." The man, bewildered by her sudden anger, wondered who had upset her. He merely mentioned the Ferrari, and she responded with such harshness. He dared not ask for clarification, knowing too many questions could lead to financial reparations. He could only silently twist the car key. Li Luo felt the envious and jealous gazes from those around him. A few girls even waved their phones at him. He had only ever seen such scenes online, and now it was happening to him. He chuckled and shook his head in disbelief. After checking his rearview mirror and not spotting his Neo, he sent a message to inform them he would meet at Daiji. He accelerated towards Daiji Plaza. Upon arriving at Daiji, he parked in an outdoor lot, uncertain if he could access the garage without a license plate. He waved at the security guard at the entrance. The guard had noticed Li Luo's car when he came in. Seeing Li Luo wave, he hurried over. "What can I do for you, sir?" Li Luo retrieved 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to him. "Take good care of the car. The rest is your tip." The guard eagerly accepted the 200 yuan, his face lighting up. "Don't worry, sir. I'll keep an eye on it. No one will touch your car." Li Luo nodded in satisfaction and made his way towards Daiji. Once Li Luo had walked away, the guard tucked the 200 yuan into his pocket, thinking to himself how generous this boss was. He could treat himself to a nice meal tonight. After all, Li Luo's car had no license plate. Whether he paid or not was entirely at the guard's discretion. AI Shanshan received Li Luo's message stating he was at Daiji and turned to her friend. "Li Luo wants us to meet at Daiji. How much longer until we arrive?" Anya Shin asked, slightly puzzled. "What is he up to at Daiji? How should I know what this rich kid is thinking?" "Hurry up. I still need to help him find a good license plate for sale in the next few days." "Got it. We should arrive in about 5 minutes." Li Luo's reason for going to Daiji was to stimulate the feelings of the two girls, hoping to reach a 50-point affinity and see what rewards the system might offer. He found a spot in the first-floor lobby to sit down and glanced at his phone, noting AI Shanshan's message stating they would arrive in 5 minutes. He replied, "Li Luo, I'm on the first floor, just come straight over." AI Shanshan, okay. 5 minutes later, AI Shanshan, Li Luo, we arrived, right by the elevator. Where are you? We'll come find you. Li Luo, no need, just wait for me by the elevator. Anya Xian looked at her friend's message and inquired. What did Li Luo say? He told us to stay here and wait for him. Then let's wait. They soon spotted Li Luo approaching, and the two girls hurried over. Puzzled. Li Luo, are we here to eat? We can eat later. I need to buy a few outfits first. Li Luo initially intended to buy a few items for them, but he reconsidered, fearing that such generosity might make him seem eccentric. He decided to purchase a few items for himself first, then have them help him choose. It was a clever plan. Chapter 36, Returning to Deji Plaza. AI Shanshan smiled. Li Luo, what brand of clothing are you looking for? Do you have a budget in mind? The two girls were speechless upon hearing Li Luo wanted to buy clothes. Dude, you just spent 19 million. How are we ordinary folks supposed to live? However, they quickly realized that to him. Spending money on clothes was trivial given his recent expenditure. I'm indifferent to brands and prices. Comfort is what matters most. The girls internally rolled their eyes at his remark. Is that even a sensible thing to say? Anya Xian's expression shifted. Li Luo, how about we take you to see Armani menswear? Their clothing often has subtle logos, perfect for someone who prefers a low-key style. Would you like to check it out? Li Luo perked up at this suggestion. As someone who frequently drove rideshare, he preferred understated attire. He feared that should someone ride in his car and notice his driver's outfit was more extravagant than theirs, they might leave a negative review out of jealousy, an unwarranted misfortune. All right, let us go with that. You two can help me pick a few pieces, all right? AI Shanshan chuckled. No problem, we'll help you look sharp. With that, the trio followed the signs to the men's section. Welcome to Armani. How may I assist you? The sales associate's eyes lit up upon seeing the man accompanied by two women. This guy must be wealthy. Anya Xian stepped forward. Please take us to the men's section. Of course, please follow me. The sales associate led them to the men's section and turned to Anya Xian. Madam, what style of clothing are you looking for your friend? Would you like me to help you choose? She refrained from mentioning he was her boyfriend, fearing that the other woman might be his girlfriend or that both could be. It wouldn't be appropriate in such a public setting. And she didn't want to jeopardize her sale. No need. Just point me towards the casual styles, Anya Xian replied, gesturing to the left. This area features casual wear. You should find something you like here. Anya Xian turned and smiled slightly at Li Luo. Li Luo, you can sit in the waiting area while Shanshan and I help you pick out some clothes. You can try them on one by one. Li Luo nodded and moved to the waiting area. The sales associate followed him with a cup of warm water. Sir, please have some water. Let me know if you need anything. Thank you. No need to mention it. The sales associate remained nearby, keeping an eye on Li Luo, as this sale was hers to secure. Before long, the two girls had chosen several outfits for Li Luo. He took the clothes to the fitting room, ready to try on the selections. After a round of fittings, they had selected 4 t-shirts, 3 pairs of casual shoes, and 4 pairs of casual pants. That should be enough. After a short while, Li Luo grew impatient with the fitting process. The girls kept critiquing the shirts and shoes, making him dread trying on clothes even more, a key reason he seldom indulged in shopping. The sales associate beamed at the sight of him. Sir, I've prepared your items for checkout. You can proceed directly to the front desk to settle the bill. The 4 individuals made their way to the cashier. After scanning the tags of the clothes, the cashier inquired, Sir, the total comes to 113,800 yuan. How would you like to pay? I'll pay by card, he replied, as the POS machine dispensed a receipt. Please sign here, sir. Li Luo casually signed his name and turned to the 2 women. Could you please help me with the bags? Why are you just staring at me? Oh, right. They finally took the shopping bags from the sales associate's hands. Momentarily taken aback by the cashier's announcement of such a high total, they had estimated the cost to be around 60,000 to 70,000 yuan. After all, these were summer clothes, and they hadn't bothered to check the price tags, simply selecting what they found visually appealing. The unexpected expense left them stunned as they observed Li Luo, unfazed, completing the transaction and walking away. Their surprise was palpable as they heard him call for them. They couldn't help but think, damn, rich people. Buzz, your account at the construction bank, 7320, has been debited 113,800 yuan at 4:30 p.m. Your available balance is 80,954,402 yuan. Li Luo glanced at his phone, noting the balance of 80 million. Money was indeed spent rapidly. He then tucked his phone away and said, let us go, leading the way outside. The 2 women had no choice but to follow, carrying the shopping bags, all while the sales associate watched with envy as they exited. Thank you for your patronage. We hope to see you again soon. Once outside, the surrounding men scrutinized them, thinking to themselves, Now that's a real man. If only I could be that impressive, with two stunning beauties carrying my purchases. One turned to his girlfriend and remarked, "Look at that man. He doesn't appreciate the finer things in life. Unlike me, who cherishes you." Anya Xian, trailing behind Li Luo, glanced at him with empty hands. Then at herself and her friend, both burdened with shopping bags. The most vexing part was her friend's beaming smile. Of course, her friend had every right to smile, given that Li Luo had just made such a substantial purchase through her. But what does that have to do with me? He hasn't even given me more than 2,000 yuan. He treats me like a subordinate. Yet she dared not voice her discontent, knowing her friend would be the first to retaliate. What's the matter? It's just a year's rent plus 10 lavish dinners. Why not carry a bag for you? She muttered with a hint of melancholy. Li Luo, weren't you planning to go out for a meal? Where are we headed now? Li Luo paused at Anya Xian's slightly displeased tone. What's wrong? Aren't you happy? However, upon reflection, Li Luo realized he hadn't really done much for Anya Xian. He had bought and sold cars, all of which she had managed for him, and he had only given her 2,000 yuan, nothing compared to what he had given her friend. With that thought, he dismissed any concern. Let us buy a few outfits. Just follow me. Anya Xian was taken aback. Are we still buying clothes? They soon arrived at a Chanel boutique, and the two women looked puzzled. Anya Xian said, Li Luo, this is a women's store. Li Luo turned to her and replied, go ahead and choose. I appreciate you accompanying me on this shopping trip. Get whatever you like. I'll take care of the bill. Are you really buying it for me? At that moment, Ai Shanshan suddenly perceived how incredibly charming he was. This was exactly the kind of person she had been seeking. Although Li Luo had directed his words to her friend, it still struck her as exceptionally attractive. Ai Shanshan's favorability level, 6. Current favorability, 55. System notification, Ai Shanshan's favorability has reached 50 points. Reward, 5 intermediate cashback cards. Cashback multiplier, 110, randomly assigned. Stored in the warehouse. Maximum limit, 1 million, cannot be stacked. Wow. Ai Shanshan was astounded. What was happening? Li Luo had initially intended to let Anya Xian choose first. Aware that Ai Shanshan might feel slightly uncomfortable, he planned to allow Ai Shanshan to select once the moment was right. After all, such fluctuations in favorability should enable her to exceed the 50-point threshold. However, the reward for reaching 50 favorability was indeed impressive. With good fortune, millions could be within reach. Just as he had lamented the rapid depletion of funds, this windfall appeared. Next up was Anya Xian, who needed just 10 more points. He was determined to win her over as well. With a plan forming in his mind, Li Luo assessed Ai Shanshan. She, in turn, gazed at him, her eyes brimming with affection. He mused that it shouldn't be too difficult to ask Ai Shanshan to be his girlfriend at this point. Just as he was lost in thought, Anya Xian interrupted him. I don't wanna. I'm just helping you pick out a few outfits. Besides, you're buying a car as a favor to my friend. I'm merely accompanying you both. You don't want it? I do. Li Luo retorted. I've had my eye on a particular bag for a long time. Can I get that? In Ai Shanshan's heart, she had already regarded Li Luo as someone close to her, and she was preparing to seize the opportunity. Sure, go ahead, he encouraged. Her thoughts mirrored his own, and Li Luo was more than pleased with her response. With a favorability reward of 50 points being so substantial, he wondered just how extravagant the rewards for 80 and 100 points might be. Bring your friend along too. Let her choose as well, whether it's a bag or clothes. If she doesn't buy something, then neither will you. Fine, Ai Shanshan sighed, casting a pleading look at her friend. If Xian goes, you wouldn't want to see your friend without a bag, would you? With that, she tugged Anya Xian toward the Chanel store. The sales associates at the entrance had already noticed the trio. The logo on the shopping bags was unmistakable. Hearing the man suggest that the women choose whatever they wanted, they were surprised that one of them was still hesitant. Doesn't she realize that the man beside her is a gem? Clearly, he has better taste. The women in the store envied the two, whispering among themselves, wishing for a boyfriend like him. Those who were already in relationships lamented how they couldn't help but compare their partners to him. Look at that man, and then look at yours. Why do they refer to him as a boyfriend and not just a friend? They knew that these two women would soon find themselves wrapped around this man's finger. If it were them, they wouldn't resist. They would gladly submit to his charm for a lifetime. The allure was overwhelming. There was no escaping it. Li Luo settled into the lounge area, picking up his phone to scroll through Douyin. He noticed that a game streamer he had been following was live, so he casually clicked on the stream. This particular streamer was quite intriguing. She specialized in cosplay, often embodying various female characters from domestic anime. Li Luo found her creations to be rather impressive, and her striking appearance added an air of authority, though he couldn't ascertain how much of it was due to editing. However, her fans, including Li Luo, adored her primarily for her captivating voice, which was a stark contrast to her authoritative visage. During each live broadcast, The most frequent comments in the chat were inquiries about whether her voice was natural or altered by a sound card. Nevertheless, she steadfastly claimed it was her true voice. Li Luo contemplated purchasing some Douyin coins soon to send her gifts, hoping to arrange a meeting to compare the reality with the online persona. Meanwhile, the two women, under the guidance of the sales assistant, had already succumbed to temptation, especially in Yashuan, who was utterly transfixed by the array of exquisite designer handbags laid before her. Her gaze remained fixated, even as she verbally protested, her feet obediently leading her closer. The sales assistant, showering her with compliments, insisted that the bags would enhance her elegance and make her the envy of other women once she stepped outside. And Yashuan was clearly enchanted. At that moment, Li Luo received a message from Pan Xingyue. There's a promotion at the store, a lot of nonsense. What do you need me for? I just want to buy a watch. Didn't you mention selling watches last time? I only sell Omega. I don't deal with other brands, and the prices aren't cheap. If you're just looking for something casual, I wouldn't recommend this place. I don't care about the brand. Omega is fine. You're on which floor of Xinbai? I'll drop by shortly. By the way, are you pushing customers out the door? Does the boss know? I already told you it's not cheap. It's up to you. If it weren't for the seafood dinner you treated me to last time, I wouldn't care if you came or not. Just don't be shocked by the prices later. It's like being kind and getting treated like a fool. With that, she sent her location to Li Luo. Li Luo chuckled to himself, amused by Pan Xingyue's straightforwardness. She was genuinely good-hearted towards her friends, and he certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. We VE made our selections, he heard a voice say, prompting him to look up. The two sales assistants each held a handbag, and he frowned slightly. After all this time, they had only chosen one each? One of the sales assistants sighed. Sir, they tried on quite a few, but in the end, each chose just one and refused to take anything else. The sales assistant found herself at a loss, despite their lingering expressions of reluctance after trying on various items. The two women remained resolute in their decision. In that case, since they were so satisfied with the bags and outfits they tried, shouldn't you bring everything they selected? The sales assistant was taken aback. What? Hurry up, don't tell me you don't want your commission. Yes, of course, I'll get it right away. The two sales assistants internally rejoiced, feeling they had struck gold with this customer. As they brought over 4 handbags and 6 outfits, the sales assistants beamed with delight. Sir, everything is ready. You can proceed to the checkout. Their smiles were uncontrollable, knowing this transaction would surpass their earnings for an entire week. Li Luo accompanied the two women to the cash register. While waiting for the cashier to tally the total, he opened his phone to search for nearby dining options and discovered a highly rated Western restaurant, deciding it would be their destination. At that moment, the cashier spoke up. Sir, your total comes to 300,200. Since you purchased quite a bit, our manager has agreed to waive the cents. So you only need to pay 300,000. Li Luo glanced at the manager standing at the bar and smiled. Thank you. The female manager quickly replied. You are too kind, sir. Your choice of our Chanel brand is the greatest support for us. Very well, let us proceed with the card. After completing the payment, Li Luo noted the changes in their relationships. AI Shanshan affinity, 10, current affinity, 65, and Yashuan affinity, 9, current affinity, 49. He chuckled to himself, amused by the irony that while women professed disinterest, their hearts often desired more. It was just a hair's breadth away from surpassing 50. However, he was puzzled by AI Shanshan's affinity of 65. Regardless, he decided it was best not to dwell on it. Any increase was a positive development. As Li Luo prepared to leave, the manager handed him a card. Sir, this is our Chanel VIP membership card, which grants you priority access to limited edition Chanel items within Huaxia. Li Luo accepted the card and casually tucked it into his pocket, glancing at the shopping bags before him. Aren't you ladies taking your own things? The two women looked at him with a hint of melancholy. Do you see how little space we have left in our hands? Li Luo realized they were indeed overloaded and extended his hands to help carry their items. Thank you for visiting us, and we hope to see you again soon. Once outside, AI Shanshan playfully suggested, let us stow our purchases in the car first. If you plan to continue shopping, it would be inconvenient to carry everything. AI Shanshan had begun to think of Li Luo, which was why she had only chosen one handbag initially. Li Luo observed the 3 of them laden with bags, a smile tugging at his lips. Let us carry on. We won't shop anymore. Let us head straight to dinner and return afterward to avoid unnecessary trips. The two women agreed, realizing that they wouldn't need to carry anything while dining. And Yashuan's eyes lit up at the mention of food. After so much shopping, she was famished. Although she knew Li Luo would cover the bill, after his generous spending, she didn't mind the cost of a meal. Follow me. I know a Western restaurant ahead that serves delicious food. The trio arrived at the restaurant and requested a private room. The server initially considered mentioning the minimum spending for the room, but quickly held her tongue upon seeing the high-end brand shopping bags in their hands. Feeling a twinge of envy. Are they here to buy groceries? Even if I were, I wouldn't dare spend like that. Recognizing their affluent status, she promptly swallowed her words and led them to the private room, where Li Luo ordered all the chef's specialties from the menu. As they awaited their meals, the two women gradually regained their composure, observing Li Luo engrossed in his phone. AI Shanshan quietly inquired, Li Luo, why are you spending so much money on us? Today is a day of joy as we pick up the car, yet AI Shanshan's eyes carry a hint of melancholy. Is it merely happiness? With a favorability score surpassing 65, she has become quite invested in Li Luo, for her aspirations are distinctly clear. Anya Xian, on the other hand, though nearing 50, cannot claim to be indifferent to Li Luo's lavish expenditures. It would be disingenuous to say otherwise. However, she is acutely aware that Li Luo is the type her close friend fancies, and she feels a sense of discomfort should she become too entangled. Both of you should stop overthinking. Let's set aside the shopping for now. I have something important to discuss with you, Li Luo stated. AI Shanshan and Anya Xian exchanged glances, prompting AI Shanshan to speak first. Li Luo, what is it? Please go ahead. Li Luo met their gaze directly. I am not one for beating around the bush, so I shall be forthright. I wish for both of you to be my women. AI Shanshan exhibited little outward reaction, internally feeling a flicker of delight. Anya Xian, however, was somewhat taken aback. You want both of us to be your women? Li Luo, are you jesting? Li Luo responded. Do you truly believe I am joking? Here, let me send you some pocket money. Without further ado, he fetched his phone and transferred $1 million to each of them, simultaneously utilizing 2 mid-tier cashback cards. The notification chimes from their phones drew their attention, and upon reading the messages, they almost fumbled their devices. As Li Luo's subsequent mention of pocket money had a profound impact. AI Shanshan favorability 5, current favorability 70. Anya Xian favorability 6. Current favorability 55. System, Anya Xian's favorability has reached 50 points. Reward, increase any part of the host's body by 1 centimeter, stored in warehouse for personal use. Wow, this reward is incredible. Is this what they refer to as a rare reward? Anya Xian stammered, her words slightly muddled. What do you mean by this, Li Luo? He reiterated, as I mentioned, it's pocket money for you to consider. If you agree, you can claim it. If not, you may decline. AI Shanshan was the first to raise her hand. I agree. I agree to be your woman, she declared, promptly accepting the money. Li Luo had anticipated this reaction. Given her favorability score was already at 70, she quickly pulled her friend aside, whispering, hurry and agree. What are you still contemplating? Anya Xian remained silent, her expression complex as she regarded Li Luo. I have some questions I'd like to ask you. I am deliberating whether to accept, she stated. Li Luo nodded, sensing the inquiry was forthcoming. Go ahead, ask away. Anya Xian mentally organized her thoughts. Firstly, how many women do you currently have? Secondly, as a son of wealth, your parents must want you to marry someone of equal standing. What then shall become of us? Thirdly, I cannot recall my third question at the moment. Upon hearing her friend's inquiries, AI Shanshan became serious. They had always assumed Li Luo was a wealthy heir who would surely seek a marriage of equal status, placing them in a precarious position. Since you've asked, allow me to address your questions. First, I currently have only one woman. As for the second question, I am not a wealthy heir. The two women disregarded his first statement entirely. If you're not a wealthy heir, where does all this money come from? Li Luo chose not to answer that directly, instead diverting the conversation. You must have seen my ID, right? They exchanged glances and nodded. Well, as you surmised, I am a self-made entrepreneur. All my wealth is self-earned, and I have no intention of marrying. Hearing that Li Luo's wealth was self-acquired eased their concerns significantly. I treat all my women equally. If you choose to be with me, I will ensure you both have cars and houses. So you need not worry about money for the rest of your lives, except for the fact that I cannot marry you. But let me be clear, if you agree, you must sever ties with other men. That is non-negotiable. Upon hearing this, the two felt a sense of relief, at least knowing they would not face any future worries. As for Li Luo's subsequent statements, they were not naive. With a catch like Li Luo, seeking other smaller fish would be akin to courting disaster. Especially Anya Xian, who found him increasingly appealing. Anya Xian favorability 5, current favorability 60. Hearing the system notification, Li Luo smiled, sensing that he had succeeded. Anya Xian stared at the substantial sum in her account, money she had only ever dreamed of. Li Luo, may I take some time to think it over? I'll get back to you later. Of course, take your time to consider it thoroughly. Observing that the waiter had begun serving their meals, he added, now, let us enjoy our meal. You can drive the car back later. I want to need it for a few days. After dining, as they watched Li Luo drive away in a Ferrari with effortless elegance, AI Shanshan sighed dreamily. He is simply too handsome. Are you referring to the man or the car? Anya Xian shot her a disapproving look. Of course, both the man and the car. AI Shanshan retorted. Anya Xian scoffed at her friend's infatuation. Let us not forget, Li Luo is merely average in appearance. True, he is rather ordinary in looks, AI Shanshan conceded. Yet youth signifies vitality. I certainly do not wish to become a lonely matron at a young age. You still Haven T addressed the crux of the matter. What do you mean by the crux? The crux is wealth. Indeed, that is the most vital aspect. With a glance at her friend, still fixated on Li Luo's retreating figure, AI Shanshan whispered, "What are your thoughts?" "What thoughts? Are you genuinely feigning ignorance? I have already accepted the money. What more is there to ponder? If he didn't have other commitments tonight, I would have already whisked him away to a hotel for a nightcap." "Oh, I can't believe you would utter such a repulsive thought," AI Shanshan remarked, noticing her friend seemed a tad distracted. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to claim it? I'm still contemplating. Do you even grasp your current state? You're in a position where your heart wants to accept. Your hands want to accept, but your mouth resists. What do you mean by that? It means you are stubborn. You are the one being stubborn. You're absolutely right. I am being stubborn. Indeed, you are stubborn. Right, you are? What are you affirming? Are you all right?" Yes, I'm perfectly fine. Are you being obstinate?" "I am not being obstinate." "Well, you certainly are." After their playful banter, Anya Xian turned to her friend. "But he has other women. Are you truly unconcerned?" Xian. Even ordinary men might stray from their wives, let alone someone as wealthy as Li Luo. 1 or 2 women can fine him. At the very least. He hasn't hidden his other relationships from us. Besides, wealth is only valuable if it is shared. How many can afford to be as generous as he? I once read a saying online, "Money is for women to admire, not for women to spend." How many would dare transfer such a sum to you? Let us just be content with what we have. AI Shanshan suddenly gazed at her friend. Li Luo also mentioned that his success is entirely attributed to his own efforts, which alleviates any concerns we might have. Isn't it wonderful that the two of us, as best friends, can remain together for a lifetime? We can travel whenever we desire, purchase whatever we wish, and savor whatever delicacies we crave. Li Luo has assured us that he will help us secure our cars and homes. He has already stated that we need not worry about financial matters for the rest of our lives. Do you have any idea how many seductresses would line up upon hearing such conditions from Li Luo? Would we even stand a chance? This is a golden opportunity to ascend to paradise, and this is precisely the life AI Shanshan, yearn for. We are fortunate to have encountered Li Luo during a time when he was relatively low-key. Otherwise, we might not have had any dealings with him. Surely, you don't intend to marry someone and settle down to a mundane life of domesticity, fretting daily over trivial expenses, do you? I find that unappealing, and Yashuan retorted. And what if Li Luo desires children in the future? Then I would bear them. Of course, he is more than capable of providing for us. I would simply hire a few individuals to assist me with childcare, and I would continue to live my life freely. You merely look down on the less fortunate. I am one of those less fortunate individuals myself. How could I possibly look down upon them? I can only assert that everyone has different pursuits. Some seek inexpensive love, while others aspire to a life of material comfort, and I belong to the latter. Xian, what is the purpose of life? To toil from dawn till dusk for meager earnings, exhausting oneself, only to fall ill in youth and later return the money to the hospital as one ages? Now that you have an opportunity presented before you, how would you choose? You need not explain yourself to me. When Li Luo transferred the money to you, your hesitation to return it immediately indicated that you already had an answer in your heart. Moreover, your subsequent inquiries reveal that you have indeed been moved. The only reason you have yet to accept is due to the remnants of your pride. Upon hearing her friend's words, and Yashuan was utterly impressed by her analysis. It resonated deeply within her. She indeed felt a stirring in her heart, albeit with some reluctance to let go. After all, who wishes to endure hardship? Is not a life where one is provided for, with everything brought to their doorstep, far more appealing? Noticing her friend's silence, AI Shanshan spoke earnestly. Do not overthink it. Our primary objective now is to unite our efforts to prevent certain unscrupulous individuals from seducing Li Luo. We must secure both companionship and financial stability. There are those who are solely after his wealth, and we shall deal with them together. Chapter 39. Does Pan Xingyue hit people? If Li Luo were aware of her thoughts, he would likely conclude that they were overthinking the situation. Would he really transfer $1 million to each of them if it weren't for the system's favorability? That would be a mere fantasy. Furthermore, he would not engage with any woman who did not respond to his insights. If someone caught his eye, it would only be for a fleeting dalliance, accompanied by some monetary compensation. And Yashuan felt somewhat swayed by her friend's words. Shanshan, I am uncertain if this is right. Regardless of whether it is right, let us indulge in a feast first. Today is undoubtedly my lucky day, selling a car and having someone willing to support me. Are you a fool? Did you not just eat? Did I eat? My mind was consumed by the thought of 1 million. How could I focus on dining? Besides, being supported by someone does not bring me joy, but the prospect of receiving money to spend certainly does. The person who wishes to support me is of a similar age and provides me with funds, which brings me greater happiness. And Yashwan placed her hand on her forehead. You are beyond help. I am truly exasperated with you. How can you be so thrilled at being a mistress? Come on, let us place our things in the car. After our meal, we shall have a thorough shopping spree. I need to purchase a new phone, cosmetics, and so many other items. Did you not just buy a plethora of things? Why do you need more? I am not buying clothes or bags. I am purchasing other items. Then what is this talk of a shopping spree? It simply sounds more sophisticated to refer to it as a grand shopping affair, and Yashwan retorted, somewhat speechless. From now on, we shall exclusively shop for clothes at Deji Plaza. Any other place makes me itch when wearing their garments. Ha ha ha, and Yashwan glanced at her eccentric friend, feeling a touch of annoyance. Look at you, so self-satisfied. Yet, it really is quite exhilarating to think about. I senti it? Indeed. Thus I too shall indulge in a grand shopping spree. Didn't you refuse Li Luo's money? Have you come around to it now? I can collect it later. It's only been 24 hours since I returned it. Why rush? I'll spend my own money first. TCH, stop that, let us hurry. After placing their shopping bags in the car, Ai Shanshan felt elated to see her friend coming around. At least now, she had a companion for life. With that thought in mind, she noticed her friend had already walked ahead, and a charming smile graced her lips as she chased after her. Wait for me. Meanwhile, Li Luo, driving his Ferrari with one hand, took a moment at a red light to glance at his phone. He opened the messaging app to check his latest balance. Your account with the construction bank has withdrawn 6,200 Huaxia coins at 6:10 p.m. Available balance is 86,648, 202 Huaxia coins. Although it was 6 in the afternoon, the summer in Jiangning appeared to be quite bright. Li Luo had previously spent 300,000 on clothing for the two women, followed by a transfer of 2 million. Ai Shanshan had received an 800,000 cashback, and the dining expenses amounted to 6,002. And Yashwan had not yet claimed her cashback, thus she had yet to receive any. However, Li Luo was quite pleased with Ai Shanshan's cashback. He had not expected such a high return, directly yielding 8 times the amount, which was quite impressive. It was anticipated that Ai Shanshan would agree, considering the high level of favorability. Yet, Li Luo found himself perplexed. How had her affection increased so rapidly upon their first encounter? Typically, the increment was 10 points, yet after the transfer, it had surged by 5 points. It seemed that as favorability increased, the increments decreased. Were it not for the favorability function, he might have suspected that Ai Shanshan harbored ulterior motives. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the new Bai shopping mall. As before, Li Luo handed 200 yuan to the security guard to ensure the car was well looked after. Otherwise, I might just break your legs. He also inquired with the guard about the location of the watch section on the first floor. Although Pan Xingyue had sent him the address, the mall's layout was not accurately indicated. Upon reaching the first floor atrium, Li Luo followed the directions provided by the guard and arrived at the watch section. A glance revealed an array of various brands, a veritable feast for the eyes. There were numerous mid-range to high-end options, such as Rolex, Cartier, Longines, Omega, and so forth. It was upon seeing Omega that Li Luo directed his attention inward. The store was not particularly large, and he soon spotted Pan Xingyue, clad in a uniform that accentuated her stunning figure. At that moment, Pan Xingyue was growing increasingly impatient. The man before her had been ostentatious since he entered the store. Initially, she had presumed he was a returning customer referred by an acquaintance to purchase a watch, leading her to believe that this sale was guaranteed. However, after showing him over 20 different watches, ranging from tens of thousands to over 1 million, the man either deemed them too cheap or unsuitable for himself. Most of his attention was diverted to her rather than the watches. If she had not recognized the situation by now, she would not be fit for a career in sales. Are you here to browse watches or to ogle women? She thought, recognizing that the man was clearly there for amusement. Nevertheless, he was still a customer, and Pan Xingyue maintained her politeness. Sir, if Omega does not have the style you desire, perhaps you might consider exploring other brands. The man erupted in anger, accusing Pan Xingyue of having a poor attitude and demanding an apology. With her straightforward character, Pan Xingyue refused to apologize and promptly asked him to leave, asserting that he was disrupting the store's business. Infuriated, the man retorted, You, a mere watch salesperson, should not act so high and mighty. From Li Luo's perspective, he could only see Pan Xingyue seemingly speaking to the customer. Without further thought, he made his way into the store. Welcome to Omega, the sales associate, idling at the entrance, greeted Li Luo with enthusiasm as he arrived. Those working in luxury goods possess a keen eye, and as they appraised Li Luo from head to toe, they recognized his Armani attire, likely freshly purchased. He exuded a radiant charm and a commanding presence, indicating his financial capability. In fact, Li Luo had just changed into this outfit after exiting his vehicle. having persuaded the security guard at the entrance with a 200 yuan note to accommodate his request. The guard, seeing him as a potential benefactor, gladly complied, knowing that such affluent individuals would return, ensuring at least a modest gain. "How may I assist you, sir?" "Oh, I am looking for Pan Xingyue." Upon hearing this, the female sales associate recognized that the situation was unlikely to favor her, but deemed it unnecessary to offend a wealthy patron. "Sir, please have a seat in the lounge. Pan Xingyue is currently attending to another customer. Kindly wait a moment." "Thank you." Shortly after settling into the lounge, a loud commotion erupted. "What nonsense are you spouting? You filthy woman dare strike me? You seek death. I will file a complaint against you and see how you manage to work here afterward." The uproar escalated as the man shouted, "Your staff actually dares to hit a customer." Chapter 40. Pan Xingyue encounters trouble. The sudden outburst reverberated throughout the store, drawing the attention of passers-by outside, who were eager to witness the spectacle. In Huaxia, where spectators abound, crowds quickly gathered wherever there is drama. "That woman is stunning. Her figure, the uniform seems tailor-made for her. What is happening? Is there a fight? Surely not. It seems to be a dispute between staff and a customer. It serves them right. They must be looking down on others. Looks like a customer was struck. And by the way, madam, why are you spitting all over me with your words? It's disgusting." Others chimed in with indignation. How can a store that sells goods dare to hit a customer? Do they not wish to stay in business? Yet, some defended the man, asserting, he must have provoked her. Did you not hear the insults he hurled? As the crowd grew more raucous, the store manager, Huang Ying, could no longer remain passive. "Good day, sir. I am the store manager. How may I assist you? Did one of our staff offend you? Are you pretending not to know? Did you not see this filthy woman strike me? You are the manager, correct? How do you propose to rectify this situation? Please, calm down. I will ascertain the details and ensure you receive a satisfactory response." Yuan, a sales associate, hurriedly brought a glass of water. "I have no water to drink. I will drink yours. Hurry up and resolve this." "All right, please wait a moment. Xingyue, come with me." Pan Xingyue followed Huang Ying to the staff lounge. "Xingyue, what transpired? Why did you strike him?" Huang Ying, having been engrossed in her phone, was unaware of the circumstances that led to the altercation. "Sister Ying, that man is merely a petty thug. He was not here to purchase a watch. I showed him dozens of styles, yet he barely glanced at them, claiming our offerings were beneath him. His lecherous gaze was utterly revolting." Huang Ying rubbed her forehead in exasperation. "But you cannot resort to violence. What provoked him? He derided our merchandise, so I suggested he look elsewhere. He insulted me, saying I was merely a lowly watch seller. When he demanded my contact information and I refused, he resorted to insults, and I lost my temper and slapped him." At this admission, Pan Xingyue felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I apologize for the trouble I've caused, Sister Ying. Now you realize the trouble you've brought me? This is quite concerning. You must think before you act, my dear." Huang Ying treated Pan Xingyue with a degree of leniency, as she was the top salesperson, having sold the majority of the store's watches. Moreover, their personal rapport was strong. Had it been another staff member, they would have certainly scolded her in front of the customer, only to later offer a sweet word privately. This would both preserve the customer's dignity and soothe the staff's feelings, potentially diffusing the situation. Unlike now, where Huang Ying pulled Pan Xingyue aside, worried that if the customer publicly reprimanded her, it could severely impact her earnings. Thus, being attractive is indeed an advantage. After all, one's sales conversion rate is often higher than others. Every situation possesses two sides. One must learn to adapt. This is a fundamental expectation of a store manager. "Very well, I shall handle this matter. Let us hope that the man does not create further trouble. We should proceed, lest that petty thug continues to make a scene." "What are you and your manager discussing? Are you deliberately stalling? I demand a resolution to this matter, or I will not let this go. Please be patient. We will provide you with a satisfactory response shortly." Yuan felt disheartened, regretting having to placate this unpleasant individual who reeked of garlic and onions. Wang Biao, a kitchen worker from a nearby restaurant, lacked skills and could only scrape by in a bustling metropolis like Jiangning. Today, he was in a sour mood. Having just received his paycheck, which added to his unspent balance from last month, he now had 3,800 yuan at his disposal. He had been trying hard to spend wisely, treating himself to fried rice with extra eggs and hot dogs. With an early end to his shift, he decided to browse the nearby New 100, hoping to find some delicious fried rice as a reward for his early departure. As he passed the watch store, he noticed an exceptionally attractive sales associate. With a stunning figure and a cherubic face, she exuded an alluring innocence that captivated him. As a uniform enthusiast, he often indulged in late-night browsing on familiar websites, fueling his desire. Feeling confident with his balance, he strode in, specifically requesting this alluring sales associate to assist him. A few minutes later, he found himself questioning his life choices. No wonder the manager often encouraged him to venture out and broaden his horizons. The prices were outrageous. He had intended to purchase a few watches for leisure, thinking his funds were endless. To save face, Wang Biao dismissed the watches, claiming their quality was insufficient and stated he would contact them regarding new arrivals. He asked for the sales associate's contact information, intending to fantasize over her photo later. The sales representative had the audacity to direct me elsewhere to inspect the watch, while adamantly refusing to exchange contact details. Did she discern my financial limitations? Such a notion is preposterous. My facade was convincingly crafted. Could a man so preoccupied with his pride endure such disdain? Is this not a direct affront to him? How dare she look down upon me? I, who indulge in fried rice with ham and eggs. Unable to restrain my indignation, I uttered a curse, only to be met with the shocking response of that wretched woman striking me. It has been ages since I last endured such an affront. Oh, I recall being slapped by the store manager just yesterday, who claimed it was a manifestation of concern. What is the meaning of your assault, you insolent creature? Upon witnessing Pan Xingyue being bullied, Li Luo felt compelled to confront this insufferable scoundrel. Yet, upon seeing the person in charge approaching, he decided it was best to leave the matter to them. Meanwhile, Yuan felt a sense of relief upon seeing the store manager exit alongside Pan Xingyue. Huang Ying approached the man courteously, stating, "Sir, I have gathered the specifics of the situation. While it is indeed inappropriate for our staff to resort to violence, it must be acknowledged that you initiated the insults." Who insulted her? I only retaliated after she struck me. Ask her, does she possess any evidence? Pan Xingyue interjected angrily. Sir, you are being unreasonable. I may have to alert the authorities. Go ahead, call the police. When they arrive, I shall inform them that you struck me first, and I only retaliated thereafter. You are welcome to summon them. I am confident in my position. Did anyone witness this? There is no proof. So refrain from making baseless accusations. Indeed, what concern is this of ours? I am merely accompanying my fellow villagers to observe the commotion. I warn you to cease your slander, or I shall pursue legal action against you for defamation. Defamation, you say? You are the one defaming me. This individual is quite mad, pointing at us. What if something transpires and the police require our statements? We certainly do not wish to find ourselves in a police station. Exactly. Wang Biao was overwhelmed with frustration, bewildered by the theatrics surrounding him. Regaining composure, he glared at the women who were stifling laughter, his anger flaring. What is there to laugh about? Did you not promise me a resolution? Is this how you intend to respond? Did you consume excrement before speaking, given your foul language? Li Luo could no longer remain passive, observing his companion being berated. Although it was their establishment, he had refrained from interference. Yet upon hearing Wang Biao's incessant insults, he could no longer contain himself. Turning at the sound of a familiar voice, Pan Xingyue inquired, Li Luo, when did you arrive? I've been here for a while. Seated in the lounge. I noticed you were preoccupied and did not wish to disturb you. Oh, I was caught up in a situation and failed to notice your presence. I am aware. I arrived earlier and have a general understanding of what transpired. Do not worry, I will assist you. Pan Xingyue felt a wave of gratitude as Li Luo stepped forward to defend her. Xingyue, this is Sister Ying, and this is my friend Li Luo, who came today to purchase a watch. Oh, a watch is it? As expected of the sales champion, it seems our performance will see an increase. Xingyue, please take your friend to view the watches. I can handle matters here without burdening him. Wang Biao, still reeling from the unexpected insult, turned to the man before him. Who are you, and what business is it of yours? Do you reside by the sea, that you meddle so? How did you know I purchased a villa by the sea? Indeed, I enjoy gazing at the ocean, and furthermore, why do you insult my girlfriend? Wang Biao paused, taken aback. Your girlfriend? She is your girlfriend? Of course. Are you suggesting it is acceptable for you to bully my girlfriend? Do not mistake his calm demeanor for weakness. He has honed his patience as a rideshare driver. In his youth, he was a leader among children at the orphanage, playing house with several young ladies. His early days were marked by a fiery temperament, shaped by the harsh realities of life. Over time, he learned to temper his edges. Upon realizing that this man was indeed her boyfriend, Wang Biao seized the opportunity. Since she is your girlfriend, you should resolve this for her. Resolve what? She struck me first. How should this be handled? Who witnessed her striking you? Do you possess any evidence? It seems your words are but my own. Wang Biao gestured toward the onlookers. Did you see it? No, it has nothing to do with me. You saw it, didn't you? What did I see? I just arrived. Pan Xingyue could not contain her laughter at Li Luo's antics. With so many witnesses present, to claim I am her girlfriend. I shall temporarily overlook this for your sake, given you defended me. Wang Biao, seething at their camaraderie, exclaimed, Are you all conspiring against me? I shall contact the authorities. By all means, call the police. I just noticed there is a security camera behind you, which has recorded this entire incident. When the authorities arrive, we shall present the footage. If it is as you claim, that my girlfriend struck you first, I shall take responsibility. However, If you insulted her first, then you have brought this upon yourself. Not only will I ensure you face consequences, but I will also hire the finest attorney to pursue your case, making certain you spend time in confinement. Wang Biao cast a wary glance at the camera, suddenly aware of the precariousness of his situation. This man appeared formidable. What if he was to intimidate me further? Yet the camera could not lie. What is the matter? Lost for words? Let us make a wager. Did you not come here to purchase a watch? Buy one, and I shall believe you truly came for that purpose. Of course, whatever you spend, I shall spend 10 times more. Does that not seem fair? Wang Biao's eyes gleamed with interest. Seeing Li Luo's smug expression ignited her competitive spirit. Though her balance was only slightly over 8,000, she could borrow an additional 10,000. Are you serious? 10 times what I spent. Indeed. Everyone here has heard. This does not require your accountability. Just serve as our witnesses. Very well, we shall act as referees. Is that agreeable to all? Certainly. As long as it does not involve the police, we can bear witness. Observing the escalating stakes, Pan Xingyue interjected. Why are you gambling? This does not concern you. However, the onlookers were not pleased. What do you mean it doesn't concern him? Why not mention that sooner? Realizing she had nearly incited public outrage, Pan Xingyue sighed. Acknowledging the prowess of one of the 3 major intelligence organizations in Huaxia. Li Luo, you should leave. I will handle the police. This wager is inconsequential. Li Luo chuckled. Not at all. I came here to purchase a watch, and it is nice to have someone accompany me. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Biao grumbled. Yes, yes. I was worried Li Luo would back out. Little did she know, he too was merely indulging in bravado, destined to face the consequences of his own arrogance. Laugh now. But soon you shall find reason to weep. Xingyue, you should take him to choose first. After I fulfill my wager with him, then it will be our bet. What are the terms of our wager? Clearly, she has dismissed her previous conversation with Li Luo over dinner as mere jest. We can discuss it later. You take him to select now. Pan Xingyue refrained from further persuasion, thinking that perhaps Li Luo intended to take advantage of this fellow. After all, once he made his purchase, it wouldn't matter if Li Luo tried to renege on the agreement. Why should one remain honorable with such a rogue? As for the onlookers outside, they were merely spectators, utterly useless. Turning back, she reminded, Sir, please consider carefully. The watch is a valuable item. Once finalized, we cannot accept returns unless there are quality issues. Wang Biao was about to speak when he was interrupted by the woman before him. Sir, please think it over. We have already begun recording. Should you change your mind later, we will have to involve the police. Upon hearing this, Wang Biao hesitated. After all, this was nearly all his money, and if he spent a large portion of it, he would be relegated to eating fried rice for a long time, without the luxury of adding eggs or sausages. Moreover, he also had to repay several months of loans. The man's circumstances were unclear to him, but he was fully aware of his own situation. He turned to suggest betting on something else, which would be mutually beneficial, but before he could voice it, he was incensed by Li Luo's words. Seeing Wang Biao's indecision, Li Luo planned to stoke the fire. Are you incapable? If so, just leave. Consider our previous conversation as if it never happened. Don't linger here and be a nuisance. Wang Biao was instantly infuriated. Who are you calling incapable? You're the one who is incapable. A man can't admit he is incapable, can he? Just wait and see. He glared at Pan Xingyue, saying, No need for words, just take me there. After a series of selections, Wang Biao settled on a watch priced at 17,000. He initially hoped to find something cheaper, but none were available below 15,000. His heart bled, as there seemed to be no options beneath that price. I've made my choice, I want this one. Now it's your turn. He was no fool. He wouldn't let the other party choose first and risk both of them splitting the bill. At worst, they would both suffer. If the other party backed out, he wouldn't have to buy it either, and he could mock him for trying to show off. Having bought a watch worth over 10,000, he knew that tenfold would amount to hundreds of thousands. Yes, he intended to purchase a watch worth several 100,000. If he claimed he was incapable, he would show him just how capable he could be. In such thoughts, it was indeed a win-win situation. Pan Xingyue found herself in a bit of a dilemma. Initially, she intended to finalize the purchase, but unexpectedly, this individual had become shrewd. Huang Ying had been standing by, and upon hearing the magnitude of the stakes involved, she felt a twinge of anxiety for Li Luo. At this moment, Wang Biao urged, Hurry up. Once I complete the purchase, I'm leaving. Are you afraid? If you back out now, just compensate me 5,000 and have your girlfriend apologize to me, and I'll graciously overlook it. Li Luo flashed a devilish smile. No problem, just wait a moment. I'll go take a look. He strode over to the display case. Pan Xingyue quickly followed, whispering, Li Luo, are you out of your mind? Are you really getting into character? What character? Li Luo retorted. I mentioned before that we have a wager, do you remember? Hearing this, Pan Xingyue, who had previously been puzzled, asked, When did we have a wager? How could we not? You've forgotten your own words. Remember our last dinner together? Noticing she still hadn't recalled, Li Luo leaned closer and softly reminded her. The bet about the lover. Instantly, Pan Xingyue's face turned crimson. You mean that matter? Li Luo's expression grew serious. Exactly. Are you reconsidering? This isn't about reconsideration. I was merely joking at the time. You may have been joking, but I was serious, Li Luo replied, observing her face transform as she dropped the playful demeanor. She sighed deeply. I'm unsure what you were thinking then, but suddenly coming to buy a watch might mean you've made a bit of money. Judging by your outfit, it's all designer brands. However, even if you won 5 million, it wouldn't suffice for me. Perhaps you think I'm materialistic. But the truth is, 5 million is just enough to buy a house in Jiangning. Do you understand? Don't concern yourself with whether I understand. Just tell me if that wager counts. If it doesn't, what's the use of further discussion? Pan Xingyue didn't answer the question, but instead asked, Did you come here today specifically to discuss this? Of course, what else would it be? Seeing that Li Luo was not joking, Pan Xingyue sought to spare his pride. Fine, as long as you have the ability, I'll accept it. Upon hearing this response, Li Luo said nothing more. Her acknowledgement was enough. They could let the facts speak for themselves later. Pointing to the display case, he said, Bring that one out for me to see. Pan Xingyue looked at the watch Li Luo indicated, dumbfounded. Li Luo, are you sure? That has 2 extra zeros, and there's no decimal point in front. You're incredibly bold to even consider a $1 million watch. Ignoring her teasing, Li Luo insisted, Bring it out, let me try it on. What if it gets damaged? That would be a huge issue. Pan Xingyue rolled her eyes, muttering about his pretentiousness, even more so than that man. It's just for a try. Don't waste time. As she donned white gloves and unlocked the display case with a key, she carefully retrieved the piece, which belonged to the top-tier category of watches in the store. It was the Omega Seamaster 300M Diver S watch, priced at 1,277,900 Chinese yuan, specifically released to commemorate the 60th anniversary of the James Bond film franchise. The diamonds in the bezel sparkled in a myriad of colors. Extending her hand, Pan Xingyue cautiously placed the watch onto Li Luo's wrist. Be careful. If it gets scratched or damaged, I'm done for. Li Luo, unfazed, casually shook his wrist and examined himself in the mirror, appearing quite pleased and nonchalant. While others might not grasp the price, Huang Ying and the other female sales staff were well aware. Watching Li Luo's relaxed demeanor, Huang Ying wiped away a bead of sweat. When she heard Li Luo was trying to buy a watch with Pan Xingyue, she remained silent as he attempted the $1 million timepiece. After all, everyone has their vanities. However, she could no longer stay still, seeing Li Luo admiring himself in the mirror, shaking his wrist and turning the watch. If it were to get damaged, she would share in the blame. Xingyue, that's enough. Hurry and ask your boyfriend to take it off. Satisfy your curiosity and let us move on. Pan Xingyue, hearing this, urged Li Luo. Be gentler and take it off quickly. No need, just let me wear it. I feel it suits me well. Bring the POS machine. I left my card in the car. While mobile payments would suffice, how could he display his prowess in front of Pan Xingyue otherwise? If you're worried I might run off, you can come along with me. With that, Li Luo glanced at the anxious Wang Biao. Pan Xingyue, incredulous, exclaimed loudly. Li Luo, have you lost your mind? This watch costs approximately 1.28 million. The surrounding onlookers stirred, realizing the gravity of the situation. Although they were aware of the bet, they merely saw it as entertainment and did not take it seriously. Had they truly engaged in a wager? $1 million timepiece was nothing short of 100-fold. Were they not betting 10-fold? Who was this affluent individual, flaunting such extravagance? Perhaps he was just putting on a facade to save face. Wang Biao appeared bewildered, suddenly grasping the situation as he heard the murmurs of the crowd. Wasn't the price supposed to be in the hundreds of thousands? Why had he suddenly set his sights on $1 million watch? Chapter 43. Pan Xingyue's shock. Wang Biao began to panic. Big brother, are you serious? You're not planning to let yourself be taken for a ride worth thousands, are you? Huang Ying and the other sales staff were equally taken aback by Li Luo's words. $1 million watch was not something easily sold. This store had been in operation for quite some time, and such sales were exceedingly rare. Li Luo chuckled. You'll find out if I'm crazy soon enough. I'm not afraid to go fetch it myself. Huang Ying, regaining her composure, picked up the POS machine, allowing Li Luo to retrieve the watch. Even if she had 100 times the courage, she would never dare. This was no trifling sum. Were it not for the man's distinguished appearance and his claim of being Xingyue's boyfriend, she would have insisted he remove it on the spot. It wasn't a matter of fearing that a customer couldn't afford it. It was about demanding immediate payment. There was no way she would allow him to leave with it, only to follow him to swipe his card. If he fled, her position as manager would be in jeopardy, leaving her with debts. Let us go, it's just outside. Upon hearing this, Huang Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Watching Pan Xingyue still in a daze, Li Luo deliberately provoked her. Why not let your manager go instead? Pan Xingyue snapped back to reality. Of course I'm going. I want to see what trick you're up to. Did you really win the lottery before treating me to that lavish meal? Thus, Li Luo led the way, with Huang Ying closely trailing him, ready to intervene should anything go awry. Pan Xingyue, Wang Biao, and several other female sales associates remained behind, leaving one to tend to the store. Behind them followed a growing throng of curious onlookers, eager to determine whether this man was merely posturing or genuinely possessed of means. The presence of the crowd served to inject a modicum of joy into this otherwise dreary world, as they witnessed a multitude moving towards the mall entrance. More spectators joined the procession, driven by an insatiable curiosity. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the mall entrance. Wang Biao's anxiety escalated. No way, he can't be serious about buying it. If it came to that, spending his own money would be a small price to pay. But what if he inadvertently offended a powerful figure? That would be disastrous. Just then, the security guard who had been watching Li Luo's car rushed over, eager to flatter. Boss, you're here. I've been watching closely, no one has touched it. Pan Xingyue looked on in confusion, aware of the type of car Li Luo drove. Was that car something the security guard was supposed to monitor? Was he that idle, or had Li Luo changed vehicles? The crowd was astonished to see the security guard so obsequious towards the man. Could he truly be playing the role of a humble servant? After taking a few more steps, they beheld a sleek, pure white sports car, its aerodynamic design impressively striking, particularly the black stallion emblem prominently displayed on the hood. Poised in a powerful leap. As Li Luo produced the car key and pressed the unlock button, Wang Biao's face turned ashen, collapsing onto the ground. The echoes of Li Luo's earlier words rang in his ears. It was over. He had no doubt regarding the connections of this wealthy, second-generation scion. Surrounding them, the crowd began to realize they were in the presence of a true magnate. No way a Ferrari. It's absolutely stunning. This young master is something else. Which affluent family does he belong to? What model of Ferrari is that? It looks even more impressive than the others. Let me take a picture to look it up. It's a Ferrari SF90, and the cheapest version costs at least 5 million. 5 million? How outrageous. Some voices of jealousy emerged. It can't be rented, can it? I've heard renting a car only costs a few thousand a day. Renting? Are you blind? Came the retort. Just look. This is clearly a brand new purchase. Did you not notice the license plates haven't even been affixed? The doubter was left speechless. I secretly snapped a shot of the interior. Online says this model costs over 8 million. Over 8 million? Goodness, is he my husband? Does he want a wife or just a little brother? Get lost. You're disgusting. That scoundrel was finished. Offending such a super-rich heir would surely spell trouble for him in Jiangning. But that was the least of his worries. If something unexpected happened in the coming days, who knew what could transpire? Is it true? Is it that terrifying? Of course. You have no idea. If he truly wanted to target you, you wouldn't even know what hit you. That's the power of capital. I completely agree. History has shown that the poor should never challenge the rich. Just look at how pale that guy's face is. He must realize the consequences. He brought this upon himself, with his loose tongue offending the girlfriend of a big shot. Now he has hit a brick wall. Perhaps he'll learn from this experience. If he survives, that is. Wang Biao, hearing the chatter around him, felt increasingly fearful. What if they come for me tonight? What should I do? Am I destined to bid farewell to my fried rice? Huang Ying and the other sales staff gazed at Li Luo in shock, then turned their attention to Pan Xingyue. I can't believe you found such a wealthy boyfriend, and you're here playing pretend with us, one of the sales associates, Xiao Shi, remarked with envy. Xingyue, seriously. You've landed such an impressive young master and still act like this? Another saleswoman, Yuan, chimed in. Exactly. I envy you, Xingyue. Why even bother working? If it were me, I'd have returned to live the life of a pampered wife, with nannies at my beck and call. Who would endure this drudgery? Ignoring the envious gazes around her, Pan Xingyue was also dumbfounded, staring at Li Luo, her mind a blank. Just days ago, he had been driving a BYD. How had he suddenly acquired a supercar? What kind of lottery had he won? As she saw Li Luo emerge with a card, Pan Xingyue quickly inquired, Li Luo, is this your car? Yes, isn't it obvious? I just bought it today. There's another one you'll see in a few days. This one is out of stock and still in another location. You bought two? Yes, this one is stunning, but the other is even more so. What is the other car? A Lamborghini. You'll know when the time comes. It's going to be spectacular. Pan Xingyue, observing Li Luo's excitement, felt somewhat numb. How much did it cost? You mean that car, this one, or the one that hasn't arrived yet? Each one is priced differently. Li Luo replied nonchalantly. This one cost 8 million, and the other one is 11 million. The crowd gasped at the revelation, realizing that this young master had just spent 20 million today. He is incredibly wealthy. One car isn't enough, he bought two. Chapter 44, Wang Biao's Apology. The crowd did not expect Li Luo to boast. After all, that would be akin to slapping oneself in the face. Had they not noticed the individual still seated on the ground, clearly bewildered? He spoke of wanting to order fried rice, which was utterly perplexing. Pan Xingyue cast a complex gaze at Li Luo and inquired, "How is it that you possess such wealth? Did you rob a bank?" She had previously suspected that Li Luo had won a lottery, but now she dismissed the thought. What kind of grand prize would one need to win? If he truly had won 20 million, it would be inconceivable for Li Luo to squander it all on a car. That would be the act of a madman. Besides, if someone genuinely won tens of millions, the news would have spread like wildfire. Rob a bank? I'd rather live a few more years. Li Luo rolled his eyes, well aware that Pan Xingyue was jesting. Swipe the card, he said, handing his card to Huang Ying, who accepted it and inserted it into the POS machine to begin the transaction. At that moment, Huang Ying had fallen silent, realizing the absurdity of the situation. This young heir had already spent nearly 20 million on a car. A watch costing over $1 million was merely a plaything. As Li Luo entered his password and the POS machine dispensed the receipt, the entire room gasped in unison. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, witnessing someone so casually spend $1 million on a watch was still astonishing. Huang Ying was elated. The store's performance would yield significant bonuses. This girl truly is my lucky star, she mused, contemplating how she would need to treat her better at work. After all, should this girl decide to leave one day, it would spell disaster for her. With a beaming smile, she addressed Li Luo, "Young Master Li, should there be any quality issues with the watch, feel free to visit our store anytime. Our headquarters will arrange for an inspection. It's just a watch, merely a toy to play with. I might wear it a few days before it gathers dust at home." The onlookers were utterly bewildered. Listen to this. Is it even remotely reasonable to say one would wear $1 million watch just for fun? I treat my $1,000 watch like a treasure. It was evident that this individual was a super rich heir. To him, $1 million watch was merely a toy, a concept beyond the wildest dreams of the onlookers. They wondered if this young master had any particular interests or hobbies. They were quite adept at the art of flattery. Huang Ying and the other female sales associates were equally taken aback by Li Luo's words, their eyes sparkling with admiration. A super-rich heir speaks differently. I find myself increasingly envious of Xingyue. I wonder where one could find such a wealthy heir. Xingyue is not lacking either. Her innocent charm could easily attract the attention of a rich heir, someone remarked. Surely, young Master Li isn't that stingy? As Xingyue's colleague, would it be too much to ask him to treat us to a bubble tea? That should be acceptable. I see that young Master Li is quite amiable. What flavor of bubble tea do you desire? Surely, you don't expect young Master Li to treat you for that? I would love something with a rice pudding flavor. Just thinking about it excites me. You're quite bold. I imagine young Master Li would appreciate that. All right, Xingyue, let us head to the store. I need to discuss a few matters with you. It's stifling out here. Li Luo glanced at the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock. And though the sun was setting, Jiangning remained oppressively hot. With that, he grasped her hand firmly. Feeling the warmth emanating from Li Luo's palm, Pan Xingyue trembled slightly, her instinct being to pull away. But then she heard Li Luo's commanding voice. How quickly you've forgotten what you promised me. Do you need me to remind you? Hold my hand. Humph, you are truly domineering. Oh dear, Pan Xingyue, it seems you've truly fallen this time. It appears he has no intention of letting you go. Apart from a slight deficiency in looks, he was otherwise quite the ideal type. Was this not the future she had envisioned? Moreover, Li Luo seemed genuinely invested in her, and she ought to feel content. With that thought, Pan Xingyue resolved to tighten her grip on Li Luo's hand. Li Luo looked at her in surprise, a wave of joy washing over him. What brought about this change of heart? Pan Xingyue, feigning pride, replied, none of your concern. Very well, I shall not pry. As long as you understand, that suffices. Whether I understand or not is debatable, but you must be delighted. Li Luo chuckled heartily. You're not wrong in saying that. Pan Xingyue shot him a glare and fell silent. The crowd remained largely unfazed, after all, in their eyes. This stunning beauty was simply the girlfriend of the wealthy young man. The group then proceeded towards the shopping mall. At that moment, a sudden outburst from Wang Biao caught everyone off guard. Young Master Li. Young Master Li. He had clearly thrown caution to the wind, frightened by the murmurs of the onlookers. At this juncture, saving face was paramount. He thought he would be doomed otherwise and needed to ensure Li Luo was satisfied. Having just heard the shopkeeper refer to Li Luo as young Master Li, he felt compelled to follow suit. Thus, Wang Biao knelt beside Li Luo, grasping his leg. Young Master Li, please, as a magnanimous adult, overlook my transgressions. I have an elderly parent and young children to care for, not to mention 4 elderly relatives. Li Luo was instantly taken aback, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. What was he doing? Anyone unfamiliar with the context might mistake him for a villain. Had he not noticed the peculiar glances from bystanders? Li Luo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could one not feel awkward when someone was hugging their leg in front of a crowd? Please, get up. What are you doing? Do you wish to fabricate a scandal? Young Master Li, I implore you to pardon my petty insults. I treated you like a mere trifle. My wife is ill, lying in bed. I beseech you to grant me this chance." Li Luo observed the man speaking as if he were rambling incoherently. It was unclear how many of his claims were genuine, and Li Luo found it hard to believe any of it. The spectators were in awe of Wang Biao's audacity. His shamelessness was truly impressive. In front of so many, he dared to plead with the young master, which might just dissuade Li Luo from exacting revenge. "You're absolutely right. If he were still acting stubborn, that would indeed be courting disaster. Losing face is nothing compared to one's life. That's truly inconsequential," Li Luo mused, feeling exasperated, especially with so many eyes upon him. He couldn't help but admire the man's ability to be so straightforward. Noticing Li Luo's silence, Wang Biao, in a moment of desperation, began slapping his own face vigorously while uttering, "It's all my fault for speaking foolishly. Young Master Li, please let me off the hook." Li Luo could no longer bear to watch and interjected, "You've mistaken your audience. I am not the one you've offended." Wang Biao finally caught on and quickly turned to plead with Pan Xingyue instead. "Sister-in-law, please, be magnanimous and forgive my foolish tongue. I swear I shall never speak so again." Chapter 45, Sister-in-law, please refrain from calling me that. It sounds utterly ridiculous. She shot a furtive glance at Li Luo and found him observing her with an amused expression, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. "It's all your fault. You're laughing. Get up already. There are so many people watching. Don't you feel embarrassed?" "Only if you forgive me will I rise," Wang Biao sobbed, wiping his tears. To an outsider, it would seem as though he had committed some heinous act against her. Pan Xingyue felt a bit exasperated. Although she had indeed been furious, as a woman, her anger flared quickly but dissipated even faster. Moreover, witnessing a grown man in such a state softened her heart. Even Li Luo, unable to endure such treatment, could scarcely imagine how someone like Pan Xingyue would react. With a hint of impatience, he exclaimed, "All right, enough. Get up quickly and try to behave more civilly in the future. Refrain from using foul language." Okay, thank you, sister-in-law, thank you." Upon hearing this, Wang Biao hastily stood up and swore, "Sister-in-law, I promise I will never curse again. Did I not tell you not to call me sister-in-law? Are you hard of hearing?" "All right, sister-in-law, I understand." Pan Xingyue placed a hand on her forehead. "Is it that you cannot let go of those two words?" With a chuckle, she found a suitable outlet for her frustration, twisting Wang Biao's arm with considerable force. The sound that followed brought her a sense of relief. "Ouch, that hurts," Li Luo exclaimed involuntarily as a sharp pain shot through his lower back. "Why are you twisting me? I haven't offended you." He lifted his shirt to inspect the damage. "Look, it's all bruised." Seeing the mark on Li Luo's waist, Pan Xingyue felt a twinge of guilt and reached out to rub the area gently. "I didn't control my strength well. I apologize, Li Luo." She then looked up at him with an expression of innocent contrition. Li Luo felt a surge of emotion. After all, it was she who had twisted his arm. "How did you manage to make it seem like you were the one hurt?" he thought, suppressing his rising irritation. He resolved to take a deep breath and momentarily set aside his grievances. No one expected that this wealthy young master would possess such an endearing side. Huang Ying and the other female sales staff exchanged whispers. "That rascal Xingyue, when Li Xiao was here earlier, she claimed he was merely a friend. Now look at them. Their hands are stuck together as if glued with superglue. Indeed. Xingyue is so low-key. She quietly secured such a wealthy heir. I envy her immensely. We must treat Xingyue better from now on. Do you all understand? Why? Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Consider who Xingyue will become. She is destined for greatness. As her good colleagues, if we ever find ourselves in a bind, we can slightly seek her assistance. I need not elaborate further." Right. How could I forget that? Xingyue might not know how long she can stay here, so while she is still around, we should show her more care and attention. Did you hear me?" The other female sales staff nodded in agreement. Huang Ying listened to their schemes without interruption, as she shared the same sentiments. In the end, both sides were vying for their own interests, and no one was truly in the wrong. The true fault lay with this sordid world. As they returned to the store, the onlookers, having lost interest, dispersed in different directions. The sales staff who had witnessed the earlier events expressed their excitement, while the one attending the store gazed at Li Luo in astonishment. They lamented their hasty departure, missing out on an entertaining spectacle. Now, the majority of them all was aware that the most beautiful saleswoman at Omega was dating a super-rich heir. At this juncture, Wang Biao approached. Li Xiao, the watch my sister-in-law helped me pick is truly exquisite. I'll wear it everywhere except at work." Wang Biao, like an insistent leech, was adept at flattery. Nevertheless, his words struck Li Luo as odd. What did he mean by wearing it everywhere except at work? Are you implying you want to wear it while working? What kind of logic is that? Li Luo inquired, puzzled. What kind of job permits wearing a watch? Wang Biao scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. I work in the kitchen of a restaurant. When it gets busy, I serve as a waiter. You know, Li Xiao. The grease and smoke in that place make wearing a watch rather inconvenient. Li Luo finally grasped the reason behind Wang Biao's statement regarding wearing the watch only after work. What is the name of your restaurant? I'd like to come and dine there sometime. Upon hearing Li Luo's intention to visit, Wang Biao beamed with delight. Li Xiao, your status is such that even a casual meal would cost several thousand. He quickly replied, Li Xiao, it's not far from here. It's called Jinling Restaurant. If you'd like, I can add you to my contacts, and when you come, just message me. I'll reserve a private room for you. Our restaurant is usually quite busy, and vacancies are rare. Wang Biao was not lying. Jinling Restaurant was quite renowned in Jiangning, a long-standing five-star establishment known for its Huaiyang and Jinling cuisine. Having spent considerable time in Jiangning, Li Luo was well aware of its reputation, having visited countless times while driving for a ride-hailing service. All right then, let us exchange contacts. After they had exchanged information, Pan Xingyue interjected with a hint of sarcasm. So you work at a restaurant? I thought some big boss was coming to make things difficult for us ordinary folks. Wang Biao wiped the sweat from his brow and hastily replied, Sister-in-law, my vanity got the better of me. I want to do it again. Please don't be angry. Pan Xingyue rolled her eyes but decided not to press the matter further. I just recalled a popular saying circulating online. Do you want to hear it? Wang Biao eagerly suggested. Li Xiao, what is this popular saying? During the day, you insult the security guard while delivering food, and at night, you become the security guard stopping deliveries. There is no need for hostility. We are all ordinary people. Think about it. How would you feel when customers give you a hard time at the restaurant? Be a bit kinder to others. Not everyone is as easygoing as I am. Wang Biao was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he managed a weak smile. Li Luo understood that Wang Biao had learned a valuable lesson today and chose not to dwell on the matter further. Chapter 46. Is Pan Xingyue running a fever? Once Wang Biao finished his transaction, he approached Li Luo and Pan Xingyue. Li Xiao, sister-in-law, I'll be heading back now. Li Xiao, next time you come to eat, please let me know in advance, and I will arrange everything for you. Li Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Goodbye, Li Xiao. Goodbye, sister-in-law. With that, Wang Biao made his way outside. Upon reaching the entrance of Xinbai Mall, he took several deep breaths of the night air in Jiangning. He glanced down at the watch he had purchased with all his savings, noticing a bit of dust on the surface. He quickly took the hem of his shirt and wiped it clean. After cleaning, he reflected that although he had spent all his savings today, he had met someone as remarkable as Li Xiao. If this young master were to dine there frequently, as long as he provided satisfactory service, perhaps an opportunity for Wang Biao's rise would eventually come. Realizing this, Wang Biao felt the need to celebrate. He planned to treat himself to fried rice, adding 2 eggs and 2 hot dogs for a little indulgence. Looking at the balance of over 800 on his phone, he was relieved he hadn't spent it all. With careful budgeting, it should last him for a month. However, the thought of the 10,000 he still owed on a loan made him wince. It was all due to his careless words, boasting about having spent less last month, thinking he would receive money again this month. Now he faced the consequences. Wang Biao, you need to be more discreet. Keep your thoughts to yourself next time. Money doesn't grow on trees. He decided to stop dwelling on it and headed off to enjoy his fried rice. Meanwhile, Huang Ying observed that the commotion had concluded and approached quietly. Young Master Li, after all this commotion, you must be exhausted. Allow Xingyue to escort you to the lounge for a drink while I prepare your receipts. I'm fine, not too tired. You go ahead and handle the paperwork. I'll just take a stroll, Huang Ying remarked. Very well, young Master Li, I shall attend to my tasks now. Xingyue, please keep him company, she added. Of course. Sister Ying. Once Huang Ying departed, Pan Xingyue turned to Li Luo with a puzzled expression. What else are you browsing for? Didn't you already purchase a watch? Can't one look a little longer after buying? Pan Xingyue retorted, slightly exasperated. All right then. I'll accompany you and also take the opportunity to introduce the watch you just bought. As I mentioned earlier, it is the Omega Seamaster 300M Diver's watch, the 007 Rainbow Edition, released to commemorate the 60th anniversary of the James Bond film. The case measures 42 millimeters, crafted from Canopus 18K gold, adorned with a natural gray silicon dial, and features a unidirectional rotating bezel set with diamonds of varying hues to create a gradient effect. Additionally, at the 12 o'clock position, it is embellished with 2 diamonds, and as previously mentioned, it boasts a water resistance of 300 meters, making it perfectly suitable for diving. All right, Li Luo interjected, noticing Pan Xingyue's eagerness to elaborate further. My phone has run out of battery. Could you charge it for a while and bring it back? It's also a good time for you to take a break. Very well, you can continue browsing. Call me if you need anything. Sure, go rest. Taking Li Luo's phone, Pan Xingyue headed to the lounge, where she was immediately surrounded by other colleagues who playfully teased her. Yeah, who would have thought? You so quiet. have delivered a nuclear bomb upon us, leaving us all dizzy. Exactly. Yeah, don't forget us little sisters when you make it big. At that moment, sales assistant Yuan suddenly chimed in. Xingyue, does young Master Li really fancy your big melon? Has he asked you how it tastes? Pan Xingyue's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at Yuan in irritation. What are you talking about? We haven't even gotten that far. Oh my, what are you saying? Did I mention that? That was all you. Observing her friend's exaggerated reactions, she huffed. Whether you believe it or not, I certainly haven't tea. Setting aside whether you've been involved with him, you just claimed young Master Li hasn't tea. So did you help him with that? Are you out of your mind? PSA man, I'm not talking about that. I meant did you assist young Master Li in any other way? Ah, you all. Pan Xingyue was mortified, unable to believe her friends would speak so boldly, and she quickly retorted, I'm not playing with you anymore. Seeing her flustered demeanor, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. Sales assistant Hui interjected to diffuse the situation. All right, enough teasing Xingyue. Can't you see her face has turned beet red? Just as Pan Xingyue was about to respond, she suddenly noticed Li Luo beckoning her and rose to approach him. What's the matter? Have you set your eyes on another watch, boss? Why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? You are the one acting strangely. Li Luo replied, utterly perplexed. I'm not unwell. I was asking if you were feeling feverish. I said I'm not acting strangely. You're the one who is. Are you out of your mind? I was merely inquiring if you were feeling hot. Pan Xingyue finally realized her misunderstanding, her toes curling in embarrassment as she gazed at Li Luo. I misheard. I thought you meant something else entirely. Li Luo, now flustered, exclaimed. What on earth are you thinking? Didn't I just ask why your face was so red? Any reasonable person would interpret that as feeling hot. I misinterpreted it. Li Luo, please don't hold it against me, she replied, her expression a mix of innocence and contrition. It's all those lewd girls' fault, otherwise I wouldn't be so sensitive to that word. Li Luo rubbed his forehead in exasperation. A minute later, he thought to himself, oh well, after all, she is the woman I like. Show me that watch you mentioned. With Li Luo no longer upset, Pan Xingyue felt her tension ease as she focused on the watch he had indicated. That's a lady's watch. Why are you interested in it? Bring it out. I intend to gift it. Upon hearing it was a gift, Pan Xingyue carefully retrieved it while donning gloves. Watching Li Luo examine it closely, she couldn't help but express her jealousy. You're so generous. That watch is even more expensive than the one on your wrist, and you're giving it away. At that moment, Pan Xingyue felt a twinge of discomfort, knowing that such a lavish gift was likely for an important woman in Li Luo's life. Almost certainly his beloved. Realizing how wealthy Li Luo was, she couldn't help but think he must have other women as well. But couldn't you at least not flaunt it in front of me? Can't you choose another shop? Why must you irritate me, you dog of a man? You scoundrel? Chapter 47, The Exceptional Emergence. Gazing at the Omega constellation watch in Li Luo's hand, its brilliance shimmering in the light, she recognized it as her favorite piece in the store. Every day at work, she would admire this watch, and each time she did, it motivated her to earn more. Young Master Li, the receipts are ready. You may collect them at your convenience, Huang Ying approached to remind him. All right, I understand. Please add this watch to the bill as well, he replied. Huang Ying, noticing the watch Li Luo held, became visibly excited. Very well, young Master Li, this way please. I will prepare the receipt for you. Li Luo handed the watch to Pan Xingyue. Could you take this to the counter while I step to the restroom to settle the payment? Oh, she said, carefully accepting it and following Huang Ying toward the front desk, her mind elsewhere. Noticing something amiss with Pan Xingyue, Huang Ying asked with concern, Xingyue, what's wrong? You seem rather dispirited. Pan Xingyue forced a smile. I'm fine, Sister Ying. Huang Ying, observing how intently Pan Xingyue stared at the watch, suddenly realized what was troubling her. However, she felt powerless. The world of the wealthy was far too chaotic. Once Li Luo had left, she would have a proper talk with Xingyue. If she intended to follow him, she must accept everything about him. Conversely, if she regretted it now, it was too late. Giving her shoulder a reassuring pat, Huang Ying said, don't overthink it. At least the commission from these two watches will allow you to indulge for a while. After that, no matter what you choose, Sister Ying will always support you. Pan Xingyue's eyes glistened as she gazed at Huang Ying. Sister Ying, thank you. I feel much better now. Huang Ying chuckled, playfully responding. All right, dry those tears. Really, it's not a big deal. It's just a wealthy man. You are our store's most beautiful star. What kind of man can't you find? Uffed, Sister Ying, you're teasing me again. As she spoke, Pan Xingyue wiped her tears away. The two proceeded to the front desk to complete the paperwork. Suddenly, Huang Ying gestured discreetly. Xingyue, young Master Li is coming. Compose yourself. When Li Luo arrived at the front desk, he noticed Pan Xingyue's slightly red eyes and frowned. What's the matter with you now? Who has been bothering you? No one is bothering me. Why do you suddenly ask? Then why are your eyes so red? Oh, a bug flew into my eye just now, and I rubbed it a bit. Is everything all right? Yes, it will be fine soon. Really, it's nothing to worry about. Hearing her reassurances, Li Luo decided not to dwell on it. He turned to Huang Ying. Is it ready? Yes, Li Xiao, but I still need to introduce it to you. Li Luo remained silent, prompting Huang Ying to continue. This watch features a case made of 18K white gold adorned with bricks. The dial is crafted from white mother of pearl, inlaid with 12 diamond hour markers, complemented by polished 18K white gold hands. The crystal is made from a double-sided anti-reflective, scratch-resistant sapphire glass. Most importantly, this watch has been discontinued. All right, I understand. Please help me package it. Noting Li Luo's slight impatience, Huang Ying ceased her introduction and added, Li Xiao. This watch is priced at 428,700 Huaxia coins. Since the watch you have does not have a discount, we can consider this one at a flat one. For a million. Does that work for you? Although Huang Ying was aware that he was not short of money, she still felt the need to state the price. One must not assume others to be naive. All right, let's proceed with that. After Li Luo completed the transaction, he picked up the watch and addressed Pan Xingyue. Take me to your VIP lounge. I have something to discuss with you. Earlier, at the mall entrance, Li Luo had mentioned needing to speak with her. Although curious about what he wanted, she led him to the VIP area. Upon entering, the system's insight feature activated. Name, Pan Xingyue. Age, 25. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 95. Privacy, 100. Status, normal. Intimacy level, 49. Is the system bound? Wow, is it really that impressive? Li Luo, while aware that Pan Xingyue's data would be high, was astonished by just how striking it was. The purity score was perfect, but her attractiveness was astonishing. Could it be that the system favored such contrasting types? Never did he imagine he would encounter such a gem in his lifetime. He sincerely thanked his system for the good fortune. To his surprise, the affection level had not exceeded 50. Logically, it should have reached that point, considering he had been quite clear previously. Or was it that he had not taken any tangible actions? Is the system bound? Bound. Though I momentarily drifted, you still reminded me. Noticing Li Luo's intense gaze upon her, Pan Xingyue felt an unsettling heat in his stare. What is he up to? Why does it feel like his gaze is so peculiar? What if he makes a move? This is the lounge. What if someone walks in? But if he lunges at me, should I deliver a sharp blow to bring him back to reality? Suddenly, Li Luo snapped back to his senses, covering his face in confusion. Why did you hit me? There was a mosquito on your face. I was helping you eliminate it, lest it cause mischief. Enough about the mosquito. What did you want to discuss with me? Li Luo, still feeling the sting on his cheek, sensed something was amiss but continued. Do you remember our wager? You already mentioned it. Why are you asking again? I did mention it, and I won, but I have yet to fulfill my promise. Pan Xingyue looked puzzled. What do you mean? Before she could process, Li Luo handed her the watch and receipt. This is for you. To prove that I was sincere in my words, I will transfer some pocket money to you shortly, and in due time, I will assist you with your car and housing arrangements. For now, this is it. I need to leave. I have some matters to attend to in the next few days, but I will come back to find you. Before Pan Xingyue could react, Li Luo exited. Huang Ying quickly approached. Li Xiao, are you leaving? Yes, I have some matters to attend to. I will return to visit. When I do, I will treat you all to a grand feast, and you can choose the venue. As he spoke, Li Luo walked towards the exit. Yuan promptly opened the door with a smile. Take care, Li Xiao, do come by again. The other female sales associates chimed in. Safe travels, Li Xiao. We will keep an eye on Xingyue for you. How considerate. After the feast, we can all enjoy ourselves together, Li Luo replied, eliciting excitement among the women. Thank you. Li Xiao, take care. Chapter 48. Is the system delayed? Having exited the store, Li Luo arrived at the entrance where a security guard rushed over. Boss, are you leaving? Yes, thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. With the generous tips you've given, it's the least I can do. Li Luo was impressed by the guard's service and slipped him an additional 100 before departing. Take this. No, boss, with the parking fee deducted. You've already given me over 100 in tips. Just take it. Your service has been exceptional. Thank you, boss. The guard finally accepted the money. Take care. After watching Li Luo leave, another guard approached. Old Su, you struck it rich today, encountering such a wealthy young master. We should celebrate with a meal. Old Su remarked. This young master is indeed remarkable, humble, kind, and treats us ordinary folks with respect. His upbringing must have been exemplary. And what kind of meal do you expect? A bottle of water would suffice. I can hardly believe I earned this tip. Don't be so stingy. Don't you want water? What if I bring you a Red Bull? Sure, let us go. After Li Luo departed, Pan Xingyue emerged, looking deeply troubled. Huang Ying immediately approached her. My dear lady. What is troubling you? Nothing much. You look utterly distracted. How can you say there's nothing wrong? Wait, how did you end up with that watch? Pan Xingyue glanced at the watch on her wrist and murmured, he gave it to me. Huang Ying gasped. He gave it to you? Noticing Pan Xingyue's silence, Huang Ying leaned in closer and whispered, are you at ease now? Li Xiao went through all that trouble just to buy it for you. It seems you hold a significant place in his heart. The other female sales associates gathered around, gazing enviously at the limited edition watch in Pan Xingyue's hand. Yuan remarked, Li Xiao is incredibly generous. He truly cares for our Xingyue. Hui added, absolutely. This is worth over 1,000,000. I wouldn't dare dream of such a gift. If that man were to offer me one, I'd gladly showcase my gratitude. Whoa. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Huang Ying interjected. Girl, you've hit the jackpot today. Aside from the watch, even with a 5 commission, you've earned over 100,000. Of course, that's a mere trifle for you now that you have a super rich boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Pan Xingyue felt a touch of embarrassment as she remarked. Sistering, even you are mocking me. I did not intend to ridicule you, came the reply. Through our recent interactions, I have come to realize that Li Xiao is quite an admirable person. Free from the arrogance often associated with the affluent, he mingles effortlessly with us ordinary folk. He is indeed a remarkable young talent. You should truly cherish him. Ding ding. At the sound of 2 notification alerts from her phone, Pan Xingyue instinctively picked it up to check. Upon seeing the message, she was momentarily rendered speechless. The other women, noticing her sudden silence, glanced over curiously to see her fixated on the screen. In an instant, their minds collectively went blank. It took several minutes before Huang Ying finally exclaimed, 2 million? Li Xiao transferred 2 million to you? Yuan, snapping back to reality, gasped in astonishment. Li Xiao is simply too extravagant. 2 million. He just gives it away so easily? I have never seen such a sum in my life. Hui nodded in agreement. Xingyue, Li Xiao's treatment of you is beyond commendable. With a man like him, you are bound to find overwhelming happiness. Buzz, Li Luo has sent a message. Accept this as your pocket money. Buy whatever you desire without holding back. When you need more, just let me know. I will arrange a house and a car for you soon. As they read Li Luo's message, the ladies' faces contorted with envy. Pan Xingyue hesitated for a moment before tapping to accept the payment. Since both parties had broached the subject, there was no longer any need for shyness. Lin, I apologize, but I honestly did not want to accept this. However, the amount he offered is simply too generous. Once she regained her composure, the women continued to chatter excitedly. Xingyue, what merit do you possess to encounter such an extraordinary man? Wealthy, reasonably tall, and rather average in appearance, yet so affluent. Ah, heavens, this is so unfair. Upon hearing her colleague Yuan lamenting to the heavens, Pan Xingyue could only smile in silence. Hui then remarked, Xingyue, it appears you have truly risen above. Not only will you no longer need to worry about finances, but Li Xiao has also promised to arrange your housing and vehicle. You, my dear Xingyue, are on the verge of becoming a millionaire. Goodness, how astonishing. My colleague is about to become a millionaire. Huang Ying chimed in, patting her on the back. Xingyue, you must not forget us, your dear friends. She then addressed the group. It's now 8:30. We were supposed to finish at 10, but our performance today has nearly matched that of half a year, so we are leaving early. Furthermore, each of you will receive a bonus, which will be distributed alongside next month's salary. Let us prepare to depart, and we must especially thank Xingyue, for all of this is thanks to her. Oh, since we are leaving early, allow me to treat everyone to dinner. You may choose the venue. They exclaimed in unison. Long live Princess Xingyue. One cried. Isn't she supposed to live for 1,000 years? Another retorted. Then who lives for 10,000 years? Why, of course it is Li Xiao. Laughter erupted throughout the store. Meanwhile, as Li Luo entered his car, he sent Su Mingjie a message inquiring how much longer she would need to finish up. She replied that she would be done in half an hour. Then I shall wait for you downstairs at your office. Please call me when you are ready, he replied. All right, just a moment. It will be quick, she assured him. Li Luo then set his phone down and pressed the accelerator. The engine roaring to life as the Ferrari surged forward like a beast awakened, streaking away like a flash of white lightning. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Jianhua Building and found a parking spot nearby. Glancing at the time, he noted that only a few minutes remained until 9. The Jianhua Building was illuminated, its numerous floors aglow. Despite being a well-paying job, the workers were reduced to little more than cogs in the capitalist machine. This was also why Li Luo tipped the security guards. After all, he had once been in their shoes. Now, being able to help a few people brought them a little bit of happiness. However, Li Luo found it peculiar that he had received a notification regarding Pan Xingyue's affection level before, yet the reward for reaching a 50-point threshold had not been granted. Was there a system delay? He decided to wait a moment longer and check the results of his recent endeavors. He had received 2 cashback amounts. Although neither was particularly impressive, one was 3 times and the other 6 times. Chapter 49, Enhancement Points? He decided to review his personal information as he hadn't done so in quite a while. System, display personal information. Name, Li Luo, age, 27, height, 175 centimeters, attractiveness, 72. Percentage mechanism, strength, 8, mental, 8, endurance, 8, constitution, 10. Note, normal adult standard is 10. Below 5 significantly increases the risk of health issues. Assets, 90, 970. 302 Huaxia Yuan, reputation, 0, 1000. Today completed, 0, 10, uncompleted. Will refresh automatically at midnight. Warehouse, level 1 cashback card, 5, tasks uncompleted. Level 2 cashback cards, 2, 1 currently in use. Host body can grow any part by 1 centimeter, and used. Enhancement points, 5, can be randomly allocated. Interesting. After reviewing his personal information, Li Luo felt somewhat bewildered. He understood everything except for the enhancement points. System, he called. What is the origin of these enhancement points? This is a reward for the affection level breakthrough with the bound target, Pan Xingyue, the system replied. Is it from Pan Xingyue? Then why was there no notification? Because this reward was already in the system warehouse, and it only displays after the binding is established. Due to significant emotional fluctuations, the affection level for the bound target, Pan Xingyue, has decreased. Warning, the affection level for the bound target is below 50 points. Rare items awarded by this target cannot be utilized. Please ensure to maintain the relationship diligently. Wait, it can drop? I distinctly heard the system notification earlier. Why were there no rewards? Li Luo mused. Frustrated that the affection level had dropped, rendering some of the awarded abilities unusable. After pondering, he asked, System, what exactly constitutes a rare item? The system currently has rare items at level 2, which include enhancement points and the ability to increase body parts by 1 centimeter. Unknown items are excluded. Thank goodness. As long as it has no relation to Huaxia Yuan, that is a relief. Huaxia Yuan is the least valuable item in the system. System, check Pan Xingyue's affection level. Pan Xingyue's affection level is 70 points. Why did it suddenly increase by 21 points all at once? It turns out it dropped and then increased again. An idea struck Li Luo. System, shouldn't I have no bindings with the opposite sex? Why are the rewards still in the warehouse? The system stipulates that once attractiveness reaches above 95, including 95, and purity is not below 99 points. If the opposite sex's affection level for the host meets the reward requirements, there is no need for binding. The rewards are automatically dispensed from the system warehouse. Once opened, rare items are guaranteed, and after binding, reaching affection levels of 80 or 100 will yield even rarer rewards. Note, reward items must be bound before they can be used. This is an additional benefit provided by the system. The host does not need to bind immediately when encountering such an opposite sex. As for whether the opposite sex's affection level has reached 50 points, it is up to the host to determine. Note, there is only one opportunity to check this type of opposite sex. Li Luo was just contemplating the idea of casually checking in, waiting until the other party's affection level reached 40 points before indulging her in a spending spree, thus significantly increasing his chances of successfully binding with her. However, before he could finish his thought, the system dismissed him. What standard does this system use for its welfare functions? Must the affection level exceed 50 points at the time of binding? The system operates solely based on the initial affection reward received. As for the levels of affection, the system does not interfere, it replied. So, what you mean is that if she had previously reached 50 points, it would still count even if I am binding her at only 40 points, correct? Correct, host. No wonder Xing Yu prioritized the enhancement points. After all, 80 and 100 would be even more enticing. As for Yashuan's 1 centimeter reward, that was largely a matter of luck. The system's welfare is indeed commendable, though determining whether one has reached 50 points is somewhat challenging. After all, a woman's heart is the most difficult to decipher. Who knows if she loves your wealth or the person you are? The fear lies in spending money without any increase in affection, while she displays an expression of adoration. Fortunately, such women are not numerous. Merely considering purity would eliminate 90% of the opposite sex, not to mention attractiveness. Having clarified this, Li Luo no longer felt troubled. Summarizing his situation, his attractiveness had increased by 2 points, his physical attributes remained unchanged, and he still had a balance of 90 million, which was quite satisfactory. He then checked the system's level 1 cashback task. The key is to maintain a healthy body. The host must go to any gym and work out for 2 hours. Gym? Li Luo had initially intended to visit the gym to exercise, and it seems this has now become a priority. From now on, he would complete 10 positive reviews daily and allocate 2 hours to work out. Once he completed the 10 reviews, that would conclude his day. For the time being, he would follow this plan and utilize the other rewards. The system announced an increase of 1 centimeter to any part of his body, enhancing his destiny. System usage successful. Congratulations, host, you have taken another step toward becoming a confident man. Li Luo felt his body with his hand. However, he noticed no immediate change. It would suffice. With time, more additions would lead to significant transformations. He allocated all enhancement points to stamina. Instantly, Li Luo felt a refreshing sensation enter his body, the lingering fatigue dissipating in an instant. He felt invigorated. An increase of 5 points in stamina made a remarkable difference. System usage successful. Current stamina, 13. Excellent, for now. This would suffice. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Li Luo finished, his phone rang. He picked it up to see it was Su Mingjie. As soon as he pressed the answer button, her melodious voice came through. Li Luo, where's your car parked? I'm downstairs at the company. But I don't see your vehicle. Upon hearing this, Li Luo honked twice. Did you hear that? Su Mingjie quickly turned her gaze toward the sound. What caught her eye was a super cool luxury sports car, and with a hint of uncertainty, she approached it slowly. Is that you, Li Luo? Li Luo rolled down the window and flashed a smile. Have you forgotten me after just a few days? Get in. You haven't eaten yet, right? Perfect timing. Once Su Mingjie confirmed it was indeed Li Luo, she climbed into the passenger seat. Observing the seemingly transformed Li Luo, she felt a bit dazed. His changes were substantial after just a few days. His fashion sense had improved, and his hair was styled differently, although the clothing's logo was not prominently displayed. As the company's general manager, Su Mingjie recognized it as Armani at first glance. Even more astonishing was the Ferrari sports car. With a hint of confusion, she asked, "Is this Ferrari yours?" Without glancing back, Li Luo drove, yet his voice reached her. "Isn't that obvious? Am I the type to flaunt wealth? I just bought it today. The license plate isn't even on yet." Su Mingjie sighed in relief upon hearing Li Luo's response. It seemed that his mention of a 200,000 investment was 80% secure. Li Luo turned his head to glance at her. "What do you feel like eating?" "I'm open to anything. You decide." Given the late hour, most establishments were closed. "How about we go for barbecue? Are you up for it?" Su Mingjie pondered for a moment. It had indeed been a while since she last enjoyed barbecue, and just hearing Li Luo mention it made her swallow hard. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Li Luo's gaze on her had an unusual quality. Su Mingjie's face flushed instantly, and she quickly found an excuse. "I haven't had dinner yet, so I'm a bit hungry." Li Luo chose not to call her out, pressing the gas pedal. Amid the roar of the engine, the Ferrari shot forward like a white arrow released from a bowstring. After a few minutes, Su Mingjie noted that Li Luo had not confronted her about her earlier reaction. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. Had he questioned her, it would have been mortifying to admit she was salivating at the thought of barbecue. Just thinking about it made her feel utterly embarrassed. A few minutes later, noticing Li Luo's silence, she subtly turned to observe him. After just a few days apart, how had he changed so much? Watching him drive with one hand, his expression relaxed as he focused on the road, paired with the powerful black stallion of the steering wheel, exuded a sense of wild abandon. The roar of the engine outside made her momentarily lose her train of thought. He truly seemed so cool, so aloof. As her heart raced, Su Mingjie felt her face heat up, and she struggled to maintain a calm expression, though her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed her. "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face?" No, she stammered, momentarily caught off guard by Li Luo's voice. A fleeting panic washed over her. Taking a few deep breaths, she steadied her nerves and focused her gaze ahead. Li Luo found her reaction puzzling and continued following the navigation to their destination. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Dalian Seafood Barbecue Restaurant. Outside, tables were gradually filling with patrons. Barbecue is an essential delicacy for young people in any city, especially during the sweltering summer days. A little barbecue, some crayfish, paired with chilled beer, is how a man can live to see 99. At one table, an assortment of barbecue dishes and scattered bottles of beer was laid out. Clearly, these individuals were lacking in alcohol tolerance. Seated at the table were 6 people, 3 men and 3 women, evidently 3 couples. One man, holding a bottle of beer, animatedly spoke to the others. "I'm telling you, I'm not bragging. The car Nan and I saw that day was absolutely stunning. We were waiting at a traffic light together, and I couldn't take my eyes off that vehicle." The girl named Nan eagerly chimed in. It was indeed impressive, especially when the light turned green. The roar of the engine as it accelerated was exhilarating. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. I've had several sleepless nights out of envy. I say, you two lovebirds are over-exaggerating. It's not that dramatic. We're not ignorant about sports cars. Just look at the Porsche 911 driven by our company's vice president. That's also a $2 million sports car. We've encountered it so many times after work, and its roar is indeed impressive. While we certainly harbor a genuine envy, it is not as exaggerated as you claim, interjected one of the women. Nan. Refrain from labeling every vehicle as a sports car. Nowadays, some cars are deliberately modified to create a more ostentatious appearance, intentionally amplifying their noise to attract attention. Observing the expressions of others, it was evident that they were skeptical of her words, prompting Nan to respond indignantly. If you choose not to believe, so be it. With that, she gave her boyfriend a sharp kick. Sensing the tense atmosphere, another woman swiftly intervened, saying, all right, Nan, they have never purchased a car. So it's understandable that they lack knowledge. There's no need to disparage them. Let us eat before the food gets cold. Just then, a cacophony echoed from the distance, drawing everyone's attention. As they were enjoying their barbecue, they turned to see a white supercar speeding towards them. It emerged like a knight in shining armor, piercing through the enveloping darkness. Nan sprang to her feet, exclaiming, that's the supercar. The very one I saw with Xiaoyang while waiting at a traffic light. Now do you believe me? What a car. It appears far more impressive than the vice president's Porsche 911, remarked a heavily made-up woman at a neighboring table, casting a sarcastic glance. You lack discernment. What is a Porsche 911 worth? Do you even know what car this is? Responded Yang Li, who had just criticized Nan. How could I lack knowledge? I'm well aware, it's a Ferrari. And there are affordable Ferraris too. How does a 911 fare in comparison? Seeing the uninformed girl retort, Song Ku couldn't help but scoff. You're arguing while being ignorant. That's a Ferrari SF90. If you're unsure of its price, do check it online. Upon hearing this, Yang Li shot her a glare and momentarily fell silent, opting instead to search on her phone, but Nan was quicker. Oh my goodness. Is it really that expensive? Xiaoyang leaned in, curiosity piqued, and widened her eyes in astonishment. Gosh, even the cheaper ones are over 5 million, and the better equipped ones exceed 8 million. A 911 simply cannot compare. You could purchase 2 911s with that amount. A hush fell over the group, except for Nan and Xiaoyang, who continued to relish their barbecue. Noticing Song Ku's silence, she couldn't be bothered to engage further. Instead, her gaze remained fixed on the Ferrari parked by the roadside, eager to discern the identity of its driver and to contemplate her own chances of sharing in the wealth. As a socialite, Song Ku had her sights set on the ultra-wealthy second-generation elites. Moreover, she was among the most beautiful within her circle. Li Siqi teased, so? You've taken a liking to someone? It's too soon to say. Let us wait until they exit the car, she replied. Indeed, your standards are quite high. You wouldn't settle for just any rich kid. Of course not. How could an ordinary rich heir possess enough to satisfy my tastes? True enough. But why such heavy makeup today? You look a bit too seasoned. Even a wealthy heir might be frightened away. I didn't have a choice. You know, my mother insisted I go on a blind date today. I had to dress this way to intimidate the guy. As expected, I received a phone call from my mother this afternoon, informing me that the matchmaker said the guy wasn't interested. My mother, being stubborn, insisted on knowing why. And the matchmaker had to say that the boy thought I resembled a KTV hostess. My mother was furious upon hearing this. Chapter 51. Enjoying barbecue with friends. You're laughing? I believe that boy's assessment is incorrect. You don't look like a hostess, Song Ku asked curiously. Then what do I resemble? Li Siqi replied with a mischievous smile. You look more like someone who has been out on the streets. Angered, Song Ku retorted. You're the one who has been out on the streets, you little brat. Don't you know how to speak? All right, let us not quarrel. I can't blame that boy for his opinion. Even I find it a bit nauseating. Just look at the makeup on your face. It's enough to paint a wall. Oh, come on. Is it really that exaggerated? Wait, someone else about to come out. Just as Song Ku was about to continue, her friend interrupted her. They quickly turned their gaze, spotting a woman emerging from the passenger seat of the Ferrari. Unable to see her face directly, Song Ku studied her from the side. The woman possessed a distinctly curvaceous figure, suggesting that her appearance was likely quite appealing. Then the driver's door swung open, revealing a man who appeared to be under 30. Though his looks were ordinary, his demeanor exuded an extraordinary charisma. As she watched the pair approach, Song Ku intended to scrutinize them closely. As a connoisseur of luxury brands, she couldn't overlook the man's Armani ensemble. While his age aligned with her preferences, his appearance left something to be desired. Song Ku rested her chin on her hands, contemplating. Although his looks did not meet her standards, it didn't preclude her from engaging with him. Li Siqi, sit here for a moment. I'm going to the restroom to freshen up. As a proper socialite, she always carried her beauty essentials, as they allowed her to craft the persona that wealthy heirs found appealing. She felt that the Ferrari owner would be the mature and steady type, likely attracted to demure women. Thus, she would embody the role of the obedient girl. Go ahead, Li Siqi encouraged. Enjoy your meal. If I manage to get the guy's contact information, this meal is on me. Li Siqi's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Take your time, and make sure to look your best. He has just come to eat and won't be leaving anytime soon. If her friend succeeded, the money saved on this meal could be spent on another luxury item. Although they were close friends, they maintained a clear division when it came to expenses. Dining was always split evenly, perhaps a remnant of their socialite lifestyle. No one wanted to take advantage of the other. Moreover, while Li Siqi had invited her friend along, It didn't mean she lacked her own ambitions. After all, their ultimate goals were aligned. Comparatively, she felt her looks were slightly inferior. But once her friend boarded this yacht, how far could she be from the man? After all, wildflowers can be as enticing as cultivated blooms. She was determined to believe that the man would be captivated. Li Luo surveyed the bustling barbecue restaurant, astonished by its popularity. It seemed that today's youth spared no expense when it came to their palates. Let us sit over there. Su Mingjie pointed towards an empty table. Li Luo nodded in agreement. The pair settled into their seats, and Li Luo called out to the waiter, who promptly approached with the menu. What would you like to order? 2 servings of crayfish, 1 with garlic, 1 with 13 spices, 20 skewers of lamb, and 10 oysters, Li Luo ordered. After finishing, he looked at Su Mingjie. Feel free to order whatever you like. Su Mingjie followed suit, requesting 10 skewers of beef and a grilled eggplant. Once they had finished ordering, the waiter inquired, what level of spiciness would you prefer? Li Luo gazed at Su Mingjie and inquired, are you able to handle spicy food? I can tolerate a moderate level of spiciness, she replied. Then let's go with a mild spice level, and add a large bottle of cola, he suggested. Sure thing, handsome. The waitress responded with a smile before offering a friendly reminder. Just so you know, our crayfish comes in 3-pound servings. That's fine, just bring it on. Li Luo said casually. All right, please hold on a moment, the waitress replied before taking the menu and departing. It was only then that Su Mingjie lifted her gaze to scrutinize Li Luo. Reflecting on the situation, she felt as if she were in a dream. Having simply hailed a ride and encountered a young man from a wealthy family. Noticing her steady gaze, Li Luo broke the silence. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you staring at me? Have you already taken a liking to me? Although Su Mingjie recognized his jest, a hint of blush crept onto her cheeks as she softly responded, I'm merely curious. With your wealth, why are you still driving for a ride-hailing service? Li Luo looked at her with surprise. Shouldn't you be inquiring about investments? How did we end up discussing my ride-hailing job? While Su Mingjie was indeed eager to discuss investments, she hesitated, concerned that broaching the topic too soon might displease him. She was aware that one cannot rush into matters of the heart, and given her limited understanding of Li Luo, she feared he might suddenly change his demeanor. Thus, she opted to explore something less sensitive first. I just find it a bit odd, she admitted. Li Luo chuckled. I simply enjoy driving. So I take up ride-hailing to pass the time. After all, one must find something to occupy their hours, right? He added playfully, besides. It's a way to earn a little for gas, especially since fuel prices are skyrocketing. Upon hearing him refer to it as a pastime, Su Mingjie inwardly scoffed, thinking him a man utterly devoid of the finer pleasures in life. She chose to disregard his comment about fuel costs and continued, You, a wealthy heir, are complaining about gas prices? Surely you jest. But honestly, it's quite rare to encounter someone like you. How so? He inquired. You possess such wealth. Yet shouldn't you be indulging more in life? Li Luo sighed at her words. I too wish to savor life to the fullest. But circumstances don't allow for it yet. You understand, don't you? Shifting the conversation, he continued. Enough about me. Let us discuss you. Your company seems stable. How did things take a turn? Yet Su Mingjie chose not to answer this question. Instead, she surveyed their surroundings, remarking, I never imagined your family business would thrive even more. Li Luo looked puzzled. Have you visited before? I have. It was during a shareholder dinner for our company. Back then, we had just graduated, devoid of ulterior motives, enjoying barbecues while discussing future developments. It's hard to pinpoint when things changed, now. It's all about intrigue and self-interest. In just 2 years, not only has the company struggled, but I've also become adversaries with those I once called friends. Looking back, I realized school was much better, at least there were fewer worries. Li Luo observed the woman before him, her sadness palpable. After a moment of silence, he remarked, Human nature is unfathomable. In this world, there are no eternal friends, only enduring interests. Indeed, she concurred. Ultimately, it is a world driven by money. Which is why I've learned to be more open-minded. Just as their conversation reached a conclusion, the waitress began serving skewers. Let us eat, Li Luo suggested. We can chat while dining. Aren't you hungry? With that, he picked up a skewer of lamb and took a bite. You know, this place really does have excellent flavor. Su Mingjie, feeling the pangs of hunger, set aside her pretenses and followed suit, savoring a skewer of beef. As they indulged in their barbecue and exchanged gossip, the crayfish finally arrived. They donned gloves and began to enjoy the delicacies while sipping cola. Li Luo relished the atmosphere. This was the essence of life's simple pleasures. As he devoured the food, Su Mingjie, noticing his oily lips, reached for a napkin to wipe them clean. Li Luo was momentarily taken aback, and once she finished, he quipped, Have you discovered that I've become more handsome? She shot him a playful glare. I merely wish to prevent you from embarrassing yourself in public. Huh, you're overthinking it. If I were truly concerned about others' opinions, I wouldn't be driving for a ride-hailing service. My happiness is what matters most. If you care too much, life becomes burdensome. After saying this, he continued to devour the crayfish, mumbling, I'm not one to fuss over food. That's just not my character. Get to know me better, and you'll see. Su Mingjie understood his reasoning, yet she mused about how few could truly live by such ideals. Moreover, she thought to herself that it was easy to adopt such a philosophy when one is wealthy. Nevertheless, she couldn't deny her growing fondness for the man before her. Not only was he affluent, but his demeanor was also refreshingly easygoing. Had he not been driving a luxury sports car, she would never have guessed he was of high status. Sensing the moment was right to speak up, she prepared to do so when a sudden commotion interrupted their evening. That filthy bitch. You dare to throw wine at me? As the words echoed, a resounding slap rang out, drawing everyone's attention to the source of the altercation. Even Li Luo paused, turning his gaze toward the disturbance. Li Siki covered her face, glaring venomously at the drunken man before her. She had been enjoying her meal alone when this man approached, suggesting she was lonely and inviting himself to join her. She had firmly declined, only to find him becoming overly familiar. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she had splashed the remaining beer in her glass at him. You pretentious slut, trying to act high and mighty. Li Luo observed as the man's friends not only failed to intervene, but also mocked the situation. I say, Zhang Gang, what is going on here? It's one thing to get splashed with wine, but you're really not treating her with any respect, are you? Look at how you've struck her. Feeling humiliated by his friend's words, Zhang Gang resolved to strike back at the woman. At that moment, Song Kui, having just finished her makeup, stepped outside and spotted her friend surrounded by men. Enraged, she rushed over to confront them. What do you think you're doing? Zhang Gang quickly turned, his gaze landing on her. Oh, look, here's an even prettier girl. We're just inviting your friend to share a drink with us. Li Luo, captivated by the sudden appearance of the woman, found her beauty striking. Her makeup was exquisite yet subtle, with a low ponytail allowing her dark, silky hair to cascade gracefully over her shoulders, adorned with a delicate purple bow. She wore a white dress that hugged her elegant figure, complemented by shining white high heels that clicked rhythmically against the ground as she walked. What do you mean, share a drink? Does my friend even know you? Apologize to her immediately, or I will call the police. Zhang Gang, still somewhat dazed from the alcohol, paid little attention to her beauty. Her threat to call the police only fueled his anger further. I dare you to call the police, he shouted, raising his hand to deliver a slap to the woman before him. As Song Kui observed the man preparing to strike her, she acted without hesitation, delivering a swift kick aimed at his most vulnerable point. The sudden, excruciating pain jolted Zhao Gang back to reality. His companions, equally startled, rushed to inquire about his well-being. Gangzi, are you all right? Should we head to the hospital? Zhao Gang, gritting his teeth against the agony, waved them off. No need, just catch that vile woman. I intend to teach her a lesson tonight, so she understands why the flowers bloom so brightly. Upon hearing this, another friend hesitated, quickly advising, Gangzi, let us go to the hospital first. There are too many witnesses here. If this escalates, it could end poorly. His words caused others to waver as well, the effects of their earlier libations now wearing off. Such public altercations were not to be taken lightly. At that moment, the owner of the establishment approached in an effort to defuse the situation. Everyone, let us calm down. We're all here to support my business. Let us not allow a trivial matter to spoil our camaraderie. This meal is on me. He gestured for the staff to bring over some chilled sour plum juice to cool their tempers. Had the owner arrived sooner, Zhao Gang might have taken a step back. Yet, the audacity of that woman to kick him where it hurt stirred a fierce determination within him. The pain radiated from his injury, and he questioned whether he could even stand. You need not concern yourself with this matter, boss. If I don't teach that wretched woman a lesson tonight, I might as well change my name to Backward. He turned to his friends, insisting, hold her for me. I will take full responsibility for whatever transpires. His companions exchanged glances, internally cursing him. What good is your bravado? Do you think the Qing dynasty still exists? They understood he was merely intoxicated and dismissed his bravado. Frustration welled within Zhao Gang as he observed his friends standing idle. Had it not been for the searing pain coursing through him, he would not have needed their assistance. He surveyed the crowd, feeling their eyes upon him, and bellowed, What are you all staring at? Have you never seen a fight before? The onlookers, witnessing this drunken display, ignored him entirely, choosing instead to return to their meals, some settling their bills and preparing to leave, eager to avoid any trouble. As Zhao Gang watched the crowd as silence, he contemplated calling them cowards, when he noticed a man not far off, observing him with keen interest. He glared back. What are you looking at? Care for a trip to see your grandfather? To his surprise, the man retorted, If you wish to see your grandfather, perhaps you should take your drunken antics to the street. You'd likely meet him there. As for your display, who are you trying to impress? You look like a fool, and it's ruining my meal, truly off-putting. Zhao Gang was taken aback by this unexpected outburst, ready to retaliate, but his friend pulled him back. Are you trying to get us killed? Did you not notice the Ferrari he arrived in? Do you really want to provoke someone like him? Zhao Gang felt a cold sweat break out at the realization of the man's status. Are you all right, Gongzi? His friend pushed him, noticing his lack of response. What are you thinking? You should go apologize, unless you expect him to apologize to you. It was only then that Zhao Gang snapped back to reality. Gritting his teeth, he approached Li Luo, finally managing to stammer. I was just a bit tipsy and didn't mean what I said. I hope you can forgive me. Li Luo's expression remained icy as Zhao Gang nervously continued. May I ask your surname? Li Luo scoffed. Why do you care? Are we familiar? Or do you wish to challenge me? He continued. My name is Xiao Luo, residing at number 2, Zhongshan International. My ID number is 32018611. Feel free to come find me anytime. I have dozens of bodyguards who could use a sparring partner. Not only Zhao Gang, but the surrounding crowd was left dumbfounded. Their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. What kind of family does he come from? Dozens of bodyguards? They all knew of Zhongshan International, one of the most luxurious estates in Jiangning, a place many could only dream of residing in. No one doubted Li Luo's words, including Li Siki and Song Kai, who were equally astonished by the revelation of his wealth. Only Su Mingjie regarded Li Luo with a discerning gaze, caught between disbelief and curiosity. Amidst this, Zhao Gang found himself growing increasingly anxious, realizing the space around him had suddenly become rather sparse. Even his closest friends had retreated, now part of the crowd. Whispering and pointing at him, he silently cursed. What a bunch of ingrates. I'm just here trying to enjoy myself. Hey, what are you dazed about? Are you going to strike me or not? I still have food to eat. Li Luo's voice broke through his thoughts. Zhao Gang, snapping back to focus, adopted an obsequious demeanor. Master Xiao, I merely wish to inquire about your surname for the sake of addressing you properly. I certainly did not seek your ID number or address. Li Luo feigned realization. Is that so? I thought you might want to ensure I wouldn't be hard to find should you wish to retaliate. Zhao Gang, suppressing his disdain for this ostentatious rich kid, thought to himself, you're the real pretender here. However, he responded with feigned humility. Master Xiao, you misjudge me. We live in a society governed by law. How could I ever resort to such illegal behavior? Very well, since you have no intention of striking me, do feel free to leave. You are rather bothersome. Zhao Gang felt immense relief, as if a burden had been lifted, and swiftly replied, of course, Master Xiao, I shall take my leave. This barbecue is on me as an apology. He placed 1,000 yuan on the table, eager to make amends for his earlier misdeeds. You should treat the young lady since you've caused her distress. Zhao Gang, taken aback, realized this young master might have taken a liking to them, and quickly concurred. Absolutely, it's the least I can do. He approached Li Siki, a look of sincere regret on his face. I apologize, beautiful lady. I was intoxicated, and I didn't mean any harm. I've received my just desserts. As you can see, I'm still in pain. Initially irate, Li Siki almost broke into laughter at his plight, eventually adopting a dismissive tone. Enough. My friend has already avenged me. We have no debts to settle. You can leave now. Zhao Gang nodded, relief washing over him. Certainly. He turned to Li Luo. Master Xiao, I will take my leave now. He called for the owner to settle the bill, leaving behind the 1,000 yuan without bothering to gather his companions, and made his way toward the alley. His friends, seeing the situation resolved, quickly followed suit, soon catching up with Zhao Gang. Gongzi, should we head to the hospital? One friend inquired. Zhao Gang halted, turning to the one who spoke and retorted angrily. What a farce. You are truly my good brothers, fleeing from the situation faster than I do. One of his friends felt that this statement sounded rather off, but was too apathetic to dwell on it. We Haven T fled. We have merely been educating those spectators from the sidelines, he insisted, continually emphasizing that he is a good person, modest, and often helping elderly women cross the street. It's just that today, under the influence of alcohol, he became disoriented and lost control, leading to this unfortunate incident. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang erupted in anger. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Do you think you can fool me here? The next time you encounter such a situation, I will tell them that you frequently assist elderly men across the street as well. The others were left bewildered by his words. Ignoring his so-called friends, Zhao Gang continued walking ahead. The group snapped back to reality and hurriedly chased after him. Gongzi, we are speaking the truth. You must believe us. Besides, it's quite late. Where are you off to? This isn't the way home, Zhao Gang replied without turning around. I'm going to the hospital to seek emergency treatment. Gongzi, you're not seriously unwell, are you? You're not incapacitated, are you? Zhao Gang suppressed the urge to lash out at them and quickened his pace. As this farcical scene concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed, some continuing to enjoy barbecued delicacies while others settled their bills and prepared to leave, for the hour was indeed late. Li Luo, however, seated himself again and ordered 2 more servings of crayfish, as the more he consumed, the more he craved. Most importantly, they did not satiate his hunger. With only a morsel of meat at the tail end, just as he sat down to finish off the previous order of crayfish, he heard melodious voices beside him. Xiao Xiao, thank you for helping our sisters out earlier. There's no need for excessive gratitude. It's all in the drink. We sisters toast to you. Li Luo then lifted his gaze to scrutinize the two women, noticing the bruising on the cheek of the one who had been struck. He kindly advised, apply an ice pack when you return home. It will heal by tomorrow. Li Siki was momentarily taken aback and quickly expressed her gratitude. I appreciate it, Xiao Xiao. No worries, you may sit here and join us. After all, that big fool gave 1,000 yuan. Might as well enjoy it. Upon hearing this, the two women exchanged glances, and Li Siki shyly remarked, then we shall not be polite, and we apologize for disturbing you, Xiao Xiao, and this sister. Li Luo remained silent, engrossed in his crayfish, while Su Mingjie nodded with a smile towards the two. Once the two women settled down, Song Kui was still pondering how to approach this elite young master. They recalled Li Luo's previous words, which they did not believe were mere jest. After all, it was entirely plausible for someone who could afford a Ferrari SF90 to reside in such a manner. Li Luo looked up at the three of them. Order whatever you wish. I just ordered 2 servings of crayfish. The three did not hesitate to call the waiter over, adding several more servings of crayfish and barbecue. While waiting for the skewers to arrive, they began to observe one another. Following the earlier incident, Li Siki grew increasingly intrigued by this affluent young man. Song Kui, on the other hand, fixated on the woman across from her, realizing her initial assumptions had been correct. This woman's beauty was undoubtedly on par with her own. Naturally, a figure of such wealth would not lack for female companionship. Su Mingjie, however, was less concerned about the woman's motives in approaching Li Luo, as her own past experiences made her indifferent to such matters. After all, for someone who had been divorced, she did not place significance on this aspect. She merely sought a sense of security. Her focus was entirely on her career, and even if she agreed to become his partner, her time would be limited. Furthermore, she was acutely aware that a man of such wealth would hardly remain faithful to one woman. In the end, having other women to help manage the situation would only lighten her burden, making it an agreeable arrangement. After sizing each other up, none of the three spoke first, leaving only the sound of Li Luo devouring his crayfish, which made him feel somewhat awkward. Just as he sought to initiate a conversation, Song Kui's voice broke the silence. Sister, are you from Jiangning? Su Mingjie was taken aback, thinking, aren't you supposed to be chatting with this wealthy young master? Nevertheless, she replied, no, I am from elsewhere. I work here in Jiangning. Unaware of the weight this woman carried in the young master's eyes, Song Kui thought it wise to flatter her, hoping to leave a good impression. Sister, you are not only beautiful but also exude a strong presence. You clearly are a woman of strength. This compliment caused Su Mingjie to blush slightly, yet she felt a sense of comfort, as no one dislikes being praised, especially when the one complimenting is equally attractive. With a hint of bashfulness, she responded, you are too modest, younger sister. I'm nearly 30. I cannot compare to you. Sister, you are almost 30? I would have never guessed. I always thought you were around my age. The reason I call you sister is merely to show politeness. Su Mingjie regarded the younger woman with increasing approval. Not only was she lovely, but her words were also pleasing. With the topic now flowing, the initial tension dissipated. Su Mingjie smiled and inquired, you seem to have a local accent. Are you from here? Yes, I am indeed a local of Jiangning. Being from Jiangning is better than being an outsider, right? Not at all. There's an old saying that goes, the newcomers are often the best storytellers. You certainly have a way with words. Li Siki shook her head in boredom at the mutual flattery and turned her attention to the young master, who was solely focused on his crayfish. She frowned slightly, questioning if he truly was a genuine wealthy young man, given that she had never seen one so engrossed in messy eating. Were not such individuals typically conscious of their image? After a brief hesitation, she finally asked, do you not usually eat crayfish, Xiao Xiao? Li Luo paused, quickly realizing, indeed, I rarely ate them before. I didn't expect them to be so delicious. He was not deceiving her. He genuinely had not eaten them much, mainly due to his reluctance. Li Siki's thoughts diverged, pondering that perhaps this young master had grown weary of lavish meals since childhood, leading him to develop an interest in such foods. Xiao Xiao, I am quite curious. What do affluent young men like yourself typically do? Is it like what is portrayed on television, merely eating, drinking, and traveling? Li Luo chuckled in response. I cannot speak for others, but I do have a legitimate job. Li Siki's eyes lit up at this. Could it be that Xiao Xiao has begun managing the family business? I have no family business. I am currently a legitimate ride-hailing driver. Li Siki found this hard to believe. How could someone who drove a Ferrari claim to be a ride-hailing driver? Was he joking with her? Li Luo shot her a serious glance and stated, I assure you, I am not joking. If you don't believe me, you can ask this lovely lady beside me. We met through a ride-hailing service, and she was my passenger at the time. Furthermore, I am not surnamed Xiao. My surname is Li, and my name is Li Luo. Li Siki interjected into the conversation between the two, casting her gaze towards the striking beauty across from her. Sister Xiao, is what you just said true? Su Mingjie replied with a subtle smile. Indeed, I was equally astonished back then. Before Li Siki could fully comprehend the situation, Song Kui, filled with curiosity, turned to Li Luo and inquired, then why did Li Xiao just claim his surname was Xiao? Li Luo responded matter-of-factly, I feared for my life. What if that fool, in a fit of rage, sought to harm me? It would be a tremendous loss, wouldn't you agree? Thus, when venturing outside, one's identity is self-assigned. With my statement, would that simpleton dare to trouble me? The two women paused, internally scoffing, thinking that were it not for the Ferrari he was driving, would anyone truly believe his mere words? Dream on. Su Mingjie observed the two women and introduced herself. Since we are all acquainted, let us dispense with the formalities. I am Su Mingjie. Feel free to call me by my name. Li Siki snapped back to reality, grinning cheekily. Then I shall call you Sister Su. I am Li Siki, and you may address me as Siki. I am delighted to chat with you. This is my close friend, Song Kui. You can call her E. Song Kui shot her friend an exasperated glance and retorted, Am I incapable of speaking for myself? I feared you might tire your throat with excessive chatter, hence I took the liberty of sharing a bit on your behalf. Just as Song Kui was about to retort, the grilled lobster was served, and she opted to conserve her energy for the feast, as they indulged in skewers and engaged in trivial banter. Once their meal neared its conclusion, Li Siki and Song Kai prepared to take their leave. Just before departing, Song Kai softly asked, Could Li Xiao share your contact information? Sure, let's connect, he replied, and after exchanging contact details with both women, he settled the bill, leaving over 300 for Li Siki, considering she had endured a slap. After the two women had exited, Li Luo turned to Su Mingjie. Shall we depart as well? We can discuss matters in the car. Su Mingjie understood the gravity of the conversation about to unfold. Once they were both settled in the vehicle, Li Luo started the engine and headed towards Jinmao Mansion. During the ride, their conversation remained light and sporadic. 15 minutes later, they arrived at Jinmao Mansion. The security guard, recognizing the Ferrari, waved them through without question. Following Su Mingjie's directions, Li Luo parked the car downstairs. Without further ado, he transferred 2 million to her. Done. Check your messages, he stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing that the transfer was complete, Su Mingjie hastily grabbed her phone to verify. Once she confirmed the amount, her emotions were a swirl of complexity, predominantly touched by gratitude. After all, it was rare to receive such a substantial sum from anyone in times of distress, save for one's parents. Chapter 55. Su Mingjie's affection surpasses expectations. Coming to terms with this, she ceased to dwell on the matter. Once I finalize the acquisition of their shares, the remainder will be allocated to the company. You are welcome to audit the accounts at any time. Li Luo chuckled lightly. There is no need for such formality. I am not lacking in funds. Consider this merely a gentle reminder. When the time comes, consult a professional lawyer at a firm to scrutinize the contracts, ensuring you don't fall prey to deceit again. Upon hearing this, a flicker of resolve crossed Su Mingjie's gaze. Rest assured, that will not happen again. Now that your company matters are settled, how have you contemplated the issue I mentioned previously? You can answer me candidly. I trust you can surmise that I am not limited to just one woman, so feel free to express yourself freely. Also, we are discussing personal matters here, unrelated to the 2 million. With the air cleared, Su Mingjie felt more at ease, having pondered over this for several days, especially given the preceding events. Her heart had already arrived at an answer. What I wish to know is how you plan to incorporate me into your future. Li Luo paused, quickly grasping the implications. Once your lease expires, I will gift you an apartment, purchase a car for you, and transfer another 1 million to you later for your use. How does that sound? Su Mingjie was taken aback by his generosity, feeling a sense of security envelop her. That sounds agreeable. I will follow your lead. Li Luo pondered for a moment. However, let me be clear, should you choose to be with me, engaging with other men is a conversation that need not be elaborated upon. Su Mingjie scoffed lightly. Fear not. That will not be necessary. Besides, if I were that type of woman, I would hardly require your financial assistance. This assertion resonated with Li Luo. If she were indeed that kind of woman, she would be financially independent. System activated. Insight skill. Name, Su Mingjie. Age, 27. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Overall attractiveness, 89. Privacy, 99. Status, normal. Closeness level, 49. Is the closeness level this high? Why is it always just a fraction short? First, let us bind it. Let us conclude our discussion for now. You should head back while I return to rest. I have several matters to attend to in the coming days, and I shall see you afterward. Su Mingjie smiled. No worries, take care of your business. Even if you had time, I wouldn't be able to accompany you. Now that funds have been secured, I have a myriad of tasks awaiting my attention. In that case, allow me to offer a piece of advice. Think long-term. Once your company stabilizes, consider hiring someone to manage it. A small company like yours is inconsequential to me. Su Mingjie rolled her eyes. I am aware of your affluence. But this company is a product of my labor. It's not something I can so easily relinquish. Perhaps when it truly finds its footing, I may gradually let go. Li Luo sighed in resignation. Suit yourself. Just make sure to rest well tonight. You've been through a lot. Su Mingjie felt a twinge of conflict, contemplating whether to invite him to stay the night. Given the nature of their relationship and the conversations they had shared, she was acutely aware of what might transpire. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Li Luo and said, It's already 11. Why not stay over for the night? Li Luo paused, considering, but ultimately declined. Perhaps another time. We have only just established our relationship. Let us give it a few days for some breathing room. Next time, you might not be so fortunate. He joked, eliciting a soft chuckle from Su Mingjie. All right, I understand, she replied, feeling a wave of relief and a tinge of emotion. Just as she was about to exit the vehicle, she recalled something and hesitated, pondering whether to share it with him. Noticing her expression, Li Luo sighed. Miss, if you have something to say, can't you just get it out in one go? What's the matter? Can't stand me already before we're even together? Su Mingjie teased. No, not at all. Please, go ahead. That's more like it. I just remembered something I feel is important to share with you. Li Luo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is it? In a few days, my parents and my brother are coming over. Would you like to meet them? Li Luo was taken aback. Your parents are coming? Su Mingjie shrugged. What can I say? It was during our first ride together that I mentioned it. Have you forgotten? I was chatting with my mother for quite a long time from the back seat. I distinctly recall that, but I was unaware that your parents were coming over. You just mentioned your younger brother. Your biological brother, I presume? Su Mingjie stated with a hint of pride. Indeed, he is also your little brother-in-law. Observing Li Luo's silence, Su Mingjie continued in a neutral tone. I merely wanted to inform you. It's entirely up to you whether you want to come or not. I have not insisted upon your attendance. I simply thought it best to keep you in the loop to avoid any future misunderstandings about my intentions. Li Luo pondered for a moment, concluding that it would be worthwhile to meet them, as they would inevitably cross paths sooner or later. After making his decision, he looked at Su Mingjie and said, Just contact me when they arrive. Su Mingjie was taken aback by his response, not anticipating that Li Luo would agree. However, she felt that since they had defined their relationship, there was no need for concealment. She did not harbor any hopes that Li Luo would be eager to meet her parents. To put it bluntly, their relationship was somewhat akin to one of a kept woman. Since Li Luo had consented to meet her parents, it signified his acknowledgement of her. Su Mingjie's affection level. 1. Current affection level. 50. System notification. Su Mingjie's affection level has reached 50 points. Reward. 1 residential property in Jiangning Jinmao Mansion for the host. Stored in the warehouse. You may check it at your convenience. Wow, not only did I surpass the threshold, but the reward is a property in that esteemed complex? Li Luo felt as though the system was deliberately orchestrating these events, yet he had no proof. Just moments ago, they were discussing properties, and now, he had one. How timely indeed. What's wrong? Su Mingjie inquired, noticing Li Luo lost in thought. Li Luo quickly snapped back to reality. Nothing. I was just contemplating a few matters. When your parents arrive, just let me know. But it would be best if you informed them that they should come in a few days, as I do have some commitments at the moment. All right then. I'll send a message when the time comes. I must take my leave now. Once you've finished your tasks, do message me. Before you go, could you indulge me in a small wish? Su Mingjie was momentarily taken aback. Speak, she replied, glancing at Li Luo who was gesturing towards his lips. Su Mingjie's cheeks flushed crimson as she contemplated fulfilling this trivial request. A few minutes later, Su Mingjie observed the satisfied expression of the foolish man before her, who was playfully smacking his lips. Are you satisfied now? I'll be heading back. Yes, go ahead. Please drive safely and take care on the road. All right. You needn't worry. Upon receiving his reply, Su Mingjie made no further delay, exiting the vehicle and walking back. Chapter 56. He offers you 3,500,000. As she pushed open the door to her home, Su Mingjie instinctively traced her fingers along the wall. A soft sound echoed as she entered the brightly lit living room, where echoes of their playful antics during her wedding seemed to linger. Su Mingjie whispered to herself, It's time to bid farewell to my past self. A few moments later, regaining her composure, Su Mingjie settled on the sofa and picked up her phone. Buzz. Buzz. She was momentarily taken aback by the transfer of 1,500,000, promptly replying with a message. Dear Su Mingjie, why is there an extra 50,000? Feeling her cheeks warm at the sight of the affectionate address, she reminded herself that since their relationship was now established, there was no reason to be shy. And she sent the response. Li Luo, consider this a reward for you. I'm driving now, so I can't chat. Dear Su Mingjie, please drive safely. Understood. Seeing the additional 50,000, Su Mingjie felt a surge of happiness and readily accepted the funds. After a moment's hesitation, she dialed her mother, Wang Guifang, who was far away in Port City. Beep, beep, beep. After a brief pause, her mother's somewhat fatigued voice came through. Hello, is this Xiao Jia? Why are you calling at such a late hour? Mom, have you and Dad gone to bed? Yes, we just fell asleep not long ago. Do you have something to discuss? Su Mingjie hesitated for a moment before replying. I just wanted to ask when you, Dad, and my brother plan to come over. Upon hearing this, her mother's voice turned irate. You little brat. Why are you calling at this hour over such a trivial matter? Who do you think you are? Asking us when we plan to visit in the middle of the night? Listening to her father, Su Dongjian's voice on the line, Su Mingjie felt apologetic. Sorry, Dad. I didn't mean to disturb your sleep. It's fine. I can sleep later. Is there something going on over there? Knowing his daughter well, Su Dongjian was certain she had something serious to discuss. She wouldn't call at such an hour for a mere triviality. Dad, when do you plan to come with Mom and my brother? Although puzzled by his daughter's reluctance to speak, he replied, I plan to go the day after tomorrow with your mother. And what about my brother? Your brother will head straight to your place from Shunsheng to save time and avoid unnecessary expenses. Dad, I think it would be better if you and Mom came a few days later. Has something happened, dear? Su Dongjian suddenly suspected something. Tell me, has that little brat been bullying you? Su Mingjie felt exasperated. Dad, what are you talking about? It's been so long since the divorce. We have nothing to do with each other. Su Dongjian was even more confused. If you have nothing to do with him, why would you want us to delay our visit? Su Mingjie contemplated for a moment before stating directly, Dad, you should come a few days later so I can introduce someone to you. He has some matters to attend to and is currently unavailable. Su Dongjian was taken aback. Introduce someone to me? Why would I need to know anyone over there since I don't work there? Just as Su Mingjie finished speaking, she heard her mother, Wang Guifang, interject. Always claiming to be clever, yet at crucial moments. How can you be so oblivious? Who does your daughter need to introduce you to over there? Su Dongjian suddenly understood, preparing to speak when his wife snatched the phone from him. Hearing her mother's excited voice through the phone, where is he from? How old is he? How many family members does he have? Are his parents easy to get along with? Most importantly, does he have money? Su Mingjie, hearing her mother's escalating enthusiasm, quickly interrupted, Mom, what are you saying? Am I that materialistic? Besides, I've been married once already. I don't think I'm worthy of him. What do you mean worthy? My daughter is exquisite and charming. If anything, he should be the one striving for you. Mom, you're talking nonsense. I'm hanging up now. All right, I won't say anything more. Can you tell me now? After pondering for a moment, Su Mingjie replied, I don't know where he is from, but he should be around my age. Beyond that, I'm not sure. Wang Guifang was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. I say, dear, isn't that equivalent to saying nothing? Moreover, how long have you known each other? Just let us meet him. You don't even know the basics about his family. Are you certain you're not being reckless? At this crucial moment, Su Dongjian spoke up. All right. Let us hear it from our daughter. You wait for her to finish. Dear, how long have you known each other? Dad, we've known each other for a week. Su Dongjian fell silent for a moment before speaking earnestly. Is it truly just a week? That does seem rather brief. Young lady, it is not that I am reprimanding you, but you have been apart for over a year now. To seek a new relationship at this juncture. Your mother and I are both wholeheartedly supportive. However, having only spent a week together, you remain unaware of the other person's family circumstances. Arranging for us to meet now feels rather frivolous. At that moment, the voice of her mother, Wang Guifang, interjected. Indeed. We have no idea what sort of unsavory character we might be dealing with, yet we are to meet? After all, my daughter is a businesswoman. You should be quiet. Can't you see I am speaking with her? Why should I be silent? She is my daughter, not yours. Su Dongjian, you scoundrel. How dare you raise your voice at me? I toil endlessly for this family. Hearing the impending quarrel between her parents, Su Mingjie hastily interjected, Mom, Dad, please don't argue. I truly don't know about his family background, but he did give me 3,500,000 today. As soon as Su Mingjie finished speaking, the bickering in her phone abruptly ceased. After a moment, her mother, Wang Guifang, spoke excitedly. He gave you 350,000? Is that for real? Su Mingjie replied helplessly, Mom, the money is still resting in my phone. Would you like me to send you a screenshot? All right. Hang up first and send the screenshot to your father's phone so we can take a closer look. Su Mingjie had no choice but to end the call. Take a screenshot and send it to her father, Su Dongjian. Far away in Port City, Su Dongjian and Wang Guifang intentionally moved to the living room. Drawn by the brighter lights, staring at the string of numbers on the phone, they were momentarily entranced. Wang Guifang murmured softly, Our daughter truly does not deserve someone like him. Once they regained their composure, Su Dongjian counted the digits in the screenshot sent by their daughter. Is there really a need to keep counting? As long as it's 7 figures, that should suffice. Wang Guifeng shot her husband a glance, and rather than argue, she thought it better to focus on the substantial sum of 3,500,000. Gazing at the astronomical figure on the screen, a hint of worry crept into her voice. What if our daughter is being deceived? As the head of the family, Su Dongjian remained composed. That is unlikely. For one, our daughter is quite grown up, and she runs her own business. Surely she has some discernment. The fact that this young man transferred such a substantial sum indicates his family must be quite well off, and that he is genuinely interested in her. Besides, you are aware of what she looks like. Chapter 57, The Beautiful Yener. After hearing her husband's words, Wang Guifeng calmed down and replied, "Of course. I know my daughter is beautiful, but given his affluent background, would he truly be interested in someone like her? Before she encountered that little brat, I had no worries. If anything, we are merely a bit less well off. However, our daughter has been divorced, and even if that young man does not mind, his family might have a different perspective. I have heard that such families place significant importance on that aspect. All right, let us not dwell on it. First, call her and ask if she has informed him about her divorce. This is not something that can be concealed. Although our Su family may not possess much wealth, we must at least hold our heads high and act with integrity. All right, I will call now." Since sending the screenshot, Su Mingjie had been sitting on the sofa lost in thought until her mother's call broke the silence. She picked up the phone, pressed to answer, and before she could speak, Wang Guifeng's voice came through. "Xiaojia, did you tell him that you are divorced?" Su Mingjie was taken aback. "He knows?" Upon hearing this, Wang Guifeng felt a wave of relief wash over her, yet a trace of confusion lingered. "He knows and is still pursuing you?" A man of such wealth could easily find a wife. Realizing something was amiss, she quickly added, "Sweetheart, I'm not saying anything against you. I simply mean, with his wealth, he could have any woman he desires." Su Mingjie, suddenly a bit shy, replied, "Mom, I told him about my divorce from the very beginning. But he expressed interest in me and said he likes me just as I am." Wang Guifeng was taken aback. Is that a form of affection? Could he be a weirdo? Su Dongjian nodded knowingly, thinking that the young man seemed quite perceptive, reminiscent of his own youthful preferences. The only difference was that he had been without money. Had he been affluent, he would have surely taken a chance. Observing her husband's silence, Wang Guifeng urged him, "What are you pondering? Speak up." Distracted from his thoughts, Su Dongjian replied with irritation, "What is there to explain? The lad simply likes our daughter as she is. Besides, worrying now is futile. Did not our daughter say they would meet in a few days? We can converse in person then and ascertain the situation. What good does it do to fret here?" After being reprimanded by her husband, Wang Guifeng felt somewhat dazed but dismissed it, believing her husband was merely troubled over their daughter's situation. After a moment, Su Dongjian said into the phone, "Dear, we will follow your lead. In a few days, your mother and I will come to meet him. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up." Su Mingjie thought for a moment. "Mom and Dad, prepare a decent outfit. Dress a bit more presentably." All right. I will hang up now. You should get some rest. It's quite late. And remember to tell your brother." Just as Su Dongjian was about to end the call, he quickly added, "Understood. You sleep well too. Good night, Mom and Dad. Good night. Dear." After hanging up, Su Dongjian walked to the bedroom and rummaged through the wardrobe, but he could not find any satisfactory clothing. Wang Guifeng was in the same predicament. They had not purchased new clothes in quite some time. With a determined expression, Su Dongjian said to his wife, "Tomorrow, let us go to the mall and each buy a nice outfit. But we had agreed to use this month's money to repay your cousin. Your sister-in-law has been pestering us repeatedly, fearing we might run off." Seeing his wife's irritation, Su Dongjian felt helpless. His brother, Su Dongfu, was a decent man, but his wife was particularly domineering. Everything in the household was dictated by her. When they borrowed 20,000, they had lost face, and she only agreed to lend it with 2,000 in interest. The two of them earned over 8,000 a month, with 7,000 set aside for repayment. They had initially agreed that each family would contribute a little, excluding the sister-in-law's family. After all, they had agreed to repay the 22,000 together after a year. But once they began repaying monthly, the sister-in-law raised a fuss, insisting they also pay monthly and without reducing the interest. This led to a harsh argument, truly severing their relationship. They both vowed to cease all contact after settling the debts. So, every month, they paid 7,000, while her sister-in-law's family paid 4,000. With the last month covering 2,000 in interest, they had already repaid 12,000, leaving 10,000 outstanding. "Old Su, how about we skip the repayment for the other families this month? Your sister-in-law can settle hers, and we would still have 3,000 left, enough for 2 decent outfits." Su Dongjian firmly rejected the idea. "No, we must repay. If we don't pay this month, you know as well as I do that if she finds out we paid her family and not theirs, she will spread the word far and wide. What do you suggest we do?" "Oh, right. Doesn't our daughter have 3.5 million? She could just take out 10,000 for now. How could that be permissible? We absolutely cannot touch our daughter's money at this moment. That young man is still unaware of the situation, came the retort. This one do, that one do either. What do you propose? Su Dongjian took a deep drag from a cigarette and declared resolutely, tomorrow. I will go speak with that woman. At worst, she will mock me a bit. The other relatives are easier to deal with. Why is there such a disparity in character? Your sister-in-law, who is our daughter's grandmother, divorced and raised her daughter alone, yet lent you 300,000 without ever demanding repayment. Ultimately, your brother is utterly useless. He is nothing more than a pathetic weakling. Su Dongjian felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing this. He had previously discussed this matter with his cousin multiple times to no avail. Once, his wife even found out, leading to a fierce argument. Since that incident, he had refrained from bringing it up again. Thinking of his cousin, Su Dongjian felt a pang of sympathy. Her husband had tragically passed away. She had initially received 350,000 in compensation and had lent him 30,000. Moreover, she had remained unmarried over the years, claiming that raising Yenner was her sole fulfillment in life. Yenner, being his niece, always played exceptionally well with Xiao Jia whenever she visited. Even now, she would come several times a year to check on the couple. Last he heard, she was working in the city. Perhaps it was a trait of the Su family's daughters, for Wang Yan was indeed quite beautiful. Lost in thought, he was jolted back to reality by the notification of 60,000 that appeared on his phone, leaving Su Dongjian utterly bewildered. Dear Dad, please use this 60,000 to settle our relatives' debts. You needn't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. As for the remaining amount, you and Mom can keep it for your own use. Upon reading the message, Su Dongjian hastily replied, Are you certain it's safe to use this money now? It's fine, Dad. I have a good relationship with him, and I'm determined. Just rest assured and utilize it. In a couple of days, I will schedule a meeting with the bank to pay off our family's loans, and after that, we will be debt-free. All right then, I understand, dear. Sleep well. Good night. Dad. Good night, my dear. Wang Guifang, observing her daughter's messages, felt a blend of emotions. Su Dongjian turned to his wife and said, Let us not dwell on it too much. Since our daughter has decided to utilize this money, it signifies her genuine feelings for that young man. Tomorrow, we'll go shopping for clothes. Making a good impression on him is paramount. As for the money, let us first repay 30,000 to my sister and add an extra 30,000 to silence those relatives. The rest can be settled after returning from our daughter's side. Though my sister initially took 30,000, she has endured considerable pressure over the years. But her in-laws are quite understanding. It's primarily the relatives on that side who have been whispering behind her back. She has borne this burden alone for years and must have suffered much. Wang Guifang nodded in agreement. I trust your judgment. Tomorrow, send a message to our son. Understood. Very well then, let us get some rest. After so many years, we can finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Su Mingjie finished sending her message. Carelessly tossing her phone onto the coffee table, she leaned back against the sofa, closed her eyes, and allowed herself to relax for a few minutes. When she opened her eyes again, those who knew her well would recognize that the once vibrant Su Mingjie had returned. Su Mingjie, your new life begins at this very moment. When Li Luo returned to his apartment, it was already midnight. The neighborhood was nearly deserted at this hour. Otherwise, his recently acquired Ferrari would certainly have caused quite a stir in this old community. How many wealthy individuals would choose to reside in such a dilapidated area? After taking a shower, Li Luo lounged on his bed, feeling surprisingly invigorated after a long day. It seemed the endurance training paid off. Reflecting on the day's events, he recalled the system upgrade, purchasing the car, shopping for clothes, buying a watch, and enjoying a barbecue in the evening. Each of the 4 women he encountered today possessed unique charms, and the most significant aspect was that they all belonged to him. Oh, I almost forgot about Yashuan. That girl is quite persistent. Turning off the lights, he prepared for bed, knowing he would accompany Su Wei back to Bao Ying County tomorrow. Having made a promise, he intended to keep it. It had been days since he last saw her, and he had to admit he missed her. With her mother's illness being a serious matter, it could not be postponed any longer. Li Luo was a man of principles. Since they were all his women, he had to treat them equally. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, a system notification chimed in his mind. System Level 2 cashback card successfully used. Cashback amounting to 9 million. Mumbling sleepily, he muttered, This in Yashuan truly is something, before slipping into a dream. In the Xuanwu district, in an old apartment building, and Yashuan tapped her phone to confirm receipt of the funds. Seeing that Li Luo had yet to message her, she let out a sigh of relief. It seemed he had fallen asleep. Ai Shanshan looked at her incredulously. I say, Missin, is it really necessary to wait until midnight just to receive a payment? What difference does it make if it's early or late? Are you afraid of what he might say? And Yashuan shot her friend a glare. You wouldn't understand our kind of people. If I had accepted the payment on the spot, it would have been awkward to ask for more later. Now, At this hour, he's already asleep, and even if his phone dings, he won't see it. Ha ha ha, I'm truly clever, and Yashwan exclaimed, her excitement growing as she stared at her account balance. She turned to her friend, where shall we go shopping tomorrow? Let us buy. AI Shan playfully flicked her forehead. What? Didn't you shop enough today? At this rate, 1,000,001 tea last you long. And Yashwan replied haughtily, What is there to fear? My husband said this is my pocket money. Once it's gone, I can simply ask him for more. It's not a big deal. Besides, once the novelty wears off, I might not feel the need to spend so much. AI Shan looked at her friend with surprise and teased. So now you're calling him husband? Weren't you quite stubborn before? Well, of course, I've accepted the money. I must do my part, right? Afterward. And Yashwan dreamily continued, I plan to enjoy life for a few years, consider having a child before turning 30, and then travel the world. That would be a fulfilling life. AI Shan was also moved by her enthusiasm. That does sound wonderful, but don't forget your best friend. And Yashwan snapped back to reality, tightly hugging her best friend and playfully saying, Don't worry, we're practically family. At 8 in the morning, Li Luo rose as usual and went for a 30-minute run. After finishing, he felt no fatigue in his body. Once home, he packed a change of clothes, knowing he could buy more when he reached his destination. Upon arriving at the community entrance, he gazed at his Ferrari, glistening under the sunlight. The sleek contours of the vehicle exude a sense of power and beauty, presenting a visually stunning spectacle. As the engine roars to life, Li Luo gradually departs from the community. Upon reaching the entrance, he plans to grab a quick breakfast and bring something for Su Wei. Indeed, as soon as he steps out of the car, he notices numerous pairs of eyes fixated upon him. With an air of composure, he approaches the breakfast shop. One order of soup dumplings and a bowl of porridge, please, he requests. Sure thing, handsome. Please take a seat while I prepare your order, the owner replies. After Li Luo casually finds a vacant spot and sits down, the owner promptly brings over the soup, dumplings, and porridge. Be careful, it's hot. Thank you, Li Luo responds, slightly oblivious to the attention he is receiving. Not far from him, two attractive young women are quietly observing him. Yang, have you noticed the handsome guy driving the Ferrari? One whispers. Of course, my eyes aren't blind, the other retorts. Su Jinyang fixates on Li Luo for a moment before glancing towards the unregistered Ferrari parked nearby. Truly, Ferraris are breathtaking. Should I ask for his contact information? Why the rush? Can't you see he's eating? Would interrupting him bring him joy? You think he's like those desperate admirers you know? Qin Huiwen interjects. Let me tell you, men like him don't lack for female attention. She continues, and mind your approach, tone it down a bit, like how those admirers behave. I understand. I'll heed your advice. After all, you have more experience with admirers than I do, Su Jinyang replies, rolling her eyes at her friend. Let us eat first and observe him while we do. Just as Li Luo finishes his meal and contemplates packing another portion, he notices the two beautiful young women before him and curiously inquires, Do you ladies need something? Hello, handsome. I'm Su Jinyang, and this is my best friend, Qin Huiwen. We are fourth-year students at Jiangning Art Institute. As graduation approaches, we've heard that job prospects are bleak. Seeing you in that Ferrari, we thought you might have some connections to assist us, Su Jinyang explains. Li Luo feels a bit bewildered and thinks to himself, I don't know anyone in the art field. Do I even know you? However, he cannot deny that the two students are indeed striking. Seeing him lost in thought, Su Jinyang's eyes light up further as she continues. Could we exchange contact information? If you have any leads, please let us know. If not, it's no trouble. Li Luo snaps back to reality, noticing the hopeful expressions on their faces. Perhaps they are genuinely concerned about finding jobs. Moreover, what ill intentions could students possibly harbor? He figures it's harmless to share his contact information. If they cross paths in the future, he can help. If not, it won't matter to him. All right, go ahead and add me, he replies. After they exchange contact details, Li Luo casually asks, What are you studying? We both specialize in painting. Su Jinyang replies with a slight smile. All right then, if I come across any opportunities, I'll keep an eye out for you. But if none arise, you can't hold it against me. The two girls exchange glances. Thank you, handsome. We'll take our leave now. Goodbye, handsome. They call as they depart. Once they are gone, Li Luo finishes packing his breakfast and drives away. Not far down the road, Su Jinyang and Qin Huiwen watch the Ferrari zoom past. Envy evident in their eyes. After the car has vanished from sight, Qin Huiwen curiously asks, Yang, why did you just deceive him? I didn't deceive him. What are you talking about? Su Jinyang responds. We're not even art students, yet you told him we are. Well, we are from the Art Institute. Exactly. I merely altered a few words. Do you really think I'm foolish enough to ask someone for help finding a job on our first meeting? What if we encounter someone unscrupulous and end up misled? I just needed an excuse to get his contact information. If he turns out to be wealthy and decent, we might explore a connection. If not, I can always delete his number later. After hearing her friend's reasoning, Qin Huiwen appears conflicted. When I first saw him, I hesitated a bit. You know I have a type. But I ended up staring at the Ferrari longer. Su Jinyong rolls her eyes at her friend. What? Haven't you had enough of the losers at school? Besides, what good looks do us any favors? You know how expensive it is to be an art student. Our families aren't wealthy, and you should know how many girls in our class are being supported by someone. We're just fortunate to have encountered such a young man. If he were at our school, would we even stand a chance? But discussing this is premature. Let us gather more information first, she concludes. After listening to her friend, Qin Huiwen stops worrying and curiously asks, Yang Yang, do you think that man has a place in our community? Is he living here? Perhaps. Wealthy individuals often have sentimental attachments and might return to their old residences now and then. I truly don't understand these affluent people. If they have so much money, why do they still prefer to reside in old houses? I wouldn't even look twice at a place like that, Su Jinyong quips, playfully patting her friend's head. That's because you're not wealthy. I'll tell you this. The more they have, the less they cherish. The less they have, the more precious it becomes. How dare you hit me? Don't you dare run away. I'll catch you. Su Jinyong, hearing this, runs off without looking back. You'll regret it when I catch you. Qin Huiwen exclaims, feigning anger. I'm so scared. Su Jinyong laughs. 20 minutes later, Li Luo arrives at Ingyuan Community. After parking his car, he carries the breakfast to the elevator and soon reaches the 7th floor. He rings the doorbell, and moments later, he hears Su Wei's familiar voice. Just leave the takeaway at the door. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Su Wei, slightly exasperated, thinks to herself that she had already said to leave it outside, yet he continues ringing the bell. Coming, coming. As she opens the door, she exclaims, Didn't I tell you, darling? How come you're here? Li Luo gazes at Su Wei, her face lighting up with surprise, and replies gently, Now that I've finished my work, of course, I came. Besides, I haven't forgotten about your mother's upcoming surgery. Su Wei is instantly moved to tears, throwing her arms around him. You're so wonderful. All right, I still have breakfast here. You should eat quickly. I heard you ordered takeout? Yes. I'm not very familiar with this area, and didn't want to go out? Li Luo, puzzled, asks, Didn't you go out with Gu Yuqing? I did. But I can't keep bothering my best friend. She has her own matters to attend to. Li Luo concedes her point. Okay then, eat first. What did you order? I got soup dumplings. Have you eaten yet? I've had my fill. You go ahead and eat. After you finish, we'll head out. Just leave the soup dumplings in the car. You can have them later when you're hungry. All right. With that, Su Wei begins to rapidly devour her breakfast. Halfway through her meal, the takeout arrives, and Li Luo instructs them to leave it at the door. A few minutes later, Su Wei announces, Darling, let us go. I'm all packed. Li Luo notices her pulling a suitcase. Why are you bringing a suitcase? Su Wei looks at him, puzzled. My dear, these are clean clothes for changing. We certainly won't be back in a day. Li Luo felt that this question was somewhat foolish. After all, if he didn't bring clothes, why would anyone else? Just take a set of clean clothes and the essentials like your charger. Besides, there's no room for a suitcase in the car. Not enough room. Su Wei was momentarily confused. How can such a large car not have space for a suitcase? Noticing Su Wei's silence, Li Luo tapped his forehead and said, I forgot to mention that I've changed cars. You'll see for yourself shortly. If you need anything, we can simply buy it when we get there. Su Wei shot him a glance. I know you have money, but fine. Just give me a moment to remove some small items from my suitcase and put them in my handbag. I can at least bring a handbag, can't I? Li Luo chuckled. Sure, take your time. I'll just play on my phone for a bit. After watching a few videos, Su Wei urged, Dear, stop playing. Let's head out. Only then did Li Luo put away his phone. All right, let's set off for Baoying County. Chapter 60, The Distinct Su Wei. The couple picked up their belongings and arrived at the entrance of their residential complex. Darling, look quickly. It's a brand new Ferrari supercar. I've only seen one at the airport before. I never expected to see one in our little community, especially parked beneath our building. It seems we have a wealthy resident in our building. But which model of Ferrari is this? It looks even more stunning than the one I saw at the airport. After saying this, she looked at Li Luo with curiosity. What car did you get? Let's hurry and get inside. It's too sunny out here. As she watched Li Luo approach the Ferrari, Su Wei paid little attention at first, perhaps thinking he wanted a closer look. As every man harbors a dream of owning a supercar. But when Li Luo took out the car key and pressed the unlock button twice, opening the front trunk, her expression changed to one of disbelief. She quickly realized the truth and excitedly hugged him, showering him with kisses. Darling, you look so handsome. I adore you. Okay. Li Luo chuckled, playfully patting her behind. Don't rush to express your love. I'll show you just how much I care tonight. Su Wei, understanding the implications of his words, blushed and responded coyly, Who's afraid? Tonight, you'll need a crutch to get out of bed. All right, you said it. I'll be eager to see who ends up needing the crutch. Last time, I went easy on you because you were a beginner. But it seems that only emboldened your audacity. Let us make a bet. If you beg for mercy first, I'll do something for you. But if I lose, I'll do something for you too. Are you up for it? Humph, what is there to be afraid of? What do you want me to do? Li Luo leaned in and whispered a few words in her ear. Su Wei's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hesitated, saying, "That is so disgusting. Besides, I don't know how. Disgusting? You'll get used to it. If you don't know how, I can teach you. I'll guide you through it. Fine. But it's only for 10 minutes. Any longer, and I'm out. Deal. Now what do you want me to do?" Su Wei pondered for a moment. "Just remember what I said. I'll tell you when I think of it. All right then, put your handbag in the front trunk. And just bring the takeout into the car." Okay. After placing her bag inside, Su Wei opened the passenger door and settled in. Once Li Luo finished arranging things and took his place in the driver's seat, Su Wei eagerly examined the interior, her excitement palpable. "Darling, I've never been in a Ferrari before, and the interior looks so cool. That's nothing. In a few days, there will be an even cooler car." "Cooler? What do you mean?" Su Wei asked, momentarily perplexed, before realization dawned on her. "Are you saying you bought another one?" Li Luo patted her head. "Smart girl. There's also a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ on the way, but it won't arrive for another week. There's no stock in Jiangning." Su Wei was astonished. Initially, she thought Li Luo had just a bit of money, but after spending time with him today, she realized she had grossly underestimated him. Owning these two cars must mean his net worth exceeds 100 million. He truly is a man of hidden depths. Perhaps even Gu Yuqing is unaware that her old classmate is a wealthy magnate. It seems her decision to borrow money from him was indeed wise. Li Luo gently flicked her forehead. "What are you thinking about? Buckle your seatbelt. We're off." "Oh right." Once everything was ready, Li Luo started the car and slowly drove out of the complex. Once they were on the highway, Li Luo pressed the accelerator, and the Ferrari shot forward like a silver lightning bolt, vanishing into the distance. Glancing at the navigation, he noted, "It's not far, just 2.5 hours." As they sped along the highway, Su Wei couldn't contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Ah, darling, this is exhilarating." Li Luo, bemused by her exuberance, teased, "Wei Wei, you don't have any violent tendencies, do you? You're making me a bit nervous." "Humph. With no courage, could I be a flight attendant?" "You're underestimating me." "Well done. My Wei Wei is indeed impressive." "Humph. As if you needed to tell me that." Suddenly, Li Luo noticed that Su Wei was wearing nude stockings today. Remembering various rumors online, he reached out with his right hand and gently caressed her leg. The sensation was delightful. No wonder so many people can drive a Ferrari with one hand. Su Wei saw his hand approaching and knew what he intended. She shot him a disapproving glance. "You can't be serious while driving." Despite her words, she instinctively shifted her left leg closer to him. As Li Luo continued to caress her leg, Su Wei chatted about local tourist attractions and specialty snacks. 2 hours later, he announced, "Wei Wei, we're exiting the highway." "Is it that fast? Didn't we say it would take 2.5 hours? It's only been a little over 2 hours. Fast. It's reasonable for a Ferrari to speed on the highway." "Reasonable? Look at that silly expression on your face." "All right, Wei Wei, let us get serious for a moment. Did you tell your mother that we're coming back today?" Upon hearing about her mother, Su Wei grew more serious. "I've already informed her. Before we got in the car, I messaged my brother. Darling, let us go straight to the hospital." Intrigued, Li Luo asked, "How old is your brother?" "My brother is 22 this year. He used to work at a factory back home, but after our mother fell ill, he quit his job to care for her in the hospital." "Didn't your brother go to college?" "No. He dropped out after the first year of high school because he didn't perform well and didn't want to continue studying. So, he started working at the factory for several years." "I see. Wei Wei, you're so beautiful. Your brother must be quite handsome too." Su Wei proudly lifted her chin. "Of course. My brother is much better looking than you, and he is also taller. Don't let his age fool you. He has a girlfriend who treats him very well. She often visits my mother after work and brings all sorts of snacks. On weekends, she helps take care of my mom. My mother has already accepted her as a daughter-in-law and told my brother that if he ever lets her down, he won't have a mother anymore." As they spoke, Su Wei sensed that something was amiss. Turning to Li Luo, she noticed him gritting his teeth, producing a creaking sound. Suddenly feeling a bit dazed, she quickly recalled something and looked at him with an embarrassed expression. "Darling, I didn't mean to compare you with my brother. In my heart, you are the most handsome, and I adore you immensely." Li Luo, through clenched jaws, replied, "Could you perhaps choose someone else for comparison next time?" "I understand, dear. Please calm down," she said. Chapter 61, The Value of Life. "I was wrong. I promise I won't use you as a metaphor again." "How do you expect me to calm down? Is it so easy to dissipate anger?" Su Wei hesitated for a moment. "Then tell me, how can I alleviate your anger?" Seeing his plan come to fruition, Li Luo revealed his cunning nature. "I want that 10 minutes changed to 20. Su Wei was taken aback, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "You know about such matters? Just agree, will you? If you say yes, your anger will surely fade. Indeed, if you agree, your anger will dissipate immediately." I knew you had ulterior motives when you suggested that to calm me down. Hee hee, Wei Wei is the best. Su Wei shot him a glare. You've truly defeated me, but let us be clear. If you lose, none of this counts. Of course, that's the wager. If you win, it's certainly void. All right then, tonight I will surely wear you out and make you regret your arrogance. Bring it on. I fear no one. Su Wei shot him an exasperated glance. Enough already, let us hurry to the hospital. All right, he replied, and they set off toward the Baoying County People's Hospital. At the hospital's intensive care unit, the pungent scent of disinfectant permeated the air. Standing in the corridor, the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor resonated from within the ward. This sound symbolized life, yet it could also become a harbinger of doom. In room 5, faint voices could be heard. Uncle Wong, how is my mother doing? Inside, a middle-aged doctor in a white coat, appearing to be around 40, was attentively examining a patient with a stethoscope. A few minutes later, Dr. Wong put away his stethoscope and addressed the handsome young man before him. Sue, we can't delay any longer. Surgery must be performed urgently. We utilized various injections to eliminate the cerebral hematoma, but none have shown significant results. Ultimately, the injury was too severe, and the blood accumulation in the brain is excessive. The medication's efficacy is insufficient. Dr. Wong was particularly courteous to this young man for 2 reasons. First, the young man bore a striking resemblance to his younger self, both being quite handsome. Second, the young man was exceedingly polite, frequently referring to him as uncle. Thus, he felt a heightened sense of responsibility towards the young man's mother. Uncle Wong, my sister said she is on her way and should arrive shortly. Oh, has Wei Wei returned? Yes, Uncle Wong. Last time, she mentioned she would find a way to gather the funds, so I assume she has succeeded. Dr. Wong sighed inwardly. In this day and age, it was rare for a woman to secure such a substantial amount of money in a short time without resorting to shortcuts. He had also learned about the young man's family situation. It was evident that no relatives or friends had visited during this time, which spoke volumes. However, he could not divulge such thoughts to the young man. Very well, once your sister arrives, we will discuss expediting your mother's surgery, Dr. Wong encouraged. Patting the young man's shoulder, Su Jun quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Wong, thank you. All right, Su, go keep your mother company. I need to check on other patients. Okay, Uncle Wong, you take care. In the hospital parking lot, Li Luo had just parked the car and retrieved 2 bags of bean paste pastries he had prepared earlier, placing them in his pocket. Su Wei urged, hurry, darling. If we don't get in soon, visiting hours will end, and we won't be able to go in until the afternoon. Li Luo was taken aback. Is there such a rule? Do they really have designated visiting times? Unfamiliar with the protocols, he simply followed Su Wei. Before long, they arrived outside the ward. Li Luo glanced around, realizing just how precious life was. Opening the ward door, Su Wei stepped in first, followed closely by Li Luo. Upon seeing her younger brother, who had visibly lost weight during their time apart, she choked up, saying, Xiao Jun, you've worked so hard these days. Su Jun touched his head and replied, Sister, what have I endured? I merely come daily to care for our mother. You have had it much harder. It was then that Su Jun noticed an unfamiliar presence in the room and quickly asked, Sister, who is this? Su Wei took Li Luo's hand and introduced him. This is Li Luo, my boyfriend. You should call him brother-in-law. Turning to Li Luo, she added, Darling, this is my brother Su Jun. Su Jun was momentarily stunned. Sister's boyfriend? After so many suitors, she never accepted anyone. Yet, after just a few days away, she brings home a boyfriend and calls him husband? Although he thought this, he still greeted, brother-in-law, hello? Li Luo assessed the young man before him. Su Wei was indeed not misleading. Su Jun was well over 6 feet tall and quite handsome. No wonder the young girl remained devoted despite their family troubles. So you're Su Jun, right? I'll call you Xiao Jun, just like your sister does. Sure, brother-in-law. Since you've called me brother-in-law, I can't let you go empty-handed. Here, take this, Li Luo said, pulling a plump bag of bean paste pastries from his pocket and handing it to Su Jun. Su Jun was momentarily taken aback, only snapping back to reality when his sister called out to him. What are you dawdling for? Accept it. Once mom is well, you can take your girlfriend out to eat and have some fun. Oh, Su Jun finally responded, extending his hand to accept the pastries and placing them in his pocket, gratefully saying, Thank you, brother-in-law. No problem. Although Su Jun was curious about the pastries' cost, now was clearly not the right moment. Xiao Jun, how has mom been during this time? Still the same. Uncle Wong just said we need to proceed with the surgery as soon as possible. All right, I understand. I'll check on mom and then find Uncle Wong. Li Luo followed Su Wei to the bedside, observing the woman lying there. He recalled Su Wei mentioning her mother was only 45. However, her appearance suggested she had endured far more than her years. Her frail body under the sheets and the pallor of her face, with sunken cheeks and strands of gray hair, spoke volumes of her suffering over the years. Even in a comatose state, her breathing was uneven. Seeing her mother lying in bed, Su Wei could no longer hold back her tears. It had only been a few days since their last meeting, yet her mother seemed to have aged significantly. Li Luo quickly reassured her, "It's all right. Let us promptly find a doctor to arrange your mother's surgery. After the operation, we can hire a good nurse and provide her with some nutritional supplements to help her recover quickly." Hearing these words, Su Wei was deeply touched, tears streaming down her cheeks as she tightly embraced the man before her, choking out, "Darling, thank you. I truly appreciate it. All right, let us depart. We must not disturb the aunt's rest." At that moment, a young nurse entered the room. "Visiting hours for family members have commenced. Please step outside promptly, as the patient requires ample rest." "Understood, nurse," replied Su Wei, and they prepared to leave. As Su Jun finished speaking, the young nurse cast a glance at him and, with her head bowed, exited the ward. Li Luo noticed a distinct blush on the nurse's face. It seemed she was shy. Could the allure of a handsome man be so potent? "Dear, let us also take our leave. We should first consult Uncle Wang regarding when my mother can undergo surgery." After confirming that her mother was stable, Su Wei, followed by the others, stepped out of the ward. Upon reaching the hospital corridor, Su Wei addressed her brother. "Xiao Jun, you should head to the hot pot restaurant where we used to dine. Once I finish the matters here with your brother-in-law, I will join you for a meal." Su Jun, hearing this, said nothing in response. "All right, sister, I shall go ahead and wait for you." "Yes, if you're hungry, feel free to eat first." "Understood." Once Su Jun had departed, Li Luo curiously inquired, "Why did you send your brother away? He could have stayed here. After all, we are here for your mother." Li Luo pondered the situation and decided not to press further. As they made their way to the doctor's office, Li Luo asked, "Wei Wei, is Uncle Wang a relative of yours?" "Not at all. Uncle Wang is the director of this hospital. I got to know him here. He is responsible for my mother's condition and is truly kind-hearted. During her hospitalization, he has taken great care of us, and both my brother and I are immensely grateful." Li Luo understood then. It was merely a means of establishing rapport. However, it was indeed rare to encounter such a caring physician without the offering of some bean paste pastry. After all, nowadays, one must first establish connections to facilitate any matters. Lacking connections often necessitates the provision of bean paste pastries to ease the process. Li Luo followed Su Wei to the second-floor director's office, where they met the so-called Uncle Wang, a gentleman of refined demeanor. Judging by his appearance, he must have been quite the heartthrob in his youth. "Uncle Wang, I appreciate your efforts regarding my mother's condition during this time." Wang Qingji replied gently, "There is no need to mention efforts. I am merely doing what a doctor ought to do." Su Wei, filled with gratitude, responded, "Uncle Wang, please do not say that. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Let us put that aside for now. You must prepare yourself mentally for your mother's situation." Upon hearing this, Su Wei's expression turned frantic. "Uncle Wang, has my mother's condition taken a turn for the worse?" Wang Qingji's tone became serious. "Wei Wei, I shall not beat around the bush. Your mother's condition is more severe than I had anticipated. Due to the initial delay in treatment and your limited resources, surgery was not performed promptly. Now, most of the blood clots are beginning to exert pressure on the nerves. Given the current medical capabilities of our hospital, the probability of successfully performing this surgery is regrettably low." Li Luo inwardly scoffed at the notion of limited medical capabilities. A more straightforward admission of inadequate technology would suffice. Su Wei, upon receiving this news, turned pale, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief, as if her heart had been violently wrenched, leaving her breathless. Observing her distress, Li Luo instinctively embraced her, offering solace. "It will be all right, just breathe and relax." In Li Luo's embrace, Su Wei could no longer contain her tears, and she looked up, her voice choked. "What should I do, dear?" Li Luo gently wiped her tears. "Wei Wei, I am uncertain why you are so troubled. Dr. Wang merely stated that the medical resources in your county are limited. If that is the case, we can go to Guangling City for the surgery." Su Wei jolted at his words, her complexion brightening with excitement. "Yes, how could I have overlooked that? You were not unaware. You simply focused on the last part of Dr. Wang's message." Su Wei then stood up from Li Luo's embrace, her urgency palpable. "Uncle Wang, is the likelihood of performing the surgery in Guangling City any greater?" Wang Qingji quickly regained his composure, momentarily bewildered by her enthusiasm. "You are quite impatient, my dear. I had not finished my statement. Fortunately, your boyfriend is here, or I would have been made to feel guilty." Su Wei blushed at this, feeling slightly embarrassed. Wang Qingji continued, "What I mentioned about our hospital's low probability for this surgery is indeed the truth. However, if performed by the expert team from Guangling, it would be a straightforward procedure. The only concern is that the costs may be quite substantial." "Money is not an issue," Su Wei interjected. "Dr. Wang, please contact the hospital there directly, whether for a transfer or to have the expert team come here." Wang Qingji looked at Li Luo with surprise. Having deduced the nature of their relationship from Su Wei's address of him as husband, he silently wished her well and chose not to dwell on it any further. Given your insistence, for the patient's safety, it would be prudent to have the Guangling expert team come here to perform the surgery. That is acceptable, Dr. Wang. Please make the necessary arrangements. Very well, I shall contact the expert team shortly. The surgery should ideally take place the day after tomorrow. At this point, Li Luo sensed that the moment was right. He turned to Su Wei. Wei Wei, please step outside and close the door. I need to speak with Dr. Wang for a moment. Although Su Wei was puzzled, she recognized that Li Luo had his reasons. Once Su Wei had exited, Li Luo turned to the inquisitive Dr. Wang. Dr. Wang, my surname is Li, and my name is Li Luo. I would like to express my gratitude for the care you have extended to my girlfriend's family during this time. I trust that the forthcoming matters will also require your attention. Here, I have brought some bean paste pastries from my hometown for you to enjoy. Wang Qingji regarded the pastries. Having practiced medicine for many years, he had never encountered pastries of such thickness. He felt a twinge of desire, but maintained an air of reluctance. No need, truly, I haven't done much. You should keep these for Wei Wei's mother. She will need nourishment post-surgery. Dr. Wang, please do not be modest. You can see she is not lacking in nutrition. Kindly accept them. And perhaps take some home for your wife as well. With that, Li Luo pressed the pastries into his hands, and Wang Qingji ceased his objections. He surmised that this man must possess an abundance of pastries from home. Since you insist, I shall graciously accept. He placed them in a drawer and, looking at Li Luo, said warmly, May I call you Shaoli? Li Luo nodded in agreement. That is perfectly fine. Wang Qingji, with a serious yet kind expression, remarked. During our time together, I have come to see that Wei Wei is a wonderful girl. Since she has chosen you, I hope you will not let her down. You are always welcome at my home. My wife would love to treat you both. Because I have a daughter myself, I cannot help but feel sympathy for Wei Wei's family. As I age, I find myself prone to nagging, and I hope you do not mind. Li Luo was touched by this sentiment. Rest assured, Dr. Wang, I will take good care of Wei Wei. Very well then, I shall not keep you any longer. We will notify you when it is time for the surgery. Then Wei Wei and I shall take our leave. All right. As Li Luo stepped outside, he saw Su Wei engrossed in her phone and called out, Wei Wei, let us be on our way. Su Wei hurried over and linked her arm with his. Darling, has everything been resolved? Yes, it's all sorted. Let us go eat. I am rather hungry. As they walked toward the hospital parking lot, Li Luo inquired, Wei Wei, what is the name of that hot pot restaurant? I will navigate there directly. It's called Chuanda Hot Pot. Have you found it, dear? Yes, it's south quite close, not even 10 minutes away. Su Wei teased, what a silly husband you are. This is just a county town. How big can it be? Excellent. Keep that spirit up. I hope you remain this spirited tonight. I am a little scared. But bring it on. With a hint of curiosity, Su Wei asked, what were you discussing with Uncle Wang just now? Oh, nothing much. I was merely seeking a reliable ally for you in this hospital. Su Wei looked puzzled. What do you mean by seeking an ally? Li Luo playfully flicked her forehead, prompting Su Wei to pout, her expression full of grievance. What was that for? Amused, Li Luo replied, think about it. In life, one inevitably encounters various minor ailments, like fevers or colds. Take your mother, for instance. After her surgery, she will need to consult the doctor about post-operative care. Initially, the doctor may pay attention. But if such consultations become frequent, who knows? You must remember that no one remains unchanged. For instance, can you be certain that Dr. Wang will always be diligent with your mother's care? This time he has benefited, and in the future, he will only become more attentive to your mother's condition because he understands that the more you seek his assistance, the more he stands to gain. That is human nature. Su Wei finally understood and nodded, gazing at him with admiration. Husband, you are truly clever. Li Luo teased, how could I not be? Being your husband? Su Wei rolled her eyes at him. You're insufferable. Given the materials, you would open a dye shop. But, darling, how much did you give Uncle Wang? Not much, 28,000. Su Wei's expression turned to one of concern. Darling, that seems rather excessive. Li Luo gently patted her head. It's reasonable. In the future, just consult him directly if anything arises. Since he has received benefits, he should also fulfill his responsibilities. Understood, dear. Su Wei pondered for a moment. And how much did you give my brother? Without looking back, Li Luo replied, a bit more than Dr. Wang. About 50,000. After all, he is your brother. We cannot skimp on him. Su Wei gazed at the man before her, reflecting on how her life had undergone a complete transformation since meeting him. Overwhelmed with emotion, she said, Husband, you are so good to me. All right, dry those tears. We have arrived. This is the place, correct? How annoying. Su Wei said, pulling out a tissue to dab at the corners of her eyes. Xiaonan, look, a Ferrari. Where? Zhang Ruoni remarked, slightly speechless. Why are you looking at me? If I weren't in a Ferrari, I would be at the hot pot restaurant across the street. At this, Zhang Ruoni displayed a longing expression. How impressive. Our Baoying County actually has a Ferrari. I've never seen one before, and it's brand new. Gu Xiaonan scrutinized for a moment. It must be from out of town, just passing through our county. Did you not notice the temporary license plate from Jiangning? Come on. Let us not linger. It has nothing to do with us. Wait a moment. Look over there. What over there? The person who just got out of the Ferrari. Doesn't he seem familiar? Gu Xiaonan turned her gaze back, her face lighting up with surprise. Isn't that our high school classmate Su Wei? She was the belle of our school, don't you remember? Just the other day, we were chatting in the WeChat group about gathering with our old classmates. Have you forgotten? Those Su Wei isn't in the group. As she watched Su Wei exit the passenger seat and link arms with the man, Gu Xiaonan lamented. I remember Zhang Cheng pursued her quite fiercely in high school. It's clear she's taken now. Zhang Ruoni, observing the scene, remarked with envy. It's obvious Su Wei is after his money. That man is nowhere near as handsome as Zhang Cheng. Gu Xiaonan looked at her incredulously, thinking to herself that with the way she spoke, the man might just beckon her to his bed. Stop saying such pointless things, since we've encountered them. Let us go say hello. Darling, I used to come here once a month with my brother. The food is genuinely delightful and, most importantly, quite affordable. As Li Luo stood at the entrance, he could already detect the spicy aroma wafting through the air, hinting that the hot pot would indeed be fiery. I trust your judgment. Let us go in and taste it. Su Wei said, her face brimming with joy. You will not be disappointed. As they were about to step inside, someone called out. Wei, do you still recognize us? Surprised, Su Wei turned around to see two familiar faces, and a wave of nostalgia washed over her. Are you Gu Xiaonan and Zhang Ruoni? Gu Xiaonan, smirking, replied, I didn't expect the great Su Wei still remembers us. I thought you might not recall your two old classmates. Su Wei felt a bit embarrassed. Not at all. It's just that it's been so long since we last met, and you both have changed so much that I didn't recognize you right away. Li Luo took a moment to observe the two women before him. The one speaking had a petite figure and a cherubic face, while the other wore black-rimmed glasses and appeared rather ordinary. Darling, let me introduce you. These are my former classmates, Gu Xiaonan and Zhang Ruoni. She then turned to the two women, saying, This is my husband, Li Luo. Darling, Zhang Ruoni, who had been silent, exclaimed in shock, You're married. Gu Xiaonan was equally surprised, given that the last time they were in the group chat, there had been no mention of Su Wei's marriage. Su Wei felt no need to explain further and casually replied, Not yet, but soon. Have you eaten? If not, why not join us? My husband and I are headed for Hot Pot. Before Zhang Ruoni could respond, Gu Xiaonan eagerly chimed in, Sure, we haven't eaten yet, so it's a perfect opportunity to catch up with an old classmate. She then looked at Zhang Ruoni, asking, Are you coming? Zhang Ruoni finally came to her senses. Of course. Who would pass up a free meal? Su Wei then softly said to her husband, Darling, let us go. With that, the four of them made their way inside. At the entrance, the waiter promptly greeted them. Welcome. Are there four of you? Su Wei replied to the waiter. There are 5 of us. A man should have arrived earlier. The waiter responded promptly. You mean that handsome young man, right? Exactly. Please lead us there. Of course. This way, please, Gu Xiaonan remarked at that moment. You two go ahead. I'll accompany Zhang Ruoni to the restroom, she added. All right, you two go ahead. We'll order first. She replied, watching the pair walk away. Su Wei leaned closer to Li Luo, whispering softly, Darling, I invited a classmate over for dinner. I hope I didn't disturb you. Li Luo was taken aback by her words. What is there to disturb? It's just a hot pot. Am I really that petty? Seeing that the man before her was unbothered, Su Wei sighed in relief. She was merely concerned about calling 2 people over without reason, potentially upsetting him. Chapter 64, Su Wei's classmate. After speaking, the two followed the waiter further inside. The waiter gestured towards a window-side table, saying, Handsome and beautiful. Is it that young man over there? Upon following the direction of the waiter's finger, Su Wei was somewhat taken aback. Yes. All right, for ordering. You can simply scan the code with your phone. I understand. I've been here before. Then I won't disturb you any longer. After the waiter departed, they continued towards the window-side table. Su Jun noticed his sister and brother-in-law arriving and turned to the girl beside him, saying, Qinghe, the person my sister is holding on to is my brother-in-law, the one I mentioned before. Just follow my lead and address him as such. Although Yi Qinghe felt a bit puzzled about how Wei Wei had acquired a boyfriend in just a few days, she was wise enough not to ask such questions in front of a man. As the two approached, Su Jun quickly stood up with his girlfriend. Sister, brother-in-law. Yi Qinghe followed suit, greeting, Hello, sister. Hello, brother-in-law. Li Luo regarded the young girl, finding her quite attractive. After all, Wei Wei's brother was rather handsome. Ordinary girls might lack the courage to pursue him. Su Wei then directly asked, Qinghe, don't you have work today? I do. But Ajun told me that you and brother-in-law would be back today, so I took a day off. Hearing this, Su Wei shot her brother an admonishing glance. Why disturb Qinghe when she is working? You really lack consideration. Su Jun felt a bit embarrassed at his sister's reprimand, seeing her boyfriend in such a state. Qinghe quickly reassured Su Wei, "Sister, don't blame a Jun. I came over on my own accord. Besides, it's not busy at the factory right now. It's fine." With Qinghe speaking up for him, Su Wei decided to let it go. "Darling, this is my brother's girlfriend. Isn't she quite beautiful?" Li Luo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, quite lovely." Upon hearing her sister and brother-in-law praise her beauty, Yi Qinghe smiled brightly. "Thank you, sister and brother-in-law, for the compliments. Please, take a seat." After they settled in, Su Wei took out her phone to start ordering. Once she finished selecting her desired dishes, she asked, "Darling, is there anything you would like to eat? Would you like to order yourself, or should I help you? Please help me order. Just get a few more portions of beef tripe, and for the rest, you can decide." Su Wei's eyes lit up. "Darling, you like beef tripe too? It's my favorite whenever I have hot pot. However, they serve so little on a plate, just a few slices, hardly enough, and it's outrageously priced." This was indeed the truth. At hot pot restaurants, the beef tripe was often scantily placed atop a bed of ice. After Su Wei completed her order, she handed her phone to her brother. "Order some dishes you like." Su Jun took the phone, glancing at it with confusion. "Sister, did you order too much? There are only 4 of us." "Not at all. Your sister has 2 classmates in the restroom. Why would I order so much otherwise?" Su Jun then understood and proceeded to select a few dishes, returning the phone. His girlfriend didn't even need to look. Su Jun had already ordered for her. Once Su Wei finalized her order, she was about to close her phone when it buzzed. Picking it up, she saw a message. "Yuqing babe, have you woken up? Come over for dinner." "Wei Wei babe, I returned to my hometown, and I'll be back in a few days. I left in a hurry and didn't get to tell you. Sorry." "Yuqing babe, no worries. How is your mother doing now?" "Wei Wei, she is doing alright. The surgery is in a couple of days." "Yuqing babe, that is good to hear. You can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Did you return alone?" "Wei Wei, no. My husband came with me." "Yuqing babe. Oh, you're calling him husband now. It seems Li Luo has trained you quite well." "Wei Wei, not at all. I'm just shy." "Yuqing babe, since you're home, I won't disturb you. Remember to tell me when you return." "Wei Wei, alright babe, goodbye." "Yuqing babe, goodbye." Li Luo, noticing her engrossed in her phone, curiously inquired, "Who are you chatting with so intently?" Su Wei waved her phone. "Your old classmate invited me for dinner. I told her I was in my hometown, and she said she'd contact me when she returns." Li Luo replied, "Next time we go back, let us have a grand meal together." "Alright, darling." Li Luo observed that the waiter had begun serving the dishes and then looked at her, asking, "Wei Wei, haven't your classmates arrived yet?" Su Wei turned back, glancing a few times before standing up and waving. "Xiao Nan, Ruoni, over here." After sitting back down, she smiled at him, saying, "They've just arrived." As the two approached and took their seats, Su Wei introduced them. "Xiao Nan, Ruoni. This is my brother Su Jun and his girlfriend Yi Qinghe." Su Jun and Yi Qinghe then greeted. "Hello, sister." The two women returned the pleasantries. "Hello." After all, they were there to enjoy a meal, and basic courtesy was essential. Once the pot had heated up, everyone began to dip various meats and vegetables. Su Wei had just cooked 2 slices of beef tripe, cooled them slightly, and offered them to Li Luo, saying, "Darling, try this and tell me how it tastes." The other 4, especially Su Jun and Yi Qinghe, observed her behavior, wondering if she was always this obedient in front of this man. As for her 2 old classmates, they thought it was only natural. Who wouldn't pamper such a wealthy man? Li Luo chewed a few times, finding the taste quite delightful. "Not bad. You should eat too. I'm not a wealthy heir." Su Wei smiled at his words, but said nothing further, still placing most of the cooked items into Li Luo's bowl. Halfway through the meal, Gu Xiaonan initiated a conversation. "Wei Wei, are you currently in Jiangning?" Su Wei was taken aback. "How did you know?" "I saw your husband's temporary license plate was from Jiangning, so I guess you must be there." Su Wei then realized, "Yes, we've been in Jiangning. We only returned today." Zhang Ruoni pondered for a moment before asking, "Wei Wei, I heard from some classmates that your mother is ill. Is that true?" After saying this, she quickly added, "I'm just a bit curious. I mean no harm. If you don't wish to discuss it, just pretend I didn't ask." Su Wei smiled gently. "It's all right. There's nothing that can't be said. My mother has indeed been unwell, but she's on the mend. My husband and I have returned these past few days to assist her with her condition." Gu Xiaonan exclaimed with delight as she exchanged glances with her companion. "That is truly wonderful news. It is indeed a great blessing that Auntie is recovering," Su Wei replied, her face beaming with a smile. "Yes, we owe it all to my husband," she added, and the 2 women shared a mutual understanding. Choosing not to delve further into the matter, recognizing that such topics are best left lightly touched upon. "Wei Wei, let us add you on WeChat. I'll pull you into our classmates group chat shortly. Just a few days ago, we were talking about gathering together with our classmates from Baoyang County. You should come if you have time." Upon hearing this, Su Wei turned to her husband. "What do you think?" Li Luo replied with a chuckle. "Why are you asking me about your class reunion? If you wish to go, then by all means go. It would be nice to reconnect with old friends. With his words, Su Wei felt indifferent and exchanged contact information with the two ladies. Gu Xiaonan promptly added her to the group chat and then looked up at her, saying, Wei Wei, I've added you to the group. Please change your nickname. After doing so, Su Wei adjusted the group chat notifications to do not disturb in, then put her phone away to focus on enjoying the hot pot. Gu Xiaonan casually posted in the group, Let us welcome our former school beauty, the stunning Su Wei, to the group. There was a moment of silence before the chat erupted with messages. Zhang Peng, welcome back. Our beautiful Su. Wang Chao. Su, where have you been making your fortune? Take me along. Ji Ryue. Wei Wei, do you remember me? After the reunion, let us have a get-together with a few girlfriends. Li Wenhao. Ji Ryue, would you mind bringing me along? I sing quite well. He Fong. Zhang Wenhao, have some dignity. Didn't we say it's a girls' gathering? Don't you boys have your own meetups? Gong Lina. Wenhao, we know all about your little crush. I feel embarrassed to point it out. Zhang Lei, exactly. This isn't your turn. Our handsome Chung hasn't spoken yet. Gu Xiaonan glanced at the flurry of messages in the group before turning her gaze to Su Wei, who was busy serving food to Li Luo. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to interject. Everyone, let us refrain from joking around too much in the group. Wei Wei already has a boyfriend. And they are on the verge of getting married. Jiang Min, Wei Wei is about to get married? Is that true? Gu Xiaonan, Min, you're already a mother of two. Why are you surprised about Wei Wei getting married? Jiang Min, how can I compare to our former school beauty? Gong Lina, Xiaonan, you shouldn't joke about such things. Wei Wei is still in the group. Gu Xiaonan, I'm not joking. I just added Wei Wei here. And you didn't notice. Zhang Ruoni, I can vouch for that. We're currently enjoying hot pot, and Wei Wei's boyfriend is here too. Jiang Min, isn't Wei Wei in the group? Why isn't she speaking? Gu Xiaonan, Wei Wei is busy serving food to her boyfriend. She hasn't seen her phone. Jiang Min, wow, they're so affectionate. Ji Ryue, Ruoni, how old is Wei Wei's boyfriend? Is he handsome? Zhang Ruoni, I didn't ask about his age, but he seems to be around our age. As for looks, he's average, but he must be wealthy. Li Wenhao, how do you know he's wealthy? Has he shown you his bank balance? That is hilarious. Zhang Ruoni, Li Wenhao, did I offend you? Is there a need for the barbs? Gu Xiaonan, all right. Ruoni says he's wealthy because he drives a Ferrari. The chat fell silent instantly. The two women then ignored the group messages, setting their phones aside to fully enjoy their hot pot. The group eventually split into 3 circles. Su Jun and his girlfriend were whispering to each other, while the 3 women reminisced about amusing past events, leaving only Li Luo to focus intently on his meal. Occasionally, Su Wei would notice his bowl was empty and would serve him more food. Overall, the atmosphere was quite harmonious as they dined together. An hour later, Su Wei said, well, we should be on our way. Keep an eye on the group messages. We'll see you at the reunion. Su Wei thought for a moment before adding, let us keep in touch via WeChat. I rarely check group messages. All right then. I'll contact you later. We're off now. See you next time, Wei Wei. See you next time. Once the 2 women had left, Su Wei turned to her younger brother. Xiao Jun, what are you and Qing He planning to do next? Sister, Xiao He happens to be off work today. I plan to take her out for a stroll and maybe catch a movie. That sounds good. But make sure to return Xiao He home early tonight, so her parents won't worry. Understood, sister. As Su Jun watched his sister and brother-in-law get into a Ferrari parked by the roadside, both were momentarily stunned. After the Ferrari drove away, Qing He reacted, her excitement bubbling over. Is your brother-in-law really that wealthy? He drives a Ferrari. Su Jun, equally bewildered, replied, I didn't know either, we just met today. And he gave me 50,000 yuan. I suspected he had some money, but I didn't expect he would drive a Ferrari. Yi Qing He gasped. You mean he just met you today and gave you 50,000 yuan? Yes, it's still in my pocket. My sister said once our mother is better, she'll take us out for food and fun. Show it to me. I've never seen such a large sum of money. Can you keep your voice down? Why are you so excited? We're still on the street. You know the principle of not flaunting wealth. What if we attract unwanted attention? Yi Qing He's excitement finally calmed down as she cautiously glanced around. Noticing no one was paying attention, she sighed in relief and whispered in his ear, let me see it later. But if your brother-in-law is that rich, then our wedding should be just fine. Su Jun was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Yi Qing He, noticing his expression, replied, Su Jun, have you forgotten that my mother asked for an 18,000 yuan betrothal gift? I understand your mother is unwell and needs money. But you need to understand my situation too. How many times have I argued with my mother just to be with you? I've worked hard to speak well of you in front of them. In the end, they relented. You can temporarily forego buying a car or house. But your family must provide 18,000 yuan. Did you think I was just saying that? Seeing his girlfriend's eyes redden, Su Jun quickly comforted her. I haven't forgotten. I just didn't react in time. Besides, what does my marriage have to do with my brother-in-law? Please don't cry. It's all my fault. Seeing her boyfriend take the initiative to admit his mistake, He decided to let it go, as she truly loved him. Thinking about this, she patted his head. You're really quite foolish. Now that you have 50,000, and I have over 10,000. We only need 12,000 more for the betrothal gift. When the time comes, let your brother-in-law help you out a bit more and get a few extra thousand for the banquet. It will definitely be fine. Jun listened attentively to his girlfriend's dreams for the future, reluctant to interrupt her. Finally, he mustered his resolve and said, All right, I will speak later. Upon hearing her boyfriend's assurance, Chingha excitedly suggested, Darling, let us go shopping, and I shall buy you a couple of outfits. Look at your clothes. They have already faded from washing. Jun glanced down, realizing that since his mother had fallen ill, he had not purchased new clothes in quite some time. Touched, he replied, Thank you, my dear. With that, they clasped hands and strolled towards a nearby shopping mall. Chapter 66. The Past of Su Wei's Family Honey. Where are we headed now? Li Luo, who was absent-mindedly touching his leg, casually responded, Let us visit your home. My home. That house was built when my father was still alive. It has been many years since anyone lived there, Su Wei replied, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Doesn't your county have any properties? She asked. Su Wei replied nonchalantly, No, the house in the county is rented. Besides, my family can hardly afford to buy a house. My mother raised my brother and me all on her own. It has been quite a challenge. Then let us go see the rented house in your county. Very well. Dear, just drive slowly. I will guide you. Turn right up ahead. As Li Luo drove with one hand, a thought struck him, and he inquired, With your mother in such a condition, doesn't anyone in the family care? Upon hearing this, Li Luo noticed a flicker of anger on Su Wei's face. You don't know, my maternal grandparents passed away when I was young, and my mother has an elder brother, my uncle. When my father died, he wanted to introduce a match for my mother. Li Luo, perplexed, remarked, Isn't that a good thing? At least they could support each other in the future. Dear, please let me finish, Su Wei interjected, swatting his mischievous hand away. Where are you touching? If you don't want to listen, then I won't say anything. Feeling embarrassed, Li Luo retorted, You can't blame me. My hand has a mind of its own. Speak, I'm listening. Su Wei observed him as he shifted his hand and rolled her eyes before continuing. My mother's initial thought was similar to yours. Having a companion in life would ease her burdens. Little did she know that my uncle was attempting to introduce her to an old bachelor from the neighboring village, who was 15 years her senior and even wanted to send my little brother away. This led to a fierce argument between my mother and my uncle, and since then, my mother has never returned to her family home. She added, Later, I learned that my uncle accepted a dowry of 60,000 yuan. As for relatives on my father's side, a few exist, but they are of no concern to my mother. They are all waiting to claim my grandmother's inheritance and have no time for us. What do you mean by your grandmother's inheritance? Li Luo inquired. My grandfather passed away a few years ago, leaving only my grandmother. All I know is that she suffers from dementia, and I am unclear if she has other ailments. The last time I saw her, she was on the brink of death. In that case, you should have a share of the inheritance. Su Wei looked at him as if he were foolish. Dear, you think too much. Not to mention that my father has been gone for so long that they likely wouldn't acknowledge him. Even if they did, how could my mother, being an outsider, compete with them? When my grandfather was alive, we occasionally visited, but since his passing, we rarely return. Even if we did, my grandmother wouldn't recognize us anymore. Most importantly, my mother despises such matters and has never wished for my grandmother's inheritance. Honestly, isn't it distasteful to covet even that meager inheritance while the person is still alive? Indeed, it is quite repugnant. Thus, we have cut ties with both sides. Li Luo finally understood, nodding in acknowledgement. Ultimately, it was all due to the meddling of the relatives. He quickly reassured her, If we sever ties, it's not a big deal. Those relatives are unnecessary to keep in contact with. Don't let them weigh on your mind. Su Wei found herself speechless at his words. I have long since dismissed them from my thoughts. I would prefer never to see them again. I only shared this because you wanted to hear it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered mentioning them at all. Honey, turn left at the next intersection. We'll reach my home in a couple of minutes. Soon, the Ferrari entered an old residential complex, strikingly devoid of even a security kiosk at the entrance. The new, sleek Ferrari seemed utterly out of place amidst the dilapidated surroundings. Li Luo noticed the astonished expressions of onlookers, who were taken aback by the sight of such an extravagant vehicle in this aging neighborhood. Following Su Wei's directions, he managed to park the car after a brief search for a spot. Once the engine was off, Li Luo quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Even as a somewhat seasoned driver, he felt the need to tread carefully in this area. The narrow roads and the prevalence of elderly residents made him drive at a snail's pace, and he refrained from using the horn, fearing it might disturb someone. Seeing his cautious demeanor, Su Wei wore a mischievous grin. Had I known, I would have suggested you park outside the complex. You're utterly useless. Sweating bullets just from driving. Never tell anyone you're a ride-hailing driver. I cannot afford such embarrassment. After saying this, she burst into laughter. Li Luo, feeling provoked, playfully retaliated by grabbing her in a flurry of mock indignation. Darling, stop it. I was wrong. Now you realize your mistake, after being so arrogant just moments ago. She teased, laughing heartily. As they playfully tussled, Li Luo couldn't help but notice the charming blush on her cheeks, igniting a spark of desire within him. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her neck and pressed his lips against hers. Su Wei was momentarily taken aback, but soon she relaxed and reciprocated, parting her lips to meet his. After a few minutes, they slowly separated. Gazing at her still flushed cheeks, Li Luo decided to take the initiative. Look at you. Kissing so fervently that my lips are swollen. Truly, you've never encountered a man before. Su Wei, annoyed, seized his hand and, in front of his bewildered gaze, bit down hard. Ah, Li Luo exclaimed, staring at the imprint left on his skin. So this is how you choose to respond when you can't argue? Is that so? Just as he was about to make a move, Su Wei shyly protested. Darling, stop it. There are people watching. Li Luo paused and glanced outside. Realizing she was right, a number of curious onlookers had gathered, intrigued by the sight of a luxury car in such an old complex. He refrained from further antics until Su Wei adjusted her attire, and only then did they step out of the vehicle. Come inside. The rented apartment is a bit small. Li Luo entered and surveyed the surroundings. The layout comprised 2 bedrooms and a living room. After inspecting, he curiously inquired, is it just the 2 rooms? One for your brother and one for you and your mother? Chapter 67, Jinling Grand Hotel. Su Wei pointed at the sofa in their home. One can sleep here at night. It used to be that my mother would sleep on the sofa, but later when her health declined, I had to insist she take the bed. Since I started working, I rarely come home, and when I do, I just make do on the sofa. Li Luo felt a twinge of sympathy upon hearing this. Indeed, Su Wei's mother had endured considerable hardship over the years. A woman raising 2 children single-handedly bears a sorrow that only she truly comprehends. Let's go choose a new apartment tomorrow and contact the landlord to terminate the lease on this old place. Su Wei's face turned incredulous as she gazed at the man before her. Although it was merely a casual remark from him, tears welled up in her eyes. In an instant, her nose tinged with emotion, and she threw herself into his arms, choked with gratitude. Thank you, my husband. Everything you have done for Wei Wei will be cherished with a lifetime of love. Li Luo embraced her gently, patting her shoulder while teasing, then I shall observe your actions. I hope my concern for you is not in vain. Su Wei quickly lifted her head from his embrace, her voice urgent. Husband, I speak the truth, I swear it. Looking at her smooth face, Li Luo tenderly wiped away the tears that lingered on her cheeks, jesting. All right, cheer up a bit. Whatever happened to that spirited warrior from earlier on the highway? Su Wei chuckled softly. Oh, husband, you are truly insufferable. I am not as you describe. Nonetheless, his playful banter had certainly lightened her mood. Get up. How long do you intend to hold me? Otherwise, you'll accuse me of being uncooperative again. Su Wei finally released her grip, though she muttered, you were always uncooperative, always bullying me. What are you mumbling about? Nothing. Would you like to rest in the bedroom? Li Luo pondered for a moment. He had an arduous evening ahead and needed to conserve his energy. No need for the bedroom. I can catch a quick nap on the sofa. You should do the same. Once you wake, we'll secure our hotel reservation. Very well, husband. I shall rest first. If you wake before me, be sure to call me. Go ahead. With that, Su Wei retreated to her room. Li Luo settled onto the sofa, finding a comfortable position, and dozed off for 3 hours. When he awoke, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Rising from the sofa, he went to the master bedroom to rouse Su Wei. What time is it, husband? Su Wei rubbed her slightly bleary eyes. It's 4:30. Time to get up. We need to finalize our hotel booking and then go shopping for a few outfits. You only brought 1 change of clothes, right? Su Wei smiled faintly at his words. Husband, how could you be so forgetful? This is my home. Of course, I have clothes. They may be a bit old, but they are still wearable. Why wear something old? After we eat, we can buy a few new outfits. Su Wei felt warmth spread through her heart, smiling sweetly. You're the best, husband. All right. Hurry up. I need to use the restroom. If you linger too long, I'll have to spank you. Understood. You truly are nagging. By the time they were ready to leave, it was already 5 o'clock. Li Luo's apprehension returned as he noticed the increased foot traffic in the neighborhood compared to noon. Su Wei, aware of her husband's thoughts, expressed concern. Husband, shall we avoid driving? We can come back tomorrow morning when there are fewer people. Li Luo agreed, realizing that the neighborhood was filled with elderly residents. They were not inclined to reason, and an encounter could lead to a plethora of complications. All right, let us take a taxi from the entrance. Follow me, husband. I'll show you a shortcut. With that, Su Wei linked her arm with his and led him to the right. At the entrance, they hailed a taxi. Driver, Which hotel is the best in the area? Without hesitation, the driver replied, of course, the best is Jinling Grand Hotel. Then, noticing something, he added, young man, are you heading to Jinling? That place isn't cheap. Shall I take you to another hotel that's also clean and sanitary, but more affordable? No need, we'll go to Jinling. Seeing that he wouldn't be swayed, the driver lost interest. After all, it was not his money being spent. Observing the beauty beside the young man, he assumed he was trying to impress her. 15 minutes later, the driver announced, here we are, handsome and beautiful. After paying the fare, they made their way into the hotel. Welcome to Jinling Grand Hotel. The receptionists at the entrance looked as if they could rival car salespeople in attractiveness. Approaching the front desk, a receptionist courteously inquired, hello, sir. Are you checking in or dining? Checking in. Do you have a presidential suite available? Please hold on while I check. The receptionist, unfazed by the possibility that he might be pretending to be wealthy, noted the stunning woman accompanying him. In this era, a man with a beautiful partner was a symbol of status. Sir, we have 2 presidential suites available, one at $3,000 per night and the other at $5,000. Which one would you prefer? I'll take the $5,000 suite for 3 nights. Certainly. Please provide your identification. Once the receptionist returned their IDs, she continued, Mr. Lee, please wait a moment while I contact your dedicated concierge. After completing the check-in process, a woman in her 30s approached them. Hello, I am your dedicated concierge, Ms. Wang. Mr. Lee, Ms. Su, please feel free to reach out to me for any needs you may have. Ms. Wang guided them to the presidential suite on the 22nd floor. Mr. Lee, Ms. Su, this suite spans 280 square meters. All facilities are regularly disinfected for your safety. The dining area is on the 10th floor. You may either dine there or request room service. Indeed, the service in the presidential suite was exceptional. This was merely a county-level establishment. One could only imagine how extravagant those in first-tier cities like Shanghai or Beijing must be. Soon, Li Luo would personally experience such opulence. With that thought, he addressed Miss Wang. Thank you for your assistance. You're welcome. That is my job. There are 2 phones on the bedside table. One connects to the front desk, and the other to me. Both are clearly labeled. I won't disturb you any further. Please contact me directly if you need anything. I hope you both enjoy your stay over the next 3 days. Once the concierge departed, Su Wei finally exhaled in relief, unable to contain her excitement to explore the suite. However, with the concierge nearby, she was concerned about being perceived as naive and inexperienced. Husband, come look at this bed. It's enormous. And this bathtub. Wow. I can only imagine how delightful a soak would be. And look at this vanity. The makeup I could create here would surely be stunning. Chapter 68, A Sincere Gaze. Watching Su Wei dart around, chattering excitedly, Li Luo quickly called her to a halt. Is there something you need, husband? She asked, her enthusiasm palpable. Li Luo grinned mischievously. Save your energy. You'll need it tonight. Upon hearing those words, Su Wei's face immediately flushed, and she felt a twinge of defiance. Wasn't it still daytime? Dear husband, could you perhaps refrain from having such thoughts occupying your mind? What thoughts do I have? I merely mentioned that we would go shopping later, which would surely tire you out. What are you thinking? Su Wei was somewhat speechless. She found it hard to believe that this rascal was actually talking about shopping. Pouting, she remarked, you know what I mean. After that, she playfully added, darling, I wish to take a bath tonight. Could you prepare the water for me? Absolutely. Let us enjoy a bath together, he replied. Ah, together? I don't want that. You might be up to mischief. I promise to be on my best behavior. I'll simply lie there without moving. Just look into my eyes and see how sincere I am. As Su Wei gazed into what he claimed to be sincere eyes, she found herself unable to contain her laughter. Oh, sincere? Ha! Darling, you're making me laugh. Isn't my sincerity enough? Why are you so happy then? If not because you were moved by my earnest gaze? Su Wei quickly retorted, so, you mean if I don't laugh? It means I'm not swayed by your so-called sincerity? Precisely. All right, then I want laugh. You truly want laugh? I absolutely want. What if you do laugh? If I laugh, it means I was indeed touched by your sincere gaze, right? Correct. If you laugh, we shall take a bath together tonight. Su Wei thought to herself that the moment for laughter had passed. As long as she held back, it shouldn't be too difficult. Fine, I agree, but if you lose, you must prepare the water for me and then close the door, only entering once I'm done. Deal, I accept. Then let us see just how sincere your eyes truly are. A friendly reminder, are you ready? I'm ready, bring it on. Li Luo turned his head, took a deep breath, and then looked back at her. Look at me, am I sincere? At that moment, Su Wei nearly lost her composure, internally exclaiming at how comical he was. She desperately tried to think of something else to distract herself, finally managing to suppress her laughter. Not funny at all, she said in a flat tone. This is impossible. Take a closer look. Li Luo repeated his earlier action. Am I handsome? Uffed. You laughed. I didn't laugh. That doesn't count. Do you have any more? If not, I'm done. With that, she hurriedly covered her mouth. I do. Wait a few seconds. Seizing the opportunity while she was unprepared, Li Luo hastily repeated his antics. Am I cool? Ha ha ha. Where did you learn this joke, darling? You laughed. Now you must admit it. Fine, I admit it. But let me catch my breath. 5 minutes passed before Su Wei gradually calmed down. She linked her arm with his and gave him a gentle bite. Hiss. Are you a dog? Why do you like to bite so much? Who told you to make me laugh on purpose? Li Luo replied with a hint of irritation. You can't control yourself. What does that have to do with me? Su Wei rolled her eyes and pouted. Darling, you're truly wicked, always teasing me. Hearing this, Li Luo smirked. Of course, I can only bully my Wei Wei. Would I let anyone else do so? Upon hearing his words, Su Wei blushed and nestled into his embrace, playfully saying, Darling, you're so cheesy. Li Luo lifted her chin with his hand, their eyes locking, and suddenly, the air was charged with a fiery spark. Su Wei gently closed her eyes, leaning in to meet him. 18 minutes later. Darling, is it enough? We still need to go out, and when we return, Wei Wei will take good care of you. Li Luo had been looking down, but upon hearing this, he lifted his head. All right then, sounds delicious, so fragrant. Su Wei, witnessing this, felt somewhat speechless. Darling, you're really perverted. She glanced at the drool-covered item left aside, muttering, what if it gets infected? How could it possibly get infected? Saliva is sterile, you know? Haven't you seen animals licking their wounds? Su Wei teased him in response. That's animals. You're not one. I need to wash up. Your saliva is toxic. Seeing his expression turn comically dark, Su Wei happily bounced toward the bathroom. Li Luo shook his head in bemusement at her antics and settled down on the nearby sofa. 10 more minutes passed. Darling, I'm ready. Let us go? Finally, Li Luo stood up from the sofa, and Su Wei quickly linked her arm with his. She understood that her man enjoyed holding her waist, so she would typically take his arm when going out, making it easier for him. As they exited the hotel, Li Luo had no intention of dining inside. He preferred to explore the night market and sample various delicacies, especially since it was his first time in such a place. Although Butler Wong had offered to arrange transportation, they chose not to trouble her, as they merely wished to stroll about. Since the Jinling Grand Hotel was located in the heart of the county, they were not far from the nearby shopping mall. They walked leisurely, soon arriving at the mall entrance. Darling, would you like to eat? It's delicious. Su Wei held up 2 skewers of grilled squid, freshly bought from a street vendor. Li Luo shook his head. You go ahead. I don't like it. It always seems to have a fishy taste. Upon hearing this, Su Wei retorted, Darling, that's not fishy. It's fresh. You really don't know how to enjoy good food. All right, fine, it's fresh. Now hurry up and eat. Once you finish, wipe your hands, and we'll go have a feast after shopping for clothes. Okay, darling, I'll finish it quickly. 3 minutes later. Darling, I'm done. With that, Su Wei linked her arm with his. Just these 4 sets, please pack them up. The sales assistant, with a hint of flattery in her tone, replied, Certainly, sir. Your wife has excellent taste. Once they emerged from Adidas, Li Luo's arms were already laden with shopping bags. Spotting a lady's boutique ahead, he said, Wei Wei, go pick out a few pieces, we'll eat after we're done. All right, darling. Welcome to Only, the sales assistant greeted enthusiastically. Hello, my am. How can I assist you? Go ahead and choose, Wei Wei. I'll sit in the resting area for a bit. All right, darling, you rest for a moment. I'll call for you when I'm done. Li Luo settled into the resting area, casually placing the shopping bags on the chair. The sales assistant promptly brought him a glass of water. Oh, thank you. After the assistant left, Li Luo was about to pull out his phone to scroll through Douyin when a buzzing notification from WeChat interrupted him. Chapter 69. AI Shanshan's favorability surpasses 80. AI Shanshan. You rascal, what are you up to? You gave the car and money but just abandoned us? Aren't you worried we'll run away? Li Luo chuckled to himself, shaking his head at the message before replying. I have some matters to attend to in Jiangning for the next few days. AI Shanshan. Don't tell me you're with that girl. Li Luo, that is correct. I'm at her hometown. AI Shanshan. Why are you visiting her hometown? Have you met her parents? You're such a biased man. AI Shanshan's favorability level 10, current favorability level 60. Upon hearing the system notification, Li Luo was left in a state of bewilderment. Realizing the situation, I instinctively uttered a couple of words. What the heck? After finally reaching a score of 70 points. How could it possibly drop? Is this girl really that petty? Li Luo, I am not here merely for leisure. Her mother is preparing for surgery in the coming days, and I came to check on her and lend a hand. After sending this message, I waited a few minutes before AI Shanshan finally replied. AI Shanshan, you're not deceiving me, are you? What happened to her mother? Li Luo, why would I deceive you? Wei Wei's mother fell while cleaning, tumbling down the stairs. And the doctors say there are too many blood clots in her brain. She requires a craniotomy. So her name is Wei Wei? Yes, that's right. AI Shanshan. The next time you return, make sure to bring her along. I would like to meet her. No problem. Seeing her delay in responding, I could only manage a wry smile. If my favorability dips, so be it. I can slowly rebuild it later. I had just opened Douyin and scrolled through a few videos. AI Shanshan, you are truly remarkable. I am genuinely satisfied. I feel proud to have a man like you. And I love you, my husband. AI Shanshan's favorability. 20. Current favorability. 88. System. AI Shanshan's favorability has reached 80 points, as the first binding subject to surpass 80 points. A critical reward has been triggered. System. Reward distribution in progress. Please wait. System. Congratulations, host. You have received a property worth 80 million Huaxia coins. The fixed city for the property is to be chosen by the host. Stored in the system warehouse, the host may view it at their discretion. Li Luo was left speechless, taking a moment to process the situation. AI Shanshan certainly played by her own rules. How could it drop and then rise so drastically? I truly cannot fathom what women think. However, this system is remarkably user-friendly. Aware that I am not in Jiangning and allowing me to randomly choose a city for the property, it is somewhat unfortunate that no rare rewards were triggered, as the system had previously stated that Huaxia coins were the least valuable items to it. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought of Li Luo. The system is unconcerned with his feelings. Now, it seems there's no need to purchase a house. It appears I should reward AI Shanshan handsomely upon my return. My dear, what are you thinking about? Oh, nothing, just pondering what to eat later. Have you made your choice? Su Wei, hearing this, paid no mind and twirled around in front of him, her face lighting up with joy. Do I look good, husband? It was then that Li Luo took a serious look at her in the white dress she was wearing, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, this dress is beautifully designed and perfectly complements your figure, exuding elegance. Hearing her husband's compliment, Su Wei joyfully responded, You and I share the same opinion. Really? Then let's purchase this one. Do you have any other outfits? Yes, I bought 3 sets. I will try them on for you tonight. Did you buy stockings? Although Su Wei was puzzled as to why her husband asked this, she replied, Yes, I have a short pleated skirt paired with stockings. Upon hearing this, Li Luo smirked. Very well, I shall await with anticipation. By the time the two finished their shopping and exited the mall, it was nearly 7 o'clock. Where shall we dine, my dear? Do you have any cravings? I am fine with anything. As soon as Li Luo uttered that phrase, he regretted it. Fearing she might respond like Pan Xingyue and say whatever, he breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Su Wei's answer. What delicious options does your county offer? Let's eat light and then explore your night market. Are there any delightful dishes? Su Wei pondered for a moment. Our region is renowned for its hammer lotus and eel noodles, but since it's peak dining time, we will likely have to queue. Suddenly, Su Wei had a thought. Husband, you should eat lightly. There's a Western restaurant in this mall that we could try. Afterward, we can stroll through the night market and pick up some snacks. What do you think? All right, then let us go for Western cuisine. Follow me, husband. With that, the two of them clutched their shopping bags and re-entered the mall. Welcome. Please provide us with a seat by the window. Guided by the server, they proceeded into the restaurant. After settling into the window-side table, the server smiled and said, Sir, Madam, please scan the QR code on the table to place your order. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. Thank you. Once the server departed, Li Luo casually surveyed the restaurant, noting that it was likely the busiest time. Yet, there were only a few tables occupied. Could it possibly be unpalatable? Su Wei, perceiving her husband's thoughts, teased, Are you noticing the lack of patrons, dear? Li Luo candidly expressed his earlier concerns, and Su Wei, instead of addressing his question, replied, Just order, husband, and you will see. It was only then that Li Luo, somewhat perplexed, took out his phone to scan the QR code. Upon viewing the prices, he began to grasp the situation. For such prices, in his previous life, he would undoubtedly have refrained from dining here. The cheapest set meal costs 399 Huaxia coins, and it only includes 6 dishes, 2 of which are not food but beverages. Li Luo exclaimed in surprise, Are the prices in your county this steep? Not really, dear. You see, the reason this place is expensive is due to its ingredients, which are guaranteed to be 100 fresh. There are absolutely no fake or synthetic meats being passed off. Su Wei continued. Moreover, the quality of the beef is exceptional, often attracting tourists from afar who specifically come to dine here. Hearing her explanation, Li Luo nodded in understanding. Subsequently, he ordered a 599 Huaxia coin set meal. Reasoning that the server would take some time to bring the dishes anyway, he intended to check his personal information, as he was eager to see the substantial reward he had just received. System, checking personal information. Name, Li Luo. Age, 27. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Appearance, 72, 100 mechanism. Strength, 8. Spirit, 8. Endurance, 13. Constitution, 10. Note. Normal adult standard is 10. Scores below 5 significantly increase the risk of health issues. Assets, 93, 360, 302 Huaxia coins. Positive reviews, 0, 1000, Today's completions, 0, 10 incomplete, auto-refresh at midnight. Warehouse, level 1 cashback card. 5, fitness task, incomplete, level 2 cashback card. 1. Jinmao Mansion property. 1. Unviewed, 80 million Huaxia coins property. 1. City to be chosen by host, unselected. Chapter 70, testing the cadre. Gazing at the blue virtual interface before him, Li Luo nodded in satisfaction. Ultimately, it all circles back to that night when Yashuan provided a generous cashback. He distinctly remembered the hazy sensation of the system notifying him of 9 million Huaxia coins being credited. It was only upon waking in the morning and seeing the text message that he realized it was not a dream. After spending approximately 120,000 Huaxia coins over the past few days, the majority had gone to Su Wei's brother, Dr. Wang, along with hotel expenses. There was not much else to note. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt his body shake violently. It was then that Li Luo realized, looking at Su Wei, who appeared panicked. Li Luo was taken aback and quickly inquired, "What is the matter?" As Su Wei observed her partner finally speaking, she promptly exhaled a sigh of relief. Shaking his arm gently, she inquired with genuine concern, "Darling, what is the matter? I called out to you for quite some time, yet you didn't respond. Do you have any idea how frightful that was? Seeing you so still and unresponsive, I feared your muscles had stiffened. So I hurried over to rub and jostle you, hoping to stimulate your circulation." Li Luo, initially thinking something serious had transpired, quickly clarified, "I'm perfectly fine. I was merely deep in thought and didn't mean to worry you. There's no need for concern." Su Wei gazed at him skeptically. "Really? Even if you were focused, it couldn't have been that extreme. Do you know how many times I called you? You didn't react at all." "Oh, I forgot. It's not that I didn't respond. I did nod once," he added. "So, I can still hear you." Understanding the topic was best left behind, Li Luo swiftly redirected her attention. "I was just deeply contemplating the matter of hiring a caregiver after Andy's surgery." Upon hearing her mother's mention, Su Wei immediately ceased her previous line of inquiry and eagerly pressed on. "So, what did you decide? Is there an issue with hiring a caregiver?" "Not at all. I was merely considering whether to hire 2 or 3. Su Wei found herself somewhat at a loss for words. "Darling, are you planning to open a nursing home? Why would you need so many caregivers? 1 is more than sufficient." "All right then, I'll defer to your judgment." Just then, a waiter approached with a food cart. "Excuse me, sir and madam, I'm here to serve your meals." "Thank you." Once the dishes were served, Li Luo expressed his gratitude once more. The waiter smiled in response. "No need to thank me. I won't disturb you any further. Enjoy your meal." After the waiter had departed, Su Wei, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Darling, do try this. Doesn't it taste different from the Western cuisine you used to have?" Realizing she had omitted something, she quickly added, "I'm only referring to the standard Western fare, not the upscale varieties." She believed that her affluent partner had undoubtedly dined in numerous high-end establishments. However, only Li Luo knew that since acquiring the system, he had been preoccupied with making money, leaving little room for indulgence. Delicately spearing a piece of beef and savoring it, he found the rich aroma and succulent juices instantly enveloping his palate. He had to admit, the flavor was indeed delightful. Su Wei, observing her partner, eagerly asked, "What do you think of the taste?" Li Luo nodded in satisfaction. "It's quite good, truly." Feeling a surge of pride, Su Wei replied, "See, I told you it wouldn't disappoint. Indeed, it's nice. Let us eat quickly. After we finish, we can stroll through the night market. But don't overindulge. We should leave room to sample other delicacies." "Darling, you underestimate me. I have quite the appetite." After they finished their meal, the clock struck 8:20. "Are you ready yet, darling? Hurry up, or I'll leave without you." All right, always in a rush. Look at the grease on my shirt." Su Wei glanced at the conspicuous oil stain on the front of his white shirt and promptly lowered her gaze, embarrassment flooding her face. She reminisced about their animated dinner conversation, which had led to her excitement spilling juices from her mouth. Seeing his bewildered expression as he prepared to take a bite of beef, she stifled a laugh, fearing punishment, and held back her amusement. Noticing her silence, Li Luo teased, "Is this your way of admitting fault?" At his words, Su Wei abruptly lifted her head, retorting with conviction, "Darling, setting aside the facts, you must have made a mistake as well." Taken aback, Li Luo stammered, "Please clarify what I could possibly be at fault for. If you had just moved out of the way in time, you wouldn't have gotten it on your clothes." Her reasoning was undeniably sound. Li Luo pointed at her, speechless. Observing his growing frustration, Su Wei recognized it was time to cease the playful banter before it escalated. After a moment's thought, she shyly suggested, "Darling, how about I grant you an extra 5 minutes? I was just joking earlier. Please don't be upset with Wei Wei." Li Luo paused, taken aback. "What are you doing? Is this a bribe? Testing my resilience?" Seeing her husband suddenly embodying a theatrical persona, Su Wei felt a headache coming on. She was well aware of the calculations running through his mind. After a moment of contemplation, she bit her lip and added in a slightly coaxing tone, "Darling, I truly made a mistake. Can we extend it to 30 minutes? Deal. Just discard that shirt. Didn't you buy a new outfit over there? I'll just change into that." Watching her husband's rapid shift in demeanor, Su-wei internally grumbled about the fickleness of men. "Are you secretly cursing me in your mind?" Su-wei gasped. "Of course not. How could I?" She quickly shifted the topic. "Darling, that shirt you're wearing seems new as well. Let us put it in a bag. When we return to the hotel, we can have Butler Wong take it for dry cleaning." "Fine." Li Luo's shirt was, in fact, a recent purchase from Armani, having seen little wear. Once Li Luo changed his attire, the couple exited the mall. "Darling, let us drop off our things first. It's inconvenient to roam the night market with all these bags. No need for such trouble. I'll call Butler Wong to assist us." With that, Li Luo dialed Butler Wong's number, informing her of their location. In about 7 minutes, Butler Wong arrived in an Audi A8. After placing the shopping bags in the car, she turned back and politely inquired, "Mr. Li, Miss Su, I'll take my leave now. If you tire from your outing, feel free to contact me, and I'll come to pick you up promptly." Li Luo replied, "No need. We'll just head back after browsing." "Very well then, Mr. Li, Miss Su, I shall take my leave now. Please contact me upon your return, and I'll help you with the shopping bags." Once Butler Wong departed, Li Luo followed Su-wei as she led him toward the night market. Chapter 71, Master of Destiny. As they walked and paused, they spent about 20 minutes reaching their destination. "Darling, we've arrived. Isn't it lively?" Su-wei exclaimed. Li Luo surveyed the array of stalls before him, noting there were perhaps 20 or so. In comparison to Jiangning South Food Street, this was quite modest, yet for a small county, it was a commendable scale. Noticing her partner lost in thought again, Su-wei quickly took his arm and urged him forward. Seeing her eagerness, Li Luo shook his head in resignation, allowing her to guide him onward. "Darling, try this. And this one too. What do you think of the taste?" Li Luo gently flicked her forehead. "You're quite the strategist. Shoving food into my mouth when you know I can't eat it all." Realizing her little scheme had been uncovered, Su-wei feigned defiance. "Who says I can't eat anymore? You should inquire a bit. I, Su-wei, have quite the illustrious reputation in Baoying." Li Luo, intrigued, asked, "What reputation?" Su-wei lifted her head, brimming with confidence, and replied, "I'm affectionately known as the Baoying Komodo. To me, all this food is merely a drop in the ocean, hardly worth mentioning." Li Luo was left speechless. In just a few days of knowing Su-wei, she had transformed dramatically. From a gentle young girl to this bold persona in such a short span of time. If he weren't an atheist, he might suspect that this Su-wei before him had been possessed. With a peculiar look in his eyes, he questioned, "Wei Wei, was your personality always like this?" Upon hearing this, Su-wei felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on her, instantly clearing her mind. Flustered, she stammered, "Darling, I was just joking. I have a lovely personality. I'm simply more relaxed around you. You don't hate Wei Wei now, do you?" By the end of her plea, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Caught off guard, Li Luo had no idea how to respond. "I didn't say anything. I was merely curious about your sudden change in personality." He quickly pulled her to a secluded spot and kissed her. They remained locked in that embrace until they were both breathless. Li Luo felt relatively fine, perhaps due to his enhanced stamina, merely breathing a bit heavily. Su-wei, however, felt lightheaded, gasping for air beside him. She grumbled that this insufferable man nearly sucked her brain out in that brief moment. Seeing her in such a state, Li Luo playfully threatened, "What, do you doubt me?" Su-wei promptly surrendered, "I concede. Darling, I was wrong. Please let me off the hook. If you do that again, I might just faint on the spot. Will you stop overthinking?" "I won't, darling. I promise I won't overthink anymore." Li Luo then spoke gently. "I was just asking out of curiosity. I never implied your personality was bad. I was merely intrigued by your transformation over these few days." Hearing her man's words, Su-wei felt relieved and eagerly explained, "Darling, I've always been like this. I just learned to hide it as I entered society. Only in front of those closest to me do I reveal my true self." She continued, "You know my family background. From a young age, I developed an independent and resilient character. When my mother was at work, I had to take care of my younger brother. Whenever he faced bullying at school, I was the one who stood up for him. Over time, this carefree demeanor became my nature." Li Luo understood her better now. Ultimately, she was a child of hardship who matured early. He, too, had learned to temper his emotions after facing the harsh realities of life. With this in mind, he comforted her. "All right, there's no need to hide your true self from me anymore. If you face any injustice at work in the future, just quit. I'll take care of you." Su-wei was moved to tears, throwing herself into his embrace. "Darling, you are so kind to me. I feel incredibly fortunate to have met you in this lifetime. All right, now that we've discussed work, what are your plans?" Su-wei hesitated. "What do you think, darling?" "I'll follow your lead. I'm indifferent. If you wish to work, then do so. If not, you can stay home. Then I'll go to work. Staying at home every day would be dull. Working will keep me fulfilled. Li Luo nodded. Fine, that's your decision. We'll see if there are any flights with more time off. The money doesn't matter. Your husband is well off. It's mainly to pass the time. Su Wei replied, I understand, darling. Li Luo then suggested with a smile, in a while, take a long vacation, and we'll travel abroad together for a bit. Su Wei's excitement was palpable as she asked, really, darling? What? Do you doubt my words? It seems you're not eager to go. Su Wei quickly clarified. I'm not doubting you. I'm just so elated that I couldn't help myself. Please don't be angry. She nestled closer, making Li Luo both amused and exasperated. All right, when the time comes, I'll let you know in advance. Just ensure you request your leave. Su Wei beamed, no problem. They then indulged in various snacks, munching as they strolled back to the hotel. 15 minutes later, they returned to the hotel, where Li Luo contacted Butler Wang to have their clothes delivered. He then handed over a slightly stained piece for dry cleaning. Anticipation surged within him as he hurried to the bathroom to fill the bathtub with water. Su Wei, aware of the main event approaching, sat at the vanity. Gazing at her reflection, her cheeks still flushed since entering the room. As her mind wandered, she suddenly heard her man's voice. Wei Wei, the water is ready. Hurry over. I'm coming, she replied, heading towards the bathroom. Upon seeing her man already lounging in the filled tub, she cast aside her shyness. Moments later, under his intense gaze, she stepped into the bathtub. Just as she intended to sit down, he pulled her into his embrace. Ah, darling, you're so naughty. You said you wouldn't be mischievous. Li Luo, already smitten by her shy demeanor, could no longer contain his desire. Su Wei, noticing his discomfort, leaned in closer to him. 5 minutes later, he was no longer satisfied with the current pace. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear. Su Wei, initially inclined to refuse, saw his distressed expression and, biting her lip, lowered her gaze and said, I might not do well. Please don't blame me. With that, they moved to the edge of the bathtub to rest. As Su Wei gradually took charge of the situation, she prepared to take action. Chapter 72. Su Wei surrenders. Are you sure you're ready? Li Luo asked. Su Wei shot him a playful glance, removed the black hair tie from her arm, and elegantly gathered her hair into a bun. Once she was ready, she lowered her head. Li Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he still sensed something was amiss. Wei Wei, lift your head and look at me. Though puzzled, Su Wei complied, gazing at him with innocent eyes. Yes, just like that. Continue. Half an hour later, watching her man recline in the tub with a satisfied expression, Su Wei, despite her own fatigue, felt a sense of fulfillment in providing him with emotional value. Lightly stepping closer, she said, Darling, may I have a kiss? Li Luo's face froze momentarily. Could you please brush your teeth first? Su Wei couldn't help but mentally scoff at him, thinking, how dare he be picky? She shot him a flirtatious glance and turned to the sink, thoroughly washing her mouth several times. After ensuring her breath was fresh, Su Wei joined him in the tub, nestling into his embrace. Su Wei understood the unspoken words and asked, was it enjoyable, dear? Li Luo lay in the bathtub, eyes closed, reminiscing about the days of toiling from dawn till dusk, the nights spent crammed in a shared apartment eating instant noodles. The contrast with his current life was simply astounding. He exhaled gently, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Upon hearing her voice, he slightly squinted his eyes. It's all right, just not as proficient as I hoped, but overall, quite satisfactory. Su Wei felt a twinge of grievance upon hearing this. She had exerted herself so diligently, yet he seemed indifferent to her efforts. Observing her delicate, tear-stained face, Li Luo couldn't help but chuckle and said, well, didn't I promise you a surprise last time? Are you interested? Absolutely, yes. Su Wei responded without a moment's hesitation, seeing her face devoid of any grievance, replaced instead by an adorable expression. He couldn't help but marvel at her swift change of demeanor. Let us not linger here. The water is getting cold. Su Wei hurriedly stood, wrapping a towel around him before securing another one around herself. Since he mentioned a surprise, she was determined to ensure his satisfaction that evening. In the living room, Li Luo casually settled onto the sofa while Su Wei fetched a hairdryer, preparing to dry his hair first. Come here and help me, he beckoned. Su Wei, startled by his request and blushing profusely, stood frozen for a moment. What's wrong? Did you not hear what I said? Li Luo feigned displeasure. Startled, she quickly moved to the spot he indicated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Dear, I'm a bit shy, please don't be upset. There's nothing to be shy about. Go ahead and dry my hair, he encouraged. As she switched on the dryer, she sensed his mischievous hands, indicating he was likely up to no good. Your hair is dry now, she reminded him. All right, let us get to the main event. Follow me. Su Wei realized the pivotal moment had arrived. Soon, they moved from the living room to the dining room, then the bathroom, the sofa, the floor-to-ceiling windows, and finally to the bedroom. An hour later, she exclaimed, "I'm done. I give up. Please let me go." "Are you certain you concede?" "Yes, I concede. I am utterly convinced." At that moment, Li Luo too had reached his limit, relying solely on willpower to endure until now. Hearing her words, he sighed in relief. Li Luo turned to say something, only to find Su Wei had already drifted off to sleep. It was time to reap the rewards. He had refrained from using his insight technique on her, believing she was no less than Pan Xingyue, all for the sake of rare rewards. His greatest concern was her appearance, with purity and affection surely above 50 points. It was unlikely she would have less. With her now asleep, it was convenient for him to proceed. If he were to do it in front of her, like that day, she would undoubtedly begin to overthink again. He realized that in the future, if the insight took too long, he would need an excuse. The distance might hinder the system's detection. With a heart full of trepidation, Li Luo initiated the consultation. System, activate insight. Name Su Wei. Age, 25. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Overall appearance, 94. Privacy, 99. Status, normal. Affinity, 80. Is the system bound? Li Luo was utterly bewildered at this information, setting aside appearance. How could her privacy be rated at 99? Is she actually cheating on me? He thought, glancing at the sleeping beauty beside him, a surge of anger coursing through him. He slapped her on the backside. "Wake up." "Ah." Su Wei jolted awake. "Boo-hoo. What have I done to upset you? Why did you hit me? It really hurts." Seeing her cry so sorrowfully, Li Luo's anger evaporated, replaced by guilt. "I just had a nightmare, darling. I'm so sorry." Su Wei loathed this ungrateful man, whom she devoted herself to so wholeheartedly. Before the stakes even began, she had gone above and beyond to ensure his comfort. Exhausted as she was, this wretched man had the audacity to strike her. Only after he mentioned a nightmare did she feel a bit better. Glancing at her now swollen backside, she could only imagine how much force he had used. Feeling a sense of injustice, tears continued to flow, only deepening her sorrow. "Look, it's all swollen." Li Luo glanced, feeling remorseful, and hurriedly took out his phone to transfer 3 million. As she observed the virtual screen, Su Wei's affinity began to plummet. All right. I acknowledge my mistake. Look at your phone. I've prepared a surprise for you." Hearing this, Su Wei left his embrace and grabbed the phone from the bedside table. Upon seeing the transferred amount, she was momentarily stunned, even forgetting the pain radiating from her backside. Li Luo, meanwhile, saw her affinity slowly rising and sighed in relief. Minutes later, she exclaimed, "Aw, 3 million. You transferred 3 million to me." Chapter 73, Golden Kidney Treasure. "I love you so much, darling. I want a kiss." With that, Su Wei pounced on him, pressing her face close. After a few moments, Li Luo teased, "Does it still hurt?" "Not at all. Pain is love, right? Your willingness to hit me is just a manifestation of your affection for Wei Wei. So did you enjoy it? Want to go for another round?" Li Luo was left speechless, watching her animated demeanor, a stark contrast to moments ago. Just as he was about to say something, his mind jolted. "Wei Wei, play with your phone for a bit. If you get tired, just sleep. I'll be right back." "Okay, darling, I'll wait for you." Knowing she was too excited to sleep, he said nothing further. In the bathroom, he sat on the closed toilet lid and spoke to the internal clock. "Bind. System, Su Wei's affinity has reached 50 points. Reward, 5 million virtual cash." Note, virtual cash is equivalent to Chinese currency. The host's recharge will automatically deduct from Douyin. Stored in system warehouse, the host can use it directly. System, Su Wei's affinity has reached 80 points. Reward, 50 million Chinese currency. System, congratulations to the host for binding with an object that directly reached 50 points. System, random rewards are being drawn. The system congratulates the host for drawing a reinforcement point of 10, which may be allocated at the host's discretion. Note, this reward is a one-time offer. Stored in the system warehouse, the host may inspect it at will. The system congratulates the host for binding an object with an immediate attainment of 80 points. Rewards are being drawn. The system congratulates the host for drawing the Golden Kidney Treasure pills. For men to maintain vitality, consumption of these pills is essential. Note, there are 3 pills in total. They must be taken consecutively for 3 days without interruption and strictly after meals. The first pill invigorates the mind. The second pill ensures perpetual stamina, and the third pill promotes longevity. Note, this reward is a one-time offer. Stored in the system warehouse. The host may retrieve it at will. Li Luo was left utterly astonished by the series of notifications from the system. He had not anticipated such a plethora of rewards merely for binding an object. The first 2 rewards were within the realm of his expectations. Yet the latter 2 were delightful surprises beyond measure. While binding, he had felt a twinge of regret, as Su Wei's beauty was just shy of perfection. It was that slight imperfection that had cost him 3 rare rewards. However, upon hearing the last 2 rewards, particularly the final one. He realized it was indeed a man's ultimate treasure. This was entirely due to Su Wei's merit, as the system had noted that the rewards were randomly allocated. Had it been another girl today, the rewards drawn could have been entirely different. With this thought, Li Luo couldn't help but break into an exuberant song. There is a lovely little girl. Her name is Xiao Wei. She possesses gentle eyes that quietly steal my heart. Xiao Wei, do you know how deeply I cherish you? I wish to take you soaring into the heavens. Who is singing? It sounds like someone is being slaughtered. Who else could it be? In this apartment. He is the only man. Li Luo, didn't you say he went to the bathroom? Indeed, he is currently serenading in the bathroom. Su Wei, confess honestly. What have you done to Li Luo to provoke such a reaction? Su Wei was somewhat speechless. How would I know? He was fine when he left. Who could have anticipated this outburst? That must mean you have pampered him well tonight. Didn't you say he gifted you 3 million? Plus, you mentioned he owns a Ferrari and a Lamborghini. I tell you, Li Luo's assets must exceed 100 million. Otherwise, such spending would be impossible. You've truly turned your fortunes around. I am utterly envious of you, my old friend. What are you envious of? You can pursue him too. I haven't stopped you. Moreover, if you, an old classmate, were to join in, Li Luo would surely welcome it. Gu Yuqing was taken aback for a moment. And once she regained her composure, she inquired, Su Wei, are you being serious or merely jesting? Have I ever lied to you? Just as you said, Li Luo possesses assets in the hundreds of millions. Can I manage that alone? If you join in, it would lighten my burden. Well, let's discuss this later. I must hang up now. Observing her friend's evident unease, Su Wei found it amusing. Suit yourself, hang up. With that, Su Wei ended the video call, glancing towards the bathroom where the man had yet to emerge. Were it not for the sound of his singing, she might have suspected he had fallen into the toilet and been swept away. She then resumed scrolling through Douyin. Having finished his song, Li Luo felt considerably calmer. A sudden realization struck him. System, are you present? System, the host may speak. I recall that during Pan Xingyue's binding, her score exceeded 50. Why wasn't TI rewarded last time? System binding object Pan Xingyue, initial binding affinity was 49 points. Are you implying that the affinity must surpass 50 points at the time of binding to qualify for the reward? If the affinity drops below 50, the reward becomes inactivated during binding, correct? Correct, host. Affinity of 50 and affinity of 80 rewards have been claimed. The host still has one such reward available, which is for achieving an affinity of 100. Upon hearing this, Li Luo felt that attaining an affinity of 100 was akin to a Sisyphean task. A dream so distant it seemed as improbable as a collision between Mars and Earth. Who could possibly achieve a score of 100 immediately upon binding? Even if he were to cultivate a relationship slowly, over 5 or 10 years, it would be like waiting for a miracle. And who knows if the affinity might have diminished in the interim. Forget it, no need to dwell on it. Whether I receive a better reward or not, it matters little. I am not particularly in need of that one reward. After all, I have already obtained the kidney treasure. Host, do not lose heart. While directly achieving a binding affinity of 100 is indeed challenging, the final reward is of considerable significance, since the final reward is not random, but rather a designated one. Oh, though Li Luo was somewhat intrigued, he responded nonchalantly, what kind of reward could it possibly be? Can you provide any hints? The specifics of the reward cannot be disclosed, but to prevent the host from adopting a negative attitude, I can reveal 2 words in advance. Li Luo couldn't help but chuckle. The mystery surrounding a single reward was amusing. He was merely curious. It wasn't as if he was overly concerned. Until the system uttered 2 words, system lifespan. Upon hearing those 2 words, Li Luo felt as if he had been frozen in place, his mind a tempest of thoughts, akin to a raging storm. Those 2 simple words encapsulated the lifelong pursuit of every inhabitant of Blue Star. He attempted to call out to the system multiple times, but received no response. Li Luo understood that the system was aware he would inquire about such matters, yet it would remain tight-lipped, feigning ignorance. Chapter 74. Su Wei was apprehensive. Unable to derive an answer, Li Luo ceased to ponder further. He would merely remain vigilant in the future. Once he had reconciled his thoughts, he commanded, System, display personal information. Name, Li Luo. Age, 27. Height, 175 centimeters. Appearance, 72, with a 100 mechanism. Strength, 8. Spirit, 8. Endurance, 13. Constitution, 10. Note, standard for adult males is 10. A score below 5 significantly increases the risk of physical ailments. Assets, 142, 859, 502 Huaxia currency. Reputation, 0, 1000. Today as completion, 0, 10 unfinished. Resets automatically at midnight. Warehouse, level 1 cashback card. 5. Fitness tasks incomplete. 1 property in Jinmao Mansion not inspected. 1 property worth 80 million Huaxia currency. Property location to be selected by the host, not yet chosen. 5 million in Douyin virtual currency. 10 reinforcement points for the host to allocate at will. 1 bottle of golden kidney treasure pills. Having reviewed his information, Li Luo nodded in satisfaction. However, he felt somewhat disheartened that the final cashback reward had returned unchanged, equivalent to spending 2 million that evening. Nevertheless, he was not currently in need of funds. 140 million would suffice for a considerable period. System, I wish to allocate 7 to strength, 1 to spirit, and 2 to endurance. System notification, strengthening successful. After a session of exercise, Li Luo had felt a measure of fatigue, but now it had entirely dissipated, leaving him more invigorated than before. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he mused that such a physique would require several years of dedicated training for an ordinary person. Once everything was settled, Li Luo returned to his bed. At that moment, Su Wei teased him. The bathroom is quite fragrant, isn't it? I see you are reluctant to come out. Li Luo had just intended to play on his phone for a while, to keep her company as she took a nap. After all, he had already exhausted her quite enough. Now, hearing her tone, it seems she has fully recovered. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Luo scooped her up into his arms. What ensued was a fierce battle that lasted over an hour. Once everything settled, he glanced at Su Wei, still twitching on the bed. Pretending to approach her for a hug, Su Wei was startled, flipping over and jumping off the bed. Stay away, don't touch me. Seeing this, Li Luo teased. Weren't you quite talkative just now? Su Wei immediately surrendered. Husband, I was wrong. I won't say anything else. Fine, if you don't want to. Let's extend the previous 30 minutes to an hour. Su Wei paused, her face contorted in dismay. Husband, are you going to let me eat? I didn't say you had to finish everything at once. You can take it in 2 parts. As she noticed him approaching again, Su Wei quickly agreed. All right then, let us just go to sleep. Hearing this, Su Wei felt a hint of caution, looking at him suspiciously. Husband, you're not trying to trick me into coming over, are you? I really can't handle it anymore. I'm all swollen. Do you think I am the kind of person who lacks integrity? All right then. With that, Su Wei slowly climbed back onto the bed. Li Luo held her close, and Su Wei nestled comfortably against him. As she traced his chest muscles, she murmured with a hint of admiration, Husband, I didn't expect your physique to be so impressive. Not only are you strong in that regard, but you also have great strength, able to hold Wei for so long. After saying this, she curiously inquired, why didn't I notice how formidable you were before? Well, that was merely because you weren't paying attention. As for why I wasn't as vigorous last time, it was because I took it easy on you since it was your first time. This time, however, I sensed your stubbornness, and it seemed you were a bit unconvinced. Otherwise, how could I have been so rough? Su Wei retorted with a hint of indignation. Oh, so you recognize being rough, do you? You practically tortured me. Do you have a significant objection? Li Luo feigned rising from the bed. Su Wei was startled and quickly pushed him back down, looking at him with an ingratiating expression. Husband, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Let us go to sleep. I'm really exhausted. Li Luo, feeling a bit sleepy himself, decided not to tease her any longer. They embraced, closed their eyes, and their breathing gradually became even. The next day, they sat together in the dining room, enjoying breakfast. Having woken up a bit late, Li Luo had asked Butler Wang to prepare some breakfast. Both he and Su Wei were quiet, the only sounds in the suite being the clinking of utensils. Su Wei felt a slight pain in her body, compounded by the mild discomfort of just getting out of bed. She immediately shot a glance at the man across from her, thinking that if it weren't for him, would she have felt so awkward this morning? Yet, she found herself utterly helpless against him. Noticing his smirk, Su Wei felt a twinge of annoyance. You're still laughing? It's all your fault. What will others think of me later? Upon hearing this, Li Luo, having just finished his breakfast, quickly moved behind Su Wei and gently embraced her. Her body trembled slightly before she relaxed, rolling her eyes as she said, You're such a lecher. Even during breakfast you can't behave. Ignoring her words, Li Luo circled around her with practiced ease, finally resting his chin on her shoulder. Inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, Su Wei's previously calm face flushed slightly. With a hint of shyness, she said, Husband, I'm still eating breakfast. We can continue eating later. Come here and let me steal a kiss, he replied, lifting her chin and turning her face gently towards him. Their lips meeting in a soft connection. Su Wei found herself powerless against this man, but seeing how clingy he was made her heart race with excitement. And they naturally became entwined. After they parted, Su Wei felt a flicker of annoyance, but thinking of her body, she gradually suppressed it. Gazing intently at the man before her, she held his gaze for a few moments before softly saying, Are you satisfied now? A smile began to creep onto Li Luo's face. Not quite. In the future, don't always expect me to take the initiative, all right? Su Wei, feeling a bit bashful, lowered her head, and after a moment, replied, Understood, husband. By the time they finished tidying up, it was already 10:30. Su Wei looked at her man and gently asked, "Husband, are you going to get the car now?" Li Luo pondered for a moment, then replied, "Yes. Let's go get it. We'll need it later anyway." Although Butler Wang could arrange transportation for them over the next few days, Li Luo still felt a bit unsettled. Perhaps it was a remnant of his profession. He always felt that having a female driver was somewhat perilous, especially since his blissful life had only just begun. Thus, he didn't notify Butler Wang. The two hailed a taxi outside the hotel, with Su Wei providing their residential address. And soon they were on their way to their destination. Upon arriving at the community entrance and paying the fare, Su Wei said, "Husband, I want to be getting in the car. Drive slowly and follow me. I'll clear the way for you." In Chapter 75, buying a house for Su Wei's family. It must be said that with Su Wei directing from the front, Li Luo's journey went remarkably smoothly today. The last time he entered, a few honks had gone unheard. As they reached the community gate, Su Wei got into the car, fastened her seatbelt, and turned to say, "Husband, where are we going now?" Li Luo thought for a moment and replied, "Let us go buy a house first. We can visit your mother in the afternoon. Once she is discharged, she can move in right away." Su Wei gazed at him with eyes full of affection, softly saying, "Husband, I'll follow your lead." She realized that apart from her family, her heart was now entirely devoted to this man. It was rather astonishing to her that they had only known each other for a few days. She couldn't help but think that perhaps what they say about fate is true. When it comes, it cannot be resisted. Li Luo then asked, "Wei Wei, which good communities are nearby?" Su Wei paused, considering Jinlan Mansion, Jinyuanyu, Tianjin Yunjing are all quite nice. That community has larger spaces and better surroundings. I'm not sure about that one. I only know that Jinlan Mansion seems to have more row houses. Row houses? In that case, let us head to Jinlan Mansion first. If it feels right, we can buy a villa. Hearing about the villa, Su Wei felt a wave of shock. However, since her man had made up his mind, she didn't argue. After all, the events of the previous night were still fresh in her mind, and she was still feeling a bit sore. Once the destination was set on the navigation, Li Luo drove towards Jinlan Mansion. Along the way, the Ferrari became the center of attention, drawing numerous gazes. In a small county, it was rare to see such a supercar. Li Luo was beginning to get used to it, while Su Wei felt somewhat exhilarated, especially under the envious, jealous, and longing glances directed at her, which inflated her vanity. This only deepened her commitment to the man beside her. Soon, they arrived at the sales office of Jinlan Mansion. The sales representative at the entrance was visibly exhilarated upon spotting a Ferrari approaching. Naturally, the likelihood of closing a deal with someone driving such a car was exceedingly high. If fortune favored them, it would be a remarkable transformation from a sparrow to a phoenix. One of the salespeople, consumed by jealousy, remarked, "Shaowan, it's your turn to entertain the guests. You've only been here a few days, and your luck is truly remarkable." The woman named Shaowan responded modestly, "Hongjia, you jest. Whether they buy or not is another matter altogether." However, her expression turned to one of astonishment when she saw the woman emerging from the passenger seat. At first glance, this woman was breathtakingly beautiful, and upon a second glance, she seemed oddly familiar. "Wei Wei?" Hearing her name called, Su Wei paused, then turned towards the source of the voice. Her face lighting up with joy. "Is that you, Shaowan? What are you doing here?" Lin Xinyuan approached her excitedly. "I work here now. Aren't you in Shenzhen? You've got a job here? I thought you opened a clothing store." Su Wei sighed. "Let's not talk about that. It went under due to competition. I've come to sales instead. But enough about me. What about you? Aren't you in Shenzhen? When did you come back? And how are you riding in a Ferrari?" Su Wei was momentarily taken aback. "You speak as if you're firing a machine gun. And by the way, I'm no longer in Shenzhen. I'm currently in Jiangning." "Oh, and it seems I will be settling here. The Ferrari, by the way, is my husband's." Lin Xinyuan was taken aback. "Your husband? When did you get married?" "I had no idea." She stole a glance at the man seated in the Ferrari. Li Luo had originally intended to exit the vehicle. But seeing Su Wei engaged in such a lively conversation with a salesperson, clearly an acquaintance, he opted to remain seated, playing on his phone, waiting for them to finish their chat. However, as their conversation deepened, he could no longer stay put. "Wei Wei, is this your classmate?" Before Su Wei could respond, the young woman in front of her generously introduced herself. "Hello, handsome. I'm Lin Xinyuan, a childhood playmate of Wei Wei, and we were classmates from elementary to middle school. The reason I didn't attend high school is that I was too academically challenged." After hearing this, Li Luo nearly lost his composure, thinking to himself, no wonder they were playmates. Their personalities seemed quite similar. She is quite attractive, probably an 80 out of 100. Although he thought this, he replied, "Hello? My name is Li Luo." Once introductions were complete, Lin Xinyuan turned her attention back to Su Wei. "Wei Wei, are you here to look at properties?" "Yes. My husband suggested we come and take a look, and if we are satisfied, we might purchase one." "I see. Then let me take you inside to have a look." The two followed Lin Xinyuan into the sales office. likely aware of their purchasing potential. She did not linger in the lobby, but led them directly to a meticulously decorated room. After pouring them tea, she retrieved a thick stack of materials and inquired, "Mr. Lee, what size of property are you considering? We have both commercial apartments and a villa area. I can show you some layouts." Li Luo felt somewhat overwhelmed by the hefty stack of documents and said directly, "Please take us to see the villas. Recommend a few layouts for us to consider. They should be well decorated and ready for immediate occupancy." "Of course, Mr. Lee. May I ask how many people will be living there?" "If it's just a few. A larger space might become inconvenient." Lin Xingyuan was considering the needs of her childhood friend. Typically, she would have recommended the larger options. Li Luo then turned to Su Wei. "Wei Wei, what are your plans for your brother? Are you considering buying him a place, or will he be living with your mother?" Su Wei was taken aback that her husband was thinking about her brother. After her husband had given her 3 million the night before, she intended to inquire about her brother's situation with the girl's family soon. If all went well, she planned to lend him some money. But she would definitely discuss it with her husband first, as the funds were his, and she didn't want to be labeled as a brother's keeper. "Since we're buying a villa, let's have them all live together, so we won't need to purchase another property. I think Qinghe would be very willing to do so. My brother and Qinghe should be discussing marriage soon. I plan to ask about their situation shortly, and if all goes well, we can settle their matters. Besides, my mother likes that girl, and they get along quite well, so living together shouldn't be an issue." "All right then, based on what you said, let us plan for at least 4 occupants. Please recommend a few options based on that number." After confirming the number of residents, Lin Xingyuan retrieved several sample layouts from the thick stack of documentation and handed them to him. Li Luo then looked at Su Wei and stated, "You can handle the introductions. The house is for you, so whichever layout you find suitable, we will go and see." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyuan was utterly astonished, gazing at him in disbelief, thinking to herself, "So he intends to buy this villa for Wei Wei. Why can't I encounter a man like him?"